Chapter 1, The Promise of a Union. When Ruan Chutang arrived at the gathering to meet Gu Zechuan, she paused at the sound of conversation within. Gu Zechuan's voice was faint. What should I do? Through the crack of the door, Ruan Chutang observed Gu Zechuan lighting a cigarette amidst the swirling mist. He fell silent for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. I don't know. I don't want to hurt Ruan Chutang, but I cannot let go of Chen Wan. His friend sighed. Chen Wan is your first love, your white moonlight. The intensity of your romance back then was remarkable. It's only natural you can't forget her. Another friend interjected, but Ruan Chutang has been with you for 3 years and is quite beautiful. You still haven't moved on from Chen Wan. Gu Zechuan rubbed his temples, weariness evident in his voice. Ruan Chutang is indeed beautiful. I pursued her initially because she bore a resemblance to Chen Wan. All these years, I have sought Chen Wan's shadow in her. Are you suggesting she is merely a substitute? One friend lamented, I almost feel sorry for Ruan Chutang. Another friend inquired, so when do you plan to break up with Ruan Chutang? Gu Zechuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Let's see. Chutang is obedient and understanding. I must admit, I feel reluctant to part ways. A brother beside him patted Gu Zechuan's shoulder. Zechuan, you cannot have both fish in bear's paw. You must think this through. Oh, what's the harm? You can date both, another friend replied nonchalantly. If you feel guilty towards Ruan Chutang, just shower her with gifts. Women are easily appeased. Gu Zechuan scoffed. Do you think everyone is like you, dating 3 or 4 at once? I'm not that promiscuous. Outside, Ruan Chutang bitterly curled her lips and turned to leave. 3 years of affection had led her to believe in their mutual love, yet, it turned out she was merely a substitute for Gu Zechuan's first love. Standing by the riverbank, with the bustling street to her left and the flowing river to her right, tears streamed from her eyes. The fierce river wind tousled her hair. Ruan Chutang made a decision. She took out her phone and dialed a number. The night cast a dim glow on the yellow streetlights, with tiny insects flitting about beneath them. Standing under the streetlight, Ruan Chutang gazed into the vast night, her voice soft. Not much, just feeling like I'd played enough and want to settle down. I was wrong back then. I was immature. I shouldn't have argued with you all and left home. Now, I have come to terms with it. Ruan Chutang said nothing as she took the porridge upstairs to the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found the desk empty. The computer screen was lit, yet Gu Zechuan was not at his desk. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom. The light was on. Had he taken a shower so early today? Ruan Chutang set down the porridge. The incessant WeChat notifications on the computer caught her attention. She moved the mouse to open WeChat. It was a message from Chen Wan. This message had been sent 10 minutes prior. So, he was showering to prepare for the arrival of his white moonlight. Zechuan, I have missed you all these years. I cannot forget you. I regret breaking up to pursue my career abroad. We were both too proud to bow down. I know you still harbor feelings for me, don't you, Zechuan? I've dated several boyfriends over the years, but none felt right. Eventually, I realized that the one I truly love is you. I was wrong, Zechuan. Can you forgive me? Ruan Chutang silently stared at the screen, a heaviness settling in her heart. Chen Wan, I just want to ask one thing, do you still love me? Her heart fluttered slightly. She had grown accustomed to not disturbing him at work, so she rarely messaged him anymore. The distinction between love and indifference was painfully evident. I only love you. Alright, I will come to pick you up. In that moment, she felt as though her 3 years of love had become a mere jest. She descended to the kitchen and poured herself a bowl of nourishing porridge, sipping it slowly. Gu Zechuan had a sensitive stomach, and this porridge was a recipe she learned specifically for him, simmering pre-soaked lilies, koik seeds, and red beans in boiling water, before adding fresh yam in small pieces as it neared completion. This porridge was labor-intensive, yet she had prepared it for him for 2 years, all for his simple words of appreciation. As she finished her bowl, Gu Zechuan descended the stairs. He had completed his shower, dried his hair, and changed into a clean, fresh outfit. Gu Zechuan walked towards the door. I have something to attend to. You can sleep if you're tired. No need to wait for me. Ruan Chutang lowered her eyes and softly acknowledged him with an oh, alright. The girl remained quiet and composed. Ruan Chutang understood well. She ascended the stairs, opened Gu Zechuan's bedroom door, and found the bowl of porridge beside the computer untouched. On WeChat, her intended fiancé, Jiang Shirshu, sent a message. In Ruan Chutang's eyes, Jiang Shirshu was a kind neighborly elder brother. When he called her Tang Tang, she did not perceive it as a term of endearment between fiancés, but rather as a brotherly address. Wait for me to finish my business here, Jiang Shirshu. Sure, let me know if you need any help. Okay, thank you, brother Shirshu. Jiang Shirshu, rest early, good night. That night, Gu Zechuan did not return home. The next morning, Ruan Chutang was awakened by the ringing of her phone. Hello, Chutang, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Remember to come to my birthday party. Ruan Chutang removed the phone from her ear, blurry-eyed, glancing at the contact name.Su, a friend from Gu Zechuan's social circle, with whom she shared a decent rapport. Alright, send me the location. After hanging up, Ruan Chutang got up, tidied herself, and headed to the mall to pick a gift for Su. A necklace from a renowned brand, perfectly suited to Su.'s style. On Su.'s birthday, Ruan Chutang arrived at the venue early. Happy birthday! She handed over the gift. Su received the present, politely expressing her gratitude. As they exchanged pleasantries, Gu Zechuan arrived late, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. The moment their eyes met, Gu Zechuan froze. Chutang, what are you doing here? Chapter 2, Gu Zechuan's White Moonlight. Gu Zechuan instinctively brushed off the hand of the woman draped over his arm, causing her expression to stiffen. I thought it was strange for me to come to Ki's birthday party since we are friends, Ruan Chutang replied, a smile that was neither here nor there on her lips. No, I thought you didn't like attending such parties, so I didn't inform you beforehand. Ruan Chutang's heart gave a cold laugh. Was it really because she disliked them that he refrained from telling her? Was it a deliberate omission, intended to bring someone else along? After Gu Zechuan finished explaining, he scanned the room with a cold gaze. His expression seemed to question, who invited her? Su, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, pretending it was none of her business. Hello, you must be Ruan Chutang. I am Chen Wan. Zechuan must have mentioned me to you. The woman accompanying Gu Zechuan stepped forward to greet Ruan Chutang. Oh, so she is Chen Wan, Gu Zechuan's first love, his. White Moonlight. Ruan Chutang felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. It was suffocating. After all, she had been in a relationship with Gu Zechuan for 3 years, and such emotions could not be erased in a fleeting moment. Chen Wan beamed at her. Miss Ruan, has anyone ever mentioned that we bear a slight resemblance? Upon hearing this, Gu Zechuan's expression darkened abruptly. Ruan Chutang cast a humorous glance his way, then smiled and shifted her gaze to meet Chen Wan's subtly provocative eyes. Oh? Is that so? Ruan Chutang blinked her doe-like eyes innocently and said, but I don't think so. You are not as beautiful as I am. The onlookers were taken aback. Wasn't Ruan Chutang always known for her gentle and demure demeanor? Why was she so fiery today? Noticing the awkward tension creeping in, Su hastily attempted to change the subject. Don't just stand there, come and sit down. Suppressing her irritation towards Ruan Chutang, Chen Wan forced a smile and handed the gift in her hands to Su. Happy birthday, Chui. This is a gift for you. Su took a look and was astonished to find that it was identical to the gift bag Ruan Chutang had just presented. Opening the gift box, she exclaimed, wow, I've wanted this necklace for so long. Thank you, Sister Chen Wan. Ruan Chutang paused. How was it that this was the same necklace she had gifted? Su then opened the gift bag Ruan Chutang had given her. Wow! Chutang, you gave me this exact necklace too. That must be a fake. One of Su friends dismissed the necklace without even looking at it. This necklace costs over 50,000. Ruan Chutang is just a small lawyer. How much could she possibly earn in a month? There's no way she could afford such an expensive gift for you. The room fell silent instantly. Strange glances converged upon Ruan Chutang from all directions. It was evident that they all concurred with the previous remark. She was merely an obscure little lawyer who could hardly justify spending that kind of money on a genuine gift for Su. Gu Zechuan's expression soured further. Chutang, if you're short on funds, just let me know. I can help you prepare a gift. Why would you? You would send a fake. Though Gu Zechuan did not articulate the latter part of his sentence, everyone present understood. Ruan Chutang looked at him coolly. Gu Zechuan, do you think the gift I gave is a counterfeit as well? An unspoken agreement lingered in the air. Su chuckled awkwardly, attempting to smooth things over. No way. Chutang and I are close. She wouldn't give me a fake. You all shouldn't say such hurtful things. Though she spoke those words, Ruan Chutang still detected a hint of disdain in Su eyes. Her heart sank. The reason she had spent over 50,000 to buy this necklace for Su was to express her gratitude for the kindness shown to her in the past. 3 years ago, Ruan Chutang had fled to Haicheng, rebelling against her family's arranged marriage. Ruan Xiaodong had suspended her bank card, cutting off her financial support. Without relying on any connections from the Ruan family, she had worked diligently to secure a position at a law firm. In her first year, as an intern, Ruan Chutang earned only 4,000 a month. After a year, she obtained her lawyer's license, and her salary improved, but it remained low to these people. She was merely a pauper. The young masters and ladies in Gu Zechuan's circle had always looked down upon someone like her, and every time they went out, they would subtly exclude her. Gu Zechuan turned a blind eye, but Su had helped her out a few times and even engaged her in conversation. Chutang once believed Su to be different, only to find she too secretly looked down upon her. How laughable. On the night she agreed to the arranged marriage, Ruan Xiaodong restored her access to her bank card for her. 50,000 was as inconsequential as 5 cents. Su Qiui glanced between Ruan Chutang and Gu Zechuan, caught in a dilemma. If she did not hand the necklace over to Gu Zechuan, it would be disrespectful to him. Yet, if she did hand it over, it would imply she too believed the necklace was counterfeit. On the surface, it would reflect poorly on Ruan Chutang, but as Gu Zechuan's girlfriend, it would ultimately tarnish Gu Zechuan's reputation. If he wants it, just give it to him. Ruan Chutang crossed her arms, coldly regarding Gu Zechuan. Reluctantly, Su Qiui handed the necklace over to him. At that moment, Chen Wan interjected, "Zechuan, don't blame Miss Ruan, she meant well." Gu Zechuan remained silent, his face still clouded. Someone then suggested playing a game to lighten the mood. Chen Wan smiled and joined them in drinking and playing. Ruan Chutang, disinterested in such revelry, retreated to a corner and settled onto a sofa. Gu Zechuan, his face still grim, approached and sat beside her. Ruan Chutang ignored him, engrossed in her phone. After a moment, Gu Zechuan broke the silence. "If you lack funds, you could have opted for a less expensive gift. It's better than giving a counterfeit. If you believe it to be a fake, then return it to me." Ruan Chutang kept her gaze fixed on her phone, her tone indifferent. "Do you realize you are tarnishing my reputation?" Ruan Chutang closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before opening them. Suddenly, she turned to face Gu Zechuan. "What reputation have I tarnished for you? The receipt is inside, can't you see for yourself? Would you like me to accompany you to the store to verify with the staff?" Gu Zechuan paused momentarily, then lowered his head to search for the receipt. Upon finding it, he finally believed the necklace was authentic. His expression softened slightly, and his tone became gentler. "Why didn't you mention the receipt earlier?" Ruan Chutang scoffed. "I couldn't be bothered." After that, she resumed her focus on her phone. After a while, Gu Zechuan finally lowered his voice to apologize. "I'm sorry I misunderstood you today." Ruan Chutang pretended not to hear, completely engrossed in her game. Gu Zechuan remained by her side, silent, yet his gaze fixated on the group engrossed in their game. More specifically, it lingered on Chen Wan. As Ruan Chutang finished a game and looked up, she caught Gu Zechuan watching Chen Wan. Chen Wan had lost and was being urged to drink. Initially, Gu Zechuan held back. However, when he saw Chen Wan downing her third glass and preparing for a fourth, he abruptly stood up and strode over, snatching the drink from her hand. "With a weak stomach, why are you drinking so much, Chen Wan? Are you trying to ruin your health?" It was evident to all that Gu Zechuan was furious. The previously boisterous room fell silent in an instant. All eyes were now on them. In defiance, Chen Wan met Gu Zechuan's furious gaze. "Who are you to tell me what to do? You are not allowed to drink anymore." Gu Zechuan swept a cold glance over the group playing games, his expression darkening. "Who dares to make her drink again?" The crowd hastily averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Ruan Chutang sat on the sofa, observing the spectacle with a sardonic smile. Chen Wan rose to seize the drink. Gu Zechuan held the glass high, preventing her from reaching it. Chen Wan tiptoed to get a better angle but lost her balance and fell into Gu Zechuan's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her. "Be careful after all these years, why are you still so clumsy?" Chen Wan's cheeks flushed, leaning into his embrace and gazing up at him, her voice tinged with a playful lilt. "Gu Zechuan, you are truly insufferable." The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter once more. As Gu Zechuan was about to speak, he unexpectedly met the piercing gaze of Ruan Chutang, her eyes as cold as ice. Chapter 3, Gu Zechuan loses control over by Yue Guang. Gu Zechuan's brothers, following his gaze, finally realized that Ruan Chutang was still present. And they hastily attempted to ease the tension. "Let's continue the game, Chen Wan. If your stomach isn't well, you shouldn't drink. If you lose, let's switch to truth or dare." This suggestion was met with enthusiasm, and they agreed to play truth or dare. Gu Zechuan anticipated that Ruan Chutang might feel jealous or sulky, yet she remained silent. Her indifferent demeanor sparked an inexplicable unease within him. It seemed that Ruan Chutang was somehow different from before. Silence spread between them. Gu Zechuan hesitated, wanting to offer an explanation, when raucous laughter erupted from the others. "Chen Wan, you've lost again. Will it be truth or dare this time?" Once again, Gu Zechuan's attention was drawn to Chen Wan, his gaze fixated upon her. "I'll choose dare," she declared, turning to look at Gu Zechuan with a cryptic smile. "Come on, the dare options are right here, draw one." Someone produced a stack of paper slips. Chen Wan carelessly drew one, and the moment it was opened, eyes widened in shock. Curious girls leaned in to see. "What did you get? Let me see." A collective gasp echoed as they caught sight of the content. "Select someone of the opposite gender present to kiss." The boy revealed the slip, casting a quick glance at Gu Zechuan. Indeed, upon hearing this, a chilling frost enveloped Gu Zechuan's expression. The temperature in the room plummeted. However, Chen Wan appeared oblivious, cheerfully standing up and approaching a handsome man nearby. "Chenan, would you mind kissing me?" Lin Chenan stole a glance at Gu Zechuan, whose face resembled a stormy sky, and held his breath. "That's enough!" Gu Zechuan exclaimed angrily, unable to contain himself any longer, and he stormed over, seizing Chen Wan's hand and dragging her out. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, ultimately directing sympathetic gazes toward Ruan Chutang. Ruan Chutang took a sip of the juice on the table, smiling nonchalantly. "What are you looking at me for?" The others diverted their eyes, resuming their drinking and conversations, pretending as if nothing had occurred. As Ruan Chutang drank her juice, her heart grew colder with each passing moment. In her memory, Gu Zechuan had always seemed indifferent to everything. This was the first time she had witnessed him lose control. Once her juice was finished, Ruan Chutang visited the restroom. Through the door, she overheard several girls chatting by the sink. "Gu Zechuan has gone mad, leaving his girlfriend here to run off with Chen Wan. Well, it shows that he cares most about Chen Wan. Did you see?" When Chen Wan was about to kiss Lin Chenan, Gu Zechuan's face darkened ominously. Indeed. His girlfriend is pitiful, watching her boyfriend go wild for another woman. So pitiful, she's merely a stand-in. In my opinion, Gu Zechuan and Ruan Chutang are on the brink of breaking up. It's obvious to anyone that he loves Chen Wan. Before the last girl could finish her thought, she caught sight of Ruan Chutang emerging from a stall in the mirror and swiftly fell silent. The other two girls followed suit, lowering their heads and hurrying out. Ruan Chutang approached the mirror, calmly washing her hands. Yes, she and Gu Zechuan were indeed nearing a breakup. However, it would not be he who initiated it. Nor would he abandon her. Rather, it was she who no longer loved him, she no longer desired him. Returning to Gu Zechuan's villa, it was already 11 at night. Ruan Chutang felt exhausted. After a quick shower, she lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. He opened the bedroom door and noticed the suitcase sprawled open on the floor. A flicker of confusion crossing his face. What is going on? When she left, she had not left any of her belongings behind. As he uttered those words, his gaze fell upon the ambiguous mark on Gu Zechuan's neck, and Ruan Chutang froze for a moment before casually averting her eyes. She had already given up on him. Thus, whom he chose to be involved with was of no concern to her. Even during the new year, he would be all alone, for he knew that his mother, Mrs. Meng, would never accept a girl without a prestigious family background. Ruan Chutang selected a few of her favorite outfits and placed them on the bed, folding them neatly to put into the suitcase. No need to trouble yourself, I will call a cab, someone is coming to pick me up. At her words, Gu Zechuan subtly exhaled in relief. They had been dating for 3 years. If they were ordinary people, it would be time to meet the parents and discuss marriage. Yet he was not an ordinary person. He was the only son of the Gu family, the sole heir of Gu Corporation. The disparity in their family backgrounds was an insurmountable chasm between them. Gu Zechuan understood that a future with Ruan Chutang was impossible. Therefore, meeting the parents was unnecessary. With this thought, Gu Zechuan once again marveled at Ruan Chutang's understanding nature. Last night, in a fit of impulsiveness, he had left her to run off with Chen Wan, expecting Ruan Chutang to create a scene today. Instead, she remained composed, not shedding a single tear, which relieved him considerably. Throughout their 3 years together, Ruan Chutang had never behaved like other women, checking up on him or arguing when he strayed. Let them both date. If you feel guilty towards Ruan Chutang, just buy her some gifts to make it up to her. Women are easily appeased. Perhaps he could genuinely consider marrying Chen Wan and keeping Ruan Chutang as a secret lover. After all, a man of his standing would be unlikely to encounter another ordinary girl like Ruan Chutang. She loved him so much that she would never want to leave him. She whispered to herself. Gu Zechuan intended to say more, but his phone rang. He answered the call. A few minutes later, Gu Zechuan hung up and told Ruan Chutang, I have to step out for a moment. I was wrong last night to leave you alone. I have bought you a gift, which my assistant will deliver shortly. Ruan Chutang responded nonchalantly. Gu Zechuan said nothing further and turned to leave. Shortly after he departed, Ruan Chutang received a message from Jiang Shishu. Chapter 4, I will not marry you. Tang Tang, the engagement ring I customized for you at Chiang Paris has arrived at the Haicheng store. You can go take a look when you have time. Chiang Paris is a world-renowned diamond ring brand. She had only recently agreed to the arranged marriage. And the customized ring had already arrived? Was it pre-ordered? Inside the Chiang Paris store, a staff member warmly presented the ring. Miss Ruan, this is the ring Mr. Zhang customized for you. Ruan Chutang picked up the ring, admiring it closely. A rare 5-carat blue diamond was set within a halo of small pink and colorless diamonds. Sparkling brilliantly under the light, its beauty dazzling. The interior of the ring was engraved with her and Jiang Shirshu's initials. Ruan Chutang examined the ring closely, confirming that it indeed bore the inscription JSXRCT. The ring was clearly crafted with great care. As Ruan Chutang adorned her finger with the ring, the fit was impeccable. It looked exquisite, the sales clerk genuinely exclaimed. Just as she had put on the ring, Gu Zechuan's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind her. Ruan Chutang. What are you doing here? Ruan Chutang furrowed her brow and turned around. At that moment, Gu Zechuan released his hold on Chen Wan's hand. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Wan's eyes before she quickly regained her composure. Ruan Chutang felt no surprise at Gu Zechuan's presence with Chen Wan. Approaching her, Gu Zechuan's expression darkened upon noticing the ring on her finger. Ruan Chutang playfully twirled her hand adorned with the dazzling diamond ring, her smile radiant as she inquired. What do you think? Is it beautiful? A flicker of anger ignited in Gu Zechuan's eyes. It's not beautiful. They both understood the significance of the ring. Gu Zechuan had presumed Ruan Chutang to be obedient and sensible. He never anticipated that she would covet something that did not belong to her. Marriage was something he could not offer. Ruan Chutang was unworthy of it. Gu Zechuan's face remained cold and silent. Meanwhile, Chen Wan smiled brightly at Ruan Chutang. What a coincidence, Miss Ruan. Zechuan and I are here to look at rings too. Ruan Chutang internally scoffed. So? The call Gu Zechuan had just received was from Chen Wan. His business was merely accompanying her shopping for rings? Gu Zechuan offered no explanation, tacitly agreeing with Chen Wan's words. Chen Wan's gaze fell on the ring on Ruan Chutang's hand. Wow, that blue diamond must be around 5 carats, right? And surrounded by rare pink diamonds. This ring must cost at least 7 to 8 million. Aren't you a bit bold to try it on? Don't you feel ashamed if you can't afford it? To Chen Wan's provocative comment, Ruan Chutang merely responded with a dismissive "oh" and continued to admire the ring on her hand. It must be said that Jiang Shirshu had exquisite taste. She was quite pleased with the ring. Miss Ruan, that ring is truly beautiful, Chen Wan remarked with a smile. Indeed, I think it's lovely too, Ruan Chutang replied, her demeanor unruffled. Gu Zechuan's expression soured significantly. Ruan Chutang, take off the ring. Why? Ruan Chutang feigned confusion, tilting her head to look at him. What are you trying on the ring for? Are you trying to force a marriage? Gu Zechuan could no longer contain his frustration, raising his voice. I will never marry you. A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Wan's lips, pleased with the unfolding situation. Miss Ruan, Zechuan and I are here today at Aunt Meng's behest to try on rings. Aunt Meng referred to Gu Zechuan's mother, Meng Yakan. Chen Wan's implication was evident. I am the daughter-in-law chosen by Gu Zechuan's mother, and she has already recognized me. You, Ruan Chutang, should relinquish any dreams of marrying into the Gu family. Ruan Chutang found amusement in the pair before her. Why were they so agitated over her merely trying on an engagement ring designed for her fiancé? One narcissistically believed she was being coerced into marriage, while the other provocatively flaunted her approval from Meng Yakan. It was laughable. The Gu family of Haicheng was hardly a family her father would even consider. Oh, I see. Ruan Chutang replied with an unfazed tone. Both Chen Wan and Gu Zechuan were momentarily taken aback. Why did she seem utterly indifferent? Chen Wan scrutinized Ruan Chutang's face, searching for any hint of jealousy or discontent. However, Ruan Chutang's expression was flawless. Chen Wan was suddenly uncertain. Was Ruan Chutang pretending not to care? Or did she truly not care at all? Gu Zechuan's face was as dark as thunder. Ruan Chutang, do you find this amusing? Did you know Chen Wan and I were coming here to look at rings today? Were you waiting for me on purpose? He bluntly stated, let me be clear. There can never be a future between us. Your attempts to force a marriage today are futile. Marriage requires matching social standings with your background. How could you ever marry me? Gu Zechuan was aggressive, look at yourself now, you're embarrassing me. His words were a furious cascade, but Ruan Chutang remained unperturbed. She smiled amiably, am I embarrassing myself? I recall that we have not officially broken up, thus, Miss Chen is effectively the mistress, and you, sir, are the unfaithful cad. Who is truly embarrassing? Gu Zechuan was thoroughly enraged by her retort, his chest heaving as he barked, will you take it off or not? Ruan Chutang, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, no, I will not. Fine. If you like it so much, wear it. After all, I will neither buy you a ring nor marry you. Ruan Chutang simply responded, Gu Zechuan, seeing her impenetrable demeanor, felt utterly exasperated. He shot her an angry glare before storming off. Chen Wan hurried after him, Zechuan. Wait for me. Once the two departed, the sales clerk appeared bewildered, Miss, who were those two? Unrelated individuals, no need to concern yourself, Ruan Chutang replied. After 3 years of dating, Gu Zechuan had never considered marrying her. Little did he know, he was not worthy of marrying her. For she had no intentions of becoming his bride. Ruan Chutang took several photos of herself wearing the ring and sent them to Jiang Shirshu. Do you think it's beautiful? At that moment, in Jiangcheng, in the office of the president of Jiang Group. Jiang Shirshu smiled as he read the message from the girl noted as Tang Tang on his phone. It's beautiful. Do you like it? I do, Ruan Chutang replied. Jiang Shirshu's smile deepened. As long as you like it. Brother Shirshu, this ring must be quite expensive, right? Not at all, you deserve the best. Assistant Lin Hai stood beside him, waiting for Jiang Shirshu's signature. He had secretly glanced at his cold-faced president several times. Was he imagining things? Their usually stoic president was actually smiling? Moreover, it was a sweet smile, as if pink bubbles were erupting around him. Once he signed. Jiang Shirshu returned to his usual icy demeanor as he glanced at Lin Hai. Jiang Shirshu's recent photo was sent to Ruan Chutang by her father. His aura was cool. With sharp brows and bright eyes, his features handsome, much as she remembered. Ruan Chutang had meticulously selected a black watch that suited Jiang Shirshu perfectly. Just as she finished her transaction, a familiar figure approached her. Chutang, what are you? The newcomer was Jiang Yuzhou, a friend of Gu Zechuan's, who had expressed a bit of sympathy for Ruan Chutang during a dinner party not long ago. Having known each other for nearly 3 years, Ruan Chutang held a favorable impression of Jiang Yuzhou. He glanced at the bag in her hand and asked, is that a gift for Gu Zechuan? Ruan Chutang found the explanation too cumbersome, so she simply nodded. This brand's watches are not cheap, even the basic models start in the 5-figure range. You really didn't need to buy such an expensive gift. Gu Zechuan, he doesn't deserve it. He openly admitted he couldn't let go of Chen Wan and merely saw you as a substitute. Last night, he left you in front of so many people, holding Chen Wan's hand as he exited. After Gu Zechuan and Chen Wan departed from the birthday party, they indulged themselves in a hotel for an entire night. Unbeknownst to Ruan Chutang, though he was quite aware, they shared a small group consisting of friends from their social circle. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Wan inexplicably posted a photo of the two of them in bed, urging Gu Zechuan to cherish it as a memento. He had just happened to see it and contemplated saying something, but ultimately refrained, reasoning that it was not his concern, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Yuzhou reflected on this, initially intending to advise Ruan Chutang to let go and reveal the truth to her. However, when the words reached his lips, he hesitated. Gu Zechuan did not lack for such luxuries, there was no need for her to spend several months' salary on such an extravagant gift for him. After all, Gu Zechuan was his good brother, and their friendship spanned over a decade. He found it difficult to voice his thoughts. He also wished to tell Ruan Chutang that perhaps the gift she had purchased with months of hard-earned wages would not even catch Gu Zechuan's eye. This sentiment felt too harsh to utter. Ruan Chutang was well aware of Gu Zechuan's unworthiness, the gift was not intended for him. She merely nodded and smiled in a dismissive manner, saying, "Alright, I want to do it again next time." After conversing with Jiang Yuzhou for a while, they parted ways. As Jiang Yuzhou watched Ruan Chutang's retreating figure, a deep sigh escaped him. What a wonderful girl she was, how could she be led astray by Gu Zechuan? He opened WeChat and felt compelled to send a message to Gu Zechuan. "Brother, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. I just saw her buying a watch for you, one worth tens of thousands. It must have cost her several months' salary, cherish her." When Gu Zechuan received this message, he was dining with Chen Wan. The anger that had previously consumed him dissipated in an instant upon reading it. His expression softened gradually. It seemed that Chutang recognized her mistake today and was attempting to make amends through the gift. He decided to give her a chance to redeem herself. He planned to accept her gift and subsequently apologize, admitting his own tone had been inappropriate and assuring her not to take it to heart. While embellishing his words to charm her, Ruan Chutang would surely appreciate it. "Zechuan, what's wrong? Who messaged you?" Chen Wan inquired from across the table. Gu Zechuan tucked his phone away, maintaining his composure. "It's nothing." Chen Wan did not press further. Before long, Gu Zechuan excused himself to the restroom. Chen Wan seized the opportunity to grab his phone from the table, recalling how she had once seen him input the password, which was easily remembered. It was his birthday. She swiftly entered the password and opened WeChat. The first conversation she checked was with Ruan Chutang, which had remained stagnant for a week. Ruan Chutang had asked if he wanted to travel together during the 11-day holiday, expressing her desire to explore after finally having some time off. She had also sent him guides for various tourist attractions she longed to visit. Chen Wan glanced at the destinations, a flicker of derision crossing her eyes. It seemed their 3-year relationship was not as solid as it appeared. Gu Zechuan was unwilling to accompany her on a trip. The messages from Ruan Chutang were unremarkable. And as Chen Wan scrolled through the conversation, she noticed a message from Jiang Yuzhou. She had initially thought Ruan Chutang was on the verge of letting go. Yet here she was, attempting to buy a gift to reconcile with Gu Zechuan. "Hello, Aunt Meng. I just ran into Zechuan while he was ring shopping and encountered his girlfriend. That girl was trying on rings and pressing for marriage." As she placed the gift for Jiang Shixiu into her suitcase, her mind momentarily drifted to Jiang Shixiu's cold, handsome visage. She had known him for quite some time. Their family's residences were situated within the same villa district, nearly 200 or 300 meters apart. In their childhood, they often crossed paths. Jiang Shixiu was 4 years her senior. The first time she met him was at the Jiang family's old residence when her parents took her there for a visit. At that time, she was merely 10 years old, still a child in her formative years. While Jiang Shixiu had already matured into the archetype of a handsome protagonist from a youth romance drama. The first time Chutang laid eyes on Jiang Shixiu, she was utterly captivated. His strikingly handsome face bore an air of intensity, yet his eyes were as cold as the winter's frost. When her mother urged her to call out to him, she obediently addressed him as Brother Shixiu. At that moment, she perceived him as someone who would be difficult to approach. This misunderstanding lingered for several years. Later, during her high school years, when her mathematics grades faltered, Mrs. Jiang, having heard of her struggles, cheerfully suggested to Ruan Chutang that their son Shixiu should tutor Tang Tang, for he had excelled in mathematics during his own high school years, scoring over 140 in the college entrance examination. By then, her mother had passed away. And Ruan Chutang's demeanor had transformed drastically from that of a carefree child to a taciturn and rebellious young woman. "I do not require your instruction," was her first utterance to Jiang Shixiu upon his arrival. At that time, Jiang Shixiu was 21, tall and slender, standing over 185 centimeters. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and dark gray jeans, his slightly tousled hair lending him an air of youthful exuberance. Chutang initially believed that Jiang Shixiu would be both strict and harsh. However, contrary to her expectations, after reviewing her mathematics exam, Jiang Shixiu merely frowned and began to patiently explain each problem to her. As he methodically addressed her errors, there was not a trace of impatience in his demeanor. His voice was deep and melodious, imbued with a subtle gravelly texture, and as Chutang listened, she found mathematics becoming less detestable. For some questions that had multiple solving methods, Jiang Shixiu elucidated each one with great care. Chutang's gaze shifted from initial resistance and disdain to admiration and reverence. "Wow, Jiang Shixiu, you're incredible. Have you really remembered all of this so clearly after so many years since high school? Not entirely, I reviewed the textbook before coming. After saying this, he paused and gently tapped her head with his pencil, playfully asserting, "Remember to call me Brother Shirshu from now on." During the summer of her second year in high school, Jiang Shirshu tutored her for 2 months. At that time, he was a junior at Jiangcheng University and spent nearly the entire summer vacation either teaching Chutang or helping her with her assignments. High school students have a brief summer. And while she returned to school, Jiang Shirshu was still on break. Thanks to his guidance, her mathematics grade soared from failing to an impressive score of 130. Chutang excelled in her other subjects as well, and without the burden of poor math grades, she successfully gained admission to Jiangcheng University, becoming Jiang Shirshu's junior. At that time, Chutang viewed Jiang Shirshu as a particularly kind older brother. She respected and liked him, but there was not a hint of romantic affection. Thus, when her father suggested she enter into a marriage alliance with the Jiang family and wed Jiang Shirshu, she found it unacceptable. After all, she regarded him solely as an elder brother. How could a sister marry her brother? Well, that's enough for now. Gu Zechuan leaned against the doorframe. Chutang, do you have something to say to me? Chapter 6. Do you really think a girl like you can marry into the Gu family? Chutang looked up at him, her expression one of confusion. What? Gu Zechuan thought perhaps she was still upset and unwilling to give him that gift just yet. No matter. He could provide her a way out. I may have spoken harshly in the store earlier, please don't be angry. Is this better? Chutang sighed and looked at him earnestly, stating, I am not angry. Gu Zechuan dismissed her words, unconvinced. Believe what you wish. His irritation flared. Chutang, I've already apologized. What more do you want? He fixed her with a steady gaze for a few seconds before awkwardly inquiring, what about the gift? Chutang turned to him, puzzled. What gift? Just as she was about to clarify that it was not for him, Gu Zechuan continued, That's enough, it's pointless to prolong this. Suddenly, Chutang laughed. Gu Zechuan furrowed his brow. What are you laughing at? It wasn't for me? Then who was it for? Anger ignited in his eyes, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Why should I care? He snapped. I'm your boyfriend. How can I not care if you buy gifts for other men? In contrast to Gu Zechuan's fury, Chutang remained remarkably calm. She found his reaction amusing. Aren't you Chen Wan's boyfriend? Gu Zechuan instinctively replied, My relationship with Chen Wan is not that kind. His voice was noticeably softer than when he was questioning her, lacking conviction due to his guilt. The nature of his relationship with Chen Wan was more akin to lovers than anything else. They had crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed. Yet he still claimed Chutang as his girlfriend. He enjoyed Chen Wan's passionate and open demeanor, her proactive flirtation, but he also appreciated Chutang's beautiful face and her gentle, understanding nature. He was not ready to reveal to Chutang that he and Chen Wan had become an item. Gu Zechuan further explained, Today, I went ring shopping with Chen Wan at my mother's behest, but we were not buying a ring for her. My mother had purchased a new dress and needed suitable jewelry to complement it. She said Chen Wan had a good eye for style and brought her along to help choose not just rings, but necklaces, earrings, and bracelets to match the outfit. I know you misunderstood, but I was upset at the time and intentionally refrained from explaining, hoping to make you jealous. Jealous? Chutang's gaze turned icy. You think I would be jealous? Chutang, I'm sorry. Chutang's voice was cold as she replied, I acknowledge your apology, but I do not accept it. The gift was indeed not for you. Gu Zechuan's voice suddenly rose several pitches. Then who was it for? My fiancé. Ha! Chutang. You truly will say anything to pressure me into marriage. Gu Zechuan's eyes reflected mockery. Are you suggesting that I must agree to marry you and become your fiancé before you will give me the gift and forgive me? Chutang frowned, perplexed by his narcissism. Where did he find such confidence, believing she could not do without him? Gu Zechuan's gaze was filled with disappointment as he shook his head at her. Chutang. I thought you understood the insurmountable chasm between us. I expected you to be reasonable, but your repeated pressures for marriage have truly disheartened me. Chutang? With that, Gu Zechuan turned and left. The bedroom door slammed shut. Chutang shook her head in exasperation. She mused that perhaps Gu Zechuan's unwavering belief in her determination to marry him stemmed from the confidence she had unwittingly instilled in him. In the past, she had always played the role of the obedient and understanding girlfriend, never checking up on him or displaying jealousy, rarely prying into his private affairs. Except for their physical intimacy, she had always been accommodating. This may have created the illusion that she could not live without him. He remained oblivious to the fact that her understanding nature arose from the realization that he had never considered a future with her. Mom, don't worry. I know you 1T approve of her marrying into the Gu family. I'm just dating her casually, if it comes to marriage. I still have to get through you first. Your son is not one to be swayed by romance. I can distinguish between love and marriage. What clarity! From that moment, she understood that Gu Zechuan had never intended for their relationship to reach a conclusion. To put it bluntly, he didn't really care for her. However, she was not the type of woman who would cling desperately to love. She could take it or leave it, since Gu Zechuan only wished to date, so be it. She sought companionship and emotional fulfillment in this unfamiliar city. A warm embrace was all she desired. She had safeguarded herself well, preserving both her first kiss and her virginity. Why not end things sooner? Because at that time, she still harbored feelings for him and had grown accustomed to his presence. Human emotions are intricate, often. They are not black and white, nor strictly this or that. After that incident, she ceased mentioning her background as a wealthy heiress. However, upon realizing she was merely a substitute, she suddenly found it all quite disheartening. She could accept that there was no future with Gu Zechuan. That he did not love her as deeply, but she could not accept being viewed as a stand-in for Chen Wan. She is Ruan Chutang, simply herself. Ruan Chutang never anticipated that Mrs. Meng Yakan, Gu Zechuan's mother, would come to her door. Dressed in a deep blue silk qipao. Adorned with exquisite sapphire earrings and a necklace, her large pearl ring matched the hue of her attire. Truly embodying what Gu Zechuan had described, a wealthy matron who would purchase an entire set of jewelry to complement a single dress. Are you Ruan Chutang? The wealthy lady regarded her with an expression reminiscent of disdain, her gaze filled with scrutiny. Ruan Chutang greeted her politely. Hello, Auntie Meng. Meng Yakan entered the room, her eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on Ruan Chutang. I have heard about your relationship with Zechuan. She seated herself elegantly on the sofa, her legs crossed. Yet her words were anything but graceful. A girl like you aspires to marry into the Gu family? Chapter 7. I never desired to marry into the Gu family. Ruan Chutang took her place on the single sofa beside Meng Yakan, displaying no signs of intimidation. She met Meng Yakan's gaze with unwavering calm. I never desired to marry into the Gu family. Meng Yakan, of course, found this hard to believe. She scrutinized Ruan Chutang from head to toe. This was the girl her son had been dating for 3 years. Though she possessed striking features and a refined demeanor, she hailed from a humble background, devoid of any signs of insecurity or inferiority. Earlier, at the door, Meng Yakan had deliberately made remarks to unsettle her. Yet she remained composed, dignified, and articulate. But what did that matter? She was merely a girl dreaming of marrying into wealth, and no fade could elevate her status. With an air of palpable superiority, Meng Yakan remarked, You needn't pretend in front of me, I am a woman as well. I know exactly what you are thinking. I understand that our Zechuan attracts girls. It's not easy for you to meet a wealthy heir like him, and he must have spent a fair amount on you. I do not covet his money, Ruan Chutang replied. Meng Yakan scoffed dismissively, her eyes glinting coldly. What are you pretending for? You are just another girl I've seen many times before, claiming to be uninterested. If you truly were, would you have pursued Zechuan? Ruan Chutang couldn't help but smile. Auntie Meng, are you implying your son possesses nothing appealing aside from his wealth? You. Meng Yakan was genuinely incensed, her breath quickening. You have a sharp tongue. It's a wonder Zechuan praises you for being gentle and understanding. I see he has misjudged you. Ruan Chutang calmly took a sip of tea to soothe her throat. How rude. Meng Yakan shot her a disapproving glance. You don't even know to pour a cup of tea for your elders while they're sitting here. Ruan Chutang feigned a smile. I'm sorry, Auntie Meng, but there are no extra cups here. I assumed you would disapprove of using one I've already touched. So I thought it best to refrain. After all, you certainly aren't short of water, are you? Meng Yakin was seething with anger. Where had Zechuan found such an impolite girl? She took a moment to compose herself before continuing. I'm here to inform you that the Gu family is not a place where just anyone can enter. If you wish to marry Zechuan, it is impossible. Chen Wan is my preferred choice for a daughter-in-law. Her family has long-standing ties with ours, and she is Zechuan's first love. I advise you to abandon this hope and vacate the space beside Zechuan as soon as possible. Ruan Chutang smirked. Recalling a prior conversation where she had overheard Gu Zechuan mention issues with the funding chain of the Gu Group, causing many projects to stall and resulting in severe losses. At that time, she had contemplated assisting the Gu Group with an investment. Despite Gu Zechuan's belief that her family was of modest means and that he had never considered marrying her, their 3-year relationship had fostered some feelings. And offering him help was not out of the question. That day, when she went to pick him up from a gathering, she intended to discuss the possibility of investing in the Gu Group. Having had a falling out with her family, Ruan Chutang would undoubtedly refuse to invest. However, her cousin Suyu, now the head of the Su family, had seen the Su Group thrive under his leadership, placing it among the top 10 domestic enterprises last year. He had always been considerate of her. If she asked, securing investment for the Gu Group would be straightforward. Yet that night, she had heard Gu Zechuan say she was merely Chen Wan's substitute. Meng Yakin hadn't anticipated that Ruan Chutang would be so easily dissuaded, momentarily taken aback. Was Ruan Chutang truly so easy to dismiss? Not asking for a single penny? Something felt amiss, though she could not quite place it. Ruan Chutang glanced at her watch. I must take my leave, I have matters to attend to. Meng Yakin was momentarily stunned. Was she truly leaving just like that? How utterly uncultured. After regaining her composure, she muttered in frustration, the elder hasn't even indicated they are leaving, and she dares to take her leave first. Does she not recognize me as her elder? Meng Yakin had chosen her most lavish and expensive jewelry for this occasion to ensure Ruan Chutang, a girl unaccustomed to such opulence, recognized the disparity between herself and Gu Zechuan. Before arriving, she had envisioned instilling a sense of humility in Ruan Chutang, even fantasizing about her calling Gu Zechuan in tears to complain. Yet she never imagined the outcome would unfold this way. Once Ruan Chutang departed, Meng Yakin had no desire to linger. She stormed out of the villa, contemplating how to express her dissatisfaction with Ruan Chutang to Gu Zechuan. She was utterly displeased with this ill-mannered girl. As she entered the car, the driver awaited her. Not long after, she received a call from Chen Wan. She calmed her tumultuous emotions and answered with a gentle tone. Wan, I must tell you, Zechuan's girlfriend is utterly devoid of manners. I have just witnessed it firsthand. It truly fits the saying that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Chen Wan felt a surge of joy. Wonderful. Ruan Chutang has offended Auntie Meng. Even if Gu Zechuan is reluctant to break up, their relationship cannot last. In a soothing voice, Chen Wan replied, Auntie, please do not be upset, do not stoop to the level of that country bumpkin. To her, the impoverished were synonymous with rural simplicity. Did she truly say that? Chen Wan inquired. Is she preparing to break up with Zechuan? Meng Yakin affirmed, certainly. Even if she doesn't break up, I will ensure they do. Especially given her attitude towards me today. There is no way she can continue with Zechuan. After leaving the Jingha Garden Villa, Ruan Chutang headed straight to the law firm to resign. She had worked there for over 3 years, transitioning from an intern lawyer to a practicing attorney. This small firm had witnessed her growth. Assistant Xiao, just out of college and 3 years younger than Ruan Chutang, felt her eyes welling with tears upon hearing of her departure. Sister, why are you suddenly resigning? There are some matters at home, Ruan Chutang replied. Initially, she felt no particular sentiment about resigning, but seeing Xiao on the verge of tears stirred her emotions. Their relationship extended beyond mere colleagues. Chapter 8. She felt a sense of relief. A year ago, Xiao had ended her relationship with her boyfriend, who presented her with an itemized bill demanding repayment. Claiming that over the course of their 2-year relationship, he had transferred more than 50,000 yuan. Xiao refused to repay him. leading him to file a lawsuit against her. In search of assistance, she visited a law firm, where most of the lawyers were out on court cases, leaving only Ruan Chutang available. "It's not like that at all," Xiao Xiao sobbed. "We lived together for 2 years, and from the beginning, we agreed to split the rent, utilities, and living expenses evenly. He said he would transfer 2,000 yuan to me each month, which included those costs, and I would contribute another 2,000 for our shared expenses. I didn't think much of it and followed his lead. But who would have imagined that after our breakup, he would demand I repay him, claiming those transfers were gifts intended for marriage and that I should return them now that we're separated. But that money was clearly for our daily expenses. How could he possibly claim it as a gift? The total value of the gifts he gave me over those 2 years didn't exceed 500 yuan. How dare he sue me? I can't possibly find 50,000 yuan to repay him as a university student. That 2,000 each month was my allowance from my parents. If they found out I was living with a man during my university years, my father would be furious. Sister, please help me, I feel utterly hopeless." Ironically, Xiao Xiao, a law student, had fallen prey to a deceitful man. It was truly tragic how a girl, lost in the throes of love, could be so thoroughly deceived. Ruan Chutang sighed in exasperation, feeling deep sympathy for the girl before her. Ordinarily, lawyers would not take on cases from clients who couldn't even afford legal fees. However, Ruan Chutang was different. She not only took on Xiao Xiao's case but also lent her money to pay for the attorney fees. At that moment, Chutang thought about how dire Xiao Xiao's situation was. She feared that if no one intervened, Xiao Xiao might resort to desperate measures. The attorney fees are not paid directly to the lawyer but are transferred from the client to the firm, which then compensates the attorney. Ruan Chutang had only recently begun her practice and earned a modest salary of 7,000 yuan a month. Without hesitation, she added Xiao Xiao on WeChat and lent her money for the legal fees. After taking on the case, Ruan Chutang worked diligently to gather crucial evidence and ultimately won the lawsuit. Xiao Xiao was both in awe of and grateful to her, and upon graduating from university, she joined the firm as Chutang's assistant. Now, with red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Xiao asked, "Sister Chutang, I've already obtained my license and can't leave now. Once my internship is over, can I come find you?" Ruan Chutang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Xiao Xiao. "That's wonderful!" Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her tears transforming into laughter. "Sister, I'll follow you for a lifetime. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You can't possibly dislike me as your little shadow." "Of course not." In the office of the firm's director, a bespectacled middle-aged man looked perplexed upon reading the resignation letter. "Chutang, why the sudden decision to resign? Have you encountered difficulties at work?" Ruan Chutang stepped out of the law firm, aimlessly wandering the streets. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, igniting a sudden pang of loneliness within her. She was about to leave the city she had called home for 3 years. Memories flooded back to when she first arrived in Haicheng, her bank cards frozen by Ruan Xiaodong, leaving her with only a few thousand yuan in her WeChat account. She had spent 3 nights in a hotel during which she managed to find a job and rent an affordable apartment nearby. After paying the rent and deposit equivalent to 1 month's rent plus 3 months advance, she found herself nearly penniless, relying on the generosity of her friend in Jiangcheng to afford meals. The neighborhood of her new apartment was chaotic and poorly secured. Shortly after moving in, she encountered a drunken man knocking on her door. Fearful, she would hide under the covers every night, too terrified to answer. When she reported the incidents to the landlord, he expressed his inability to assist her. Left with no choice, she moved to a new place, only to have her deposit maliciously withheld by the unscrupulous landlord. Initially, she had approached him politely for her deposit, but he not only refused to return it but also verbally abused her with a torrent of foul language. In a fit of rage, she reported him to the authorities for failing to issue invoices and evading taxes, and subsequently filed a lawsuit for breach of contract and defamation. The landlord found himself overwhelmed, and before the court even accepted the case, he returned her deposit. Recalling this, Chutang couldn't help but smile. It was undoubtedly one of the most humiliating times of her life. Later, she heard from a girl who had lived next door that the drunken man had been beaten shortly after she moved out, presumably having crossed paths with the wrong people. The malicious landlord had since disappeared as well. She felt a sense of poetic justice in that. On the day she first encountered Gu Zechuan, she was merely an intern lawyer, accompanying a senior attorney to discuss the signing of a legal advisory contract with a small company under the Gu Group. Coincidentally, Gu Zechuan was inspecting the company that day, and he claimed to have fallen for her at first sight. The turning point occurred on their anniversary night. After sharing a few drinks, Gu Zechuan wished to take their relationship to the next level. He approached her, embraced her, and leaned in to kiss her lips. Startled, she forcefully pushed him away. Hurt, Gu Zechuan, with a hoarse voice, questioned her, why? Nervously stuttering, she replied, I'm not ready. Please. Give me some time. After that incident, Gu Zechuan's demeanor towards her changed, growing distant. As time passed, she remained unprepared to take that final step with him, even shying away from a kiss. Unable to articulate her feelings, she suspected it was perhaps due to the novelty of her first romance, a desire not to rush. Or maybe it was the unsettling knowledge of his past encounters with numerous women, which left her subconsciously repulsed. Regardless of the reasons, she now felt a sense of relief upon reflection. Upon returning to the villa, Gu Zechuan was absent. Ruan Chutang took a shower and fell into a deep slumber. In 10 days, she would be free from this place. How wonderful! Chapter 9, Chen Wan declares ownership. Ruan Chutang awoke naturally, her eyes opening to the clock reading 10 in the morning. She stretched languidly, relishing the comfort of not having to work. Rising from her bed, she washed up and descended for breakfast. Aunt Zhang had prepared a meal for two. Glancing at the empty seat across from her, she remained silent. Noticing her presence, Aunt Zhang inquired, Miss Ruan, isn't Sir joining us for breakfast today? After finishing her meal, Ruan Chutang received a message from Jiang Shishu. Tang. Should we customize the engagement dress or opt for a seasonal brand new model? Is there still time for customization? She seemed unaware of the engagement date. She asked, when is the engagement date? Ruan Chutang replied, all right, I will be done in 9 days. Jiang Shishu responded, good. Once you've made your choice, let me know. Just as Ruan Chutang was about to exit WeChat, a red dot appeared in Gu Zechuan's chat window. She clicked to view a video. The background was filled with raucous laughter, and she vaguely recognized voices, including those of Gu Zechuan's friends and Su Qiui, all of whom she knew. In the video, Chen Wan was cradling Gu Zechuan, smiling down at him. Zechuan, you're drunk. Gu Zechuan nestled against her, his speech slurred, I'm not drunk. I'm quite sober. You are Chen Wan, my most beloved. I haven't misspoken, have I? See, I am awake. Amidst the background noise, someone asked, Zechuan, if Chen Wan is your greatest love, then what about Ruan Chutang? Gu Zechuan replied, who is Ruan Chutang? I only love Wan. Sister-in-law, it seems Zechuan is entirely devoted to you, chimed in Su Qiui's voice, look at him, drunk and clinging to you. With only you in his heart and mind. Hearing this, a flicker of derision flashed in Ruan Chutang's eyes. She had been by Gu Zechuan's side for 3 years, yet had never heard the term sister-in-law directed at her. This was hardly surprising, that group had never regarded her as Gu Zechuan's girlfriend. Su Qiui's voice continued. A girl like her would never easily let go of a wealthy heir like Zechuan. Ruan Chutang lowered her gaze, her lips curling into a cold, emotionless smile. Such words were surely not one Su Qiui would dare utter in her presence. Ruan Tang has now come to a definitive conclusion, the disdain she perceived in Su Qiui's eyes on her birthday was not a mere illusion. Although Su Qiui feigned intimacy and friendliness, she was fundamentally no different from that group of people, harboring a deep-seated contempt for her. Sister Chen Wan, rest assured. We are all on your side. Indeed, we all dislike that Ruan Tang. She ought to reflect on her own status before attempting to infiltrate our circle. I see her as someone who has read too many romance novels about a domineering CEO falling in love with me. Her mind filled with dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. It amuses me, for she likely does not realize that to us, she is merely a jester. Ruan Tang remained as calm as still water. She understood that Chen Wan's intention in sharing the video was twofold, to assert her dominance and to humiliate her thoroughly, compelling her to recognize reality and distance herself from Gu Zechuan. Chen Wan truly believed this. Little did she know that the remarks made by those individuals in the video had no impact on Ruan Chutang whatsoever. In the video, Gu Zechuan was still sweet-talking Chen Wan, which made Ruan Chutang feel nauseated, prompting her to exit without watching further. We are indeed not of the same social stratum. At least she possesses some self-awareness. Upon seeing this message, Ruan Chutang scoffed lightly. The modest business of the Gu Group was inferior to any one of their subsidiary companies. The meager profits of the Gu Group each year could hardly compare to a single project casually invested in by Ruan Chutang. The Ruan family had been in business for 4 generations, and in her time, they had ascended to one of the top 10 prestigious families in the nation. She was indeed not on the same level as Gu Zechuan, the ordinary second-generation rich. Those people could never fathom that the Ruan in Ruan Chutang's name was the same Ruan as that of Ruan Chutang. Having a rare day of respite, she chose not to go anywhere, instead lying in her room and browsing the official websites of various brands all day, selecting wedding attire. After much deliberation, Ruan Chutang settled on 3 exquisite dresses, suddenly afflicted by a dilemma of choice. The first was a new-style qipao in champagne color, adorned with delicate pink embroidery and sprinkled with tiny diamonds, featuring 3 decorative chains of small pearls that elegantly wrapped from the collar over the upper arm to the back, a dazzlingly beautiful and sweet style, perfect for a young lady. The second was a solid moonlight strapless gown, featuring a design of roses at the neckline, tailored to accentuate the waist and hips, with a mermaid-style train trailing on the ground, exuding a mature elegance. The third was a creamy off-shoulder princess tulle gown, with a sheer white overlay and scattered petals of rosy hue, showcasing a romantic elegance. She posted images of these 3 dresses on her social media, captioning it with her indecision, asking her friends to help her choose the most beautiful one. Within mere minutes, she received numerous likes and comments. Jiang Shirshu, all are beautiful. If you like them, just buy them all and alternate wearing them. Her childhood friend, Zhou Shuelua, also liked and commented, "Wow, Tang Tang, your taste is impeccable. All 3 suit you perfectly. Have your brother Shirshu buy them for you, after all, money is no object." Another close friend, Chen Yuan, commented, buy. Princess Tang Tang looks good in anything. Xiao, wow, is there something happening? Sister, are you choosing a wedding dress? Are you getting married? As Ruan Chutang scrolled through the supportive likes and comments from her friends, a few particularly caught her eye. Su Qiui. Jiang Yuzhou, Tang Tang. What's the meaning of this post? Lin Chenan, sister, are you really that audacious? You crack me up. Colleague A, these are all new luxury brands. Maybe you should check the prices before flaunting them. Let alone buying them, you probably can't even afford to rent them. Colleague B, so wealthy. Your life is my dream. Gu Zechuan, ? Upon reaching this point, Ruan Chutang raised an eyebrow. It seemed Gu Zechuan had sobered up. Just as she contemplated this, she received a message from him. Delete your social media post. Ruan Chutang replied, I will not. Gu Zechuan insisted, are you openly forcing a marriage? Did you not heed my previous warnings? Ruan Chutang replied simply, oh. Gu Zechuan warned Ruan Chutang, know when to stop. Ruan Chutang chose not to respond further. Chapter 10, Jiang Shirshu remembered her casual post. She called Jiang Shirshu, who quickly answered with a gentle voice, Tang Tang, do you like those 3 dresses? Yes, Ruan Chutang replied. Which one do you think is the best? Jiang Shirshu seemed to chuckle on the other end, his tone affectionate, didn't I say if you like them? Just buy them all? I've already instructed my assistant to secure all 3. So soon? I just posted them not long ago. Jiang Shirshu explained. I was afraid they would sell out, these are limited editions. Well, thank you, brother Shirshu. Tang Tang, you are now my fiancée, we are family. So don't mention any inconvenience. While his words rang true, she still found it hard to embrace the role of a fiancée, in her heart. Jiang Shirshu remained the patient neighbor who had tutored her. By the way, Tang Tang, it's inconvenient for you to take a taxi in Haicheng. I've bought you a car. I just completed the paperwork. Give me your address, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Chutang felt a wave of embarrassment. To evade the arranged marriage with Jiang Shirshu, she had gone so far as to leave home. Ruan Chutang had even suspended her card. a matter Jiang Shirshu would undoubtedly be aware of. Living in Haichang without a car or a home, she was leading an ordinary life as a worker. Although her two friends had previously suggested supporting her, she had declined their offer. Initially, she accepted a small sum from them as a transitional aid during her first couple of months, but once her work stabilized, she ceased to accept any more money from them and gradually repaid the initial amount. It was ironic that she had fled to Haicheng to escape marrying him. Yet Jiang Shirshu, instead of resenting her, wanted to buy her a car. A pang of guilt surged within Ruan Chutang as she tightened her grip on her phone. No. I can manage just fine with taxis. Jiang Shirshu's voice bore a hint of unspoken hurt. Tang Tang. Are you being so formal with me because you still do not wish to enter into this marriage? In a moment of instinctive denial, Ruan Chutang shook her head. Only to realize moments later that they were on a phone call, and Jiang Shirshu could not see her expressions or movements. Ruan Chutang still wished to refuse. Aren't you going to the neighboring city for a court hearing in a few days? It would be convenient to drive. Ruan Chutang was somewhat taken aback. How did you know I was going to the neighboring city for a court hearing in a few days? I saw your post on social media 2 months ago. Ruan Chutang paused. Indeed. The hearing had been scheduled 2 months prior for September 25 at the intermediate court in the neighboring city. At that time, she had jokingly posted about it on social media, mentioning a work trip that would allow her to savor a bowl of spicy rice noodles she had been craving, as well as visit a famous tourist attraction. Jiang Shirshu's voice was laced with gentle amusement. Having a car makes things much easier. After the hearing, we can explore the nearby scenic spots. At that moment, Jiang Shirshu stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential office atop the corporate building. Gazing down at the myriad of lights below, his eyes filled with tenderness. 3 years ago, when he learned of Chutang's financial struggles in Haichang, he yearned to buy her a car, a house, and send her money. However, he lacked the proper identity. He knew she would refuse any unsolicited gifts. Fortunately, times had changed. She had agreed to their union, allowing him to present gifts to her with legitimacy. After hearing Jiang Shirshu's words, Ruan Chutang momentarily fell into a trance. Her heart stirred. It felt as though a small stone had been cast into the lake of her heart, sending ripples across its surface. Gu Zechuan had never paid such attention to her social media updates. Even when she had informed him in advance about her business trips, he would still call on the day of the trip to ask why she was not in Haicheng. She had often mentioned her desire to travel to various places with him, yet he had never taken her wishes to heart. The places she had wanted to visit 2 years ago remained unvisited. It dawned on her that being cared for felt like this. Ruan Chutang ceased her refusal and provided the address of Gu Zechuan's villa. Jiang Shirshu inquired, "You should be home tomorrow morning, right? I'll have someone bring the car over." "I will be." When they arrived, Ruan Chutang was in the living room on the first floor, watching television. She glanced at the two men with her peripheral vision but remained silent. Gu Zechuan did not speak either. It was Chen Wan who broke the silence. "Miss Ruan, we meet again." Chen Wan approached with a smile and sat down on the sofa. "Miss Ruan, I see you enjoy these shows." Gu Zechuan tossed out, "I'm going to take a shower," as he headed upstairs, seemingly addressing no one in particular. "You saw that video, right?" As soon as Gu Zechuan left, Chen Wan's smile faded, and her demeanor shifted. "Zechuan loves me." Ruan Chutang did not care who Gu Zechuan loved. She merely nodded without turning her eyes. "I know." Her dismissive attitude irked Chen Wan, who could not hide her contempt. "You certainly know how to feign calm. I wonder how long you can maintain that facade." Ruan Chutang replied coldly, "Not as well as you." Chen Wan scoffed and headed upstairs. "Zechuan, I'll shower with you." After turning to provoke Ruan Chutang with a smile, she was met with indifference. During dinner, Gu Zechuan and Chen Wan sat together, while Ruan Chutang sat alone. Aunt Chang, the housekeeper, placed a plate of blanched vegetables on the table. "Aunt Chang, why is it all vegetables today?" Ruan Chutang frowned. "Baby bok choy, lettuce, hollow heart vegetable hearts, broccoli, and cold cucumber salad." The table was devoid of any meat dishes, all green and rather alarming. Gu Zechuan replied calmly, "These are all Chen Wan's favorites. She loves vegetables." "Loves vegetables?" Ruan Chutang said with a hint of sarcasm. "I suppose that's a subtle hint that I'm being greenlit?" Ruan Chutang. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Zechuan's face darkened. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Ruan Chutang's gaze fixed on Gu Zechuan's neck, where the hickeys stood out starkly. Chen Wan had deliberately placed the marks there for her to see. With a smile, Ruan Chutang looked at the man across from her, who was infuriated. Do you really not know what you're talking about? Gu Zechuan, with a scowl, stated, eat if you want. Also, since Chen Wan has nowhere to stay, she'll be living here for a few days. We might be eating vegetarian quite often. If you can't stand it, you can cook for yourself. Clearly, Gu Zechuan was making a point, as there was a housekeeper who could easily prepare a few meat dishes, yet he refused to allow it. If memory served her right, Gu Zechuan was not particularly fond of vegetarian meals, which was a blatant attempt to embarrass her, to make her feel uncomfortable. Gu Zechuan was willing to go so far as to accept dining with Chen Wan every meal without meat, truly a case of self-sabotage. Ruan Chutang knew he was still angry about the watch incident, but she had no intention of explaining or admitting fault. She had done nothing wrong. She set down her chopsticks and stood to leave. If she wasn't going to eat, she could always order takeout. The following day, Jiang Shirshu had someone bring over the car. Chapter 11, Renting a Car for Photos? The ice blue Bentley Continental GT, with its unique and stunning color, caught Ruan Chutang's eye. She was quite fond of this car. A man in a suit respectfully exited the vehicle and handed her the keys. Miss Ruan, this is the car sent by Mr. Jiang. Ruan Chutang accepted the keys, a stir of emotion welling within her. Jiang Shirshu was indeed generous. This car was worth over 4 million. Thank you, she expressed to the man. You're welcome. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The man inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful. All right. As soon as the man departed, Ruan Chutang received a call from Jiang Shirshu. Is the car satisfactory? His tone was casual, as if inquiring whether the meal met her expectations. A car worth 4 million seemed to him as ordinary as a cabbage in the market. I really like it. Thank you, brother Shirshu. I'm glad you like it. I remember you prefer blue. Jiang Shirshu's voice was deep and soothing, with an alluring warmth. Ruan Chutang was taken aback. How did you know? She realized she had never mentioned her favorite color to Jiang Shirshu. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly. When I tutored you that year, your notebooks and stationery were all light blue. She truly adored the color blue. Seeing the light blue Bentley had indeed left her in awe. The moment I saw this car, I thought you would surely love it, Jiang Shirshu said gently. Shall we take it for a spin? This model is compact and quite suitable for a girl. Yes, I'll give it a try shortly. After hanging up, Ruan Chutang entered the car, not immediately starting the engine. Gripping the steering wheel, her heart was a mix of emotions. Ruan Chutang had a driver's license and had driven often in the past 3 years, but it was always Gu Zechuan's car. Her own vehicle remained untouched in the underground garage of the villa in Jiangchang. In the 3 years she had been with Gu Zechuan, driving his car often felt more like being a chauffeur than a girlfriend. Gu Zechuan enjoyed partying. When he was out drinking and couldn't drive, a simple phone call would summon her to pick him up. She had heard Gu Zechuan's friends mention how he had lavishly gifted his ex-girlfriend a car worth over 800,000 after their breakup. Gu Zechuan was aware that her job required frequent outings for court hearings, client meetings, and case discussions. However, he had never once suggested purchasing a vehicle for her. It was not that Ruan Chutang had any particular desire for his car, but when comparing Gu Zechuan and Jiang Shirshu, the differences in consideration were glaringly apparent. Gu Zechuan's affections, it seemed, were rather unimpressive. Lost in her thoughts, Ruan Chutang was suddenly jolted back to reality by an exclamation. Wow! What a beautiful car! I had wanted to buy this one, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was Chen Wan's voice. Through the car window, Ruan Chutang spotted Chen Wan and Gu Zechuan approaching. Chen Wan had not anticipated encountering her dream car, the glacial blue Bentley Continental, right outside Gu Zechuan's residence. This was indeed the vehicle of her unattainable dreams. Although her family maintained a close relationship with the Gu family, they were hardly affluent, merely a middle-class household. In recent years, business had been tough, and her father's company had faced consecutive losses. Now, They were pinning their hopes on her marrying into the Gu family to receive some assistance from the Gu group. Chen Wan, unable to suppress her admiration for the car, approached it and ran her fingers over its surface, appearing quite naive. "Zechuan, could you take a photo of me?" she asked, standing beside the vehicle and fixing her hair in the window's reflection. The glass was one way, Ruan Chutang could see outside, but those outside could not see in. From the driver's seat, Ruan Chutang tilted her head to observe Chen Wan, akin to watching a monkey at the zoo. Just as Chen Wan was engrossed in her reflection, Ruan Chutang lowered the window, and their eyes met. "Hello," Ruan Chutang greeted with a sweet smile. Chen Wan was taken aback. "Ruan Chutang? What are you doing here?" Her expression was one of sheer disbelief. At that moment, Gu Zechuan also arrived at the car's side. Spotting Ruan Chutang inside, he frowned. "Why are you renting a Bentley?" He assumed without asking that Ruan Chutang had merely rented the vehicle. Chen Wan quickly composed herself, donning a mocking smile. "Miss Ruan, are you renting a car for photos?" "As far as I know, renting such luxury cars isn't cheap. A single picture must cost you a month's salary, right?" Gu Zechuan's frown deepened, his disdain palpable. "Ruan Chutang, you rented this thing just to take photos? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Wan laughed derisively. "Indeed, Miss Ruan, we all know how much you earn. Even if you post those pictures on social media, people will only accuse you of being vain. What is the point?" Ruan Chutang found amusement in Chen Wan's words. "You seem well informed. Have you rented one before?" Chen Wan's smile faltered. She indeed had rented a luxury car, feeling envious of the socialites flaunting their vehicles and bags. In a fit of jealousy, she had persuaded her father to buy her a luxury car, but he had refused, citing financial constraints. Frustrated, she had rented a Lamborghini for a photoshoot, hoping to outshine her peers. Remembering this, the embarrassment of being seen through faded, and she felt a strange sense of relief. After all, she had rented a Lamborghini, which was far more expensive than Ruan Chutang's current rental. Though she had indeed rented one, she would never admit it in front of Gu Zechuan. "Oh really? How come I've never seen you driving it?" Ruan Chutang quipped, her tone laced with disdain. While she possessed a second-hand Panamera, it was merely a cast-off from someone else. Their family had seen better days, with her father's business struggling and even their villa now mortgaged. Were it not for her desire to impress Gu Zechuan, she would not have considered purchasing a car for appearance's sake. Chen Wan's expression darkened. "No need." Gu Zechuan interjected, "Ruan Chutang, I never realized you could be so vain." Following that, she teased Chen Wan, "Miss Chen, aren't you going to take a picture? If not, I might just drive away." Chen Wan's face turned an angry shade of green. She desperately wanted that photo. Yet with Ruan Chutang in the car, she could not bring herself to ask. "I'm not interested," Chen Wan retorted defiantly. "Okay then, goodbye." Ruan Chutang waved as she pressed the accelerator, the car speeding off. The blue Bentley vanished from their sight. Chen Wan huffed, "Zechuan, how could you possibly be interested in such a vain woman?" Gu Zechuan rubbed his temples. "She wasn't this vain before. I don't know what has changed. Perhaps she feels threatened by how close we are." Chen Wan crossed her arms, shaking her head with a sigh, sympathy evident in her eyes. "It's a pity, no matter how much she tries, it's still a rental, not truly hers." "How sad." Ruan Chutang drove around for a while before finally stopping the car at a paid parking lot outside a villa community. She preferred not to leave the car in Gu Zechuan's garage. It was not yet the time to reveal her true background. Initially, she had wanted to disclose her family situation to Gu Zechuan, but now she hesitated. That evening, the dinner table was once again filled with a variety of vegetarian dishes. Ruan Chutang, carrying the meal she had ordered from a specialty private kitchen, sat down at the table and opened the box, the aroma immediately wafting through the entire dining area. Gu Zechuan couldn't help but glance at Ruan Chutang's meal, spicy crayfish and spicy crab, beautifully presented, the enticing aroma stirring his appetite. Soon, he felt saliva pooling in his mouth. In contrast, the dishes before him were bland and tasteless, devoid of any appeal. Ruan Chutang donned disposable gloves and began peeling the crayfish with great enthusiasm. He too relished spicy crayfish, and in the past, whenever they dined together, Ruan Chutang always peeled the shells for him. Gu Zechuan swallowed hard, feigning indifference as he glanced at Ruan Chutang, hoping she would place the peeled crayfish in his plate. However, Ruan Chutang savored the peeled delicacies herself, relishing every bite. Sensing Gu Zechuan's gaze, she turned to him, swallowing her food and asking, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Gu Zechuan pretended to cough to mask his embarrassment, responding nonchalantly, "Could you refrain from eating such strongly flavored food?" His expression soured at her words, as he had just been craving it, only for Chen Wan to remark, "The poorer people tend to enjoy such foods more." Ruan Chutang licked her lips and began peeling another crayfish, her voice tinged with provocation. "Miss Chen, it seems you don't know Gu Zechuan very well. Why not ask him if he enjoys it?" Chen Wan paused, turning to Gu Zechuan. "Zechuan, do you?" Gu Zechuan's brow twitched, suppressing his annoyance as he picked up a pair of chopsticks to grab a vegetable. "Forget it, let us just eat." Ruan Chutang cheerfully finished an entire box of spicy crayfish and spicy crab, her mood exceptionally buoyant. After dinner, Chen Wan strolled around the living room, commenting, "Zechuan, these curtains are unattractive, and the vase on the table clashes with the entire color scheme of the room." Afterward, she pinched her nose in distaste, eyeing the flowers in the vase. "Also, I'm allergic to pollen, could we possibly get rid of these flowers?" The curtains were replaced by Ruan Chutang. The vase on the table was also purchased by her, and the floral arrangement within it was meticulously crafted by her. Chen Wan likely understood this, which is why she intentionally found fault. Gu Zechuan casually remarked, "If you don't like it, feel free to replace it with something you prefer." His gaze lingered on Ruan Chutang for a moment, and he provocatively added, "Since you're allergic to pollen, it's best to dispose of it." Ruan Chutang silently observed the back and forth between the two, choosing not to speak. After all, it wasn't her house, so let them do as they pleased. However, Chen Wan interpreted Ruan Chutang's silence as sadness, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes as she thought, "Ruan Chutang, you've lost." Gu Zechuan summoned the maid, instructing her to take the vase and flowers out to be discarded. The maid hesitated, glancing at Ruan Chutang, and said to Gu Zechuan, "Sir, but these flowers, they were bought by Miss Ruan." Gu Zechuan's expression darkened, his voice rising, "So what if she bought them? Do you not understand who the real owner of this house is? Who pays your salary?" Ruan Chutang calmly interjected, "It's fine, Aunt Zhang, just throw them away." Only then did the maid pick up the vase and head towards the door, muttering to herself about the madness of the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Wan smilingly linked her arm with Gu Zechuan's, playfully suggesting, "Zechuan, will you accompany me to choose curtains tomorrow?" Gu Zechuan glanced at Ruan Chutang and noticed her calm demeanor, which inexplicably stirred a sense of irritation within him. Why was Ruan Chutang not jealous? He had disposed of her flowers, why was she not angry? Gu Zechuan felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that although he cherished Ruan Chutang's understanding and compliance, perhaps she was being too accommodating. Sometimes, a hint of jealousy could be quite endearing. The following day, Chen Wan made a grand spectacle of purchasing a multitude of items, directing the delivery personnel to replace the curtains and redecorate the living room. She discarded everything Ruan Chutang had previously bought into the trash, packing her belongings for departure. She only left behind a few daily necessities and a change of clothes. Chapter 13, fractured the night before the court hearing, while Ruan Chutang was showering. She heard a crash from the bedroom. Rushing to rinse off the soap, she donned her nightgown and stepped out to investigate. The bedroom was empty, but the floor was strewn with shards of ceramic. Ruan Chutang immediately recognized the broken item as the porcelain doll left to her by her mother, a light blue beagle she had dyed with her mother at a DIY store on her 12th birthday, inscribed with both their names on the back. Upon seeing the scattered fragments, a surge of rage coursed through her, overwhelming her. "Who did this?" she roared, rushing out of the bedroom. Pounding on the door of Gu Zechuan's room, she yelled, "Gu Zechuan! Chen Wan! Who entered my room?" The door swung open, revealing Gu Zechuan. His eyes filled with impatience. "What is going on at this hour? Can't a person get some sleep?" Ruan Chutang's chest heaved with fury, her gaze fierce enough to incite fear. "Gu Zechuan, did you just go into my room? Who went into your room?" Gu Zechuan frowned, "Don't cause a scene. I've been in my room looking at contracts and haven't gone out. If it wasn't you, then it must be Chen Wan. Ruan Chutang dismissed any further discussion with Gu Zechuan and stormed towards Chen Wan's room at the end of the corridor. Concerned by her aggressive demeanor, Gu Zechuan followed her. Chen Wan, open the door. Ruan Chutang kicked at Chen Wan's door in frustration. Gu Zechuan stood, stunned. Was this truly the gentle Ruan Chutang he knew? What had transpired to provoke her so? Chen Wan opened the door leisurely. Ruan Chutang, what is your problem? Ruan Chutang seized Chen Wan's wrist, dragging her into her room. Chen Wan struggled, stumbling along in protest. Let go of me. Ruan Chutang, let go. Once inside, Ruan Chutang forcefully released Chen Wan, causing her to stumble and collide with the adjacent cabinet. Are you out of your mind? Chen Wan shrieked, clutching her knee in pain. Did you break my porcelain doll? Ruan Chutang stepped closer, her demeanor menacing. What were you doing in my room? Chen Wan's eyes darted away, clearly guilty. I didn't do anything. I was just in my room the whole time. Ruan Chutang's gaze bore into Chen Wan's, her voice icy. Is that so? I just came out of the shower and saw the hem of your beige skirt through the door. You're lying. I was wearing a gray skirt. Chen Wan blurted. But realized too late the slip of her tongue. You're lying. Chen Wan shouted, her composure breaking. You didn't see my skirt. Is that so? Ruan Chutang's eyes glinted with cold fury. That beige skirt is what you just changed into, isn't it? What were you doing in my room? Chen Wan, intimidated by Ruan Chutang's fierce gaze, stammered, I was just looking around. What reason do you have to be in my room? Chen Wan swallowed hard, fearing her actions would be discovered. I was just enough. Gu Zechuan stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Chen Wan. Ruan Chutang, don't make a fuss. It's just a broken porcelain doll. You can buy another one, why make things difficult for Chen Wan? A sharp slap echoed through the air as Ruan Chutang struck Gu Zechuan with all her might. Both he and Chen Wan were taken aback. Get lost. Ruan Chutang shouted at Gu Zechuan, what does this have to do with you? How dare you speak on my behalf? Chen Wan, seeing Gu Zechuan struck, became incensed. She pushed him aside and confronted Ruan Chutang, how dare you hit someone? Another resounding slap reverberated as Ruan Chutang retaliated against Chen Wan. You two, get out. Chen Wan's cheek instantly bore the imprint of Ruan Chutang's hand. Furious and desperate, Chen Wan blared and raised her hand to strike back. But Ruan Chutang swiftly seized her wrist, throwing her aside. Chen Wan fell, her palm landing on the shards of ceramic, blood oozing immediately. My hand! My hand! She cried out in agony. Gu Zechuan hurried over to check on Chen Wan's injury. Wan, are you alright? Serves you right. Ruan Chutang coldly remarked. If you hadn't broken it, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Ruan Chutang, you've gone too far. Gu Zechuan glared at her, his voice rising in anger. Apologize to Wan. Ruan Chutang's gaze was icy. She should apologize to me, she broke my property. Zechuan, it hurts so much. Chen Wan leaned against Gu Zechuan's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Please take me to the hospital, I am truly in agony. Wan, bear with it, I shall take you to the hospital right away. Gu Zechuan replied, and without hesitation, he lifted Chen Wan in his arms. As they passed by Ruan Chutang, he cast a piercing glare at her. His face darkened with displeasure. Get away from me, I do not wish to see you again. Gu Zechuan paused momentarily, sensing Ruan Chutang's unusual demeanor. After the couple departed, silence enveloped the room. Ruan Chutang slowly approached the shattered ceramics, trembling as she bent down to touch the fragments. Tears fell drop by drop onto the broken pieces. Mother! I'm so sorry. I was unable to safeguard the gift you left me. Forgive me, Mother. In the vast room, the girl crouched on the floor, her sobs echoing in the stillness. When Chutang was 12, her mother fell gravely ill. The gentle and serene woman, who always wore a smile, was ravaged by illness, her figure reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Chutang remained by her mother Su Qingyun's side, recounting amusing anecdotes from school and singing songs taught by her teachers. "Mom, when will you get better?" she asked, sitting beside her mother's hospital bed, her bright eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Her mother had been unwell for over 6 months, and it seemed her condition worsened with each passing day. Su Qingyun gently stroked Chutang's head, a soft smile gracing her lips as she reassured, "The doctor said I will be discharged soon." "Really?" Chutang's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked eagerly. "Yes," Su Qingyun replied, her lips pale and her face devoid of color. Yet her gaze toward Chutang remained tender and resolute. "In a few days, I will come home to celebrate your birthday." "Yay!" Chutang believed wholeheartedly, convinced that her mother would soon recover. Chapter 14, Memories are painful. On the day of Su Qingyun's discharge, the snow had just cleared, revealing a bright blue sky and trees adorned with glistening branches. Ruan Chutang personally drove to the hospital to pick up Su Qingyun. The couple traveled in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Chutang, sitting in the back seat, exhaled against the window, drawing pictures with her finger, her heart brimming with joy. Her mother was finally coming home. She sketched a scene of their family of 3, joy radiating from the corners of her eyes and the arch of her brows. Upon seeing the drawings on the window, Su Qingyun felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She turned away to discreetly wipe them away, forcing a smile as she composed herself. "In a few days, it will be Tongtong's birthday. What gift would you like? A corgi?" Su Qingyun inquired gently, unfamiliar with the breed. "Not exactly," Chutang shook her head. "It's a cartoon dog. I want a ceramic corgi. I heard from Shuelua that there is a workshop on Chang'an Road where we can buy a plain ceramic dog to paint ourselves." Chutang turned to her mother, recalling how Shuelua and Zheng'an had gone there last week to dye 2 adorable porcelain dolls. Su Qingyun smiled softly, "All right, if Tang Tang wants to go, I will accompany you." On the day of Chutang's 12th birthday, the sky was adorned with a heavy snowfall. Hand in hand with her mother, Ruan Chutang entered a quaint workshop, having previously commissioned a colorless ceramic cinnamon dog. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the owner, who promptly presented the finished piece, allowing them to embark on the delightful task of painting it together. This marked their inaugural collaboration on a handcrafted creation. Chutang was immensely pleased with the final result. Her cinnamon dog resembled the image perfectly, and perhaps even possessed an added charm. As the mother and daughter emerged from the shop, they strolled to a nearby patisserie. "Tang Tang, Mommy loves you dearly," Su Qingyun's voice was gentle, soon whisked away by the biting northern wind. Little Chutang's nose turned a rosy hue from the cold. A wave of emotion washed over Su Qingyun, and she struggled to contain her tears. Her Chutang was still so young, merely 12 years old. The thought of not being able to accompany her in the future filled her with dread. Wishing to shield her daughter from witnessing her tears, Su Qingyun turned her head and continued to walk forward. Chutang was led by her mother through the bustling crowds of Chang'an Road's pedestrian street, arriving at the outdoor parking lot. There, she spotted her father, Ruan Chutang, standing in the snowstorm, smoking a cigarette, his face etched with sorrow and loneliness. This expression was a rarity for her, and as she pondered over it, Ruan Chutang lifted his gaze upon noticing the two of them, and the sadness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual demeanor. Tang initially thought it was merely her imagination. Su Qingyun softly uttered an affirmative sound. That evening, it was Ruan Chutang who prepared the meal. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere, while little Chutang, adorned with a crown, made a wish and blew out the candles. The unforeseen incident occurred during the cake cutting. As Su Qingyun brought a piece of cake to her lips, she suddenly began to cough up blood profusely. Ruan Chutang was horrified, dropping the cake she held, which splattered onto her newly purchased shoes. Ruan Chutang, in a state of panic, lifted Su Qingyun into his arms, his voice choked with emotion. "Qingyun, please don't scare me, I'll take you to the hospital right away." The housekeeper frantically dialed for an ambulance, while Chutang stood by, dazed and numb, her mind a blank canvas. Why was this happening? Just moments ago, everything was fine. Why did her mother suddenly begin to bleed? Hadn't the doctor declared her fit for discharge? Had her mother not already recovered? The ambulance arrived promptly. The medical personnel carefully lifted Su Qingyun onto the stretcher. Just before departing, Chutang caught sight of her mother gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, her mouth moving as if she wished to convey something. Her mother was in such pain that she could not utter a word, yet Chutang deciphered the shape of her lips. She was apologizing. In that instant, tears streamed down Chutang's face as she ran out, plunging into the swirling snow. "Mother, please don't go." The ambulance, racing against time, could not wait for Chutang and swiftly sped away. That night, Su Qingyun departed from this world. Ruan Chutang kept vigil by her side throughout the night, weeping inconsolably. All of this was unknown to Ruan Chutang. That night, she succumbed to a high fever, calling out for her mother in her dreams, weeping intermittently until dawn. When she awoke the following day, she was met with the devastating news of her mother's passing. Chutang could not bring herself to visit the hospital to bid her mother a final farewell, for she dreaded the sight of the lifeless body devoid of warmth. In her heart, the gentle, laughter-filled woman, radiant as springtime, would forever remain alive. After Su Qingyun's departure, Ruan Chutang clutched a porcelain doll day and night. Abstaining from food and drink, when fatigue overcame her, she would sleep, and upon awakening, silent tears would flow unbidden. Ruan Chutang appeared to age a decade overnight. The light in his eyes had dimmed, and his hair had turned significantly gray. He no longer possessed the strength to care for his daughter. Eventually, Ruan Chutang was diagnosed with depression. Ruan Chutang once believed he would never remarry, convinced that his profound love for her mother left no room in his heart for another woman. However, 2 years later, he took her mother's dear friend as his wife. After 2 years of slowly mending their relationship in university, just as Ruan Chutang graduated, Ruan Chutang arranged for her to enter into a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, which further strained their already fragile father-daughter bond. For Ruan Chutang, the marriage alliance was merely a spark, the final straw that broke the camel's back. The fundamental reason for her departure from home was Ruan Chutang's remarriage. He had betrayed her mother. Chutang initially believed that Ruan Chutang's insistence on arranging a marriage for her immediately after her graduation was an attempt to expel her from her family. It is often said that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, and she felt that the Ruan family could no longer accommodate her. In her resentment, she left home, and that departure lasted 3 long years. Throughout this time, she kept a porcelain doll by her side. This doll served as her spiritual anchor, the last gift her mother had bestowed upon her, and her most treasured possession. Yet now, it lies shattered. The heart of Chutang shattered alongside it. After having wept to her heart's content, Chutang began to devise a means of salvation. If she could locate a master restorer, perhaps there was still hope. She took a photograph of the shattered piece and posted it on her social media. Seeking a master restorer. In the city of Shitangjiang, connections abound. Several relatives hold esteemed positions, and her close friends hail from affluent families. Finding a restoration expert should pose no challenge. Mere moments after sending out her request, a call from Jiang Shirshu came through. Ruan Chutang initially assumed he was calling to recommend a restorer and promptly answered. Jiang Shirshu's voice was laced with urgency and concern. "Tang, are you hurt?" Ruan Chutang paused momentarily, then quickly realized the bloodstains on the ceramic shards had yet to be cleaned. "No, it's not my blood." Jiang Shirshu pressed further. "What happened? How did the porcelain doll Aunt Su gave you get broken?" Ruan Chutang fell silent, unsure of where to begin. What astonished her further was Jiang Shirshu's immediate recognition of the doll as a gift from her mother, simply by observing the fragments. Moments later, his voice took on an undeniable decisiveness. "I am heading to the airport now. Wait for me, I will come to Haicheng to see you." Chapter 15. I cannot forgive you without an apology. Why did Chen Wan sneak into her room while she was bathing? It certainly wasn't as Chen Wan claimed. Merely to look around. Chen Wan must have had ulterior motives. Ruan Chutang circled her room, meticulously examining the arrangement of her belongings. Aside from the shattered porcelain doll, everything seemed unchanged, without a hint of disturbance. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the glass of milk on the bedside table. Ruan Chutang had a habit of drinking a warm glass of milk before sleep. The milk had been prepared by the maid before her bath, intended for her to consume afterward. The porcelain doll had also been placed on that very bedside table before it shattered. If Chen Wan had broken the doll, it indicated that she must have lingered near the bedside table during her visit. Thus, it was highly likely that Chen Wan had tampered with the milk. 3 hours later, Jiang Shirshu arrived in Haicheng. By the time Ruan Chutang received the call, Jiang Shirshu was already en route to Jingdi Yuan Villa. At that moment, Ruan Chutang was disposing of unwanted items she had packed over the past few days, throwing bag after bag into the trash outside the villa. Shirshu Gu. I want to be staying here tonight. As she conversed on the phone while walking toward the villa, she realized she still had many items left to discard. The maid was resting at this hour, and she preferred not to trouble her, opting to manage it all herself. Jiang Shirshu did not inquire further, simply responding with an affirmation. Ruan Chutang then asked, "Have you booked a hotel?" Jiang Shirshu mentioned the name of a hotel. "All right. I will book a room there as well. Let us meet at the hotel, there's no need for you to rush over here." She intended to tidy up everything and take her luggage away from the villa that very night. It was time to bid farewell to Gu Zechuan. Ruan Chutang placed her suitcase in the trunk and took out her phone to book a room online, only to discover that the hotel was fully booked. Upon further investigation, she learned that a major examination was scheduled at a nearby school the following day, resulting in most hotels within a few kilometers being fully booked. After searching, she found only one low-end inn with a vacancy. Ruan Chutang browsed the reviews and frowned at the photos and negative comments. One particularly stood out: the soundproofing is terrible. I could hear the couple next door cooking all night, as if it were a live broadcast, keeping me awake. Ruan Chutang understood the implications. She had to be in court by 3 in the afternoon, and driving there would take approximately 3 hours, including time for packing, freshening up, and lunch. She needed to rise no later than 10 in the morning. It was already past 11 at night, and she still had to meet Jiang Shirshu, leaving her with little time to rest. If there were disturbances throughout the night, she would surely be fatigued the next day. After pondering, she sent Jiang Shirshu a message: "The hotel is fully booked, and nearby hotels are also occupied. Shirshu Gu, could you help me book a room?" While standard rooms in the luxury hotels were no longer available, they typically reserved deluxe suites for esteemed guests. Jiang Shirshu, being the young master of the Jiang family and the president of Jiang Group, could easily secure a room. "My room is a top-floor suite, duplex with 2 bedrooms. One upstairs and one downstairs. If you don't mind, you can come and stay for the night." Ruan Chutang hesitated for a moment. It felt inappropriate to stay together after not seeing each other for over 3 years. Yet, if she declined, where would she find a place to stay at such a late hour? The duplex arrangement seemed reasonable. The 2 bedrooms were sufficiently distanced from one another. After a few minutes of deliberation, Ruan Chutang agreed. Just as she was about to accelerate and start her car, she received a message from Gu Zechuan. He had sent several photos, showcasing Chen Wan's hand wrapped in layers of gauze, appearing quite serious. "Ruan Chutang, you have truly gone too far. Hurry to the hospital to apologize to Wan. You will not be forgiven unless you apologize. Behave, and you can continue staying in the villa." At the hospital, Gu Zechuan stared at the glaring red exclamation mark on his phone screen, his eyes cold and fierce, his handsome face shrouded in clouds of anger. "Ruan has initiated a friend verification, and you are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request. Once the other party has approved it, you may chat. Send friend verification." Ruan Chutang had actually removed him from her contacts. Gu Zechuan felt a twinge in his brow, his anger surging within him. How audacious. She had even learned to unfriend him. On the hospital bed, Chen Wan noticed Gu Zechuan's grim expression and could not help but ask, "Zechuan, what is wrong?" Chen Wan refrained from pressing further, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Zechuan, embodying a delicate demeanor. "Zechuan, is my hand ruined? Will I never be able to play the piano again?" Chen Wan had previously studied piano, having gone abroad for advanced training at a prestigious music academy. Before returning to the country, she began cultivating an account on a popular short video platform, amassing over 1 million followers, establishing herself as a minor celebrity online. Upon hearing her words, Gu Zechuan's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of sympathy and affection. "It will be fine, the doctor said it's just a superficial injury. Nothing serious. You will recover in a few days." Chen Wan's face fell, her expression sorrowful and on the verge of tears. "Really? Zechuan, You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you? Gu Zechuan gently ruffled her hair. No, I promise. Chen Wan met Gu Zechuan's gaze. Her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. Zechuan, if my injury were more severe, and I could never play the piano again, would you forgive Ruan Chutang? Gu Zechuan's dark eyes deepened, his tone icy as he replied, don't even speak of it being more severe. Even with your current injury? I won't forgive her if she doesn't apologize. If you truly cannot play the piano again, I will ensure she pays the price. Chen Wan's eyes shimmered with tears as she nestled her head against Gu Zechuan's shoulder, softly murmuring, Zechuan, I knew you cared for me the most. Gu Zechuan held her close, yet his thoughts drifted to Ruan Chutang. Had he been too harsh when he stated he never wanted to see her again? However, she was the one who had hurt Chen Wan first, she was at fault. Her act of unfriending him was merely a ploy for him to comfort her. But this time, he had no intention of doing so. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Ruan Chutang immediately spotted Jiang Shirshu. Dressed in a black shirt and tailored trousers. He effortlessly showcased his superior physique with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His facial features were sharp and well-defined. His deep-set eyes and handsome visage remained unchanged from 3 years ago, still inciting admiration and envy alike. Beside him stood a man in formal attire, shorter than Jiang. Presumably his assistant. As Jiang Shirshu noticed her, he swiftly approached, taking the suitcase from her hands. Tang, how have you been? He inquired. Mr. Jiang. I will take my leave now, the assistant replied with utmost respect. Jiang Shirshu nodded in acknowledgement. The opulent suite on the top floor of the 5-star hotel boasted exquisite decor and breathtaking views, allowing one to gaze down upon the nocturnal splendor of Haichun from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang, would you prefer to stay upstairs or downstairs? The presence of such an exquisite gentleman made Ruan Chutang feel somewhat anxious and flustered. I am fine with either, she stammered. She seemed to hear a soft chuckle, and Ruan Chutang dared not meet Jiang Shirshu's gaze directly. His voice, low and gentle, resonated as he said, Then you shall stay upstairs. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. A suspicious flush crept across Chutang's face. Chapter 16, Jiang Shirshu would visit her every year. Perhaps Jiang Shirshu noticed her unease, prompting her to say, Take a look and see what you need. Then let me know. I will go upstairs to take a shower. Wait a moment, Jiang Shirshu halted his steps and turned to her, asking, What is it? Upon opening her backpack, Ruan Chutang retrieved a bottle of milk and handed it to him. Brother Shirshu, could you please help me contact a testing agency? This milk may be problematic. Jiang Shirshu's gaze sharpened. Is someone trying to harm you? Ruan Chutang nodded gravely. It seems so, but I can't be certain. It's better to be cautious. All right, leave this matter to me. Jiang Shirshu took out his phone and made a call. Come over, I have something for you to do. As he walked away, his figure faded around the corner of the staircase. Ruan Chutang exhaled, her body relaxing. When she had handed Jiang Shirshu the milk, she had unexpectedly locked eyes with his deep, dark gaze, and at that moment, her heart felt as if it had ceased to beat. His eyes were captivating. No! It was more than just his eyes, his face was a masterpiece, the finest creation of Niwa, and meeting his gaze made her heart race uncontrollably. Once Jiang Shirshu departed, Ruan Chutang began to observe the apartment. The traces of life here were evident. She noticed personal belongings scattered around the living room, suggesting someone resided here long-term. It was somewhat peculiar. It seemed Jiang Shirshu did not merely book this place temporarily but frequently visited. Yet, hadn't he always been in Zhongcheng? Ruan Chutang dismissed the thought, as it was not her concern. She placed her luggage in the bedroom, only to realize that her suitcase contained only a change of clothes and skincare products, but no slippers for bathing. Just as she contemplated whether to mention this to Jiang Shirshu, the doorbell rang. Ruan Chutang approached the door and opened it. A hotel staff member, clad in uniform, held a tray in one hand and a bag in the other. Hello, I am here to deliver something for Mr. Jiang. Ruan Chutang accepted the tray with the milk and the bag from the staff member. Thank you. You're welcome. After closing the door, Ruan Chutang gazed curiously at the warm milk in her hands. Did Jiang Shirshu also have a habit of drinking warm milk before bed? What a coincidence. She set the milk on the table and opened the bag, discovering a pair of new women's slippers, 2 unopened towels, and some toiletries. They must be for her. And a warmth spread through her heart. Jiang Shirshu was quite thoughtful. Have all the items been delivered? Jiang Shirshu appeared at the top of the stairs. Yes, they have. Thank you, brother Shirshu. Ruan Chutang lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Shirshu's eyes, her emotions somewhat complicated. Now, he was not just her neighbor, he was also her fiancé. As they spoke, Jiang Shirshu stepped down the stairs and approached her. The milk is for you. Oh? Ruan Chutang looked up in surprise. I thought it was for you. I don't have that habit, you should drink it. As he spoke, Jiang Shirshu opened the door, and the assistant she had seen in the lobby downstairs stood waiting. Take this bottle of milk for testing. Understood, Mr. Jiang. After closing the door and turning around, Jiang Shirshu noticed Ruan Chutang watching him. The girl's eyes were clear and glistening with curiosity, reminiscent of a charming little creature. A feather seemed to have softly brushed against Jiang Shirshu's heart, leaving a gentle tickle. He walked over and couldn't help but ruffle her hair tenderly, like in their childhood. Get to bed early tonight. What time do you want to wake up tomorrow? I'll call you. 10 in the morning, Ruan Chutang replied, sitting on the sofa and gazing up at him. The scene of milk clinging to her lips was striking. Jiang Shirshu's eyes darkened slightly, and he swallowed, uncomfortably averting his gaze. Sleep early, good night. The next day. Before the alarm rang, Jiang Shirshu knocked on Ruan Chutang's door. Tang Tang, it's time to wake up. Ruan Chutang opened her eyes and fished her phone from beneath her pillow to check the time, 9:59 a.m. The timing was impeccable. After getting ready, she emerged to find breakfast already laid out on the dining table. It was a bowl of seemingly ordinary wontons. Ruan Chutang sat down, tore open a utensil packet, and took a sip of the soup. Her eyes brightened. How come it tastes exactly like the one from the shop near our law firm? Jiang Shirshu, seated across from her, did not lift his eyes but responded nonchalantly with an Ruan Chutang was puzzled by his response. What did that signify? She took another bite of the wontons. Indeed, they tasted just like the ones she often enjoyed. She glanced at Jiang Shirshu, suspicion creeping in. Did you buy this from that shop behind our law firm? Her mind raced. How did he know about that place? It was quite far from the hotel, at least 10 kilometers. How could Jiang Shirshu have traveled so far for breakfast? Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Jiang Shirshu confessed, I came to Haicheng to see you before. Ruan Chutang froze. Jiang Shirshu had visited her in Haicheng? How had she not known? She coughed, overwhelmed by surprise. Slow down, Jiang Shirshu said, quickly handing her a tissue. When did you come? Why was I unaware? I came in your first year away, the second year. And even this year, Jiang Shirshu replied calmly. Ruan Chutang's heart raced, feeling her blood rush to her head. Jiang Shirshu had visited her every year. And he had done so secretly. No wonder the signs of life in this apartment were so apparent. He had come here frequently. With a rush of emotions, her heart began to race. She dared not dwell on it and quickly changed the subject. Thank you, brother Shirshu, this place's wontons are really delicious. Noticing her ears turning crimson, Jiang Shirshu smiled softly. He refrained from exposing her embarrassment and casually added, by the way, I know a highly skilled restorer. She was even invited to restore artifacts at the Forbidden City, perhaps she can assist. Really? Ruan Chutang's eyes widened with surprise and anticipation. That would be wonderful. Jiang Shirshu's words were like a soothing balm to her troubled heart, which had been aching all night. She couldn't explain why, but she trusted Jiang Shirshu immensely. If he claimed that the restorer was skilled, then surely she could repair her porcelain doll. This morning, Ruan Chutang's mood experienced a dramatic turnaround. Jiang Shirshu had surprised her with so much, she suddenly felt curious about what else he might be hiding from her. Chapter 17, Perhaps Jiang Shirshu would make an excellent partner. After breakfast, Jiang Shirshu accompanied Ruan Chutang downstairs to the underground parking garage. Ruan Chutang approached the blue Bentley. And Jiang Shirshu suddenly inquired, how does it feel to drive this car? Initial Tang gently pressed her lips together, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Last night was splendid, thank you, brother Shirshu. She raised the keys in her hand, contemplating her departure, when a thought struck her. Oh, Brother Shirshu. I have a gift for you. I intended to give it to you last night, but it slipped my mind. What gift? Jiang Shirshu opened the door to the driver's seat. I'll accompany you, allow me to drive. Ah. Tang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Sure. We can go together, but I'll drive, you should take a rest. Very well. A smile danced in Jiang Shirshu's eyes. It seemed his dear Tang was concerned for him. He discreetly moved around to the passenger side, opening the door and taking his seat with a courteous demeanor. On the highway, their conversation flowed. Is the court session you're attending today open for public observation? Jiang Shirshu inquired. Of course, it's a contract dispute case. Devoid of any commercial secrets. Do you wish to attend? Is it permissible? Jiang Shirshu's voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible caution. I have yet to witness you in court. Absolutely. Since we are engaged, it would be beneficial for us to understand one another better. Do you have your ID? You'll need it to apply for an observer's pass. I do. He had brought it along last night for boarding, knowing he would need it today for the session. All right, I'll take you there shortly. Okay. Tang focused intently on driving, oblivious to the tenderness radiating from Jiang Shirshu's gaze as he watched her with affection. As they sped along the highway, a silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Tang suddenly asked, Brother Shirshu, why did you agree to this union with my family? This question had lingered in her mind for 3 years. The Jiang family wielded immense power in Jiang City, far beyond that of ordinary affluent families. Jiang Shirshu's grandfather held a prestigious position in politics, and his mother was also from a prominent family. Logically, his future bride should hail from a similarly influential lineage. So why align with her family? Although the Ruan family was indeed esteemed in Jiang City, being a respected business clan, it paled in comparison to the Jiang family's authority, making this union seem like a lofty aspiration. Chutang, hailing from a prestigious family, has been steeped in the customs of aristocratic unions since childhood. He clearly possesses numerous superior options. So, why not choose a beloved maiden for marriage? Jiang Shirshu's voice was deep and resonant, asserting that if he were unwilling, no one could compel him. She forced herself not to delve deeper, fearing that further contemplation would lead to chaos in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that Jiang Shirshu had quite the charm. Perhaps he had courted numerous women in the past, thus acquiring considerable experience in the art of flirtation. Soon, the court session commenced. During the debate, Ruan Chutang spoke eloquently, her arguments flowing like a beautiful melody. Her thoughts were clear and her logic impeccable, consistently maintaining the upper hand in the discourse. With incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter, she repeatedly placed the opposing counsel in a defensive position. Jiang Shirshu, seated in the audience, beheld the spirited young woman before him, a swell of pride rising within him, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection. His Tang was truly remarkable. After the trial concluded, Jiang Shirshu handed her a bottle of mineral water, suggesting she take a sip. Thank you, Chutang replied. Taking a couple of swigs, the likelihood of a favorable verdict on the horizon. Tang, during the debate, your eyes sparkled with brilliance, your gaze resolute and powerful. I found myself irresistibly drawn to you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Chutang smiled shyly. Is that so? I, too, felt as if I had transformed into a different person during the trial. You were exceptional, Jiang Shirshu genuinely praised. You will undoubtedly become a renowned top lawyer in the industry. Chutang smiled radiantly, borrowing your auspicious words. Suddenly, she recalled Gu Zechuan. In their 3 years of romance, he had never shown interest in her career, let alone attend a court hearing. He was only aware that her monthly salary was insufficient for a meal or drinks with his friends. Not only did he disregard her professional endeavors, but he also failed to respect her hard work and ambition. On one occasion, after she won a case worth over 5 million, earning a significant attorney's fee, she eagerly shared her joy with Gu Zechuan, only to be met with derision. She remembered the disdain in his eyes as he smirked, saying, Our company has contracts worth millions, you took on a small case worth 500,000? Chutang, tell me, what can you do with that meager sum after exhausting yourself in court? Why not resign? I can support you. From that moment on, she ceased to share any work-related matters with Gu Zechuan. Perhaps he had some genuine affection for her, but it was merely for her appearance and figure. He did not truly understand her. Their relationship revolved solely around indulgence and merriment, forever lacking a deeper connection. In this moment, Ruan Chutang genuinely felt that perhaps Jiang Shirshu would make a splendid companion. As they exited the courthouse, Jiang Shirshu received a call from his assistant. After hanging up, his expression turned grave as he informed Ruan Chutang that cup of milk was laced with a potent laxative. A cold glint flashed in Ruan Chutang's eyes. Indeed. Do you need my assistance in handling this? Shook her head and said, there's no need for that, I have noted this debt. And we shall settle it in due course. It seemed that Chen Wan was aware of her court appearance today and was deliberately trying to provoke her. Although there was a milk testing report, there was no evidence to prove that it was Chen Wan who had administered the drug, rendering a police report ineffective. Since this was a matter of personal rivalry, it was better resolved privately. After the court proceedings, Ruan Chutang spent a few days exploring the surroundings with Jiang Shirshu. They indulged in the spicy rice noodles that Ruan Chutang had longed for. Despite Jiang Shirshu's inability to handle spicy food, he persevered through the dish, dripping with sweat. They visited tourist attractions, capturing moments amidst breathtaking natural scenery, and explored cultural sites, immersing themselves in the rich historical ambience. It must be said that the days spent with Jiang Shirshu were far more fulfilling and joyous than the 3 years she had spent with Gu Zechuan. Chen Wan had been hospitalized for 5 days, during which Gu Zechuan remained by her side. Throughout this period, Gu Zechuan found himself frequently glancing at his phone, eagerly anticipating a message or call from Ruan Chutang. However, aside from messages from a group of frivolous friends inviting him out, he received nothing but work-related notifications. Ruan Chutang had not reached out at all. Unable to contain himself, Gu Zechuan opened his messaging app and sent a text, "Haven't you had enough of this yet?" Jiang Shirshu, holding Ruan Chutang's phone to take pictures, unexpectedly caught sight of the message, and his expression darkened. Chapter 18, Returning home after capturing the photographs. Jiang Shirshu handed the phone back to Chutang, his demeanor calm, and spoke in a neutral tone, "It seems your friend has sent you a message." Let me see." Ruan Chutang opened the message, and her face stiffened. She was aware that incoming messages would automatically display their content, and Jiang Shirshu had undoubtedly seen it. Yes. Jiang Shirshu's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion. "I have already blocked him on WeChat, I simply forgot to do so with his phone number." Ruan Chutang felt a twinge of panic, unsure of what she felt guilty about. At 25, having an ex-boyfriend was quite normal, wasn't it? Moreover, her romantic involvement had occurred before the agreement for an arranged marriage. She had done nothing to betray Jiang Shirshu. Why then should she feel remorse? Having clarified her thoughts, Ruan Chutang composed herself and decided to block him. In front of Jiang Shirshu, she swiftly added Gu Zechuan's phone number to her blacklist. She then reassured him, "Rest assured. Since I have agreed to this union, my ex-boyfriend will remain a thing of the past." Jiang Shirshu nodded, his deep, dark eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Yet as Chutang turned away, a faint smile graced his lips. At that moment, Jiang Shirshu's assistant arrived to pick him up. The black Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a halt before the Ruan family villa. "Shall I accompany you inside?" Jiang Shirshu inquired. Ruan Chutang shook her head, indicating she did not require assistance. "Very well," he replied. Ruan Chutang stood by the entrance, feeling a twinge of homesickness. Jiang Shirshu noticed her hesitation and chose not to linger. The door was opened by the housekeeper, Chen Wan, who was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. A wave of emotion washed over Ruan Chutang, and she softly murmured in acknowledgement. "He is not at home?" "No, sir is at the company. And madam has gone to the second Mrs. School for a parent-child event." With both absent, Ruan Chutang let out a sigh of relief. Her stepmother, sister, and the father with whom she had been at odds for several years each posed their own burdensome challenges. Upon entering the bedroom, Chutang found the decor and furnishings unchanged from her departure. The room was immaculate and pristine, clearly maintained by someone who diligently cleaned it each day. She unpacked her suitcase and arranged its contents neatly before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After emerging from the bathroom, An Chen knocked on the door and called out, "Miss, what would you like for dinner?" "I am about to go grocery shopping." Upon opening the door, Chutang offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Just as before." "Excellent," Chen Ma replied, her laughter emanating genuine joy from the depths of her heart. Having served the Ruan family for over a decade, she had watched Chutang grow up, and in her eyes, Chutang was akin to her own daughter. After Su Qingyun's departure, Ruan Chutang fell into a prolonged state of despondency, neglecting his daughter during that period. It was Chen Ma who devotedly cared for Chutang in the hospital, unwavering and tireless throughout the days when her high fever persisted. Upon the untimely demise of her mother, Chutang succumbed to profound grief, losing her appetite and neglecting her meals day after day. It was the unwavering presence of An Chen that provided solace, patiently coaxing her to eat. Without An Chen's support, Chutang likely would not have endured. In her heart, An Chen was akin to family. With a sudden thought, Ruan Chutang presented a box of gifts to An Chen, containing the renowned local delicacy of bird's nest from Haicheng. "Please take this and prepare it," she urged. An Chen accepted it with a smile, saying, "I shall prepare it for you tonight." "Oh, no, please, that is too much," An Chen quickly protested, waving her hands in refusal. Chutang gently pressed the bird's nest into An Chen's embrace, urging her to accept it. "Please take this. You have devoted so much care to me over the years. This is just a small token of my appreciation." An Chen's eyes glistened with tears. Mississippi. The girl in question was her half-sister, Ruan Zhaozhao, who was 8 years old this year. Ruan Zhaozhao had always been fond of clinging to her. Yet Chutang had consistently maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards her. Chutang harbored a dislike for Ruan Zhaozhao's mother, which consequently affected her feelings towards Ruan Zhaozhao herself. However, children are inherently innocent. Moreover, Ruan Zhaozhao was both pure and endearing, her sole desire being to bond with her sister. Thus, although Chutang did not particularly favor her, she also felt no animosity. Chutang cast a glance at Ruan Zhaozhao and inquired, "Have you finished school so early?" Ruan Chutang's expression stiffened slightly. Before she ran away from home, she had nearly worn her disdain for her stepmother on her face throughout the year. She had scarcely exchanged a few words with this woman. Chutang harbored a deep disdain for Yang Xuelian, not merely because Ruan Chutang had forsaken her mother to marry her, but primarily due to the fact that Yang Xuelian was an intimate friend of her mother, Su Qingyun. In Chutang's eyes, Yang Xuelian epitomized a manipulative woman who would not hesitate to pursue even her best friend's husband. Ruan Chutang, in Chutang's view, was a cad who indiscriminately sought companionship with the ex-wife's confidant. Consequently, following her mother's passing, Chutang underwent a transformation from the once admired, obedient girl into a rebellious spirit brimming with defiance. Noticing Chutang's silence, Yang Xuelian cheerfully remarked, "Chutang, you must be tired. Please take a moment to rest. I shall call you when dinner is ready." Meanwhile, Ruan Zhaozhao playfully tugged at Chutang's hand, imploring, "Sister, come to my room and play for a while. I've created a drawing, would you like to see it?" Chutang withdrew her hand, her expression indifferent. "I do not wish to be disturbed, I require rest." Yang Xuelian took hold of Ruan Zhaozhao's hand. "Do not interrupt my sister's repose." Chen Ma stood nearby, appearing somewhat awkward. "Madam, miss, I shall take my leave to purchase groceries." After Chen Ma departed, Yang Xuelian and Ruan Zhaozhao followed suit. As Chutang closed the door, the world fell into silence. The moment she spoke, there was an unmistakable air of gunpowder. Ruan Chutang furrowed his brow. "After 3 years, how had your temperament remained unchanged?" Chutang, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, remarked, "It has been 3 years, why have you and Aunt Yang not yet divorced?" Chapter 19, What if she does not return? The meal was consumed in an atmosphere devoid of joy for the entire family. It was only upon noticing the gift box on the table that she remembered she had yet to present the watch to Jiang Shirshu. Initial Tang dialed Jiang Shirshu's number. "Hello, Shirshu, I mentioned that I had a gift for you last time. I'm bringing it over now. Are you at the old residence?" "Yes." "Alright, please wait a moment. I will head over now." Jingyuan Villa. "Gu Zechuan, she's not home?" Aunt Zhang, looking puzzled, replied, "Miss Ruan went out with you, didn't she?" "She hasn't been home for the past few days." Suddenly recalling something, Gu Zechuan's heart raced, and he hurried upstairs. On the second floor, Ruan Chutang's room. The cosmetics and skincare products on the vanity had vanished, and the small decorations in the room were gone as well. Opening the wardrobe, he found it completely empty. All of Ruan Chutang's belongings had disappeared. This room had reverted to its state before she moved in. Gu Zechuan's breath quickened. He rushed to the staircase and shouted to the housekeeper, "Aunt Chang, when did Ruan Chutang move her things out?" The housekeeper, sensing his unusual demeanor, hesitated. Her voice trembling slightly, I found her room empty when I went to clean the next day. I thought you knew." Gu Zechuan clenched his fists, agitation swirling within him. He pulled out his phone to call Ruan Chutang, but only received a busy signal. Ruan Chutang had blocked his number. Immediately, he called Su Chiui. Ruan Chutang had few friends in Haicheng, and if memory served him right, Su Chiui was quite familiar with her. Surprised to receive the call, Su Chiui replied, "Ruan Chutang? She hasn't come to find me, I don't know where she is. Let me ask her." As she spoke, she opened WeChat and sent Ruan Chutang a message. However, as soon as she hit send, a red exclamation mark appeared on her screen. Su Chiui paused momentarily. Ruan Chutang had blocked her as well. Why is this happening? She thought. She hadn't had any direct conflicts with Ruan Chutang. Gu Zechuan, anxious, asked, "Did you find out anything?" Su Chiui sighed, "She blocked me too." Gu Zechuan. Chen Wan, who had been listening, speculated that Ruan Chutang had packed her things and left, feeling delighted at the thought. "Zechuan, have you broken up with Ruan Chutang?" Gu Zechuan froze at her words. Broken up? He hadn't thought of such a thing. That night, he had merely said he never wanted to see her again in a fit of anger. Even when Ruan Chutang was upset and blocked him, he hadn't considered it a breakup, he thought she was just sulking, waiting for him to coax her. Yet, she had cleared out all her belongings, was this truly just a tantrum? Noticing Gu Zechuan's grave expression, Chen Wan affectionately linked her arm with his. "Zechuan, since you've broken up, let us each find peace and not disturb one another. How about we travel to clear our minds?" Gu Zechuan, coming to his senses, felt his initial panic transform into anger. Very well. Ruan Chutang has become quite audacious, daring to declare a breakup. This time, I shall see how long she can maintain it. 10 days? Half a month? I'll show her that without her, I can still live splendidly. Kanas? Gu Zechuan's eyes flickered. Why did that name sound so familiar? Oh, he recalled Ruan Chutang mentioning it before. She had said she wanted to travel there during the National Day holiday. What had he said then? With so many people during the holiday. What's so fun about it? Now that the holiday was upon them, Gu Zechuan instinctively wanted to decline, but thinking of Ruan Chutang, he changed his mind. All right. Let us go to Xinjiang. After watching television with Chen Wan for a while, the restlessness within Gu Zechuan remained unresolved. You just got discharged, stay home and rest. I have something to attend to. Chen Wan, understanding, refrained from asking where he was headed. It was normal for Gu Zechuan to feel unsettled after his breakup with Ruan Chutang, and she didn't want to pressure him too much. She smiled gently, okay. You go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Upon exiting, Gu Zechuan called Zhang Yuzhou. Josie, let us go out for drinks. Bring Lin Chenin and the others along. At a high-end club frequented by Gu Zechuan. He pushed open the door to a private room, where his friends were already waiting. Upon seeing him, Lin Chenin greeted him with a smile. Zechuan, why are you alone? Where's Chen Wan? Gu Zechuan looked at him quizzically. Why would she come with me? The unexpected retort left Lin Chenin momentarily speechless. My girlfriend is Ruan Chutang, why didn't you ask her? Lin Chenin was taken aback. Gu Zechuan's expression shifted subtly. He found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Yuzhou quickly changed the subject. Zechuan, we haven't seen you out for a while. What have you been busy with lately? Gu Zechuan plopped down on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Chen Wan was injured and hospitalized for a few days. I was with her at the hospital. Zhang Yuzhou's expression became peculiar. Zechuan, didn't you just say Ruan Chutang is your girlfriend? You've been at the hospital with Chen Wan, hasn't Ruan Chutang caused a scene? Gu Zechuan's face darkened. Ruan Chutang had not merely caused a scene, she had declared a breakup. At that thought, Gu Zechuan took a drag from his cigarette. She caused a scene, indeed. She's breaking up with me. The men exchanged glances, realizing they had touched a sensitive subject. Right, Ruan Chutang loves you so much. We've all seen it over the 3 years. She can't bear to break up with you. I bet 8 days on it. She wouldn't dare to break up with you, she's just throwing a tantrum, waiting for you to soothe her. I bet half a month, within that time. Ruan Chutang will undoubtedly be crying and begging to reconcile. Hearing their words, Gu Zechuan's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. He took a sip of his drink. A dismissive expression on his face, soothe her? Not happening. This left Gu Zechuan momentarily speechless. He had never considered that angle. Chapter 20, Has Chutang started dating someone else? Do you know about this? Gu Zechuan opened his eyes again, abruptly awakened. Chutang, my stomach hurts. Gu Zechuan called out groggily, bring me a box of stomach medicine. He called out a few more times, Chutang. Suddenly, he bolted upright in bed. His feelings were tumultuous, he felt an emptiness within, coupled with a sense of heaviness. Holding his stomach, he got out of bed and searched the room, but after a thorough search, he still couldn't find the stomach medicine. The pain became unbearable. And he dialed the housekeeper. Anne Zhang, upon receiving the call, was bewildered. Where did you put the stomach medicine? Gu Zechuan's voice came through. Anne Zhang took a deep breath, clenching her fists, repeatedly reassuring herself, it's fine, he pays well, if I sleep a little less, so be it. Then she noticed the time on her phone, 4 in the morning. Wait, is he sick? It's supposed to be rest time. Gu Zechuan hung up the phone. Opened Ruan Chutang's bedroom door, and, leaning against the wall, made his way to the cabinet. He opened the cabinet door and, sure enough, found a first aid kit containing several types of medicine, leaving him feeling dizzy at the sight. The medicine has been found, yet he remains uncertain about which one to take. In the past, whenever his stomach ailment flared, it was always Ruan Chutang who personally administered his medication. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth against the cramping pain in his abdomen, hastily perusing the instructions of various medicines before settling for 2 capsules. After all, he thought, it wouldn't lead to his demise. As the effects of the medicine set in, Gu Zechuan once again succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already midday. He summoned the housekeeper. Prepare a bowl of stomach-nourishing porridge for me. The housekeeper's lips twitched. Sir, you mean the porridge that Miss Ruan often makes? Indeed. The housekeeper shook her head. I'm afraid I cannot make that. Gu Zechuan's expression darkened. Why not? The housekeeper explained, that porridge requires soaking lilies in koik seeds overnight. And fresh yam and beef need to be purchased, we cannot prepare it in time. Furthermore, while I know the ingredients, I am not familiar with the cooking methods or how to season it, hence I cannot make it. Gu Zechuan's brow twitched. You must know how to make plain congee? Aunt Zhang replied with a smile, that I can do. Then prepare a bowl of white congee for me. Gu Zechuan pressed his temples, weary, and leaned against the bed, closing his eyes to alleviate the discomfort. A knock echoed through the room. Gu Zechuan's eyes flew open, a surge of joy welling within him. He knew that Chutang would not be so callous as to leave him. Come in. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Wan entered. The smile that had graced Gu Zechuan's lips froze, disappointment seeping into his tone. Why are you here? Chen Wan caught a fleeting glimpse of his disappointment and clenched her fists in silence. She refrained from asking who else it could be, for she was acutely aware of whom Gu Zechuan truly longed for. She plastered a smile on her face and inquired with concern. I heard from Aunt Zhang that you are unwell. I came to see you. Are you feeling better, Zechuan? Gu Zechuan shook his head. It's nothing serious. Chen Wan approached and sat beside him on the bed, pulling out her phone to show him. Zechuan, look at this travel guide I found online about visiting Xinjiang. We should drive there ourselves, with 2 drivers. Xinjiang is vast, and traveling by car is much more convenient. We could go to Kanas and then at that moment Gu Zechuan found Chen Wan's chatter to be exceedingly tiresome. His headache was already debilitating, and her incessant prattle was aggravating. If it were Ruan Chutang by his side, she would undoubtedly be more attentive, personally cooking porridge and feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Enough, he interrupted impatiently. Let's discuss this tomorrow, I'm quite tired today. Chen Wan tucked her phone away, her head bowed, sorrow evident on her face. Zechuan, do you find me bothersome? Her tone was laden with grievance. Gu Zechuan sighed, reluctant to hurt her feelings. No, I'm just a bit under the weather right now. The travel plans can wait until I feel better. All right. Chen Wan leaned into Gu Zechuan's embrace, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. In Jiangcheng, at a recreational club's card room, several young gentlemen were engaged in a game of cards. Zhou Zhengyan's sharp eyes caught sight of the watch on Jiang Shirshu's wrist, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He grinned charmingly, teasing, "Oh, you've changed your watch." Jiang Shirshu laid down a card, a grin spreading across his face. What do you think? Looks good, right? It was a gift from Tang Tang. Ah, a gift from Tang Tang? I'm envious. A man with a fiancée is indeed different, Qin Yan chimed in with laughter. Zhou Zhengyan appeared puzzled. How did you end up engaged to the Ruan family? Was it your parents' decision? It doesn't seem likely. Although he and Ruan Chutang moved in the same social circle, there existed a hierarchy within it. Jiang Shirshu held the highest status, the Jiang family was the most influential. And as the legitimate heir, his first choice for marriage would not be the Ruan family. Jiang Shirshu smiled gently. It's not an engagement. What? Qin Yan was taken aback. If it's not an engagement, then what is it? 3 years ago, I approached Ruan Xiaodong myself, Jiang Shirshu replied. I had waited eagerly for Tang Tang to graduate. And as soon as she did, I sought out Ruan Xiaodong. I told him to set any terms he wished, as long as I could marry Tang Tang. Recalling this, Jiang Shirshu's eyes sparkled with a hopeful light. After all these years, he was finally close to realizing his wish. You've had your eye on Chutang for quite some time. Haven't you? Qin Yan exclaimed incredulously. You've hidden it well, after all these years as brothers, I never suspected a thing. Zhou Zhengyan teased. So you've been nursing a secret crush all along? You should have mentioned it earlier. All this time, I thought you were disinterested in women. And I was beginning to wonder if you were gay. Qin Yan, now intrigued, pressed on, when did you first start liking Chutang? Jiang Shirshu, still focused on his cards, did not lift his gaze. It's a secret. At his words, Zhou Zhengyan raised an eyebrow. By the way, I heard that Chutang seems to have a boyfriend. Are you aware of this? Chapter 21, Tang Tang is my future wife, she will be your sister-in-law. You don't mind, do you? Qin Yan asked once more. Everyone has a past, Jiang Shirshu replied nonchalantly, casting a cool glance. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? Qin Yan rubbed his nose. I have, but you haven't. She's your first love, yet you are not hers. Are you truly unbothered by that? Not at all, Jiang Shirshu's dark eyes brimmed with tenderness. As long as I can be with her, that is my greatest fortune. Ah, a true romantic, Zhou Zhengyan laughed. As the card game concluded, Jiang Shirshu glanced at his watch. It's about time, let's go. Today, Jiang Shirshu had arranged a welcome banquet for Ruan Chutang. Beneath the dazzling neon lights, a blue Bentley glided to a halt in front of the most opulent five-star hotel in Jiangcheng. The evening breeze whispered gently, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Ru Chang gracefully opened the car door and stepped out. Tang Tang, over here. Zhou Shuelua beamed as she stood at the entrance of the hotel, waving at Ruan Chutang. With that, she quickly approached. Following her was another close friend of Chutang, Chen Yuan. Shuelua, Yuan, you've come. Chutang greeted them with a smile. Her feet adorned in delicate lambskin heels. Humph, all you know how to do is sweet talk, she teased. Her two dear friends contrasted beautifully, one serene and gentle, well-mannered and cultured, while the other was quirky and vivacious. Zhou Shuelua continued, You're getting engaged to Shirshu Gu, how wonderful. Chen Yuan cast a concerned glance at Chutang, asking hesitantly. Tang Tang, are you doing this willingly? With a playful smile, Chutang lightly tapped Chen Yuan's forehead, asking, "What are you thinking? Who could possibly compel me against my will?" Both friends were aware that she had been seeing a boyfriend in Haicheng, though she had yet to introduce him to them. Over the past 3 years, Chutang occasionally shared snippets of her romantic life with them, but this recent breakup remained unspoken. Zhou Xuelua inquired, "So? Have you broken up with Gu Zechuan?" "Indeed, I have blocked all his means of contact. He should understand my intent," Chutang replied. Chen Yuan tilted her head, curiously asking Chutang, what suddenly prompted this realization. A glimmer of derision flashed in Chutang's eyes. "He regarded me as a mere substitute." "What?" Chen Yuan was taken aback, enraged by this scoundrel. How could he belittle someone so admirable as our Tang Tang? Zhou Xuelua was equally indignant, declaring, "Good riddance. That man is unworthy of you." In contrast, Ruan Chutang's eyes, as serene as autumn waters, betrayed no emotion. "It's all in the past," she said. "Let us not dwell on it. Our elder brother Shirshu and the others are already waiting for us upstairs." The group entered the hotel, where the manager personally came to escort them. "Miss Ruan, Miss Shou, Miss Chen, please follow me." The trio followed the manager to a private dining room on the 4th floor of the Chinese restaurant. The manager bowed slightly and opened the door for them, inviting them in. In early October, the weather in Jiangcheng had begun to cool. The air was a bit brisk, and Chutang donned a light beige trench coat over a pale shirt, complemented by mid-calf lambskin heels. Her wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an aura of cool elegance and a hint of mature charm. "Little sister, you have finally arrived," Qin Yan was the first to greet her, noting how much more beautiful she had become over the 3 years. Chen Yuan rolled her eyes. "Brother, could you please refrain from being so greasy?" Qin Yan clicked his tongue, feigning discontent. "Is that how you speak to me? This is certainly not greasy, it is merely high emotional intelligence in social discourse." "Boring," Chen Yuan retorted, pulling Chutang further inside. Tang, let us go, ignore him." Zhou Xuelua obediently took a seat next to Zhou Zhengan. "Brother," she acknowledged. Zhou Zhengan nodded slightly in response. Chutang settled beside Jiang Shirshu, addressing him, "Brother Shirshu, I've kept you waiting." Jiang Shirshu's voice was gentle as he replied, "No. We have just arrived." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the girl nearby, accompanied by a hint of admonition, "Why did you not greet us?" The girl, singled out, pouted and reluctantly offered, "Hello, Miss Ruan." Jiang Shirshu's eyes cast a cold glance in her direction, his brows knitting together. "And who might this be?" Chutang inquired, tilting her head, a trace of curiosity illuminating her almond-shaped eyes. Jiang Shirshu's tone remained frigid as he introduced, "My sister, Su Jingxian." "Oh, so this is Zhang's adopted daughter." Su Jingxian. Chutang had heard of her, yet today was the first time they met. "Jingxian, this is Tang, my future wife and your sister-in-law. Is this how you choose to greet her?" A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Shirshu's eyes, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Who taught you such behavior?" "I'm sorry, brother," Su Jingxian quickly apologized. "To whom should you apologize?" Jiang Shirshu's eyes narrowed slightly, the surrounding atmosphere becoming noticeably colder. "Sister-in-law." "I apologize," Su Jingxian turned to Chutang, her demeanor relatively sincere. "It's quite all right, truly. We are family, there's no need for such formality." Chutang waved her hand, a fleeting moment of awkwardness crossing her face. Why must our initial meeting be so unpleasant? After all, we will be sister-in-laws, she thought, her eyes, as gentle as flowing water, turned to Jiang Shirshu. "Brother Shirshu, please do not be so fierce." In an instant, the chill in Jiang Shirshu's gaze dissipated. He offered Chutang a faint smile. "Very well." Su Jingxian observed everything intently. Beneath the table, her hands were tightly clenched into fists. "Why does Miss Su look so pale?" Chen Yuan remarked with feigned concern. "Shall I call someone to take you to the hospital?" Su Jingxian composed herself and coldly replied, "No need." Chen Yuan rolled her eyes, snorting softly, and muttered under her breath, "What a show!" Although she had not interacted with Su Jingxian before, her intuition warned her that Su Jingxian was no ordinary adversary. The hostility Su Jingxian held towards Chutang was glaringly apparent. Chen Yuan whispered her disdain to Su Jingxian, but the person seated closely beside her, Qin Yan, heard every word. He gently tugged at Chen Yuan's arm beneath the table. Please refrain, after all, Jingxian is Shirshu's sister. Show some respect. Chen Yuan winced and shot a fierce glare at Qin Yan, simultaneously gripping his arm tightly, seeking immediate retribution. Dare to tug again? Chen Yuan hissed through clenched teeth. Her gaze menacing. Qin Yan, in pain, exclaimed, No, no. My dear aunt, please release me, you're killing your brother. At that moment, someone entered, apologizing. I'm sorry for being late, I was caught in traffic. Chapter 22. The background of Su Jingxian the newcomer was a refined and dignified woman, appearing to be in her 30s. Jiang Shirshu introduced her. Tang, this is the top restoration expert I recommended, Lu Xinru. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chutang's eyes. She had assumed that the esteemed restorer mentioned by Jiang Shirshu would be an elderly figure, yet she did not anticipate encountering such a strikingly beautiful individual. Ruan Chutang rose and took a few steps forward to shake hands with her, excitement evident in her demeanor. Greetings, Master Lu. My name is Ruan Chutang, and I entrust my porcelain doll to you. Puluk Xinruo could not suppress a laugh, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chutang. Master Lu? What about the antivirus software? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ruan Chutang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she confuse such a beautiful woman with a software program? I apologize sincerely, it was an inadvertent mistake, Chutang quickly expressed. Not at all, Lu Xinruo replied, still chuckling. Her gaze drifted to Jiang Shirshu. Your demeanor is so aloof and reclusive, with a discerning eye. Before I arrived, I was curious about what kind of girl could enchant this formidable figure. Now that I see Chutang, I understand, she is indeed captivating. Master, please have a seat, Chutang offered, pulling out a chair for her. Lu Xinruo sat gracefully, and Chutang poured her a cup of tea. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Lu Xinruo, her eyes twinkling with amusement, took a sip of the tea. Delightful. Chutang. You need not be so formal, I have compensated her handsomely for her services. You are the client, so feel free to be more assertive. Jiang Shirshu. Why must you always dampen the mood? Lu Xinruo pouted slightly. She then turned to Ruan Chutang, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Chutang, did you bring the items today? Lu Xinruo responded readily, of course. After the meal, Lu Xinruo accompanied Chutang to the Ruan family's villa. Chutang cautiously presented the carefully wrapped ceramic fragments to Lu Xinru. Sister Xinru. Do you think this can be salvaged? Lu Xinru opened the package, her brow furrowing as she examined the pieces. It's shattered beyond recognition, she remarked, clicking her tongue in dismay. Chutang's heart raced to her throat. Rest assured, dear Chutang, now that this matter is in my hands, I shall certainly restore it for you. Luin gently patted Chutang's shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of close friends. Chutang's anxious heart finally found solace, so I must trouble you with this. It's a trivial matter. Lu Xinru felt an exhilarating rush within her. For this minor task, Jiang Shirshu had granted her a repair fee of 1 million. A lucrative deal indeed. Sister Chutang. Do you possess a photograph of the original item? Yes, I have it, I will send it to you. Chutang said, I shall have the driver take you. Very well. The matter regarding the restoration of the porcelain doll has been resolved. It is now time to settle accounts with Chen Wan and Gu Zechuan. Chutang made a phone call to her cousin, Su Yu. Hello, cousin, I have a favor to ask of you. Later that evening, after taking a shower, Chutang lay in bed when her phone buzzed with a vibration. She picked it up to glance at the screen, noticing it was an unfamiliar number from Haicheng. Assuming it might be a client calling for an inquiry, she answered, Hello, how may I assist you? Yet, there was silence on the other end of the line. Chutang called out twice again, but silence persisted. I won't say I'm hanging up. It was then that Gu Zechuan's voice broke the stillness. Ruan Chutang. Please remove my WeChat and phone number from your blacklist. Furrowed her brows. I don't. Gu Zechuan's tone was somewhat awkward. Can we not argue? I've been missing you these past few days. I was wrong that day, I shouldn't have said those words that upset you. It's fine. We've already broken up. It doesn't matter anymore, Ruan Chutang replied with a tone of indifference. Break up? Gu Zechuan's voice turned icy. I did not agree to the breakup. Breaking up is not the same as divorce, your consent is not required, Ruan Chutang asserted coldly. Gu Zechuan, do not contact me again. With that, she hung up the phone and blocked the number. Ruan Chutang began to contemplate her career. She aspired to carve out her own path. Although she could establish her own law firm, she currently lacked recognition in the industry, making it difficult to build a reputation. It would be wise to wait until she gained some notoriety before venturing out independently. After sharing this thought with Jiang Shirshu, he was very supportive. Our Chutang is so exceptional, she will certainly make her mark in Jiangcheng. Why not try your luck at Shinka first? It's the best law firm in Jiangcheng right now. After some contemplation, Chutang replied, all right, I will submit my resume and give it a shot. Meanwhile, Gu Zechuan listened to the busy tone on his phone, feeling an emptiness within. How could Ruan Chutang be so heartless, ending things so abruptly without a trace of nostalgia? He lay on the bed where Ruan Chutang had once slept, inhaling deeply into the quilt. It still carried her scent. Burying his face in the bedding, he envisioned Ruan Chutang's face and exhaled a heavy breath. Chutang, I miss you. I miss you so much. At that moment, Chen Wan entered the room. Zechuan. It's time to eat. Gu Zechuan pulled Chen Wan to him, pressing her down beneath him. The air was charged with intensity, ready to ignite. In the throes of passion, Gu Zechuan, in a daze, called out, Chutang, my Chutang, I miss you. Beneath him, Chen Wan abruptly froze, her face turning pale. In a bar, 3 young women sat in a booth, drinking and chatting. That Su Jingxian is not to be underestimated, Chen Yuan remarked, downing a glass of wine before turning to Chutang. Her attitude towards you yesterday was infuriating. Shui Lu, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. I think so too, she really seems difficult to get along with. Chen Yuan scoffed. Pfft. Who does she think she is? The daughter of the Jiang family is maid, if we put it nicely, she is a foster daughter, if we put it bluntly. She is just an orphan living under someone else's roof. Does she really think of herself as a young lady of the Jiang family? Chutang was only aware that the Jiang family had an adopted daughter, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that this girl was the daughter of the family's maid. In astonishment, she inquired, why would the Jiang family adopt the maid's daughter? Zhou Xuelua replied, according to my brother, it seems that many years ago, Madame Jiang encountered a robbery, and the maid took a knife for her, saving her life. Before the maid passed away, Madame Jiang promised her one wish. At this juncture, Zhou Xuelua paused for a moment, casting a subtle glance at Ruan Chutang. Chu Tian blinked at her, questioning why she had suddenly paused. Zhou Xuelua continued. Do you know what promise the nanny maid Lady Jiang agreed to before her passing? Chapter 23, Harassment Encountered at the Bar. Chutang inquired, should the Jiang family adopt Su Jingxian? Zhou Xuelua shook her head, leaning in slightly to whisper, not just that. She initially suggested to Madame Jiang that Shixuid should marry Su Jingxian in the future. Upon hearing this, Chutang's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? That's sensational! Chen Yuan exclaimed, her voice rising. She actually dared to say that. Zhou Xuelua continued, I don't know what Madame Jiang said to her afterward. But the maid accepted the idea of the Jiang family adopting her daughter as a form of gratitude. Chen Yuan scoffed, indeed, Madame Jiang has only this one son. How could she possibly allow him to marry the daughter of a maid? Zhou Xuelua affirmed, exactly, Shixuid is the sole heir of the Jiang family. It is inconceivable that he would marry the daughter of a maid. Chutang took a sip of fruit wine, lost in thought. A few people engaged in gossip, oblivious to the woman not far behind them, who was glaring at them with a fierce gaze. After having consumed a few glasses of fruit wine, which possessed a low alcohol content that would not intoxicate her, Chutang engaged in conversation with her 2 close friends. Rising from her seat, she announced her intention to visit the restroom. In the corridor outside the restroom. Upon emerging from the restroom, Chutang found herself intercepted by 2 men. One of them was robustly built, sporting a shaved head and clad in a black tank top that revealed his tattooed arms. He let out a lewd whistle, grinning in a manner that was decidedly lascivious. Hey there, beautiful, why not spend some time with your older brother? Meanwhile, she tucked her phone into her pocket. The other man, slender and adorned with dyed blonde hair, held a cigarette between his lips. He was striking in appearance, exuding a certain allure. Chutang coldly remarked. "Did you just finish a meal in the restroom? Your breath is quite foul." The yellow-haired man chuckled with a roguish air. "How much for the night? Name your price." The corridor was narrow, obstructed by the two men, preventing Chutang from passing. She composedly crossed her arms and spoke with indifference. 5,000 for an overnight vigil. An additional 2,000 for the morning whale, and 2,800 for the Swana ensemble. Standard cremation is 499, with an extra 500 for a paper coffin. Should the bones remain intact post-cremation, there is an additional 1,200 for the crushing fee. Who in your family has passed away? Discounts apply for 2 or more. The more deceased, the better the reduction, 1,000 off for every 10,000 spent. The yellow-haired man, infuriated, spat, "You filthy wench. You really think highly of yourself, don't you?" The tattooed man stepped forward with a sinister grin, loosening his belt. "What a charade of innocence. You've long been used up, haven't you? Today, I intend to take my pleasure right here." He gestured to the yellow-haired man. "Come, let us drag her to the men's restroom for some fun." As they advanced towards Chutang, she swiftly raised her foot and delivered a precise, powerful kick to his groin, utilizing all her strength. The tattooed man let out a pained cry, doubling over and clutching his groin, writhing on the ground in agony. The scrawny yellow-haired man, witnessing this, charged forward. Fists raised in a furious attempt to retaliate. With a firm twist, Chutang seized his arm, and with a sharp crack, the blonde youth's arm dislocated. The corridor was immediately filled with anguished cries. Chutang curled her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "Is this all? Not a single capable opponent in sight." With a look of disdain, she pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. How fortuitous, she happens to possess a modicum of skills in grappling and striking. It had been a while since she last engaged her muscles, and this would serve as an excellent opportunity for practice. Though her words bore little harm, their sting was profoundly insulting. The blonde-haired man raised his other hand to strike again, only to be met with Chutang's swift over-the-shoulder throw, crashing him forcefully to the ground. "Help! Help!" cried the tattooed man, clutching his groin in agony, his voice hoarse with desperation. Upon turning her head, Chutang was startled to discover that blood had seeped through his pants. Alas, he had not controlled his strength adequately. It was unlikely he had caused any irreparable harm to that part of him. Soon, bar staff rushed over to investigate the commotion, only to find themselves momentarily paralyzed by the scene before them. The tattooed man lay on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he struggled to speak, "It hurts like hell. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and call an ambulance, I'm dying here." The noise attracted a crowd, quickly gathering around the spectacle. "Goodness!" Chen Wan exclaimed, rushing over. "Chutang, has your legendary kick and the 18 dragon subduing palms made a grand return?" Zhou Shuelua glanced at the two moaning in agony on the floor, let out a soft sigh, and turned to Chutang, asking, "Tang, are you hurt?" Initial Tang casually tucked her hair, dismissing any notion that those two could even lay a finger on her. "How impressive, my Tang!" Chen Yuan exclaimed, her admiration palpable. "If I had known, I would have joined you in martial arts training from the start." The bar staff had called the police and summoned an ambulance. The two men were whisked away to the hospital, while the officers escorted Ruan Chutang and the bar manager to the police station. Zhou Shuelua and Chen Yuan trailed behind them. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Emerging from her concealment behind a pillar, Su Jingxian stepped forward, her eyes glinting with cold disdain. "What a bunch of useless fools," she mused. Ruan Chutang had emerged unscathed from a 2-on-1 confrontation. To her surprise, the seemingly frail Ruan Chutang was a skilled fighter. It was evident that ordinary thugs were no match for her. Next time, they would need to recruit a larger group and enlist professional enforcers to handle her. When Jiang Shirshu arrived, Chutang was in the midst of giving her statement. The police reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that it was the two men who had instigated the altercation, rendering Chutang's actions a case of justifiable self-defense. However, the hospital reported that the tattooed man had sustained serious injuries, including a ruptured testicle, necessitating a medical evaluation. There was a strong possibility that Ruan Chutang's self-defense might exceed the reasonable limits, amounting to excessive force. The officers indicated that she could not be released at this time. Jiang Shirshu was about to make a call to leverage connections in order to secure her release from the precinct. Chutang intercepted him. Calmly addressing the police officer, one broken rib constitutes a minor injury, while two signify a serious one. If both were to fracture and necessitate removal, I might indeed be liable for excessive self-defense, and the police station could initiate an investigation for intentional injury. This matter delves into Chutang's area of expertise. She had meticulously recorded the conversation between the two men in the corridor. Chutang, with a calm gaze, slowly spoke, "Officer, I possess evidence indicating that these two individuals intended to commit rape. In the context of such a violent crime, my resistance is both reasonable and justified. And it does not constitute excessive self-defense." Chutang placed her phone on the table, her expression grave. "I am officially reporting an attempted rape." Chapter 24, "You may also rely on me." In a bureaucratic tone, the officer replied, "We have received your report, and an investigation into the charge of attempted rape will be initiated. However, we will also be filing a case regarding your accusation of intentional harm. As this is a public prosecution matter, whether it constitutes justifiable defense will be determined by the court." Ruan Chutang nodded in understanding. After posting bail, she exited the police station and entered Jiang Shirshu's car. "I'll make a call to have the case withdrawn," Jiang Shirshu stated. Chutang shook her head, asserting her confidence in her ability to extricate herself unscathed. The night enveloped them, casting a cloak of silence over the surroundings. Jiang Shirshu's face remained indistinct in the shadows. His voice, low and resonant, broke the stillness. "Tang, you always bear your burdens alone whenever difficulties arise. You might consider leaning on me for support." Chutang fell into a contemplative silence, letting out a soft sigh. The night was enveloped in tranquility. The two sat side by side in the car. Chutang's visage was shrouded in the cloak of night, the darkness concealing the sorrow that lingered in her eyes. In a feigned attempt to appear nonchalant, she spoke, "Eventually, I became accustomed to shouldering everything alone, for I no longer know whom I can rely on." Jiang Shirshu felt as if his heart had been stung by an unseen force. With a tender gaze, he looked at Chutang and whispered, "You still have me." Chutang remained silent. Today, Shui Luo's words had sown a seed within her heart. Su Jingxian, the nominal sister of Jiang Shirshu, perhaps harbored clandestine feelings for him. From what she knew, Jiang Shirshu was rather indulgent towards this sister. Even though Su Jingxian had treated her poorly yesterday and Jiang Shirshu had reprimanded her briefly, it was evident that his anger stemmed primarily from Su Jingxuan's lack of manners and decorum, which tarnished the family's reputation, rather than from any desire to defend her. Chutang understood that her significance in Jiang Shirshu's heart could never rival that of his sister, who had grown up alongside him. Should a conflict arise between Su Jingxian and herself in the future, Jiang Shirshu would undoubtedly side with Su Jingxian. To guard against future disappointment, Chutang resolved to harbor no expectations of Jiang Shirshu. Noticing Chutang's silence, Jiang Shirshu felt a pang of frustration. He sighed and gently ruffled Chutang's hair, saying, Tang, remember. No matter the circumstances, I will always stand by your side." Chutang lowered her head, softly uttering a hum. Subsequently, she placed a call to her assistant, instructing them to ascertain the hospital where the two men who had been harassing Tang were located, in order to address the situation. The tattooed man had just completed his surgery and lay recuperating in his hospital bed, while the blonde man's bed was adjacent to his. A masked man entered the ward, recognized by both the tattooed man and the blonde man. It was this very individual who, earlier at the bar, had transferred 50,000 yuan to each of them, inciting them to harass the woman. Had it not been for him, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Now, with both of his testicles shattered, he faced a future devoid of descendants. Such a price could hardly be settled with a mere 50,000 yuan. The tattooed man, seething with rage, gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently, "How could you not mention that woman had training? I was left impotent by her kick." "Silence," the man replied impatiently. "I will transfer 300,000 to each of you. If the police inquire, simply claim it was an impulsive act of desire. And do not divulge that anyone instigated you, understood?" The blonde man instantly agreed, "All right." However, the tattooed man was discontented. 300,000? Are you mocking me? I am left without heirs. I demand 1 million. The masked man exhaled in relief. Just 1 million? My employer has stated that anything under 5 million is acceptable, provided you acquiesce and do not reveal that you were incited. Should you disclose any instigation, the Ruan and Zhang families will launch an investigation that will swiftly lead back to my employer. He had already contemplated offering 2 million if the tattooed man refused. Who would have guessed that 1 million would suffice? Very well, the masked man whispered, provide me with a bank account number, and the funds will be transferred shortly. Should you dare to leak even a whisper, not only will you forfeit the money, but your lives will be in jeopardy. You must consider this carefully, he threatened. If you confess, the worst outcome will merely be a few years in prison. However, if you inadvertently reveal something, I will ensure you enter standing and exit lying down. The tattooed man and the blonde man were left petrified. A person capable of casually producing over 1 million yuan was undoubtedly formidable, and they believed he could follow through. Shortly after the masked man departed, Zhang Shixiu's assistant, Linson, arrived. What happened? Is there something else? The tattooed man, mistaking him for the earlier visitor, instinctively began to speak, but halted mid-sentence upon realizing that Linson was not the same man. What is it? Linson's gaze turned icy. Did someone visit just now? No, the tattooed man replied, raising his eyes to Linson. Who are you? Are you looking for me? Linson asked, why did you harass Miss Ruan tonight? The tattooed man replied, it was an impulsive act. That girl is quite beautiful, and my brother and I were tempted. The blonde man nodded in agreement. Indeed, that woman possesses considerable charm. Linson narrowed his eyes. Mind your language. Should you utter any more vulgarities, I will have your tongue severed. As he spoke, 2 bodyguards clad in black suits emerged from behind him. The tattooed man and the blonde man were left in stunned silence. It was at this moment that they realized they had offended someone far beyond their reckoning. Linson inquired once more, the truth? Think carefully before you respond. Recalling the masked man's threats, the tattooed man and the blonde man dared not disclose a single word. Revealing anything would mean losing not only the promised money but also their lives. They firmly insisted that they had merely been intoxicated and acted out of desire. Seeing that no further information could be extracted, Linson departed with his bodyguards. The following day, shortly after Chutang had risen, she received a call from the police station, informing her that her case of intentional injury had been dismissed. Chutang was not particularly surprised. She was well aware that this was the handiwork of Zhang Shixiu. Although she had confidence that by the time the case reached trial, she could defend herself and ultimately be exonerated on the grounds of justifiable self-defense. She recognized that since Zhang Shixiu had already taken action, there was no need for her to intervene any further. Chutang politely made a phone call, expressing her gratitude to Zhang Shixiu. However, Zhang Shixiu's tone conveyed a hint of displeasure. Tang, there is no need for you to say thank you to me. In the future, I would prefer not to hear the word thank you from your lips. Zhang Shixiu continued, the 2 individuals who bullied you last night will face consequences. Chutang, apprehensive that Zhang Shixiu might engage in unlawful activities, remarked, they have already paid the price last night, and the law will exact its own punishment upon them. There is no need for you to take further action, let the judicial authorities handle the rest. Zhang Shixiu's voice was low and imposing, his authority palpable even through the telephone. I will not let a single one of those who have wronged you escape. Chutang listened quietly, refraining from uttering a sound. She pondered whether Su Jingxian would bully her. Would he entertain such thoughts as well? Chapter 25, Su Jingxuan's jealousy reaches a boiling point for the time being. She set aside the matter of submitting her resume to Shenka law firm. On this particular day, a few girls had arranged to meet and indulge in desserts together. Lately, their activities had revolved around shopping sprees or reveling in nightlife, and she had grown weary of it all. Suddenly, Chen Yuan, leaning on the table, had a spark of inspiration. Noticing the splendid weather, she proposed, why don't we visit the racetrack at Shui Luo's house this afternoon? The largest racetrack in Jiangchang was owned by Zhou Shueluo. The 3 of them had previously taken horseback riding lessons together. With a playful smile, Chutang teased her. Have you sobered up yet? If not, perhaps you should refrain from going, that would be akin to driving under the influence. I have long since regained my senses. Chen Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Last night, I made that poor fellow Qin Yan my canvas for regurgitation, and in my hazy state, I could have sworn his entire face turned a shade of green. Shui Luo laughed softly, her tone gentle. Yuan, did your brother not express any concern? Chen Yuan responded. Strangely enough, Qin Yan has begun to embody the role of an elder brother. After I drenched him in my indiscretion, he changed his clothes, took a shower, and even prepared a hangover remedy for me. Qin Yan and Chen Yuan were siblings, though not sharing the same parents. Qin Yan's mother had passed away when he was very young due to illness. Chen Yuan's parents had divorced when she was 7, following a tumultuous relationship. Subsequently, Qin Yan's father met Chen Yuan's mother through mutual acquaintances, and they quickly bonded, leading to marriage and the formation of a new family. The first time Chen Yuan encountered Qin Yan, she was merely 9 years old, while he was 14 and in the throes of teenage rebellion. He harbored a disdain for his stepmother, which extended to his newfound little sister. During their first meeting, he had tugged at Chen Yuan's pigtails and told her to leave. However, Chen Yuan was not one to be easily intimidated. She promptly bit his wrist with considerable force, leaving a faint scar that remains on Qin Yan's wrist to this day. Ruan Chutang stirred the sweet soup before her with a spoon, regarding Chen Yuan with amusement. You must have been sent by the heavens to torment him. Chen Yuan chuckled. Well, he did used to bully me quite often. That sounds like fun, Chutang remarked. It has been 3 years since I last raced in Haicheng. I rather miss those days of racing against you. Shui Luo smiled tenderly. I shall join as well. Chen Yuan, with a teasing smile directed at Chutang, opened her phone's contact list. I'll call Qin Yan and ask him to bring along Shirshu Gu. The racetrack. Chutang donned her equestrian attire. The tailored light gray, fitted riding jacket, complemented by white breeches and black riding boots, accentuated her perfectly proportioned figure splendidly. She styled her long hair into an elegant updo, adding an air of spirited grace to her demeanor. As Chutang gracefully stepped outside, the individuals waiting for her were momentarily captivated by her stunning presence. Wow, Chutang, you've improved your figure over the years, Qin Yan remarked, maintaining his usual irreverent demeanor as he teased her. Chen Yuan narrowed her eyes and pinched his waist. Could you please be quiet? Brother Shirshu hasn't spoken yet. Don't embarrass yourself. Ouch, my dear ancestor, let go. Qin Yan winced in pain. Jiang Shirshu glanced over and, with a gentle smile, said, Tang. Your outfit looks splendid today. He too had donned his equestrian attire, also in shades of gray. Whether by coincidence or design, they appeared to be dressed as a couple. The riding outfit accentuated Jiang Shirshu's broad shoulders and slim waist, perfectly showcasing his tall stature. Standing there, he was undoubtedly the most radiant figure in the crowd. Beside him stood Su Jingxian. Chutang was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Jingxian would also be present. Jiang Shirshu remarked. Jingxian expressed a desire to come and enjoy herself, so I brought her along. He contemplated that, after all, they would soon be one family, and it would be beneficial for Chutang and Su Jingxian to become better acquainted. Chutang nodded gracefully, smiling warmly as she greeted, hello. As she spoke, Jiang Shirshu's horse was led over. It was a remarkably beautiful warmblood, and this was Chutang's first encounter with the horse that Jiang Shirshu had raised, as she had never visited the equestrian center with him before. At that moment, Chutang felt a spark of brilliance before her eyes. The magnificent horse before her appeared to be a purebred Hanoverian from Germany. Su Jingxian, in a sweet and delicate tone, inquired, Brother, what kind of horse is this? It's truly beautiful. Jiang Shirshu replied in a composed manner, it's a Hanoverian. Qin Yan, standing nearby, added, Sister Jingxian, do not underestimate this horse. It is indeed a precious creature. With a playful smile, Su Jingxian gently shook Jiang Shirshu's arm, pouting, Brother, I too wish to learn how to ride. Could you teach me? Chutang's gaze fleetingly passed over the hands of Su Jingxian, which were grasping Jiang Shirshu's arm. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her. She quickly averted her eyes. Jiang Shirshu discreetly withdrew his arm, suggesting, I can enroll you in an equestrian class. At the opportune moment, Chen Yuan interjected, Miss Su, if you wish to learn horseback riding, feel free to approach me. I can recommend my instructor to you. Brother, I want you to teach me. Su Jingxian continued to pout playfully. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within Chutang, elusive and indefinable. She found herself unwilling to remain in the vicinity. Observing Su Jingxuan's playful antics, and thus turned to the stables to lead out her horse. Her steed was a magnificent white Akeltech. A birthday gift from Zhou Shuelua on her 17th birthday. The horse's coat was a pristine white, its fur sleek and smooth, and under the sun's radiant embrace. Its back shimmered with a delicate, luminous sheen, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. The Akeltech is also commonly known as the Heavenly Blood Horse. Beside her, Zhou Shuelua smiled warmly, remarking, Tang, during your 3-year absence from Jiangcheng, I have taken excellent care of Zubo. Zubo was the name Chutang had bestowed upon her beloved horse, inspired by its snowy coat and the fact that it was a gift from Zhou Shuelua. Thank you. Shuelua, Chutang said, raising her hand to caress the cheek of the little white horse, which gently lowered its head, nuzzling against her palm. Chutang exclaimed with delight. It's been over 3 years, and Shuebao still remembers me. Of course, Zhou Shuelua replied, horses possess a remarkable sensitivity. Chutang led the horse outside. Her eagerness to ride and gallop around palpable. She stepped into the stirrups, while Jiang Shirshu supported her arm and gently steadied her waist, guiding her onto the horse's back. Thank you. Chutang rode away, oblivious to the envious and malevolent gaze of Su Jingxian behind her. The Zhou family's horse ranch, located on the outskirts, sprawled across an expansive landscape, with endless fields of grass stretching as far as the eye could see. The initial rush of excitement coursed through Chutang as the wind whistled past her ears. She reveled in this sense of unrestrained liberation. It seemed that only in such moments did she truly feel the essence of freedom. As Chutang galloped forth, her figure was graceful and her movements agile, exuding an undeniable charm. The gaze of everyone present was irresistibly drawn to her. Even Su Jingxian could not help but acknowledge that at this moment, Ruan Chutang radiated brilliance. Observing Jiang Shirshu fixatedly staring at the increasingly distant silhouette, even spurring his horse to pursue her, Su Jingxian felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Chapter 26, Su Jingxuan's malicious intent. Chen Yuan, Qingyan, and Zhou Shuelua were nowhere to be seen, they must have gone off to race. Only Su Jingxian remained behind. Chutang was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, had she not been playfully expressing her desire for her brother to teach her? Su Jingxian pouted slightly. Her tone laced with a hint of playful whimpering, but the coach might put pressure on me, and I don't know him at all. I'm afraid of being scolded. Sister Ruan, you were so kind, you wouldn't scold me, would you? Chutang was somewhat unaccustomed to the intimate affections of unfamiliar individuals. She turned to glance at Jiang Shirshu, eager to hear his thoughts. Coincidentally, Jiang Shirshu also turned to her, inquiring about her perspective. Tang. Would you be willing to teach her? After a moment of contemplation, Chutang considered that Su Jingxian was Jiang Shirshu's sister and would eventually become her sister-in-law. Although their first meeting was marked by Su Jingxuan's less than pleasant demeanor, it was of little consequence, as she later offered her apologies. At present, Su Jingxuan's attitude towards her was relatively amicable. Chutang, by nature, possesses a kind heart. She seldom harbors malicious thoughts towards another girl. She believed that Su Jingxian would not harbor any ill intentions towards her. After some contemplation, she decided not to decline any further. All right, Chutang said, turning to Su Jingxian. Today, I can teach you some basics, allowing you to experience the thrill of riding. In a few days, perhaps your brother could enroll you in an equestrian class for more systematic learning. Really? Su Jingxian replied with a beaming smile, thank you so much, Sister Ruan. The sweetness with which she addressed her as Sister Ruan was quite endearing. Chutang felt a tinge of embarrassment as she pondered whether she had perhaps overthought the situation. Su Jingxian appeared to harbor no ill intentions towards her. Ruan Chutang offered a polite smile and replied, you're welcome. Su Jingxian gazed at the woman before her. Ruan Chutang, her sister-in-law. Although she ought to address her as such, the term sister-in-law was one Su Jingxian found impossible to utter. Deep within, she was unwilling to acknowledge that Ruan Chutang would one day assume that role. The thought of Jiang Shirshu being with another woman was simply unbearable for her. Jiang Shirshu gently remarked, you have worked hard, Tang. As he turned to Su Jingxian, the warmth in his eyes dissipated, returning to his usual frigid demeanor. In a tone befitting an elder brother, Jiang Shirshu instructed Su Jingxian, learn well from Tang Tang, heed her words, and do as she says. Pay attention to your safety. Understood. Brother, Su Jingxian replied with a bright smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, embodying obedience and compliance. Come with me, Ruan Chutang said, leading the horse. Su Jingxian followed closely. Now. You go ahead and mount the horse, Ruan Chutang patiently instructed Su Jingxian, guiding her to mount from the left side, placing her left foot in the stirrup. Swinging her right leg over the horse's back to sit. Chutang stood by, assisting Su Jingxian as she mounted the horse with utmost care. Although Su Jingxian was not clad in riding attire, her athletic ensemble suited the occasion perfectly. Once she settled atop the horse, Chutang gently led the creature, guiding it to walk slowly. The little white horse, obedient to its owner, trotted at a leisurely pace. Are you still comfortable? Chutang inquired, glancing up at Su Jingxian. With her back turned to Jiang Shirshu, Su Jingxian felt no need to feign decorum any longer. Chutang remained indifferent to Su Jingxuan's shift in attitude. Their acquaintance was rather superficial, and this genuine demeanor felt far more comfortable than any feigned familiarity. Chutang commenced her instruction with Su Jingxian, emphasizing the fundamental principles of horseback riding. She emphasized the significance of proper posture. Once mounted, one must sit upright upon the saddle. Now, give this reins a try, Chutang said, relinquishing the reins for Su to grasp. To encourage the horse to advance, it is essential to avoid exerting excessive force when pulling the reins. Refrain from pulling backward, instead, release the tension in the reins to alleviate pressure on the horse. This will prompt it to move forward at a gentle pace. Su Jingxian adhered to Chutang's guidance, merely holding the reins without pulling back with force. Snowball proceeded forward slowly, obediently complying with her commands. Chutang spoke gently. Its name is Shuebao, it is very well behaved, so you need not fear it. Is that so? Su Jingxuan's voice lacked warmth, and her words carried an air of peculiarity. With a subtle smile, Su Jingxian replied ambiguously, well, I truly appreciate that. Chutang continued to explain, if you wish to encourage the horse to quicken its pace, you may gently apply pressure to its flanks with your calves, imparting a slight urging known as leg pressure. The horse, upon receiving your signal, will understand the cue to accelerate. Generally speaking, the greater the leg pressure, the swifter the horse shall run. As the horse gallops forward, it is essential to promptly release the leg pressure. After Chutang finished speaking, she thoughtfully inquired of Su Jingxian, can you understand? Su Jingxian replied, yes. In the midst of their conversation, the distance between the two had gradually increased from their initial position. Chutang was still imparting the fundamentals of equestrianism to her. Yet Su Jingxian's mind wandered elsewhere. In her right hand, gripping the reins, she clutched a brooch, a token she had deliberately removed and concealed within her palm moments ago. Without any awareness, Chutang asked her, after riding for so long, how do you feel? Isn't the sensation of horseback riding quite delightful? Su Jingxian replied nonchalantly, yes. It is rather pleasant. The weather is truly lovely today. As Chutang gazed into the distance at the setting sun, she sighed, as evening descends, the sunset is extraordinarily beautiful. The horizon is ablaze with vibrant hues, and a gentle breeze sweeps across the meadow. Chutang sauntered leisurely, reveling in the enchanting scenery. Su Jingxian smiled with a hint of profound meaning. Chutang was somewhat bewildered. It was at this moment that the unexpected occurred. The little white horse suddenly bolted forward as if possessed, galloping wildly. Su Jingxian clutched the reins, her voice filled with panic as she shouted for help. Ah, save me! Please, someone help! Chutang, witnessing this scene unfold before her, was utterly confounded. How could her beloved Shuebao suddenly lose control? Everything transpired so abruptly, within mere seconds, that Chutang had no time to grasp the horse's reins. Initial Tang's mind momentarily blanked. Once she regained her composure, she dialed the emergency rescue number for the equestrian center. The horse continued to run uncontrollably. The rescue team arrived swiftly, lifting Su Jingxian onto a stretcher. Jiang Shirshu and others hurriedly followed the rescue team to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Su Jingxuan's injuries, Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow, casting a grave glance at initial Tang. Chapter 27, Tang Tang, what transpired at the equestrian center this afternoon? Ruan Chutang followed the rescue team outside. Zhou Shueluo and Chen Yuanyuan soon arrived. Chen Yuanyuan rushed to initial Tang's side, anxiously inquiring, "What happened?" Zhou Shueluo pondered with a frown. Shuebo underwent regular checkups every month, and just today, prior to being let out, had undergone another examination, with all indicators normal. How could it suddenly go berserk? Chen Yuanyuan clenched her fists, questioning whether Su Jingxian was behind this. Didn't she initially want Shirshu to teach her? She never liked you much, why would she suddenly want you to teach her? Zhou Shueluo responded, "The staff have managed to restrain Shuebo and administered a tranquilizer. They will conduct a checkup shortly. Tang, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault." Upon hearing this, Ruan Chutang thoughtfully gazed in the direction the rescue team had disappeared. Her intuition hinted that Su Jingxian was intricately involved in this incident. But why would she take such actions? Considering the look Jiang Shirshu had just given her, an answer began to form in her mind. Yet, did Su Jingxian not fear for her own life in doing this? To create a rift between Jiang Shirshu and herself, Su Jingxian was willing to go to such lengths? This was only their second meeting, and Su Jingxian was already risking her own safety to orchestrate a scheme against her. Was profoundly shaken. This Su Jingxian is nothing short of a lunatic. On the ambulance, Su Jingxuan's face was pale, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a rather pitiful sight. She turned to Jiang Shirshu beside her and plaintively exclaimed, "Brother, it hurts so much." Jiang Shirshu gently reassured her, "We will arrive at the hospital shortly. Let us see what the doctor has to say." Su Jingxuan's tears streamed down her cheeks as she weakly sobbed, "I truly feel immense pain. The moment I fell from the horse, I was terrified, brother. I am so afraid that I will never see you again." She clutched Jiang Shirshu's hand tightly, her cries punctuated by intermittent sobs. "Brother, have I caused you trouble? Woo. Everyone was having such a good time today. And yet I encountered an accident, woo. Am I a nuisance?" "Do not say that," Jiang Shirshu replied, a flicker of concern igniting in his eyes. After all, she was the sister he had watched grow up, though not by blood, their bond was akin to that of kin. "All right now, do not cry," he said in a soft voice, soothing her, "We will be at the hospital very soon." Su Jingxian sniffled, her voice a pitiful whimper, "If you comfort me, brother, I won't feel the pain anymore." Jiang Shirshu reached out and gently stroked her head, reminiscing how she was still like a child. At the hospital, the doctor conducted an X-ray and examinations on Su Jingxian. The doctor informed her that she had sustained a stable fracture, and with a month's hospitalization, she would likely recover. After the examinations and medication were administered, the nurse provided a painkiller, and at last, the incessantly wailing Su Jingxian quieted down. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chutang reached the threshold of the ward, where she overheard the playful voice of Su Jingxian charmingly speaking to Jiang Shirshu. With a sweet and delicate tone, she pleaded, "Brother, my arm is in a cast, making it inconvenient for me to eat. Would you be so kind as to feed me?" Chutang's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Her heart filled with hesitation. "Is it inappropriate to enter at this moment?" Jiang Shirshu's voice echoed, calling for the caregiver. Su Jingxian persisted, continuing to act coy, "Oh, please. I want my brother to feed me personally. Why doesn't he want to?" Jiang Shirshu gently coaxed her, "Be obedient, you are no longer a child. Besides, I am now in a relationship, and I am about to get engaged to Tang. It is best to avoid any misunderstandings at this time." Ruan Chutang's heart was gently stirred. She had not anticipated that Jiang Shirshu would refuse Su Jingxuan's request on her behalf. At this, Su Jingxuan's tone abruptly shifted, losing its earlier sweetness. Her voice rose several degrees. "Must we siblings also be cautious of appearances? Brother, is Ruan Chutang truly such a petty woman? She caused my fall. Yet you show no concern for me and instead reject me because of her?" Ruan Chutang turned to leave, unwilling to impose herself where she was unwelcome. Since Su Jingxian held her in disdain, there was no reason for her to linger. Jiang Shirshu's voice carried an edge of anger. "Jingxian, I have told you before. Ruan Chutang is to be your sister-in-law, you shall not treat her with such disrespect." At that moment, a nurse bearing in force stood at the door of the ward and said, "Please make way." Both individuals inside turned to see Ruan Chutang at the entrance. With a sigh, Ruan Chutang followed the nurse into the room. Su Jingxuan's disdain was palpable. What are you doing here? Almost simultaneously, Jiang Shirshu spoke. Tang Tang, you have come. The nurse proceeded to administer and to Su Jingxian while she glared coldly at Ruan Chutang, her gaze piercing and accusatory. Unfazed, Ruan Chutang met Su Jingxuan's gaze and coldly replied. You claim I caused your fall? Su Jingxian had expected Ruan Chutang to be flustered after her accident, yet her calm demeanor was unexpected. Nevertheless, Su Jingxian maintained her composure. Brother, I know I left a poor impression on my first meeting with Sister Ruan Chutang. Today, at the writing arena, I thought of her as my future sister-in-law and wished to draw closer to her. Tears welled in Su Jingxuan's eyes. I asked Sister Ruan Chutang to teach me to write to foster our bond. I never anticipated she would despise me so. When I was distracted, she suddenly kicked the horse. It bolted as if mad, and I was truly terrified. With theatrical flair, Su Jingxian lamented, Sister Ruan Chutang, I can comprehend your dislike for me. But I bear you no ill will, why would you wish to harm me so? She paused, raising her gaze to gauge Jiang Shirshu's reaction. His brow furrowed slightly. Yet his tone remained measured as he asked Ruan Chutang, Tang Tang, what truly transpired at the writing arena this afternoon? Inside the bed, Su Jingxuan's uninjured hand formed a tight fist. How could her brother not believe her? Why was he so gentle with Ruan Chutang? In middle school, when girls bullied her, her brother had ensured their expulsion. In high school, when delinquents harassed her, he had them severely beaten. In college, when a perverse stalker invaded her privacy, her brother had rendered the man unable to harm her again. Now, as she lay injured and receiving treatment, her brother's first instinct was not to admonish Ruan Chutang but to inquire about the incident. Jealousy surged within her. Su Jingxian longed to confront Ruan Chutang and give her a taste of her own medicine. Chapter 28, Gu Zechuan could no longer remain seated. Ruan Chutang cast a sidelong glance at Su Jingxian before turning to Jiang Shirshu, her eyes devoid of emotion. If I were to say that Su Jingxian is lying, would you believe me? Chutang self-deprecatingly curled her lips. How could she have been foolish enough to pose such a question? One was a sister who had grown up alongside him, while the other was a union partner with whom he had not shared a bond for 3 years. Even a fool could discern whom Jiang Shirshu would choose. Chutang was momentarily stunned, finding it difficult to believe her own ears. Jiang Shirshu had actually chosen to place his trust in her? What about Su Jingxian? Upon witnessing Su Jingxuan's face turn pale, Ruan Chutang exclaimed, Brother! She is spouting nonsense. How could you trust her over me? Enough, Jiang Shirshu replied, his icy gaze sweeping over her. From the very first moment you encountered Tang Tang, an inexplicable animosity towards her has lingered. When you claimed she kicked the horse while you were distracted, I sensed deceit in your words. A frost enveloped Jiang Shirshu's expression. I am well aware that Tang Tang is not that kind of person. You have stated that she bears you no grudge, why then would she wish you harm? Ruan Chutang gazed quietly at Jiang Shirshu, her heart a tumult of emotions. Why was he so resolutely devoted to her? Why did he believe in her unconditionally? She had assumed that in the conflict between herself and Su Jingxian, Jiang Shirshu would unhesitatingly side with Su Jingxian. Initial Tang felt a pang in her nose, and her eyes brimmed with an unshed bitterness. In that moment, the emotions swirling within her were beyond articulation. Jiang Shirshu cast a gaze towards Su Jingxian that was as frigid as ice and snow. Su Jingxian, do not forget your surname, he implied. You are not a member of the Jiang family, so do not presume to act recklessly under the guise of being a foster daughter. Upon hearing these words, Su Jingxuan's already pale face drained of all color. Her lips quivered, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. You should rest well. I shall take my leave, Jiang Shirshu declared before turning away. Chutang stood by the hospital bed, casting a cold glance at Su Jingxian, who was weeping inconsolably. With a sigh, she remarked, what is the necessity of this? Outside the hospital, in the open-air parking lot, Jiang Shirshu walked alongside Ruan Chutang, his eyes filled with remorse. Chutang, I am truly sorry. Chutang turned to him and asked, why do you need to apologize to me? It is my family that has failed to educate Jingxian properly. Jiang Shirshu sighed, I am equally perplexed as to why she would slander you. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Chutang let out a light laugh. As if to say there was no need for questions, she already comprehended the reason. Jiang Shirshu remarked, his expression revealing confusion. With her crimson lips slightly parted. Qi Tang inquired, Jiang Shirshu, can you truly not discern Su Jingxuan's intentions? Jiang Shirshu responded, what do you mean? Chutang spoke slowly. Her targeting me is a consequence of you. Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow in silence. Chutang gazed into his eyes. Articulating each word with precision, Su Jingxian harbors feelings for you, which is why she perceives me as a rival in love. Her actions are merely a ploy to sow discord between us. Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow in silence, lost in contemplation. Chutang continued to stride forward. Jiang Shirshu hastened to catch up. Tang, wait for me. Chutang opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Jiang Shirshu took his place in the passenger seat. As he fastened his seatbelt, he remarked, I understand now, henceforth, I shall maintain my distance from her. Chutang paused her movements, inquiring, why? Jiang Shirshu replied, did you not say that she harbors feelings for me? Previously, I was unaware of her affections. I regarded her merely as a sister. Now that I am enlightened, it is only prudent to keep my distance. He spoke with earnestness, saying, Tang. I wish to provide you with a sense of security. Chutang inquired, I ask you, why do you unconditionally trust me? You have grown up alongside Su Jingxian since childhood. Shouldn't your faith lie with her instead? Why do you believe in me? Jiang Shirshu gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. I have already stated in the hospital that you are not that kind of person. Is it merely for this reason? Simply because of your character? The streetlights flickered dimly. Their warm yellow glow seeping through the windshield into the car. The affection in Jiang Shirshu's eyes was unmistakable. He spoke each word with conviction. It is also because I love you. Love demands unconditional trust. Chutang's heart trembled violently. In a state of panic, she turned her head, her face flushed and rendered speechless. Could this be considered a confession? Observing the girl's reddened ears, Jiang Shirshu couldn't help but smile. His Tang had become shy. The following day, the test results for Shuebo were released, revealing no abnormalities in any indicators. However, a scar was discovered on the back of the horse's neck. Preliminarily identified as a puncture wound. The location of the injury could only be accessed by someone atop the horse's back. Upon learning this outcome, Jiang Shirshu never returned to the hospital to visit Su Jingxian. The Jiang family had arranged for a top-tier caregiver for Su Jingxian, with the nurse delivering meals punctually 3 times a day. Jiang Shirshu devoted his days to staying by Ruan Chutang's side, assisting her in selecting engagement dresses, choosing jewelry, and discussing the details of the engagement banquet. Regardless of Su Jingxuan's uproar, he never set foot in that hospital again. At the moment Su Jingxian fell from her horse, Chutang believed that the wedding plans between her and Jiang Shirshu might be postponed indefinitely. Chutang did not anticipate that Su Jingxuan's meticulous scheming would ultimately backfire, transforming her into an unintended ally. Rather than inciting discontent in Jiang Shirshu, it accelerated his confession. Following that evening, Chutang found herself developing a fondness for Jiang Shirshu. While it could hardly be termed love, the unconditional trust and affection she received from him were undeniably stirring. The date for the engagement banquet was set for the 15th of next month. It was now early October, leaving just over a month to prepare. On this day, Jiang Shirshu accompanied Ruan Chutang to a high-end fashion boutique to shop for attire. In the VIP room, they sat on a plush sofa, observing several models of similar stature to Ruan Chutang showcasing the latest seasonal collection before them. That light blue dress was quite charming, Jiang Shirshu whispered softly in her ear, expressing his admiration for it. Ruan Chutang nodded in agreement, adding that the cream-colored jacket was also quite appealing. Just as they were discussing, her phone chimed twice. She retrieved her phone to check the notifications. Jiang Shirshu turned away, respecting her privacy and refraining from glancing at her screen. The message contained several photographs. Chutang perused the photographs one by one. They were snapshots of Chen Wan and Gu Zechuan. The backdrop suggested it was in Xinjiang. In the next moment, Chen Wan sent another text message, to the places he is unwilling to accompany you to, I have come in your stead. Xinjiang is enchanting, yet regrettably, You are unable to witness its beauty. Rolled her eyes. She was not dead, so why couldn't she be seen? During the 3 years spent with Gu Zechuan, she was merely a 9-to-6 worker, relying on a few holidays to travel. Alone and wary of safety, she wished for Gu Zechuan's companionship. Her desire to visit Xinjiang stemmed from her previous travels abroad. In recent years, she had yet to explore the popular domestic attractions, which sparked her yearning. Now, her whims for adventure could be fulfilled with just a word. Initially contemplating blocking him, she reconsidered. Chen Wan's antics were rather amusing. She was curious to see what other tricks Chen Wan could conjure. Perhaps she would keep her around as a digital pet. With this thought, she put away her phone. Meanwhile, Chen Wan nestled in Gu Zechuan's embrace, sharing meticulously curated and edited photos. Gu Zechuan held her close, observing her as she sent them to Ruan Chutang. He anticipated Ruan Chutang's reaction upon seeing these images. Would she be furious? Would jealousy ignite within her, prompting her to reach out, arguing and fussing? It had been several days since he had last contacted Ruan Chutang. Thus, when Chen Wan displayed those photos before him, he did not intervene. He yearned to witness Ruan Chutang's jealousy, hoping she would take the initiative to reconcile. Has she blocked me? Chen Wan murmured in Gu Zechuan's arms. Surely not. If she had, the messages wouldn't have gone through. Gu Zechuan rationalized for Ruan Chutang, thinking perhaps she simply hadn't seen them. Yes, she must not have noticed. If she had, her indifference would be impossible. Gu Zechuan became restless. Taking advantage of Chen Wan's absence, he pulled out his phone. His expression darkening as he called his assistant to inquire about Ruan Chutang's hometown address. Chapter 29, The law firm supervisor bribed. Chutang receives special treatment. The assistant was efficient, sending Ruan Chutang's hometown address the very next day. It appeared to be an ordinary neighborhood. Gu Zechuan narrowed his eyes. Jiangcheng, was it? Coincidentally, he was scheduled to visit Jiangcheng shortly to negotiate cooperation and investment with the Su Group. Ruan Chutang, since you have not sought me out, I shall come to find you this time. Ruan Chutang had arranged an interview time with the other party and was diligently preparing for the upcoming meeting. Shunka, being the most prestigious law firm in Jiangcheng, held substantial renown within the industry. Her experience there over the next few years would greatly benefit her future career. At this moment, within the confines of Shenka law firm, Miss Su, the firm supervisor Yang Xiaojing said respectfully while holding her phone. Ruan Chutang has scheduled an interview with me. Excellent. The salary package should align with her expectations. We must secure her. Once she joins, I will assign her some challenging tasks. Whatever it takes, I want your team to handle the multi-million-dollar cases from Jiang Group that I have on my hands. Yang Xiaojing responded with delight. In the hospital room, Su Jingxian hung up the phone, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. When Ruan Chutang called Jiang Shishu to express her desire to seek employment, Su Jingxian was sitting right next to him. She distinctly heard Jiang Shishu recommend Ruan Chutang for Shenka law firm. From Jiang Shishu's remarks, it seemed Ruan Chutang intended to submit her resume through the conventional route, eschewing any backdoor assistance. She had even instructed Jiang Shishu not to give any prior notice to the firm, nor to disclose her identity as the daughter of the Ruan family or as the future daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Reflecting on this, Su Jingxian chuckled mockingly. Ruan Chutang, your self-righteousness will be your undoing. That very night, she promptly reached out to the firm's supervisor, Yang Xiaojing. In Jiangcheng, every industry had to heed the Jiang Group's influence. Her status as a Jiang family lady proved quite beneficial. Although she was merely an adopted daughter, over the years, Madame Jiang had treated her as her own. And Jiang Shishu regarded her as a sister. For years, she had frequently attended various commercial gatherings under the guise of a Jiang family heiress, and the public had largely recognized her as such. She had conducted her research, despite Ruan Chutang being the daughter of the Ruan Group. She was not fond of socializing and had rarely made appearances at high society events. Ruan Chutang also shunned flaunting her wealth on social media, maintaining a low profile. Thus, although the Ruan Group was a substantial enterprise, few had encountered its heiress. Furthermore, news of Ruan Chutang's impending engagement to Jiang Shishu remained undisclosed to the public. Only their close circle was privy to this information. This made it convenient for Su Jingxian to engage in her covert machinations. Su Jingxuan's gaze darkened as she thought. Ruan Chutang, you have forced my hand, how dare you vie for my brother Shishu? He is solely mine. The following day, Ruan Chutang rose early, applied a light touch of makeup, and donned a white shirt paired with black trousers, the quintessential attire of a practicing lawyer. Shunka law firm was situated near Jiangcheng University. A considerable distance from the Ruan family villa, the journey exceeded 10 kilometers, and during the morning rush hour, it would take over an hour to drive there due to traffic congestion. Chutang reminisced about her birthday during her freshman year, when her cousin Suyu gifted her a set of elegantly furnished apartments conveniently located across from Jiangcheng University, in close proximity to Shinka law firm. She contemplated that if she secured a position at Shinka, she would move into the apartment, enjoying the ease of commuting and the comfort of solitude, free from the presence of Ruan Chutang and Yang Xuelian, thus obtaining a peaceful existence. The interview at Shinka law firm was conducted by the HR representative and Yang Xiaojing, the head of the litigation department. Graduating from a prestigious institution, Chutang, and possessing 3 years of professional experience, Ruan Xiaojing answered several specialized questions posed by Yang Xiaojing with remarkable fluency. It was evident that Yang Xiaojing was quite pleased with her, offering a compensation package that aligned perfectly with Chutang's expectations, a base salary of 15,000, complemented by commission on legal fees. Upon the conclusion of the interview, Yang Xiaojing smiled and said, "Miss Ruan, see you tomorrow." The interview proved to be far easier than she had anticipated. She had expected the firm to negotiate the salary more rigorously, yet the process unfolded with unexpected smoothness. After Chutang departed, Yang Xiaojing stood by the window and sighed, lamenting the loss of Miss Ruan, whom she had come to admire. On her first day at work, HR Lu Chengcheng introduced Ruan Chutang to her colleagues, facilitating a brief familiarization. Shenka law firm is quite expansive, and the branch where she was employed is the headquarters, which encompasses various departments including the business department, litigation department, non-litigation department, finance department, and human resources department. The business department is tasked with pursuing business opportunities and negotiating cases, while the litigation department, primarily composed of lawyers and interns, focuses exclusively on litigation matters. The non-litigation department is responsible for providing legal consultations, debt collection, and contract reviews, among other non-litigious services. The finance and human resources departments function similarly to those in any typical corporation, managing fiscal and personnel affairs. Each department has its supervisor. In the case of the litigation department, it is Yang Xiaojing, who interviewed Chutang the previous day. Yang, a practicing lawyer in her 30s, sports a neat short haircut, embodying the archetype of a career-driven woman. Shinka's headquarters boasts over 20 practicing lawyers, and aside from the supervisors, every 2 lawyers share an office. Ruan Chutang shares her office with a male lawyer in his 40s. As Ruan Tong had just tidied her workspace and settled down, her supervisor, Yang Xiaojing, entered with a hint of apology. "Xiao Ruan," she began, "each lawyer is typically assigned an intern to assist them. However, 2 interns recently completed their training and are now set to practice independently. Consequently, the intern positions that have become vacant have yet to be filled. So I regret to inform you that we are unable to arrange an assistant for you at this time. I appreciate your understanding and your capacity to work independently." Ruan Tong nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her that it was not an issue and that she could manage her responsibilities alone. "Very well," Yang Xiaojing replied with a smile before turning to leave. From behind another desk, a male lawyer lifted his gaze from the computer screen. "Hello there, I am Zhang Tianxin. We shall be colleagues from now on." During the lunch break, a male colleague, acting on the supervisor's suggestion, playfully initiated a chat in the group, encouraging the new colleagues to treat everyone to dinner after work. There were 2 new faces at the firm, Ruan Tong, who had just joined today, and the intern Yu Jiaojiao, who had started just a couple of days prior. Chutang is not very familiar with the culture of this law firm. Is it customary for them to treat new colleagues to a meal? Chutang inquired with her male colleague from the same office, who informed her that such a custom did not exist previously. Ruan Chutang gazed thoughtfully at the messages on her computer screen. Chapter 30, Ruan Chutang. I have arrived in Jiangcheng. Shall we meet? The upscale Chinese restaurant, Fragrant Pavilion, near the Shenka law firm was bustling with patrons. Apart from the exclusive VIP rooms, all other private dining areas were occupied by the firm's associates. In the room where Ruan Chutang was seated, a young female lawyer remarked with a smile, "Ruan Chu, you are quite extravagant, choosing fragrant pavilion right off the bat. The last time I was here was at last year's annual meeting when the boss treated us." Yang Xiaojing chuckled playfully, "Ruan Chu, you're young and accomplished. It seems you've amassed quite a fortune over the years in practice. With our firm comprising over 100 individuals across various departments, I dare say you are about to make quite a dent in your finances tonight." Zhang Tianxin chimed in with a grin, "Ruan Chu, you are truly formidable." A young woman interjected sarcastically, "Oh, Ruan Chu, are you sure you can manage this? The average expenditure at Fragrant Pavilion is 200 to 300 per person, and with drinks and alcohol, this meal might very well consume 3 months' worth of your salary. Perhaps we should consider a different venue, let us not engage in ostentation." The woman was a lawyer from the litigation department, and Ruan Chu recalled her name, Chen Yang. On her first day at work, Chutang felt upon seeing Chen Yang for the first time that she bore an unkind visage. It seems her initial impression was not misplaced. For Chen Yang indeed proved to be difficult to interact with. Chutang smiled and said, "It's nothing, I can afford it." Chen Yang continued with a sarcastic tone, "Oh. It seems that Supervisor Yang was not mistaken, Lawyer Ruan has indeed made a fortune over the years. Perhaps she could share her secrets to wealth with us." Her words held a kernel of truth. The meager salary she earned from her job was far from sufficient to purchase a decent vehicle. However, there was no need for her to save for a car. The Porsche 911 and Rolls-Royce Phantom that Ruan Chutang had gifted her remained untouched in the garage of the Ruan family's ancestral home, gathering dust. And she had not driven the Maserati gifted by her cousin Su Yu in quite some time. Recently, she had been driving the glacier blue Bentley Continental bestowed upon her by Jiang Shirshu. Naturally, Chen Yang was oblivious to Chutang's affluent background. She merely took her words at face value, believing that Ruan Chutang truly lacked the means to purchase a car or a home. The words of Ruan Chutang seemed to resonate with Chen Yang, who cast a disdainful glance at her. The pretense of affluence. Attempting to curry favor with colleagues at the law firm despite financial constraints, struck her as superficial. This brief interlude passed by. Ruan Chutang smiled and suggested, "Let us order. Everyone should select what they desire." "Then I shall not hold back," Chen Yang declared, taking the menu, pausing momentarily, and then handing it to Supervisor Yang. "You may go first, Supervisor Yang." In matters of social etiquette, she was quite astute. The private room was occupied by colleagues from the litigation department. Adhering to the principle that only one leader may occupy a single space, the highest-ranking individual present was Supervisor Yang Xiaojing. As Yang Xiaojing received the menu, she recalled Su Jingxuan's advice to take good care of Ruan Chutang and thus did not hesitate to make her selections, marking several choices on the menu: this one, that one, and another. The waiter stood by, diligently noting the dishes. Yang Xiaojing chose the 3 most expensive signature dishes, which alone amounted to over 1,000. Once she completed her selections, she passed the menu back to Chen Yang, who also opted for 2 pricey dishes. The newly arrived intern lawyer, Yu Jiaojiao, seated beside Ruan Chutang, appeared quite flustered. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she gently tugged at Ruan Chutang's sleeve and whispered, "Ruan Chutang, the expenses here are quite exorbitant, I cannot afford this." She had assumed that today's meal was a treat from her and Ruan Chutang for everyone. Upon seeing the menu, anxiety had gripped her heart. If she were to cover this meal, it would render her efforts over the past year futile. The young girl was on the verge of tears. Ruan Chutang gently patted Yu Jiaojiao's hand, soothing her with a soft voice, "Do not worry, I shall cover this meal, so you need not pay." "Really?" Yu Jiaojiao replied. Her face flushed. "Then, thank you, Ruan Chutang." After the dishes were ordered, the group of 10 in their private room had accumulated over 5,000 in food and more than 3,000 in beverages. Upon noticing the receipt, Ruan Chutang lightly curled her lips in amusement. This was not merely based on the average consumption. It was evident that she was being regarded as an easy target for exploitation. However, now that Ruan Chutang had restored her bank card, this sum was inconsequential to her. She considered it merely a small price to pay for maintaining social connections. As they were halfway through their meal, Ruan Chutang rose to visit the restroom. Chen Yang, once again adopting a teasing tone, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Lawyer Ruan, where are you off to? Are you unable to afford the bill and planning to make a run for it? Ha ha ha. Ruan Chutang maintained a composed demeanor and replied softly. I am merely going to the restroom. Is Lawyer Chen so apprehensive about me? Would you like to accompany me? Of course not. I was merely jesting. It would be unreasonable to take offense, Chen Yang replied languidly. Chutang paid her no further attention and exited the private room. As she made her way to the restroom, she passed by the elevator entrance and turned her head, only to meet a pair of familiar eyes. Jiang Shirshu, looking surprised, exclaimed, Tang Tang? What brings you here? Beside him stood several impeccably dressed elite gentlemen in sharp suits. The private dining room where Chutang was having her meal was located on the first floor. It appeared that Jiang Shirshu had just finished dining and was coming down. As she spoke, Jiang Shirshu took a few steps forward. With a gentle smile, Chutang greeted. Brother Shirshu, what a coincidence! I am here treating my colleagues to a meal today. Jiang Shirshu was aware that Ruan Chutang had already joined Shenke law firm. He nodded slightly, his expression softening as he inquired, How are you finding your first day at work? Well, everything is quite good, she replied. Chutang did not mention the matter of Chen Yang and several colleagues treating her as a naive target for exploitation. Well. Jiang Shirshu pondered for a moment and added. It is quite far from here to your home. Have you contacted your family's driver for a pickup? Alright, please take care. MHM. After dinner, Ruan Chutang proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. The staff informed her that someone had already taken care of it. Who else but Jiang Shirshu? She took out her phone and sent a message to him. Shirshu Gij, thank you. There is no need for thanks between us. Upon seeing this message, Chutang felt a warm sensation in her heart. It will be over soon, I will come find you later. After sending the message, her colleagues began to emerge from the private room. A few male colleagues were thoroughly inebriated, and Chutang assisted them in hailing a cab. Chen Yang, who had driven to the venue, had not consumed any alcohol. Chutang smiled gently, bidding farewell. By now, most people had departed, leaving only Yu Zhaozhao behind. Chutang inquired. Where do you reside? Allow me to summon a vehicle for you. Chutang felt a twinge of concern, for after all, Zhaozhao was a young lady. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Absolutely, came the confident reply. At this hour, the streets are lined with vendors, making it quite safe. Furthermore, it's merely 700 or 800 meters away, so there's no need for alarm. Chutang replied, Very well, see you tomorrow. Ruan LV, I truly appreciate your help today. The girl appeared somewhat shy, continuing, You are truly kind. I have heard that you currently do not have an assistant. Should you ever require my assistance? Do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to help with writing documents or organizing materials. With a gentle smile, Chutang agreed. After Yu Zhaozhao departed, Ruan Chutang proceeded to the parking lot to find Jiang Shirshu. Once in the car, Chutang provided an address. It was quite nearby, merely a few minutes' drive. Jiang Shirshu accompanied her to the entrance of the residential community. Chutang remarked, I intend to reside here from now on, it is convenient for work. Jiang Shirshu nodded. Very well, I shall visit you often. Alright, I shall head upstairs now. Farewell. As Ruan Tong was preparing to alight from the vehicle, her phone rang. She glanced at it, her brow furrowing. Ruan Chutang, I have arrived in Jiangcheng. Shall we meet? Chapter 31, New, Gu Zechuan's entanglement. Jiang Shirshu takes action the following day at work. Supervisor Yang Xiaojing assigned 2 cases to Chutang. Yang personally handed the case files to Ruan Chutang, her speech brisk. This case involves an appeal, the previous attorney has departed. And it is now entrusted to you. The appeal deadline is imminent. So it would be best for you to draft the appeal document and organize the materials for submission to the court today. Additionally, there is this work injury case that requires you to accompany the client for a work injury assessment and a determination of labor capacity. Please see if you can take him today or tomorrow, it will be Friday soon, and it is advisable not to postpone it until next week. Chutang received the case file, nodding repeatedly, expressing her agreement. It was indeed commendable for the foremost law firm in Jiangcheng to have a case right at the start of her workday. A bit of busyness was inconsequential. With cases to handle came commissions and the opportunity to accumulate valuable experience. Chutang engaged in a discussion with her client, briefly reviewing the evidence materials. These two cases are rather intricate. She has scheduled an appointment with the client who suffered an injury at work for tomorrow to undertake the identification of the work-related injury. Today, she must expedite the submission of the case for appeal to the court. By the time Chutang accomplished her planned tasks for the day, darkness had enveloped the sky. After a hectic day, she found herself leaving the office without even having had dinner. Chutang tidied up the documents on her desk, turned off the lights, locked the door, and stepped out of the law firm. Her apartment was merely a 10-minute walk from the office, and she made this daily journey on foot. At that moment, a call from Jiang Shirshu interrupted her thoughts. Having just finished work, he was now making his way home. Jiang Shirshu inquired, "Have you had dinner?" With a playful tone. He continued, "Miss Ruan, your takeout is currently on its way." Did you order takeout for me?" Chutang responded, to which Jiang Shirshu's voice, laced with amusement, replied. "The delivery man, Jiang Shirshu, is bringing it to you." Chutang could not help but smile, and inquired, "Are you delivering a meal to me?" "Indeed," Jiang Shirshu replied. His voice soft and gentle, "I shall arrive shortly, approximately in 15 minutes at the community entrance." 15 minutes was just perfect. She would likely reach the entrance in about 10 minutes. Jiang Shirshu certainly had a knack for timing. In Chutang's recollection, Jiang Shirshu was not one to jest easily. The notion of him referring to himself as a delivery man starkly contrasted with his typically frosty demeanor. Recently, however, she had distinctly sensed a shift in Jiang Shirshu, who seemed to diverge from the aloof youth she once knew. The atmosphere lightened by Jiang Shirshu's playful banter, Chutang chuckled and teased, "Have you installed surveillance on me?" "Mr. Jiang, invading someone's privacy is unlawful." Jiang Shirshu's deep voice was laced with seduction as he replied, "Will that lawyer, Ruan, apprehend me?" "Do as you please." Particularly the phrase "do as you please," Jiang Shirshu deliberately slowed his tone, his voice deep and alluring, causing Chutang to blush profusely. Clearing her throat, Chutang strategically coughed to mask her embarrassment and shifted the subject. "It's best not to speak while driving, as it can be distracting." Jiang Shirshu seemed to chuckle lightly, stating, "The driver is indeed focused." Ruan Chutang. As Ruan Chutang strolled to the entrance of the community, engaged in cheerful conversation with Jiang Shirshu. A sweet smile graced her lips, and her voice resonated with delight. Fully absorbed in her phone call, she failed to notice a man standing beneath the tree at the entrance. "Ruan Chutang." Gu Zechuan's voice echoed ominously in the night. Ruan Chutang abruptly halted her steps, turning her gaze toward the source of the sound. There stood Gu Zechuan, quietly observing her, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. "I'll have to hang up for now," she said, ending the call and approaching Gu Zechuan. Stopping a meter away from him, her expression was marked by discontent. "How did you find this place?" "Ha!" Gu Zechuan replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, an aura of danger emanating from him. "Are you trying to avoid me?" He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. Upon instinctively retreating 2 steps, Chutang only intensified the displeasure in Gu Zechuan's gaze. Chutang let out an impatient click of her tongue, her gaze meeting Gu Zechuan's eyes, which were ablaze with anger. She spoke calmly, "I am not causing a scene. Gu Zechuan, we are finished. Please do not disturb me any further." "Gu Zechuan, are you unwell? Do you not have feelings for Chen Wan? Why do you persist in entangling yourself with me?" Gu Zechuan raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly. "Are you feeling jealous?" Chutang rolled her eyes inwardly, wishing he would refrain from such self-absorption. Gu Zechuan insisted, "Chen Wan and I are merely ordinary friends. Please do not cause a scene." Chutang sneered. "Are we merely ordinary friends who can share a bed?" Gu Zechuan's expression revealed a crack, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "What nonsense are you speaking?" He feigned indifference. Upon hearing her words, it felt as though something had stung Gu Zechuan's heart. He gasped, appearing wounded. "Indifference? But I care." Gu Zechuan's demeanor turned despondent as he softly confessed, you have occupied my thoughts these past few days. I miss you. Let us reconcile, Chutang. Ruan Chutang's eyes brimmed with disdain. Could Gu Zechuan be suffering from a split personality? Just moments ago, he had confronted her in anger. And now he presented himself in a pitiable manner. Chutang cast a cold glance at him, declaring it impossible. Why? Gu Zechuan suddenly yelled, losing control of his emotions. Passers-by shot him peculiar looks. Chutang felt utterly embarrassed. Could you refrain from shouting at the entrance of the community? If you are not ashamed, I certainly am. Let go of me. Chutang struggled, but alas, Gu Zechuan's strength was overwhelming, and she could not break free. Chutang narrowed her eyes slightly and coldly declared, "If you do not release me, I shall not hold back." She was prepared to demonstrate her skills to Gu Zechuan. "I will not let go." Gu Zechuan gripped Chutang tightly with one hand, while the other hand sought to forcefully kiss her, declaring, "Chutang, I miss you so much." As Gu Zechuan's lips drew nearer, Chutang braced herself to retaliate. "Release her!" came a furious shout. Chapter 32, A Confrontation with Rivals. The battlefield Jiang Shirshu did not even spare Gu Zechuan a glance. He uttered not a single superfluous word, instead, he swung his fist towards Gu Zechuan's face. This blow was infused with all his pent-up rage, executed with full force. Gu Zechuan winced in pain, instinctively letting go of Ruan Chutang while clutching the struck area. "Are you seeking death?" Jiang Shirshu pulled Chutang behind him. Casting a cold glare at Gu Zechuan, his eyes brimming with lethal intent as he gritted his teeth, "Stay away from her." Already incensed by the punch, Gu Zechuan felt his fury escalate further upon witnessing this man shielding Ruan Chutang. He pushed Jiang Shirshu violently, exclaiming, "She is my woman, do not touch her." Jiang Shirshu handed the thermos to Chutang, saying, "Be good, wait for me over there." With that, he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Gu Zechuan. Gu Zechuan was knocked to the ground. Struggling to rise, Gu Zechuan found himself in a most undignified position. He, the esteemed young master of the Gu family, had always been the center of attention. After all these years, he was experiencing this level of humiliation for the first time. This man clearly shared an extraordinary bond with Ruan Chutang. Had she already found another suitor within mere days of their separation? The thought pierced Gu Zechuan's heart with pain, fueling his anger as he clenched his fist and aimed a fierce blow at Jiang Shirshu's face. Jiang Shirshu deftly dodged, retaliating with a punch that struck Gu Zechuan squarely on the nose, causing blood to pour forth. Chutang wished to mediate the conflict, yet she found herself powerless as the two enraged men clashed violently. To avoid complicating matters for Jiang Shirshu, Chutang obediently stepped aside. Gu Zechuan was bleeding profusely from his nose, feeling the blood surge to his head. His eyes blazed with fury as he let out a curse and delivered a kick towards Jiang Shirshu. Jiang let out a muffled grunt and quickly retaliated, forcefully pushing Gu to the ground. He pressed his knee against Gu's body, one hand tightly gripping Gu's neck while the other rained down punches upon his face. Jiang Shirshu, raised in an elite environment, was accustomed to maintaining a composed and dignified demeanor in public. Apart from a loss of control years ago, he had never engaged in a fight. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself battling once more for Ruan Chutang's sake. Gu Zechuan, at a disadvantage, endured several blows before seizing an opportunity to break free from Jiang's grasp. His veins bulged, eyes bloodshot, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike fueled by an unyielding resolve to incapacitate the man before him. Jiang Shirshu matched Gu's ferocity, intent on delivering a crushing defeat. Ruan Chutang had never witnessed such brutality from either man, they seemed mad with rage. As their battle intensified, she grew anxious, realizing that if they continued, someone could be seriously harmed. She attempted to shout for them to stop, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Both men fought with reckless abandon, blood spilling and wounds deepening. The driver of Jiang Shirshu rushed in to intervene but was quickly thrown to the ground by Gu Zechuan. Security, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, intending to break up the fight, but upon seeing the fallen driver, they halted, silently opting to call for the authorities and medical assistance. Bystanders, fearing for their safety, expertly navigated around the chaos, hastening past the scene. By the time the ambulance and police arrived, the two men were still locked in combat. Officers separated them, but neither emerged victorious. Gu Zechuan's face was grotesquely swollen, bloodied, and his clothes were tattered and soiled, presenting a pitiful sight. Jiang Shirshu, too, bore the marks of battle, bruises adorned his face, his hand wounded from Gu's cufflink, and he appeared far from the elegant gentleman he usually portrayed. Once separated. Ruan Chutang rushed to Jiang Shirshu, her eyes brimming with concern and her voice trembling with emotion. Brother Shirshu, you're hurt. We must go to the hospital. Upon seeing her, Jiang's fury dissipated, his expression softening as he reassured her, I'm fine. Not far away, Gu Zechuan, held by the officers, felt his heart shatter at the sight. His face reflected agony, his appearance akin to a forsaken dog. Chutang, who is he? Upon hearing this, Ruan Chutang's eyes flared with indignation as she turned to meet Gu's gaze. The hatred in her eyes pierced him deeply. In the next moment, her voice, cold and cutting, echoed, Gu Zechuan, I never wish to see you again. Please, forever disappear from my life. The final words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Gu Zechuan felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger, leaving him breathless with pain. Despite his own injuries, he could discern no trace of sympathy in her gaze. Only indifference and loathing stared back at him. Had her hatred stemmed from his injury to another man? In times past, when he had been hurt racing with friends, she had wept for him, her eyes swollen from tears, never leaving his side in the hospital. A mere cold would bring her to tears, as she lovingly ensured he took his medicine. Yet now, witnessing his severe injuries, she remained unmoved. Her thoughts consumed by another man. Refusing to lose hope, Gu stammered, who is he? Ruan Chutang's lips parted, delivering a three-word answer, my fiancé. Gu Zechuan's expression shifted to disbelief, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to fall, his voice trembling, what, you must be lying. Medical personnel assisted the injured Jiang Shirshu into the ambulance. Ruan Chutang, disregarding Gu Zechuan, turned to accompany Jiang Shirshu. Gu attempted to follow but was restrained by the medical staff and placed into another ambulance. They arrived at the same hospital. In the absence of VIP rooms, Gu Zechuan and Jiang Shirshu were temporarily assigned to the same ward after their injuries were treated. Gu lay on the bed nearest the door. Upon entering the hospital room, Chutang's gaze was immediately drawn to Gu Zechuan, whose head was wrapped like a rice dumpling as he lay in bed receiving an intravenous infusion. With unwavering focus, she disregarded Gu Zechuan entirely, instead making her way directly to Jiang Shirshu, where she settled beside his bed, inquiring with genuine concern about his injuries and tenderly offering him water. In her perception, Gu Zechuan, occupying the same room, seemed but a mere specter. Gu Zechuan turned his head to look at her, his gaze lingering on Chutang, emanating an aura of profound sorrow. Chutang seemed oblivious, engrossed in conversation with Jiang Shirshu, never once casting a glance at Gu Zechuan. Despite Gu Zechuan calling her name several times, she feigned ignorance. Soon, Jiang Shirshu's assistant, Linson, rushed in with bodyguards. A sheen of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, his face pale with evident fright. How could the president sustain such injuries in nearly 2 hours apart? If the old lady and his mother found out, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Jiang Shirshu's lips were set in a firm line, it's nothing. You're to tell no one about this incident, especially my family. Do you understand? Chapter 33, The Stabbing Incident Years Ago. He had faced the old man's wrath after a fight, but fortunately, they remained unaware of the reason behind it. This time, he similarly could not let his family know that he had engaged in a brawl for Chutang's sake. Otherwise, their engagement would be postponed or even annulled. Linson wiped the sweat from his brow, his spine tingling with anxiety, and repeatedly affirmed, understood. Go handle the necessary procedures, Jiang Shirshu instructed coolly. Yes, President Jiang. Gu Zechuan's hospital bed was not far away, and he overheard their entire exchange. He raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How old are you to be scared of family knowing about a fight? Are you a giant infant? Jiang Shirshu chuckled, casting a challenging glance back. No one else in my family needs to know, my fiancé just has to be aware. The term fiancé pierced through Gu Zechuan like a sharp dagger, striking deep into his heart. The pain from his injuries paled in comparison to the anguish he felt within. He could hardly believe that Ruan Chutang had an engagement. Was it because he had previously declared he could never marry her that she found another man to provoke him? Yes, it must be so. Ruan Chutang loved him dearly. She could not live without him. How could she possibly be with another man? Realizing this, Gu Zechuan turned his gaze back to Jiang Shirshu, eyes filled with derision. You must be the one she hired to irritate me, right? Isn't it popular online to rent a boyfriend? How much do you charge per hour? I'll pay 10 times that. Leave her, immediately. Jiang Shirshu found the situation amusing, raising an eyebrow. If self-deception brings you solace, I don't mind you believing that. Ruan Chutang expressed disbelief, glaring at Gu Zechuan. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I would go to such lengths to hire someone to impersonate my fiancé just to deceive you? Gu Zechuan appeared entranced, firmly convinced that Jiang Shirshu was merely a counterfeit created by Ruan Chutang. Chutang let out a cold scoff, such self-indulgence. Linson swiftly completed the necessary procedures for Jiang Shirshu, who then rose from the bed, preparing to be transferred to a private room. Chutang proactively took on the role of a caregiver, carefully holding the intravenous stand as she accompanied Jiang Shirshu out of the ward. Gu Zechuan could not bear to see Ruan Chutang being so considerate towards another man. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to grasp her wrist. However, the bodyguard swiftly intervened, firmly swatting Gu Zechuan's hand away. Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. Jiang Shirshu cast a glance at Gu Zechuan. If you dare to touch her again, I shall break your hand. Gu Zechuan, undeterred, retorted defiantly, Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Witnessing the imminent clash, Chutang hurriedly stepped in. All right, enough. Let us keep it down, this is a hospital. This time, Jiang Shirshu complied, refraining from further confrontation with Gu Zechuan, and followed his assistant out of the ward. Meanwhile, Chen Wan had also arrived in Jiangcheng to see Gu Zechuan. Initially, she was at a gathering with her friends. But upon hearing of Gu Zechuan's hospitalization, she rushed to the hospital in a flurry. Zechuan, what happened to you? Upon seeing his face swollen like a pig's head, Chen Wan burst into tears. Gu Zechuan silently gazed out the window, despair etched in his eyes. Who did this to you? Have you called the police? Chen Wan continued to sob, yet Gu Zechuan remained mute. Overwhelmed with concern, she rambled on, but Gu Zechuan, growing weary, finally spoke up. Could you please step outside? I need some peace. Through her tears, she insisted, I want to stay here to take care of you. Her heart ached for him in his battered state. Yet, he did not wish to see Chen Wan. Had it not been for her, he and Ruan Chutang would not have reached this impasse. Since her departure, he had been consumed by thoughts of her. How ridiculous it was that only after she left did he realize that the one he truly loved was Ruan Chutang. Remembering how he had coldly neglected her for Chen Wan, and the hurtful words he had spoken, Gu Zechuan felt a fresh pang of anguish. He suddenly recalled how Ruan Chutang had longed to marry him. But he had cruelly declared that marrying her was impossible. What if he were willing to marry her? A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. If he could wed her, becoming the young mistress of the Gu family, surely Ruan Chutang would agree to reconcile. Meanwhile, the taxi driver arrived at the street where the law firm was located. What's happening up ahead? Why are there so many people? He muttered to himself. Turning to Ruan Chutang, he said, Miss, it seems we can't go any further. Perhaps you should get out here, it's not far, and you can walk the rest. It was peculiar, this street was usually devoid of foot traffic. What could have transpired today? After settling the payment, Chutang opened the car door and stepped out. The further she walked ahead, the more she sensed something was amiss. The crowd seemed to be gathered around the Shenka law firm. A foreboding feeling welled up within her, prompting her to quicken her pace towards the firm. Suddenly, the throng erupted in a cacophony of screams, those who had been merely spectators moments ago scattered in a frenzy, causing chaos to ensue. A young girl rushed towards Chutang, colliding into her. I'm so sorry, the girl exclaimed, her expression one of sheer terror. And without waiting for a response, she hurriedly resumed her flight. Chutang grasped her firmly, inquiring about the events that had transpired earlier. You mustn't go there. There's chaos unfolding at the law firm, and it could lead to tragedy. We must flee at once. With that, the girl took off in haste. Upon hearing these words, Chutang's expression hardened, and she swiftly made her way towards the law firm. As she approached the entrance, she was met with a cacophony of furious shouts, anguished sobs, and piercing screams, the voices of both men and women intertwining in a tumultuous chorus. Chutang's heart suddenly raced. The onlookers had long dispersed. She sprinted to the entrance, her heart lurching violently. The scene before her was horrifying. Zhang Tianxin, the male lawyer from her office, lay in a pool of blood, his waist wound gushing crimson. At that moment, a man was wildly brandishing a dagger, indiscriminately attacking people in the law firm. The man screamed frantically, "Damn these lawyers! One by one. They all want to take me down. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Since you want to annihilate me, let's die together. If I must perish, I will drag you down with me. After all, I'm already cornered. What does it matter if I claim a few more lives? Today, I shall kill you all. I will ensure that every damn lawyer pays the price." As the man bellowed, he spotted a female lawyer in high heels and lunged at her with his dagger. Chen Yang was desperately fleeing, crying out, "Help! Please don't kill me. It's not my case, it has nothing to do with me, I beg you. Don't kill me." The frenzied man was beyond reason, having already stabbed the male lawyer handling his case. Now blinded by rage, he thrust his dagger at anyone in sight, utterly indifferent to their connection to his case. Chen Yang screamed as she ran towards her colleagues, hoping to divert the assailant's attention. Witnessing Zhang Tianxin being stabbed and collapsing had instilled panic among the firm's staff, leaving them too frightened to confront the assailant. Just as Chen Yang was about to be caught, Ruan Chutang steeled her resolve, kicked off her high heels, and flung her suit jacket behind her, charging towards the assailant with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightning. Chapter 34, Chutang struggled with the assailant, seeing the assailant's dagger coming towards her. Chen Yang instinctively grabbed a nearby colleague to use as a shield. The unfortunate Yu Jiaojia turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face from fear. The merciless assailant lunged at Yu Jiaojia with the dagger. Yu Jiaojia squeezed her eyes shut, surrendering to fate. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. A collective gasp filled the air. Tentatively opening her eyes, Yu Jiaojia was stunned into silence by the sight before her. Ruan Chutang was grappling with the assailant, unarmed. Blood instantly flowed, staining her white shirt. The assailant roared, "You're asking for death," as he charged at her with the knife raised high. Enduring the pain, Ruan Chutang sidestepped the dagger and seized the wrist of the assailant's weapon-bearing hand, twisting with all her might. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished scream. The assailant, caught off guard by the pain, instinctively released his grip, and the dagger clattered to the ground. With a swift kick, Chutang sent the dagger flying far away, allowing a male colleague to seize the opportunity and bend down to retrieve it. Without the lethal threat of the dagger, the assailant was no match for Ruan Chutang. Initially, Chutang unleashed a series of powerful punches that left the assailant howling in agony. Following this, she executed a swift kick that struck the man squarely on the head. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to regain his footing, only to be met with a relentless sequence of kicks and a shoulder throw, culminating in a forceful descent to the ground. Gasps of astonishment resonated around the crowd, as onlookers were left in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle lawyer Ruan could be so formidable in combat. After Chutang thoroughly subdued the assailant, the ambulance and Uncle Hat finally arrived at the scene. Following the assailant's removal, Zhang Tianxin, who lay in a pool of blood, was also taken away by paramedics. Only then did everyone muster the courage to approach Ruan Chutang. Having witnessed a colleague being stabbed, the staff at the law firm felt no relief from surviving, only a profound sense of fear and dread. Yu Jiaojiao's face was streaked with tears, trembling with anxiety as she stammered, "Ruan lawyer, I thought I was going to die. It was so terrifying. If it weren't for you, I surely would not be here now. Thank you, Ruan lawyer." Yang Xiaojing, still shaken, was pale as a ghost. In a decade of practice, I've never encountered such a situation. Being a lawyer is truly a perilous profession. Chen Yangyang's face retained its look of horror. "Supervisor Yang, Lawyer Zhang, do you think Lawyer Zhang will be all right?" Yang Xiaojing replied coldly. "Lawyer Zhang will definitely be fine." Gradually, a few male colleagues regained their composure and began to praise Ruan Chutang's skill and bravery. "Ruan, I had no idea you possessed such prowess. I was completely taken aback. You were incredible. Indeed, thank you for saving us all, Ruan lawyer. Ruan lawyer. My impression of you has completely changed. Ruan Chutang remained silent in response to their accolades. She maintained a stern expression as she approached Chen Yangyang. Did you just attempt to have Yu Jiaojiao shield you from the knife? Chen Yangyang, feeling guilty, could not meet Ruan Chutang's gaze and stammered, I. That was an emergency response. All the colleagues had witnessed Chen Yangyang grabbing Yu Jiaojiao in a moment of crisis. Now, hearing her claim, they collectively cast her disdainful looks. Chen Yangyang felt aggrieved, thinking that if she hadn't acted, it would have been her own demise. Humans are inherently selfish. What a convenient excuse for an emergency response. Ruan Chutang's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. As a lawyer, do you not understand that a person's life cannot be sacrificed for the sake of an emergency? This is a fundamental legal principle known to anyone who has studied law. Chen Yangyang's argument was nothing more than a pitiful defense. Ruan Chutang's piercing gaze seemed to bore into her very soul. Chen Yangyang, you should be grateful I was present today. Had I not intervened, if Yu Jiaojiao had perished at the hands of the assailant, you would be guilty of murder. Chen Yangyang bit her lip in silence, her face devoid of color. At that moment, Yu Jiaojiao expressed her concern, Ruan lawyer, your wound is still bleeding. You should go to the hospital and get it treated. Ruan Chutang had also sustained an injury. Although it did not threaten any vital areas, she had bled profusely, with the entirety of her left sleeve stained crimson. She paid no further attention to Chen Yangyang and turned to leave the law firm for the hospital. Upon tending to her wound and proceeding to settle the payment for her medication, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Wan. With a stern expression and an unkind tone, Chen Wan inquired, Ruan Chutang? What are you doing here? Upon seeing Chen Wan, Ruan Tong was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Wan would accompany Gu Zechuan to Jiangcheng. It was only natural, for Gu Zechuan never ventured anywhere without Chen Wan, and it stood to reason he would not abandon her in Haicheng. Ruan Tong wished to avoid further conversation with Chen Wan and chose to walk past her. Chen Wan glared intently at Ruan Tong's departing figure. Ruan Tong, you truly are a persistent specter. Then, thoughts of Gu Zechuan invaded her mind. They had yet to fully enjoy their time in Xinjiang. And now Gu Zechuan had abruptly booked a flight to Jiangcheng. Was it for Ruan Tong? Was his injury from last night somehow connected to her? As these thoughts swirled, Chen Wan clenched her fist tightly. Zhang Shirshu learned of the incident at the Shunka law firm through the news and immediately called. Tang Tang. I just saw on the news that there was a commotion at your law firm, and someone was even stabbed. Are you all right? Where are you now? I will come to find you. Chu Ton, carrying a bag of medicine, was simultaneously on the phone and pressing the elevator button. I'm fine. I'm at the hospital where you are admitted. I'm going to visit your ward now. Zhang Shirshu's tone was urgent. Is your injury serious? Chutang spoke softly. It's nothing serious. Just a cut on my arm, merely a superficial injury, it will heal in a few days. As the elevator ascended and reached the floor of Zhang Shirshu's ward, Chutang entered carrying the medication. Upon noticing the bandage on the girl's arm, a flicker of concern crossed Zhang Shirshu's eyes. The injury was quite severe. Deepening the pain reflected in his gaze, leaving him utterly heartbroken. Chutao glanced at Zhang Shirshu's expression. Even though the wound was well bandaged and concealed, the concern remained palpable. Had the doctor not cut off her sleeve during the dressing, how distressed would Zhang Shirshu have been upon seeing that sleeve soaked in blood? Perhaps it would be prudent to assign you a bodyguard. The legal profession is fraught with danger, and I cannot rest easy without one. Do not refuse, Tang Tang. I wish to avoid any recurrence of this situation. Ruan Chutang pressed her lips together and acquiesced with a soft Zhang Shirshu took her hand gently and said, I will select 2 skilled bodyguards to ensure your safety. Chutang remarked, one is sufficient. Today is an exceptional circumstance, typically it is not this perilous. Zhang Shirshu insisted. I still feel uneasy with just one. Very well then. Chutang raised her gaze to him, her expression revealing her hesitation. However, I have to go to work regularly, and having a bodyguard would interfere with my duties. Zhang Shirshu replied, this is easily resolved. I will speak with the owner of Shinka and arrange for a security room at the law firm. allowing the bodyguard to remain on site under the guise of a security personnel. That is indeed a prudent solution. Let us proceed with your suggestion. After this incident, the firm will undoubtedly place greater emphasis on the personal safety of its attorneys. Chutang's gaze fell upon the small table beside Jiang Shirshu's sickbed, where a laptop lay. Chutang felt a twinge of concern for Jiang Shirshu's health. She furrowed her brow. Must he attend to work matters while hospitalized? He ought to take a few days to rest properly. Recently, there are significant issues at the company that require my oversight, and I am uneasy entrusting them to another. Nevertheless, you must also be mindful of your own well-being. With genuine concern, Chutang reached out to him, and ripples of tenderness surfaced in Jiang Shirshu's dark eyes. Chapter 35. Witnessing Jiang Shirshu return home with Ruan Chutang, Gu Zechuan was driven to madness. Soon, Chutang grasped the full circumstances surrounding the assailant's knife attack. The perpetrator, Huang Jian, was the proprietor and legal representative of a private enterprise. He had been sued by another company over a contractual dispute, with lawyer Zhang Tianxin accepting Huang's case and ultimately securing a favorable verdict. Subsequently, lawyer Zhang discovered evidence of Huang's personal and corporate assets being intertwined, leading to a lawsuit that resulted in the court seizing his real estate and confiscating equivalent movable property. At the same time, Huang Jian's wife had an affair, absconding with the family's wealth alongside her paramour. After this series of events, Huang found himself utterly cornered. He attributed all his misfortunes to the lawyers at Shinka law firm, which incited his vengeful attack. Fortunately, lawyer Zhang was rescued and out of immediate danger. In the aftermath, the firm designated a room as a security office, staffed by 2 imposing, muscular security personnel. Knowing that the bodyguard was assigned to her by Jiang Shirshu, Ruan Chutang found herself in a peculiar situation. Meanwhile, Gu Zechuan had spent half a month recuperating in the hospital. During this time, he incessantly called Ruan Chutang using his assistant's phone. Yet she never answered nor came to visit him. Gu Zechuan often found himself staring at the door, holding his breath in anticipation that the person entering would be Chutang. However, each time, it was never her. After enduring a torturous fortnight, Gu Zechuan was finally discharged from the hospital. Since Ruan Chutang had not come to see him, he resolved to seek her out himself, eager to reunite with her. On the day of his discharge, Gu Zechuan walked ahead, flanked by his assistant and Chen Wan on either side. Has everything been arranged with the Su Group? Gu Zechuan inquired as he made his way toward the parking lot. During his hospitalization, the shareholders of Gu's Group had repeatedly pressed him for updates on his investment pursuits. Gu Zechuan opened the car door and settled into the vehicle, with his assistant taking the front passenger seat. He then asked, "What banquet is this?" Chen Wan, seated in the back, affectionately linked her arm with Gu Zechuan's. But her demeanor faltered. This was not the way things used to be. He had always been lost in passion with her. Why had he changed so drastically upon arriving in Jiangcheng, even neglecting to hold her hand? Was he still pining for Ruan Chutang? Zechuan, how come? Before she could finish, Gu Zechuan interrupted. How old is President Su's cousin? He pressed again. Do you have detailed information? I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, but I couldn't find any specific details about President Su's cousin. Gu Zechuan ceased his inquiries. If Su Yu wanted to guard someone's privacy, they would find it impossible to uncover. Moreover, Su Yu's cousin was undoubtedly a high society debutante, and her personal information would not be easily accessible. However, the assistant added, I did manage to gather some intel about President Su's cousin. It seems she is getting engaged in 2 weeks. President Su holds her in high regard. If you could prepare an exquisite engagement gift for her, it might smooth things over with President Su. Gu Zechuan pondered this suggestion, realizing it was a clever idea. A girl in her 20s would be far easier to win over than Su Yu. After a moment's thought, he instructed the driver. Park at the entrance of the mall ahead. As the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Zechuan calmly stated, Let's get out. Chen Wan obediently opened the door and exited. Yet Gu Zechuan did not follow her as she had anticipated. The door closed, and the sleek black Maybach drove away. Chen Wan's smile faltered, leaving her standing in the wind, bewildered for a few moments. What did Gu Zechuan mean by this? Had he truly abandoned her here? The assistant exchanged glances with her in the wind. Frustrated, Chen Wan stomped her foot and dialed Gu Zechuan's number. Inside the car, his phone vibrated. Gu Zechuan ignored it, rubbing his temples in annoyance as the phone continued to vibrate. After a while, he instructed the driver, "Take me to Mingjiawan, across from Jiangcheng University." "Understood, Mr. Gu." Mingjiawan was where Ruan Chutang resided. As soon as the car stopped, Gu Zechuan spotted a man following Ruan Chutang into the community. He hurriedly exited the vehicle to pursue them but was stopped by security. "Sir, please scan your face." Gu Zechuan hastily fabricated a story. "I just moved in and haven't had the chance to register yet. Please let me in, I'll record my details tomorrow." The security guard remained firm. "Then please show me your ID and provide your building and room number for verification." Realizing he could not deceive them, Gu Zechuan contemplated forcing his way in. The security guard, however, was not easily intimidated. As Gu Zechuan attempted to push past, the guard held him back, warning, "If you continue, I will call the police." "Let me in." Gu Zechuan's temper flared, his veins bulging as his eyes reddened. What were they doing? Had they already been intimate? The thought of Ruan Chutang and that man's embrace drove Gu Zechuan to the brink of madness. After 3 years of love, he had never experienced her warmth. How could that man? "Let me in," he roared, landing a punch on the security guard's face. Recognizing the escalating situation, the guard quickly called for backup. While Gu Zechuan clashed with security, Ruan Chutang and Jiang Shirshu had already moved far away, unaware of the turmoil behind them. Gu Zechuan found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle at the entrance, ultimately outnumbered and subdued on the ground. In the end, the police arrived to take him away. Chapter 36, Will You Marry Me? In the apartment, Jiang Shirshu donned an apron, preparing a meal for Ruan Chutang. Ruatang leaned casually against the kitchen door, arms crossed, observing him with keen interest. She had not anticipated that the young master of the Jiang family possessed culinary skills. Jiang Shirshu, methodically washing vegetables, turned his head slightly and offered a faint smile to Ruatang. "Last time, you inquired about the source of the meal I delivered to you, didn't you?" "I prepared it myself." Chutang could not help but express her astonishment. "Did you make this yourself? Why does it taste exactly like the dishes my mother used to prepare?" Jiang Shirshu wore a smile at the corners of his lips and replied, "I gleaned some secrets while sneaking a meal at your home." Chutang expressed her skepticism, questioning, "Is that truly possible? You had only visited a few times back then, how could you have mastered it?" The first time she encountered him was shortly after her 10th birthday, and her mother had passed away on her 12th birthday. Over the span of nearly 2 years, Jiang Shirshu had dined at her home no more than 5 times. How could he possibly have acquired her mother's culinary skills? She was unconvinced and regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Shirshu sliced the celery into thin strips and marinated the beef. "Didn't I mention taking you somewhere last time? You were injured that day, so we couldn't go. I shall take you there tomorrow." "Chutang, does this have anything to do with cooking?" It does." "Very well." Soon, Jiang Shirshu prepared 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried beef with celery, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and winter melon soup. In the past, Chutang would typically consume very little for dinner, sometimes even abstaining entirely. However, today, as Jiang Shirshu personally prepared the meal, the dishes were perfectly suited to her palate, leading Chutang to unprecedentedly finish an entire bowl of rice, while the food on the table was wholly devoured by the two of them. After the meal, when Chutang intended to wash the dishes, Jiang Shirshu stopped her, insisting, "You sit, I will take care of it." With a playful flick on her forehead, he added, "I intend to marry you." Once the kitchen was tidied up, Jiang Shirshu, displaying considerable discretion, refrained from suggesting an overnight stay. As they bid farewell, Ruan Chutang leaned against the doorframe, gazing at his handsome face, pondering, why didn't he propose to stay? Does she lack allure for him? Lost in thought, she instinctively glanced down. Well, her figure wasn't bad either. Jiang Shirshu, with a smile in his eyes, asked, "What are you looking at? You seem quite pensive." Chutang coughed awkwardly, shook her head, and replied, "It's nothing. Just be cautious on your way." "Well, see you tomorrow," Jiang Shirshu said as he turned to leave, still carrying the trash in his hand. As Chutang gazed at his retreating figure, a smirk played upon her lips. This man was truly astonishingly virtuous, devoid of any ill intentions. Gu Zechuan was taken to the police station to provide a statement. Initially, he was to be detained, but his assistant arrived to post bail and extricate him. As they exited the police station, the clock struck 4 in the morning. His girlfriend had traveled all the way to Jiangchang during the day. He was preoccupied with work and had no time to spend with her. After a long day, he had hoped to indulge in the intimate moments of a young couple. Yet before he could even savor such tenderness, he was summoned by a phone call. This father of his, indeed his true father, had just emerged from the hospital only to find himself in a brawl that led him to the police station once more. Now, although he had been released, his girlfriend was insisting on ending their relationship. The assistant sighed helplessly as he settled into the driver's seat. "Where to now, Mr. Gu?" "The hotel suite," came the reply. Upon entering the suite, Gu Zechuan flicked on the light, revealing a vast, desolate room. He approached the window, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. The smoke invaded his lungs, causing an uncomfortable ache. He surveyed the emptiness of the room. The glass-topped table lacked a vintage ceramic vase or fresh flowers. The refrigerator was devoid of delectable treats. The walls bore no decorative accents, and the curtains were not of the color she favored. Gu Zechuan closed his eyes, and images of Ruan Chutang entwined with another man flooded his mind. At that moment, were they engaging in such intimacy? The pain in his heart was unmistakably acute. Before his arrival, he had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he had never considered the likelihood of Ruan Chutang being with another man. The first time was during their breakup. The second was upon witnessing her with someone else. It was, in fact, true. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the crispness of autumn in the air. Upon awakening naturally, Chutang prepared for her outing with Jiang Shirshu. After a light breakfast, she began her grooming ritual. Today, she adorned herself in a vintage black velvet long-sleeved gown, her cascading waves of hair gracefully resting upon her shoulders. The bold crimson lipstick harmonized splendidly with her ebony dress. As a striking beauty with prominent features, high cheekbones, a regal nose, and expressive almond-shaped eyes, this makeup accentuated her allure, presenting an arresting and captivating visage. Jiang Shirshu's sleek black Cullinan awaited her arrival downstairs. As Chutang descended the stairs, she beheld him leaning against the car, engaged in a phone call. Upon noticing her arrival, Jiang Shirshu's eyes sparkled for a fleeting moment. He swiftly concluded the conversation with a few brief sentences, raised his gaze, and offered her a gentle smile, remarking that her attire and makeup today suited her perfectly. With a gentle smile, Chutang opened the passenger door and took her seat. "Where are we headed?" she inquired, fastening her seatbelt. "You shall find out shortly," he replied. Today, he had taken the wheel himself, without a chauffeur. The Cullinan glided through the bustling cityscape, venturing towards the outskirts, where the towering skyscrapers gradually faded from view. Jiangchang, characterized by its flat terrain, revealed a picturesque landscape beyond the city limits. Beneath the clear blue sky, endless fields of golden rice stretched out, dotted with farmers harvesting their crops. Occasionally, they passed quaint farmhouses, where the fruit trees in front stood bare, their branches stripped of leaves. As Chutang partially lowered the car window, a refreshing breeze swept in, carrying with it the subtle fragrance of osmanthus, invigorating her spirit. Ah, how delightful! She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the blossoms in the wind. Jiang Shirshu remained focused on driving, nearing their destination. The vehicle navigated the winding, narrow rural concrete road for another 20 minutes before finally halting in front of a 3-story self-built house in the countryside. They had arrived. Jiang Shirshu turned off the engine and glanced at Ruan Chutang, who wore an expression of astonishment, questioning where they were. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Jiang Shirshu encouraged her to step out and take a look. As soon as they exited the car, the homeowner approached them, initially wearing an expression of confusion. The man's demeanor swiftly transformed into one of surprise upon recognizing Jiang Shirshu, and he approached with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" As he spoke, the man offered a cigarette. Chutang caught sight of the cigarette box, adorned with the emblem of Huanggalu. "Chutang does not smoke," Yet she frequently encounters this particular brand of cigarettes in convenience stores and supermarkets, priced at 20 to 30 yuan per pack. She observes a distinguished and elegant man beside her as he takes a cigarette, while a man who appears to be in his 40s, with dark skin, has already lit one for Jiang Shirshu. The man, slightly embarrassed, apologizes, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was unaware that you would be visiting today. I didn't have any fine cigarettes at home, only this one." Chutang found it peculiar and gazed at Jiang Shirshu with great interest. He actually smoked cigarettes that cost around 20 or 30 yuan. Judging by the reaction of this unfamiliar man, it seemed that Jiang Shirshu frequented this place. "Who is this?" The man's gaze shifted towards Ruan Chutang. His eyes glimmered with surprise. "Miss Ruan, you have arrived," he exclaimed with excitement, calling out into the room, "Mother! Miss Ruan is here." Chutang tilted her head slightly to observe Jiang Shirshu, her eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that this family knew her? Chapter 37, The Truth Behind Ruan Chutang's Remarriage. Moments later, a plump elderly woman emerged with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Miss Ruan, has Tang Tang arrived?" Chutang was momentarily taken aback. "Grandmother, do you know me?" The elderly woman approached Chutang, tears glistening in her cloudy eyes, her expression filled with emotion. "My! How you've grown, Tang Tang. Time passes so swiftly." At that moment, Jiang Shirshu spoke up, "It was here that I honed my craft." Chutang cast a sidelong glance at him. Jiang Shirshu explained, "This is Grandma Wang, the former housekeeper of the Su family. Aunt Su learned her culinary skills from this dear lady." Grandma Wang gazed at Ruan Chutang, overwhelmed with joy and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Indeed, it is you, Tang Tang. Your eyes are just like your mother's. Tang Tang, I once held you in my arms when you were but a child." Upon hearing Grandma Wang mention her mother, Chutang's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Yes, I am Tang Tang. Grandma Wang, I have come to see you. Come in and have a seat," Grandma Wang beckoned them. "Zhuzi, you go to the town and buy some groceries, make sure to get plenty of good ones. I will prepare a meal for General Jiang and Tang Tang later." "All right," replied the man addressed as Zhuzi, as he mounted the motorcycle parked in the courtyard and departed. It was then that Chutang realized Su Qingyun had taken the initiative to learn cooking in order to pursue Ruan Chutang. Her mother, a distinguished young lady who had never lifted a finger to touch water, willingly immersed herself in the culinary arts for the sake of a man. Chutang's emotions were somewhat intricate. In her childhood, she vividly recalled the profound love her parents shared. Even after her mother's passing, Ruan Chutang fell into a deep melancholy for quite some time. If he cherished her mother so dearly, why did he remarry 2 years after her demise? Moreover, he chose to wed her mother's close friend. During her youth, her mother had introduced her to Yang Xuelian on several occasions, however. As Yang Xuelian did not reside in Jiangcheng, their encounters, despite their friendship, were infrequent. In her recollections, Chutang remembered a time when she held a fondness for Yang Xuelian. Each encounter was marked by delightful outings to purchase lovely dresses and delectable cakes. However, after Yang Xuelian wed Ruan Chutang, the remnants of their affection gradually dwindled. To be fair, Yang Xuelian treated her remarkably well after the marriage. Perhaps even better than when she was merely her aunt, providing her with the finest in food and clothing. Yet, despite this kindness, Chutang found it impossible to rekindle her former admiration for Yang Xuelian. Reflecting on this, she softly inquired, "Grandma Wang, do you know Yang Xuelian?" After a moment of contemplation, Grandma Wang responded, "Is she the young lady who was very close to your mother?" "I am acquainted with her. Before your mother married, she frequently visited our home. She was your mother's university classmate, and they shared a deep bond." Chutang's countenance darkened slightly. She now found herself the stepdaughter. After a brief moment, she spoke, "I recall that before your mother departed, that young lady Yang visited her at the hospital several times. On one occasion, when I went to see your mother, I overheard her express a wish that after her passing, that young lady Yang would care for you. She said she did not want you to grow up devoid of a mother's love. Your father was present at that moment. And your mother insisted that if he were to remarry, it must only be Yang, she could not trust anyone else. How could it be?" Chutang's complexion paled slightly, a dull ache settling in her heart. The notion that her father marrying Aunt Yang was her mother's final wish? All of this was merely because her mother did not want her to live without a mother's affection, hoping for a stepmother to love her in her stead. Chutang's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson at the corners, her eyelashes fluttering softly, and she fell into silence. Jiang Shirshu, enveloped in quietude, took her hand gently, his calloused thumb caressing her palm tenderly. At noon, Grandma Wang busied herself in the kitchen, preparing an abundant feast that mirrored the flavors of the dishes once crafted by Su Qingyun. Chutang, wishing to avoid dampening the mood, momentarily set aside her sorrows and conjured a radiant smile, praising Grandma Wang for her culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Chutang gazed at Jiang Shirshu with her misty eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of nasal intonation. "What brings you here to learn cooking?" The man, with gentle features and a soft voice, replied, "To prepare meals for you." The tone of Chutang was filled with confusion. Why? Speaking of Su Qingyun, Grandma Wang sighed deeply, her heart heavy. As she spoke, her gaze shifted between the two. "Mr. Jiang truly cares for you. Seeing you neglecting your meals due to heartache, he went out of his way to learn cooking from me. He's a clever lad and mastered it in just a few days. Later on, Mr. Jiang would occasionally visit me, and he even arranged for a doctor to treat my illness, covering all the medical expenses, claiming it was merely tuition for culinary arts." A simple word stirred a tempest within Chutang's heart. Days passed in the refreshing autumn breeze of October. One day, Gu Zechuan, impeccably dressed, attended an auction. Among the items was a pink diamond necklace, reportedly a prized possession of the British royal family. He aimed to acquire it as an engagement gift for Su Yu's cousin. Chen Wan, adorned in vibrant attire, accompanied him to the auction. Upon arriving at the venue, Gu Zechuan spotted Ruan Chutang. The man she was linked with was the one he had previously fought with. Gu Zechuan approached with a darkened expression. "Chutang, what brings you here?" Ruan Chutang was engaged in conversation when the man, noticing Gu Zechuan, took his leave. Ruan Chutang, linking arms with Jiang Shirshu, replied coolly, "What else?" "Of course. I'm here for the auction." At that moment, Chen Wan joined them, scoffing disdainfully, "You attending an auction? What could you possibly afford?" Gu Zechuan cast a cold glance, his displeasure evident. Chen Wan reluctantly fell silent, though a derisive snort escaped her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the man beside Ruan Chutang, and she froze. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility, his wrist adorned with a watch worth millions. Moreover, he radiated an aura that commanded distance, an innate presence of superiority that rendered even the dashing Gu Zechuan insignificant in comparison. When had Ruan Chutang become involved with such a figure? Chen Wan's disdain was swiftly supplanted by jealousy. Jiang Shirshu remained aloof, not sparing Gu Zechuan or Chen Wan a glance, addressing only Ruan Chutang with utmost gentleness. "Shall we go, Tang Tang?" Chen Wan was taken aback. Their relationship was evidently extraordinary. Ruan Chutang ignored Gu Zechuan and followed Jiang Shirshu. Chen Wan watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Gu Zechuan hurried after them, leaving Chen Wan standing alone. At the auction, the auctioneer, clad in a navy blue cheapao, exuded elegance and sophistication, embodying the charm of an educated woman. Jiang Shirshu and Gu Zechuan showed little interest in the earlier lots until the pink diamond necklace was presented. After a succinct introduction, the bidding commenced at 4 million. Gu Zechuan promptly raised his paddle. After several rounds of bidding, the price quickly escalated to 6 million, with only a few bidders remaining. Gu Zechuan continued, raising it to 6,200,000. The auctioneer gestured, "We are at 620,000. Would anyone like to bid 650,000? Jiang Shirshu calmly raised his paddle. The auctioneer smiled at him, "Now at 650,000, is there a higher bid?" Gu Zechuan shot a glare in Jiang Shirshu's direction, maintaining a stoic expression as he raised his paddle once more. Jiang Shirshu continued to bid. The auctioneer gestured towards Jiang Shirshu, 680,000, any higher? Gu Zechuan was determined, gritting his teeth as he raised it to 7 million. 7 million is nearly a sum I can afford. If Su Yu's cousin is pleased, the cooperation with the Gu group will yield at least tenfold returns. As the saying goes, one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. He was resolute in acquiring this necklace. Jiang Shirshu raised his paddle again. 750,000, announced the auctioneer. Gu Zechuan escalated it to 8 million. Jiang Shirshu was poised to bid again when Ruan Chutang suddenly placed a hand over his. Let it go, it's not worth it. The starting bid was 4 million, and it has now doubled. This necklace is worth at most 2 to 3 million. And I don't particularly care for it. No need to engage in a bidding war with Gu Zechuan. If he desires it, let him have it. She recalled there was a blue diamond necklace to be auctioned later, which she preferred. Jiang Shirshu met her gaze and, obediently, refrained from bidding further. Ultimately, Gu Zechuan secured the pink diamond necklace for 8 million. Seated beside him, Chen Wan cast a contemptuous smirk in Ruan Chutang's direction. It seemed this new man she had entangled herself with was not as remarkable as she thought, stopping at 8 million. In the ladies' restroom, Ruan Chutang was retouching her makeup when she caught sight of Chen Wan in the mirror. Chen Wan approached with a smug expression. Turning on the faucet to wash her hands, oh dear, in just a few days, you've already found yourself a new man? Ruan Chutang applied her lipstick, ignoring her. Chen Wan chuckled lightly, I merely remarked that necklace is exquisite, and Zechuan spent 8 million to acquire it for me. Your man seems rather inadequate. Unwilling to part with even that modest sum for you. Indeed, wealthy individuals are not foolish, they assess the worthiness of their expenditures. And you? Chen Wan turned her gaze towards Ruan Chutang in the mirror, a mocking smile curving her lips, you are unworthy. After applying her lipstick, Chutang gazed at her reflection in the mirror, unwavering and articulate as she declared, is that so? Then I wish you good luck. With that, she turned on her heel and departed with decisive grace. Chen Wan's words held no power over her. For she was leading a life far superior to what Chen Wan could ever fathom. At that moment, Chen Wan resembled a pitiable dog, impotently barking in frustration at her. There was no need for Chutang to engage in a futile argument with Chen Wan, it was simply too undignified. Soon, the day of the banquet arrived at the Su family's private estate. Vehicles lined the entrance in a continuous stream, each more luxurious than the last, worth millions. The guests, all affluent and influential, included not only sycophants like Gu Zechuan but also prominent figures from various industries, personally invited by Su Yu, who intended to introduce them to Ruan Chutang. In the legal profession, networking and connections are of utmost importance. Chutang and Jiang Shirshu arrived early at the estate. Su Yu stood at the entrance of the main villa to greet them, exclaiming, Tang Tang, you have finally arrived. Today, Su Yu donned a pristine white suit. His hair slicked back elegantly. The Su family's genetics are remarkable. Su Yu possesses an extraordinary appearance, having been revered as the most handsome in school, with a constant stream of admirers vying for his attention. He is also a man of fleeting affections, changing girlfriends with a rapidity that rivals the changing of garments. Chutang greeted with a smile, cousin, after all these years, Tang Tang has become increasingly beautiful. Su Yu turned to Jiang Shirshu with a grin, teasing, who would have thought that one day I would call you brother-in-law? Ha, come on, let me hear you call me brother. Jiang Shirshu huffed lightly, casting a frosty glance in response. Su Yu feigned dissatisfaction, saying, TSK, just look at you, always wearing that haughty demeanor. My sister must endure quite a bit following you. Chutang's almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile, aloofness? I hardly think so, as brother Shirshu has always been gentle with me. Su Yu displayed an expression of exasperation. Already feeding me dog food before even getting engaged? Chutang engaged in a brief conversation with Su Yu at the entrance before gracefully accompanying Jiang Shirshu into the villa. The grand hall on the first floor served as the main venue for the banquet, bustling with guests, most of whom were unfamiliar faces to Chutang. As Jiang Shirshu entered, a steady stream of individuals approached him, eager to converse and curry favor. Among them, an international couple sought to discuss a significant project with Jiang Shirshu and Su Yu, requesting to proceed to the study upstairs. Chutang, displaying her understanding, said, It's all right, you may go ahead. I will stroll downstairs by myself for a while. As soon as Chutang settled onto the sofa, the family maid, Aunt Chen, approached her. Miss, you left in quite a hurry today and forgot to wear these earrings. Madam asked me to bring them to you. In her hand, Aunt Chen held a pair of pearl earrings, the very ones that Chutang had meticulously chosen to complement her gown. Upon hearing this, Chutang instinctively touched her earlobe, exclaiming, Oh, look at me, how could I forget? Miss, the banquet has yet to officially commence, has it? Chen Ma presented the earrings, adding that there was still time to wear them. Indeed. Chutang replied with a gentle smile, there are no mirrors here, could you assist me in putting them on, Chen Ma? Certainly. Chen Ma seated herself beside Chutang, delicately adorning her with the earrings. You look much better like this, Chen Ma remarked, nodding in satisfaction after fastening the earrings. Ruan Chutang? What brings you here? A familiar yet astonished voice inquired. It was Mrs. Meng Yakin, the mother of Gu Zechuan, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Chen Wan. Chutang's brow furrowed even deeper. Meng Yakin stepped forward and stood before Chutang, casting glances at Chen Ma and then back at Chutang, adopting a condescending demeanor. Her tone dripped with disdain. So your mother is just a nanny? Chen Ma, donned in her caretaker uniform, was easily recognizable as a maid. Upon hearing this, Chen Ma hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No, you misunderstand. I am not Tong Tong's mother, I am merely the caretaker of the Ruan family. Oof. Meng Yakin let out a light laugh. I see you say that out of fear of losing face in front of others. Oh, your lies are futile. We all witnessed you putting earrings on her just moments ago. That gesture was so affectionate, who would believe you are not her mother? Chen Wan joined in, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Ah, indeed, being a nanny is not particularly honorable. If it were me, I would feel embarrassed as well. Chapter 39, not even worthy of being a watchdog for the Su family, right? Chen Ma's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. Chutang gently clasped Aunt Chen's hand, offering silent comfort. With a faint smile, she turned her gaze towards Meng Yakin, questioning what shame could possibly be associated with being a nanny. She earnestly believed that earning a living through one's own efforts, without resorting to theft or deceit, was commendable. In contrast, she found it truly disgraceful for someone like Meng Yakin, devoid of any skills, to squander her husband's money on mahjong, beauty treatments, and health supplements. Meng Yakin, infuriated, pointed a trembling finger at Ruan Chutang. Aunt Chen, ever considerate, gently patted Meng Yakin's back to soothe her. Aunt Meng, do not listen to her nonsense. Do not let her provoke you. Then, turning her disdainful expression towards Ruan Chutang, she remarked, Ruan Chutang, as the daughter of a nanny, you are, at the core, still a servant. This gathering is hosted by Mr. Su for his cousin, attended by esteemed guests of high society. You, a pauper, should refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Ruan Chutang replied with a radiant smile, Oh? Esteemed guests of high society? How did your humble family manage to infiltrate such circles? Chen Wan was incensed, her composure shattered. Who are you calling humble? What right do you, as the daughter of a nanny, have to speak of my family's status? With a raised eyebrow, Ruan Chutang retorted, Oh. Are you eager to curry favor with the Su family? Given the standing of the Chen family, you hardly qualify to act as their doorkeeper. As Ruan Tong smiled, Chen Wan was taken aback upon realizing that Gu Zechuan had sustained injuries while defending her. Meng Yakin, clearly incredulous, scoffed, You? How could you possibly deserve that? Aunt Meng. Let us depart, there is no need to stoop to her level, Chen Wan urged as she linked arms with Meng Yakin. Infuriated, Meng Yakin feared that lingering any longer might provoke a heart ailment, so she followed Chen Wan out. Chen Wan engaged in conversation with affluent men, her gaze frequently drifting towards Ruan Tong's direction. Finally, after 10 minutes, an opportunity presented itself. Ruan Tong left the sofa area to visit the restroom, prompting Chen Wan to follow closely behind. Within the confines of the restroom, Chen Wan deliberately squeezed past Ruan Tong, seizing the moment to slip her bracelet into Ruan Tong's handbag. Chutang harbored a strong aversion to being touched by those she disliked. The proximity of Chen Wan made her feel utterly repulsed, prompting her to push Chen Wan away. The path is so wide, must you squeeze past me? She exclaimed. Chen Wan, having achieved her objective, smirked and retorted, Did you build the restroom? I shall walk as I please, it's none of your concern. Ha! A cold smile flickered across Chutang's heart. Indeed, it was her family who had constructed it. The entire estate belonged to the Su family, and as the granddaughter of the Su clan, was it not her family who had built it? After finishing her words, Chen Wan rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Moments later, in the banquet hall, Chen Wan claimed that her bracelet was missing. Standing haughtily before Ruan Chutang, she accused. You must have stolen my bracelet. Ruan Chutang looked at her with amusement. Are you quite certain it was me? Who else could it possibly be? Chen Wan crossed her arms and lifted her chin with an air of arrogance, declaring, in this banquet hall today, you are the only daughter of a maid. A complete pauper. No one else would have any reason to steal a bracelet worth over 80,000. Chutang calmly sipped her champagne and gently placed the glass on the table. Do you have any evidence? She inquired, raising her gaze to Chen Wan. With a derisive snort. Chen Wan retorted, evidence? Indeed. The proof lies within your bag, just rummage through it. At this moment, a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chutang had never participated in such tedious gatherings before, aside from a few friends within her circle and relatives of the Ruan family. She was hardly known in the elite social scene of Jiangchang. Suyu had orchestrated this event to formally introduce her into the upper echelons of society. As the onlookers multiplied, a flicker of triumph crossed Chen Wan's eyes. Come, everyone, judge for yourselves. This young lady has stolen my bracelet yet refuses to admit it. Meng Yakin, standing nearby, fanned the flames, taunting, just a moment ago, she claimed not to steal or take anything, and now she is caught red-handed. It's merely a bracelet. If you desired it, Wan would have gladly gifted it to you. Why resort to theft? How shameful for a girl. Previously, when Chutang had lamented her lack of accomplishments and her reliance on her husband's wealth, Meng Yakin had harbored resentment, seizing this moment to unleash her vitriol. Look at you. You were so eager to marry my son without considering whether you were worthy of him. Meng Yakin rolled her eyes, adding, fortunately, I have always been adept at discerning character. I never allowed you into my home. A pauper is a pauper. No matter how well you dress to mingle at high society events, you remain a thief at heart. Whispers circulated amongst the spectators. Who would have thought? So beautiful yet a thief. Indeed, this illustrates the adage do not judge by appearances. What a disgrace. With such a lovely face, what wealthy man couldn't he be won over? Yet here she is, stealing at a banquet. Such is the plight of the poor, they cannot resist the allure of anything even slightly valuable. I heard she is the daughter of a maid, that explains it, fearful of poverty. Listening to the cacophony of gossip, Chen Wan's smile deepened, and her confidence grew. If you claim you didn't steal, then hand over your bag for me to search. Surely, if you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Suyu and Jiang Shishu had concluded their discussions with the foreign couple regarding an important project. Jiang Shishu stepped away to the restroom. And as Suyu exited with the couple, he encountered Gu Zechuan. Mr. Su, I hope this finds you well, Gu Zechuan greeted with a smile. Suyu momentarily struggled to recall who he was, furrowing his brow and asking, and you are? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Gu Zechuan's face as he introduced himself. Suyu began to recall some familiarity and engaged in polite conversation. Gu Zechuan presented a gift, saying, Mr. Su, I heard your sister is getting engaged, congratulations. This is a token of celebration for her engagement. Though the gift was intended for Suyu's cousin, it was crucial for Gu Zechuan to personally deliver it to Suyu to establish a rapport for future collaborations. Accustomed to flattery, Suyu initially dismissed this man, intending to converse briefly before moving on. However, he was taken aback by Gu Zechuan's adeptness in gift-giving, directly offering it through him. Thank you on behalf of my cousin, Suyu replied, softening his gaze towards Gu Zechuan. She is in the banquet hall downstairs. Allow me to escort you so you can present it to her directly, as it is meant for her engagement. Gu Zechuan sensed a shift in Suyu's demeanor and felt a weight lift from his chest. It seemed he had chosen the right path by gifting Suyu's cousin. With a bright smile, Gu Zechuan replied, Thank you, Mr. Su, I appreciate your guidance. Chapter 40, Chutang's identity revealed. Ruan Chutang, with a cheerful smile, handed her handbag to Chen Wan, saying, Go ahead and search if you wish. Surprised by Chutang's nonchalance, Chen Wan hesitated. Had Chutang anticipated this moment and hidden the bracelet elsewhere? She looked up suspiciously, only to find Chutang wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. As the bag was offered, Chen Wan wavered, feeling an instinctual sense of trepidation, as if Chutang had set a trap. Before she could ponder further, Meng Yakin snatched the bag from Chutang, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the floor. The Van Cleef Arpels blue agate bracelet tumbled out. Meng Yakin picked it up, her voice sharp with accusation. Still insisting you didn't steal? What is this? I suspect your Chanel bag may also be stolen. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chen Wan, witnessing the bracelet spill from Chutang's bag, breathed a sigh of relief. She had previously stuffed the bracelet through the zipper gap, and thankfully, Chutang had not noticed. Just as Chen Wan prepared to launch her attack, the assembled crowd parted, revealing Suyu striding towards them, brows furrowed. What theft is this? He demanded. Who dares to steal from the Su family? Do they wish for their own demise? Mr. Su, it's her. Chen Wan pointed at Ruan Chutang, her voice laced with indignation. She stole my bracelet, you must seek justice for me. Suyu followed her, locking eyes with Ruan Chutang. Ruan Chutang's eyes sparkled as she waved at Suyu, greeting him with a cheerful, "Hello, cousin." The murmurs within the crowd abruptly faded into an eerie silence. A prolonged and oppressive stillness. It was Ruan Chutang who first shattered this unsettling quiet. She pointed to the blue agate bracelet on Meng Yakin's wrist, feigning a look of perplexity. Cousin, they accused me of stealing that necklace and even searched my bag in public. Can you adjudicate this? Would I ever covet such worthless trinkets? Chen Wan's face turned pale, her body stiffening as she took a bewildered step back, unable to believe her ears. You're President Su's cousin? Gu Zechuan, who had been trailing behind Suyu, experienced a momentary lapse in cognition. The gift box he held slipped from his grasp, sending the pink diamond necklace tumbling to the ground. Upon hearing Ruan Chutang refer to Suyu as her cousin, he felt as though all rational thought abandoned him, and his blood ran cold, nearly causing him to falter. Ruan Chutang continued to converse with Suyu, but Gu Zechuan could no longer discern the words. In an instant, it felt as though all sound had vanished, plunging him into a brief state of deafness. Meng Yakin wore an expression of sheer disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could you possibly be President Su's cousin? You're clearly the daughter of a maid." Seated on the sofa, Ruan Chutang crossed her legs, propping her chin on one hand and smiling sweetly at Meng Yakin. I apologize for disappointing you. Only then did Suyu grasp the situation. The thief they spoke of was indeed Tang Tang. His countenance darkened, his voice icy with authority. Who are you to come to my home and slander my sister? Are you tired of living? No, President Su, please let me explain. Chen Wan stammered. But her words were cut short as Suyu impatiently interrupted, "Get out." He had only stepped away briefly, and already his sister had been bullied in her own home. At that moment, Jiang Shirshu arrived tardily. What is going on? He inquired, sensing the tension in the air as he furrowed his brow. As he spoke, Suyu's piercing gaze swept over Meng Yakin and Chen Wan, his voice laced with contempt. How dare these filthy intruders tarnish my sister's name? Suyu signaled to the bodyguard, who promptly understood the directive, striding over to seize Meng Yakin and Chen Wan, unceremoniously tossing them out the door. Otherwise? Ruan Chutang regarded him with amusement. Gu Zechuan swallowed hard, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a pang of bitterness gripping his heart. His lips trembled as he murmured, Why? Why have you never revealed your true identity to me in these 3 years? Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if she had completely detached from the matter. At this revelation, Suyu finally comprehended, realizing that Gu Zechuan was Ruanchu's former boyfriend. Evidently, during their relationship, she had concealed her identity, as Gu Zechuan had looked down upon her humble background, resulting in his many transgressions against her. Suyu instinctively glanced at Jiang Shirshu, who bore an air of impending storm, the atmospheric pressure around them palpably dropping. Hearing Ruanchu's words, Gu Zechuan felt his heart wrench painfully, nearly suffocating him. Ruanchu, if you had revealed your identity earlier, perhaps we would be married by now, and we would be happy. Chutang gazed silently at Gu Zechuan, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as an outsider. Have you forgotten, Gu Zechuan? You once declared that marrying me was impossible. Your mother, Meng Yakin, humiliated me by stating that a girl like me is unworthy of entering the Gu family. His eyes reddened, his voice catching in his throat. Chutang, what once stood between us was the disparity in our family backgrounds, yet that divide has vanished. Nothing should hinder our union now. As he spoke, he moved forward with fervor, attempting to grasp Ruan Chutang's hand. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd. Jiang Shirshu, shrouded in a dark cloud, emitted a chilling light from his deep-set eyes, his words laced with menace. I warned you, if you dare touch her again, I shall ruin you. Gu Zechuan ceased his struggle. In that moment, he resembled a lifeless fish, quietly sprawled on the ground, allowing Jiang Shirshu's polished shoe to rest upon his face. He turned his head, despair evident in his gaze as he looked at Ruan Chutang, pain radiating through his being, rendering him utterly despondent. It was at this moment he realized how ludicrous his past self had been. In an instant, countless memories played in his mind like slides in a projector. Moments from their passionate romance now felt like daggers, piercing his heart with excruciating clarity. He had truly erred profoundly. Every action he took had pushed Chutang further away. They could have had a beautiful outcome together. Chapter 41, Be more observant when out and about. Gu Zechuan was unceremoniously expelled by the bodyguards. Meng Yakin and Chen Wan awaited outside, with Meng Yakin on the verge of tears. Son, what shall we do now? Have we offended the Su family? What will happen to our investments? Chen Wan was equally terrified, contemplating the formidable background of the Su family and the potential for retribution. Gu Zechuan remained oblivious. Moving like a marionette stripped of its spirit, walking mechanically with a dazed expression, devoid of vitality. About today. Chutang hesitated to speak from downstairs. Jiang Shirshu stood before her, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His voice was low, tinged with palpable sorrow. Today? I mentioned that had you revealed your identity sooner, perhaps we would be married by now, living in happiness. I confess, at that moment, I felt fear. If only you there are no ifs, Chutang interrupted, meeting Jiang Shirshu's profound gaze. Brother Shirshu, do not dwell on what has not occurred. Moreover, her expression was unusually serious. I never truly considered marrying Gu Zechuan. Jiang Shirshu's eyes brightened. Really? Chutang nodded with a smile. Feeling the cool night breeze that made her shiver slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past, she had never considered marrying Gu Zechuan. But now she eagerly anticipated their engagement ceremony. Jiang Shirshu removed his coat and draped it over Chutang's shoulders, gently embracing her. I am looking forward to it as well. Meanwhile, Gu Zechuan drove away from the manor alone, disappearing without a trace. In the underground parking lot, as soon as the two stepped out of the car, darkness enveloped them. They were struck unconscious and bundled into sacks. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a dimly lit, noisy private room. Chen Wan and Meng Yakin were being forced to lean on a glass table. Opposite them sat a man with tattoos, casually reclining with his legs crossed. He wore a mischievous grin and said, I'm in a good mood today. Care to join me for a drink? Meng Yakin, who prided herself on being a wealthy lady, was appalled by the situation and began to hurl insults at the tattooed man. He simply chuckled and motioned to a man in black beside him. The man approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Meng Yakin's face, leaving her stunned, her cheeks burning with pain. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? She demanded, glaring at the tattooed man. The tattooed man lazily dug at his ear and retorted, Why are you so chatty, old woman? Keep it up. And I'll cut out your tongue. He brandished a Swiss Army knife, playing with it in his hands. Meng Yakin's legs trembled in fear. And she quickly clamped her mouth shut. Chen Wan remained pinned to the table, helpless. The tattooed man picked up a glass and splashed it towards Chen Wan, declaring, Drink all the alcohol on this table, and I'll let you go. Meng Yakin gasped, I can't hold my liquor. The tattooed man scoffed and ordered his men to force them to drink. No matter how they struggled, they were made to consume copious amounts of alcohol. Eventually, the table was nearly cleared of bottles, their stomachs swollen from the excessive intake. The tattooed man pressed the cold blade of the knife against Chen Wan's face, narrowing his eyes. Be more observant in the future. Don't offend those you shouldn't. Chen Wan trembled, her lips quivering, her face pale with fear. Do you understand? The tattooed man raised his voice, startling both Chen Wan and Meng Yakin into shivering. With their lives in the hands of others, they dared not resist. Nodding repeatedly in understanding. 3 days later, Chen Wan stood at the door of a hotel suite, knocking urgently. Zechuan, are you inside? Frowning, she pulled out her phone to call him, but after a long wait, the call ended without an answer. She learned from the front desk that Gu Zechuan had not checked out. With renewed determination, she banged on the door. Gu Zechuan, open up. I won't stop knocking until you do. After 10 minutes of persistent knocking, the door finally creaked open. The stench of smoke and alcohol assaulted her senses, causing her to gag. Why does it smell so bad? She grimaced, pinching her nose. Gu Zechuan appeared disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, unshaven, and radiating a mix of tobacco and alcohol odor, as if he hadn't bathed in days. Chen Wan, suppressing her disgust, asked, "Why have you let yourself go like this?" Gu Zechuan's eyes were dull, his voice weary. "Is there something you need?" Chen Wan stepped inside, concerned. "I've been trying to reach you for days. I was worried." The curtains were tightly drawn, and the room was shrouded in darkness. She frowned and turned on the light, revealing a suite littered with empty bottles and overflowing ashtrays. "Gu Zechuan, are you planning to wallow in despair forever? What will happen to Gu Corporation? The investment from the Su family fell through, and your uncle has been scrambling. No company is willing to invest, and it turns out the pressure is coming from Ruan Chutang's fiancé." Chen Wan looked at him earnestly. "Do you know who Ruan Chutang's fiancé is?" "He is Jiang Shirshu, the president of Jiang Corporation. Their family background is even more formidable than the Su family. With an influential elder in Kyoto, no company in Jiangchang would dare to invest in Gu Corporation." The room fell silent once more. Gu Zechuan, in a daze, dragged his numb body further inside. The prolonged darkness had rendered him unaccustomed to the piercing sunlight, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He paused by the window, staring blankly outside. The sun shone brightly. After a while, he picked up his phone, just as a call from Jiang Yuzhou came through. "Zechuan. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you." Jiang Yuzhou's tone was puzzled. "Did you receive my messages?" Gu Zechuan's voice was hoarse as he replied. "Are you still in France? I need you to buy something for me." There was a brief silence before he murmured, "She is getting engaged." "What?" Jiang Yuzhou exclaimed in surprise. "Who is getting engaged?" After a moment of stunned silence, he cautiously inquired, "Zechuan, this doesn't seem ethical, does it?" Gu Zechuan scoffed, "Ethics? I care not for ethics, I only want her by my side." Jiang Yuzhou was left speechless. "Really, brother? You treated her as a substitute when she was with you. Now that she is about to get engaged, you pretend to be deeply in love? This is beyond ridiculous." With a sigh, Jiang Yuzhou said, "Brother, I have never attempted to take someone else's fiancée. I wish you luck." On the weekend, at the Mingjiewan apartment, Jiang Shirshu prepared lunch for Chutang. After the meal, she said, "I've made plans with a colleague to visit a hospitalized victim this afternoon. Is it the one from the recent knife attack incident?" Chutang nodded and replied, "Yes, I will go over with a few colleagues from the litigation department today. Later, I also need to purchase some fresh flowers, fruits, and supplements." Jiang Shirshu remarked, "I will have my assistant prepare those for you." Chutang did not decline. "Very well." Lin Sin drove over to pick her up. "President Jiang, this is the fruit basket. Fresh flowers, and supplements that you requested." Lin Sin opened the trunk of the Cullinan, revealing the items that Chutang required. "MHM," Jiang Shirshu nodded slightly. With a smile, Chutang said, "I appreciate your assistance, Assistant Lin." Lin Sin replied with a smile, "You are too kind." 15 minutes later, the Cullinan came to a halt at the hospital entrance. Chutang alighted from the vehicle and made her way to the trunk to retrieve a basket of fruit. Just as the Cullinan had driven away, Chen Yangyang approached, exclaiming, "Oh, Ruan LV, am I not mistaken? Did you just descend from a Rolls-Royce?" Chutang furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is it?" Chen Yangyang smiled enigmatically, "Did you not notice, Ruan Lu?" Her male colleague, Kong Weijie, wore a curious expression, asking, "Ruan Lu, who was that just now?" Chutang candidly expressed, "My boyfriend." "Boyfriend? Ha ha ha." Chen Yangyang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "We understand." Ignoring her inexplicable remarks, Chutang carried the fruit basket and departed, while I made my way to see Zhan Lu. As Ruan Chutang walked away, Chen Yangyang gazed at her silhouette and gossiped with her male colleague. "Kong Weijie, that person driving the Rolls-Royce must surely be Ruan Chutang's benefactor. Who would have thought she was being kept?" Kong Weijie, equally loquacious, nodded in agreement. Indeed. I wondered why she treated all of us at the firm to a lavish meal at Xiangmenlo, costing nearly 100,000. It turns out there's a benefactor behind her. Chen Yangyang's eyes reflected disdain, deeming it a disgrace to the legal profession. The following day, Monday, at Xinke Law Firm. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Supervisor Yang Xiaojing approached Ruan Chutang's desk and handed her a document. Little Ruan, she began. According to the firm's customary practices, negotiating cases typically falls under the purview of the business department. However, as you know, possessing negotiation skills is essential for a lawyer. It is often preferable to negotiate your own cases. I have a case here that requires your attention. Shi Tang picked up the document and glanced at it. Yang Xiaojing remarked, if you successfully negotiate this case, I will grant you a 20% commission in accordance with the standards of the business department, which can be combined with subsequent attorney fee commissions. Chutang does not place great importance on commissions. What she values is the opportunity to negotiate cases, which allows her to hone her negotiation skills. Previously, at a law firm in Haicheng, it was the business department that handled negotiations and then passed the cases on to the attorneys. In Haicheng, she lacked a network of contacts, which afforded her almost no opportunity to negotiate cases on her own. Chutang accepted the task and looked up at Yang Xiaojing, saying, "All right, Supervisor Yang." Yang Xiaojing gently patted Chutang's shoulder in a reassuring manner, adding, "At 7 o'clock, at Xingyuan Club, I will have Kong Weijie accompany you. I appreciate your effort in working overtime." Chutang nodded, affirming, "All right, no problem," at 6:30 in the afternoon. Chutang took the initiative to approach Kong Weijie at his workstation. "Kong, how shall we proceed there shortly?" Kong Weijie regarded her with an odd expression, seemingly tinged with a hint of disdain. "Are you planning to arrive in your boyfriend's Rolls-Royce Cullinan just to make an impression?" Yesterday, while visiting a colleague at the hospital, Chen Yangyang and Kong Weijie had spotted Chutang alighting from the Cullinan, and at that moment, Kong Weijie had inquired about her. Upon hearing this, Chutang furrowed his brow. It was too late for him to drive over now, he might as well take a taxi. Besides, Yang Xiaojing had only mentioned going out to discuss the case after her work hours, so it was indeed too late to bring the car over. Kong Weijie remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, reluctant, are we? It makes sense, though, as ordinary working individuals like us, we hardly possess the privilege to sit in your benefactor's Cullinan. Yet you would still take a taxi? Do you look down upon my Porsche Macan? But then again, how could it possibly compare to a Cullinan?" Chutang furrowed her brows at him, her tone laced with displeasure. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you harbor some grievances against me? Repeatedly referring to me as a golden master, what do you mean by that?" Kong Weijie chuckled lightly, "Oh, Ruan LV. Do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions, I merely envy your fortunate fate of being associated with a brother who possesses the illustrious Cullinan." Chutang retorted with irritation. "Have I offended you in any way? Why the sarcasm? Did I spend your money on a Cullinan?" Kong Weijie snorted coldly, "As if I had that kind of money." The remark about jealousy struck a nerve with Kong Weijie, provoked, his expression darkened and he retorted insolently, "Yes, indeed, I am envious. I loathe the fact that I am not a woman, unlike you, who can simply spread your legs to entice men." Chutang's face turned pale with fury as she gritted her teeth and declared, "You are also a lawyer, you are aware that slander and defamation are criminal offenses. It would be wise for you to keep your words clean, lest you force me to disregard our camaraderie and see you imprisoned." Kong Weijie, perhaps realizing that his remarks had been excessive, rolled his eyes and said no more, picking up his briefcase and departing on his own. After calming her emotions, Chutang hailed a taxi. The Xingyuan Club is not far from the law firm, merely a 10-minute drive away. As Chutang pushed open the door to the private room, she found Kong Weijie engaged in a drink with two clients. Both clients were middle-aged men in their 40s, each cradling a heavily made-up young woman in their arms. As Chutang entered the room, the gaze of several individuals in the private chamber converged upon her. Chapter 43, Encountering a Lewd Man While Discussing Business. Upon seeing such a youthful and beautiful girl, the eyes of two older gentlemen instantly lit up. One slightly rotund executive leered at Ruan Chutang with a lascivious gaze, pondering who she might be. Kong Weijie discreetly rolled his eyes at Ruan Chutang, his expression dripping with disdain. Chutang placed the contract on the dining table. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lu, I am attorney Ruan from Shenke Law Firm. Here to discuss the signing of the agreement with you. Chutang settled into the single armchair beside her. Mr. Zhao. Your esteemed company's legal advisory contract with the previous law firm is nearing its expiration, is it not? You might wish to contemplate entering into a legal advisory contract with our firm. We, at Shenke, are the foremost law firm in Jiangchang. Renowned for our attorneys specializing in civil and commercial law, criminal law, intellectual property, and administrative matters. Furthermore, I have heard that Mr. Lu's company is embroiled in a trademark infringement dispute. Our firm's intellectual property lawyers have successfully handled thousands of such cases. Choosing our firm would undoubtedly be a prudent decision. Mr. Zhao casually flipped through the legal advisory contract that Chutang had handed him, discarding it after a mere 2 pages. His gaze was fixed intently on Chutang, a disconcerting smile playing upon his lips. Legal advisory, indeed, is an agreeable matter. Lawyer Wan, why don't you join me for a few drinks? If I'm in good spirits, anything can be negotiated. Another Mr. Lu leered at Ruan Chutang, his gaze lecherous. Lawyer Wan, you are youthful and beautiful, it would be a pity for you to limit yourself to merely practicing law. Why not consider accompanying me instead? You wouldn't have to toil over negotiations any longer. I could offer you a monthly sum of 100,000. What say you? Chutang, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, I apologize, Mr. Lu, but I am here to discuss a case, not to offer myself. I understand. Mr. Lu continued to beam, the young ladies of today certainly possess their own tempers, there is no need for you to acquiesce to me at this moment. He extracted a business card from his bag and handed it to Ruan Chutang, saying, This is my card. Whenever you come to a realization and wish to cease your efforts, feel free to call me at any time. Chutang instinctively sensed that something was amiss with the glass of wine. She shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but I do not drink. Mr. Zhao, unfazed, smiled slyly as he leisurely set down the drink and approached Ruan Chutang. Ah, the esteemed lawyer is quite principled, he remarked. Suddenly, the older man seized Chutang's wrist, his demeanor brazen and devoid of any understanding of the unspoken rules of business. Allow me to enlighten you today, he declared, reeking of smoke and alcohol as he lunged toward Chutang. Chutang suddenly rose, deftly executing a grappling maneuver that forced the elderly man's hands behind his back. The man grimaced in pain, the smile vanishing from his face as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Damn you, foul woman. Do you dare lay your hands on me? Witnessing this scene, Mr. Lu's expression shifted dramatically, he cursed under his breath and stood up, declaring, Let's go help her together. Chutang delivered a swift kick to each of them, striking at their vulnerable points. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she seized the opportunity to flee. One of the older men erupted in fury, bellowing with a menacing growl, Damn! How dare you kick me? After her. Tonight, I shall make this insolent wretch pay dearly. Jie was the first to give chase, promptly followed by the other 2 older men. Chutang dashed out of the private room, unable to wait for the elevator, and hurriedly made her way downstairs. Adorned in high heels, her pace was somewhat hindered, and as she reached the first floor and exited the corridor, she collided with someone. As Chutang fell into a broad and warm embrace, she was enveloped by the refreshing scent of wood that lingered on the man. She suddenly looked up, meeting Jiang Shirshu's concerned gaze. Tang, he held her tightly, what has happened? Why are you running so hastily? Shirshu Gij. As Chutang called out, the person behind her hastily approached. Jie, realizing the situation was amiss, quickly masked his expression and slipped past Chutang nonchalantly. You filthy wench! I'll see where you run today. Zhao, filled with fury, caught up only to find Ruan Chutang in the embrace of a man, flanked by 4 imposing figures. He was instantly rendered speechless. This man was none other than the president of the Jiang Group. Zhao's face twisted in a mixture of surprise and dread, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Damn! This woman really knows how to escape. Lu, following closely behind, halted abruptly, aghast. Jiang Shirshu pulled Chutang protectively behind him, his gaze icy as it swept over the 2 men before him. You are Jiang. President Jian? Lu stammered, his shock palpable. Upon witnessing Jiang Shirshu shielding Ruan Chutang, Zhao instantly recognized the peril he was in. How could Ruan Chutang possibly know someone of Jiang Shirshu's stature? In Jiangchang, everyone sought to curry favor with the Jiang family. Despite their own insignificance, they were aware of the young master, the president of Jiang Group. Jiang Shirshu held his chin high, exuding an oppressive aura as if a storm were brewing. Zhao quickly donned a sycophantic smile. President Jiang, do you know this Miss Ruan? Jiang Shirshu, uninterested in further discourse with the two men, had already heard their earlier profanities and felt no need for inquiries. He exchanged a glance with his bodyguards, who immediately understood and subdued the two men. Chutang meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events to Jiang Shirshu. Jiang Shirshu's voice was cold, serving as a reminder for them to remember the lessons learned. Chutang boarded the vehicle with Jiang Shirshu, heading towards Mingjiewen. After a moment, Jiang Shirshu recalled something and turned to Chutang, inquiring why she had not brought her bodyguard along. Chutang was momentarily taken aback. Who could have anticipated encountering an old lecher while discussing a case? With a hint of guilt, she murmured, I also did not expect to encounter such a situation. Jiang Shirshu replied, remember to bring someone next time. Chutang obediently nodded, all right. The bodyguards unceremoniously tossed Zhao and Lu into the private room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Zhao, kneeling on the ground, pleaded for mercy, big brother. I realize my mistake. I was blind to the fact that Miss Ruan is under Mr. Zhang's protection. I promise it won't happen again, please spare me. Lu, trembling with fear, echoed, I too acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beg you, have mercy on me. The bodyguards, without uttering a word, swiftly took action. Ah! Help! Help! The anguished cries of Zhao and Lu resonated throughout the room, each scream overshadowed by the next, until their voices fell silent. Chapter 44, I am a lawyer. Not a technician the next day, upon arriving at the law firm, Chutang immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Whispers trailed her as she passed through the corridors. Upon taking her seat at the workstation, Chutang found herself alone in the office, as her colleague, lawyer Zhang Tianxin, had yet to recover and return from the hospital. Hardly had she settled in when Yang Xiaojing arrived. Standing at the doorway, she rapped gently on the door twice and instructed Chutang. Please come to my office for a moment. Chutang had a rough idea of what she was about to inquire, which was undoubtedly regarding the events of the previous night. In the office, Yang Xiaojing sat in her chair, her gaze piercing and her expression filled with ire. I heard that last night you went to discuss the case with Kong Weijie. But it seems you had a confrontation with two clients and ended up in a physical altercation? Chutang explained, I went to discuss the case. But those two executives were preoccupied with nefarious matters. They infringed upon my rights, and I was merely acting in self-defense. Yang Xiaojing's expression darkened, her tone becoming more severe. Ruan Chutang, I am aware of your capabilities, you saved us when there was a disturbance last time. However, you must understand that violence does not resolve any issues. The expression on Chutang's face was exceedingly indifferent. Initially, I maintained a demeanor of politeness and courtesy, however. It appeared that the two of them were incapable of comprehending human discourse. Supervisor Yang, I am an attorney, not a technician. It would be preferable to forego clients of such inferior quality. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaojing was instantly enraged. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed with indignation. What audacity! Do you have any idea of the substantial losses your impulsive actions inflicted upon our law firm last night? A 5-year legal consultancy contract amounts to 150,000. Furthermore, the cases concerning contract disputes and trademark infringements would yield at least 500,000 in legal fees. You may have vented your anger, but without a second thought, you resorted to violence. Who will compensate for the 65,000 in losses you have caused? Chutang tugged at the corner of her mouth and replied coldly, very well, I shall rectify this issue for you today. However, in the future, please refrain from sending me clients who are so utterly consumed by trivial matters. At first glance, Chutang's expression was indifferent, I was aware of this. As Ruan Chutang emerged from Yang Xiaojing's office, she passed by Kong Weijie's office, where he happened to be at the doorway, catching her eye. With a sardonic tone, Kong Weijie remarked, oh, Lawyer Ruan, after offending a client and losing such a significant case last night, you still dare to show your face at work? If it were me, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. Shortly thereafter, Ruan Chutang received a message from Yu Zhaozhao, lawyer Ruan. Both lawyer Chen and lawyer Kong have been subtly mocking you on social media. Have you seen it? Accompanying the message were two screenshots from the social media posts of Chen Yangyang and Kong Weijie. Chen Yangyang wrote, "Some women truly lack shame, young and capable. Yet they choose not to work hard, relying instead on their looks to find wealthy patrons. Such individuals should not even be lawyers, they are a disgrace to our profession." Meanwhile, Kong Weijie posted, "It is utterly disgusting how some people behave. If you don't need the money, just stay home and tend to your old man who runs a business in Kurinan. Coming to work only to offend clients and lose major cases drags everyone down with you. You flaunt your supposed integrity in front of clients while being supported by an older man, it's the height of hypocrisy." Upon glancing at the screenshot, Chutang entered Chen Yangyang's moments, only to discover that she had been blocked. Similarly, Kong Weijie had also chosen to shield himself from her view. Chutang saved the two screenshots. "These posts do not mention names, how do you know they are referring to me?" Yu Zhaozhao replied, "Ruan Lu. I have heard them privately gossiping that you are being kept. It is said that it was initially spread by Chen Lu and Kong Lu. They even created a group specifically to indulge in gossip about you, a group you aren't part of. I will send you the screenshots." Soon after, Yu Zhaozhao sent over 30 screenshots. As Chutang perused each one, a surge of anger swelled within her. She had believed that inviting everyone to a fine dining establishment would foster camaraderie among her colleagues. Only to discover that while they maintained a facade of politeness and greeted her with smiles, they spoke of her in such disparaging terms behind her back. Chen Yangyang and Kong Weijie took the lead in spreading rumors, tarnishing her reputation, while the other colleagues, lacking any evidence, eagerly joined in the gossip, believing everything they heard. It was only then that Chutang realized she had underestimated the complexities of the workplace. Relying on a single meal to foster relationships and maintain collegial bonds proved to be a naive notion. This environment was indeed one that devoured its own without remorse. In that moment, she comprehended that here, only strength and background mattered, no one cared whether one possessed a pleasant character or treated others kindly. Sometimes, being excessively kind and agreeable rendered one more susceptible to being taken advantage of. Chutang gazed intently at the series of screenshots displayed on her computer screen, gritting her teeth in silence. "Ruan Chutang, Zhaozhao, I appreciate you sharing this information with me. Could you do me a favor? Ruan Chutang, the next time they discuss me, please record it for me." Yu Zhaozhao, of course. Chutang took a deep breath to steady her emotions and dialed a number. "Hello, father. Does our company require a legal advisor?" After ending the call, she rose and made her way to the printing room to print several contracts. Then proceeded directly to her company. Upon arrival, she headed straight to the chairman's office. Ruan Chutang had just concluded a meeting and, anticipating her arrival, was seated in his office awaiting her. Chutang tossed the contract onto the table. "Dad, please take a look at the contract. If everything is in order, kindly sign it." Ruan Chutang meticulously perused the contract page by page. "I inquired with my assistant. The legal consultancy contract with the previous law firm will expire by the end of this year. I am prepared to sign a 5-year agreement with your firm. But the contract will commence at the beginning of next year." Chutang nodded, "No problem, but I must make the payment immediately after signing the contract this afternoon." Ruan Chutang glanced at her, "Is it really that urgent?" "Indeed," she replied, "last night during the negotiation, I was harassed by 2 lecherous old men. And the deal fell through. My supervisor has issued me an ultimatum." Upon hearing that she had been harassed, Ruan Chutang's tone shifted to one of urgency. "Who dares to harass you?" Chutang shrugged, assuringly stating that there was no need for concern. They not only failed to gain any advantage but also received a beating. Chutang shook her head, expressing her preference for her current profession as a lawyer. "I hold shares in the company, and the dividends suffice for me. Besides, I am utterly clueless about business management. Are you not afraid that I would ruin your company if appointed as the general manager?" Ruan Chutang chuckled. "I would hire professionals to assist you." Chutang still declined, deeming it unnecessary. "Perhaps one day, when I tire of my role as a lawyer, I shall reconsider." Ruan Chutang let out a helpless sigh, exclaiming, "You He affixed his signature to the 5-year legal consulting contract and promptly called the finance department to transfer $150,000 to the law firm's account. Chutang smiled and inquired, "Is there any recent dispute in the company?" Ruan Chutang summoned a subordinate via an internal call. "Let Xiao Zhang explain it to you. I typically do not involve myself in these matters." "All right." Chapter 45, New. I am constantly thinking of you. An hour later, Chutang appeared in Yang Xiaojing's office. She placed the contract before her. "Supervisor Yang, I have completed the task you assigned. Here is a 5-year legal consultancy contract. And the payment of $150,000 has been received. Additionally, I have signed 3 agency agreements for payment disputes and 1 for patent infringement. All 4 cases are under general agency, with the attorney fees paid on the spot, including the legal consultancy fee of $150,000. The total amounts to $800,000. If you doubt this, you may verify with the finance department for the transaction records. I also have the payment documentation here." As she spoke, Chutang opened her phone's photo gallery and displayed the payment screenshot for Yang Xiaojing to see. "I have compensated for the law firm's losses." Chutang chuckled softly. "It's my father." With a sharp sound, the contract slipped from Yang Xiaojing's grasp and fell to the ground. She abruptly lifted her gaze. "Are you the heiress of the Ruan family?" After enduring a series of troubling events, Chutang had resolved to abandon her low profile. "Yang Lu. What is the background of the Ruan lawyer from your firm? How does she know Jiang Shirshu, the president of Jiang Group?" "Last night, our general manager Lu was assaulted by Jiang's bodyguards and ended up in the hospital. This morning, auditors and tax officials arrived at our company to scrutinize our accounts. I had to run around to discover that this was Jiang's directive." "Jiang Shirshu?" Yang Xiaojing's complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. After ending the call, her heart raced uncontrollably. Do you know the president of Jiang Group?" Chutang crossed her arms, her gaze frosty. "Indeed. He is my fiancé, and he is also the financial backer mentioned in your recent rumors about opening a store in Kurinan." Yang Xiaojing was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on her brow. Stammering, she said, I apologize, I was unaware that you are Mr. John's fiancée." At that moment, Yang Xiaojing realized she had been led astray by Su Jingxian. Fearing the repercussions of offending the Jiang family, she had complied with the foster daughter's directive to target Ruan Chutang. However, Su Jingxian had neglected to inform her that Ruan Chutang was the heiress of the Ruan Corporation and the fiancée of Jiang Shirshu. Now that Jiang Shirshu had witnessed the harassment of Ruan Chutang firsthand and had taken matters into his own hands, was she destined for ruin as well? As soon as Ruan Tong departed, Yang Xiaojing promptly dialed Su Jingxuan's number. "Miss Su, is that Ruan Tong Jiang Xiao's fiancée?" Su Jingxian, who could not tolerate discussions regarding this matter, replied impatiently, "Can you speak of something substantial? I don't have time for your nonsense." Noticing her lack of denial, Yang Xiaojing grew anxious. "You instructed me to target her, but you never mentioned she was Jiang Xiao's fiancée. Now I have inadvertently offended him, you must assist me." Su Jingxian chuckled derisively, "Fool, if she weren't Asu's fiancée, I wouldn't bother targeting her." "Assist you? I have no time for that. Miss Su, I only arranged for Ruan Tong to discuss a case with those 2 lecherous old men at your behest. If you do not help me, I shall expose you. Surely, you do not wish for President Jiang to discover your clandestine activities?" Su Jingxian, detesting threats, gritted her teeth. "Do you dare to threaten me?" "What I speak is the truth, Miss Su. Those 2 old men have already been dealt with by Jiang Shirshu, I could be next. If I encounter misfortune, you shall gain nothing. It's a trivial matter, simply find an excuse to resign voluntarily. I can recommend you to another law firm. If the Jiang family comes after you, just assert that you were unaware of those old men's true nature. Should trouble arise, I will protect you. But if you dare to let even a whisper slip, I will not spare you." Yang Xiaojing reassured her, "Rest assured. As long as you do not abandon me in my time of need, I will remain silent." The following day, Ruan Tong drove to the courthouse for a hearing. As she exited the courthouse after her session, she encountered Gu Zechuan. Chutang regarded him warily, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Gu Zechuan's gaze was filled with profound affection as he replied, I am aware that you are working at the Shenka law firm and that you have a court hearing today. I came here specifically to wait for you. Chutang squinted at him, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Are you investigating me? Gu Zechuan's gaze darkened with pain. Chutang. I have languished in despair for many days. You occupy my thoughts incessantly. Ruan Chutang let out a cold scoff. What does that have to do with me? Gu Zechuan smiled as he produced a gleaming diamond ring from his pocket, presenting it as if it were a treasure. Did you not say you adored this ring? He remarked. Chutang recognized the ring. It was the very one she had admired in a magazine for its unique and innovative design, which she had innocently shared with Gu Zechuan. However, upon his glance, his expression darkened instantly. What had he said back then? I can gift you many things, but not a ring. I have no intentions of marrying at this moment. Chutang felt utterly disheartened. He always assumed that she was desperate to marry, believing that she dreamt of wedding him every day. With this thought in mind, Chutang smirked and remarked, I'm sorry, but I no longer hold any affection. She raised her hand, showcasing the dazzling diamond ring that her fiancé had gifted her. I only cherish what my fiancé has given me. A flicker of hurt crossed Gu Zechuan's eyes. He had already discerned the identity of the man beside Ruan Chutang, Jiang Shishu, the princely heir of Jiang City, president of Jiang Group, the sole heir of the Jiang family. Compared to the Jiang family, the Gu family indeed paled in significance. However, Gu Zechuan chuckled, Chutang. You are not yet engaged, you are not formally betrothed to him. Chutang furrowed her brow, regarding him with a gaze reminiscent of one directed at a lunatic. Gu Zechuan curled his lips into a smirk, proclaiming, Chutang, let me remind you, even those who are married can find themselves in divorce. What difference does an engagement make? He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of obsession flickering within them. Even if you were to marry him, I would never relinquish my hold on you. After all, isn't an affair the most exhilarating of experiences? Chutang, unable to endure any longer, swung her hand and struck Gu Zechuan across the face. Get lost. Gu Zechuan tilted his head, revealing a swollen imprint of her palm on his cheek. He smirked, a roguish grin forming. That was quite a blow. Did it hurt your hand? What a lunatic. Chutang shot him a glare and attempted to walk away. Gu Zechuan obstructed her path, asking, Where are you going? Allow me to escort you. Get away. She was genuinely furious and lifted her foot to kick him. Gu Zechuan dodged, teasing, Why the sudden temper? You were never like this before. What happened to that gentle and obedient demeanor you used to have? Chutang rolled her eyes and strode directly towards the open-air parking lot. Gu Zechuan clung to her like an unyielding adhesive plaster, trailing behind her. Chutang, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I was a fool. And I apologize for the hurt I caused you. I wish to start anew and pursue you once more. Would you grant me a chance? I do not expect an immediate affirmation, but at the very least, please allow me this opportunity. I assure you, from now on, my heart and soul will belong solely to you, and I shall remain utterly devoted. Chutang scoffed, Who cares? She approached the open-air parking lot and halted before the blue Bentley. Gu Zechuan raised his eyes and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the car. Chapter 46, The counterattack begins. He distinctly remembered this vehicle. She had driven it back in Haicheng. At that time, Chen Wan had mocked her for her vanity, claiming she rented the car at an exorbitant price merely for photographs. He had wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. Yet now, he realized the extent of his own folly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, draining the color from his face. Was the ring you wore just now the one you tried on at Chiang Paris that day? Gu Zechuan's lips trembled. You were. Ruan Chutang, we hadn't even broken up then, and you were already so eager to try on a ring? You have betrayed our love. The corners of his eyes turned red. How could you do this? Ruan Chutang could not bear to be subjected to such baseless accusations. She laughed suddenly, Love? Ha! Did you not say that you were constantly searching for Chen Wan's shadow in me? Gu Zechuan stood frozen, his face ashen. You knew all along? Chutang gazed at him coldly. Not only am I aware of these matters, but I also know that your claim of an urgent company issue that night was a deception. You went to the airport to meet Chen Wan. Furthermore, I am aware that on Su Choi's birthday, after you took Chen Wan away, you went to a hotel. Even before our separation, you had already succumbed to infidelity. Gu Zechuan, what face do you have to discuss feelings with me? Gu Zechuan's eyes were filled with anguish as he shook his head. No, Chutang. Please allow me to explain. Things are not as you perceive them. Chutang, unwilling to endure his prattle, swung open the car door and took her seat. She ignited the engine. Gu Zechuan stood before the vehicle, incessantly striking the chassis, his lips moving in animated speech, yet the words remained indecipherable. Upon encountering his refusal, Chutang, in a fit of irritation, pressed the accelerator and collided with him. With a resounding crash, Gu Zechuan was caught off guard, sent sprawling into the nearby greenery. Chutang's brows furrowed with a fierce intensity, casting but a fleeting glance at Gu Zechuan, utterly indifferent to his injuries. With a decisive turn, she drove away without a second thought. Gu Zechuan gritted his teeth as he rose to his feet, his leg injured and his gait unsteady. As the blue Bentley vanished from sight, a wave of despair washed over him, intensifying his internal turmoil. A passerby, witnessing the aftermath of the collision, approached with concern. Are you all right? Shouldn't you report the incident since the culprit just left? Gu Zechuan shook his head, dismissing the worry. I'm fine. I'm just having a disagreement with my wife. The passerby's expression shifted to understanding. Ah, a romantic dispute. Brother, your wife seems a bit volatile. Are you heading to court for a divorce? A smile crept upon Gu Zechuan's lips. Not at all, we have a good relationship. She's just in a mood. And I'll smooth things over. The passerby wore a look of disbelief, his face radiating respect and goodwill. At Shenka Law Firm? The tea room buzzed with lively chatter as a group gathered to gossip. Did you hear? Supervisor Yang from the litigation department has resigned. Really? That seems so sudden. Why would he leave? I'm not sure, it appears he resigned voluntarily. Just moments after settling into their seats, the office door was suddenly kicked open with force. Ruan Chutang, what do you mean by this? Are you daring to sue me? Kong Weijie stormed in, his voice laced with fury. Did not even spare him a glance? Her focus solely on the computer screen as she tended to her work. Isn't it perfectly normal to sue someone for slander and defamation? What is there to be surprised about? Kong Weijie's eyes glinted with malice. What have I slandered? Slander and defamation involve fabricating facts and disseminating them. If what I said was the truth, can it still be considered slander? You should take this up with the judge. Yes, expression remained impassive. Withdraw your lawsuit immediately. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Kong Weijie threatened menacingly. Although slander and defamation are private prosecution cases requiring the plaintiff to personally file a lawsuit in court, the defendant is violating criminal law. If convicted, the defendant will face criminal penalties. As a lawyer, if Kong Weijie were to incur such penalties, his license would be revoked, barring him from taking the bar exam or pursuing any legal career, effectively ending his professional journey. Why the rush? The best is yet to come, said with a light smile. What do you mean by that? At that moment, another defendant, Chen Yang, stormed in. Ruan Chutang, you actually sued me? I merely gossiped a few times, is that really necessary? Ruan Chutang replied with a calm demeanor. Another one shows up. Chen Yang had just received a text from the court stating that the case regarding her defamation of Ruan Chutang had been filed, and she was now a defendant. In disbelief, she clicked on the notification and was rendered speechless upon reading the indictment and case information. Finally, Ruan Chutang lifted her gaze to the two menacing figures before her. As lawyers, you continually slander me. Do you not understand the consequences you must bear? Since you relish in ruining your own futures, I shall gladly assist in your downfall. Chen Yang, about to unleash a torrent of insults, abruptly halted. Realizing the gravity of being convicted and the impending end of her career, she suppressed her rage and adopted a contrite demeanor. Ruan, I was wrong. I apologize for spreading rumors about you. Please withdraw your lawsuit, I sincerely beg you. I promise I will never do it again. Ruan Chutang chuckled softly. It's too late. She coldly regarded Chen Yang. I extended an opportunity to you. You have slandered me for so many days, yet have you ever come to apologize? Do you think my silence indicates weakness? If that is the case, you both shall endure the consequences. Please grant me another chance. I assure you it will never happen again. Chen Yang, observing Ruan Chutang's demeanor, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Kong Wei Jie, seeing that Ruan Chutang was impervious to soft tactics, decided to take a more aggressive approach. He raised his hand and struck her face. Chutang reacted swiftly, tilting her head to evade the attack. Was it a case of a cornered dog leaping in desperation? She rose from her chair, recalling how formidable he had been when he had previously insulted her. Kong Weijie hurled a few curses and charged forward, intent on further aggression. Suddenly, two uniformed police officers entered the office. Kong Weijie, is it? You are under suspicion of rape. Please accompany us. Before he could grasp the gravity of the situation, handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. Officers, surely there has been a misunderstanding? You have apprehended the wrong person, Kong Weijie exclaimed, his expression a mixture of terror and confusion. Chutang crossed her arms and smiled innocently, her tone leisurely as she remarked, "Did I not mention? The best part is yet to come." After Yang Xiaojing resigned, a senior lawyer from the litigation department, Chen Li, was promoted to supervisor. Chen was amiable, upright, and exceptionally capable, never undermining her subordinates. Her ascension to a supervisory role was welcomed by all. Colleagues were already aware of the incident involving Kong Weijie being taken away by the police. "Oh, that," one colleague recounted. "I happened to see a post on a social platform where a young girl was seeking help, claiming she had been picked up while intoxicated and was too afraid to report it, fearing her family and classmates would gossip about her. I didn't think much of it at the time, I just wanted to assist her. After learning more, she showed me a picture of the man involved. And to my astonishment, it was Kong Weijie. Can you imagine what I thought when I saw that photo? It was shocking. I never expected that the seemingly upstanding lawyer Kong would be involved in such disgraceful behavior with a minor at a bar. I counseled the young lady and helped her report the incident to the authorities. Fortunately, she posted seeking help before she had a chance to wash up. And remnants of the perpetrator's bodily fluids remained. Gathering evidence was straightforward and irrefutable. Kong Weijie is likely to face serious charges. That young girl is still a student. It's appalling what Kong Weijie has done." Chutang recounted the entire saga in detail, adding, "I shall not disclose the young lady's name." Upon hearing her story, the listeners displayed expressions of disbelief, unanimously condemning Kong Weijie as a hypocrite, unworthy of respect. Chapter 47. The overzealous husband Chen Yang spent the entire day in trepidation, remaining in Ruan Chutang's office. She exhausted every soft word and pleasantry, yet Ruan Chutang remained steadfast, refusing to withdraw the case. Chen Yang was nearly on her knees, pleading, "Lawyer Ruan, please overlook my faults and consider me insignificant, just let me go. I beg you. If I am convicted and lose my license, my life will be ruined." She continued, "Lawyer Ruan, I implore you to withdraw the lawsuit, I am willing to serve you like a devoted servant." Chutang regarded her with a cold gaze, dismissing her concerns. "Miss Chen, each of the 360 trades has its own luminaries, the revocation of a lawyer's license is inconsequential. If one can no longer thrive in this profession, one may simply transition to another." Chutang gently patted Chen Yang's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Keep it up. I have faith in you." The workday concluded. Chutang followed her colleague out of the law firm. Suddenly, a female co-worker beside her tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Wow! Look over there, there's an exceptionally handsome guy." Several other colleagues also glanced in that direction, whispering among themselves. As Chutang followed her colleague's gaze, she suddenly froze. It was Jiang Shirshu. He was already tall and handsome, with broad shoulders and long legs, resembling a walking clothes hanger. The simple black Armani coat he wore suited him even better than it did the model. Leaning against the car while on the phone, the early autumn evening had already darkened, and the streetlights illuminated the surroundings. From this angle, Chutang could clearly see his slender profile and high-nose bridge. The warm yellow light cast upon his face softened his previously stern features, as if they shared an unspoken connection. Just as Chutang glanced over, Jiang Shirshu turned to look at her. Their eyes met in the air, and he ended his call, striding towards her. The female colleague beside her instantly became excited. Oh my gosh, he is coming over. What should I do? I'm so nervous. I should have put on some makeup today. I feel embarrassed to approach such a handsome man without any on. What a pity. It's alright, even with makeup. I doubt we could strike up a conversation with someone like him. In just a few moments, Jiang Shirshu had reached Chutang. Chutang distinctly heard the gasps of surprise from several colleagues around her. Xin Yan had organized a gathering, and both Zhou Xuelua and Chen Yuan were present. I will take you there. Jiang Shirshu's voice, already deep and alluring, became even more enchanting in its tenderness. Her colleagues cast her astonished glances. Chutang pressed her lips together, lifting her gaze to smile as she introduced her fiancé to her colleagues. This is my fiancé. Instantly, several colleagues' eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The rumors suggested that Ruan Chutang's benefactor, who drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, was a greasy and unattractive older man. Yet, the man before them stood nearly 6 feet tall, possessing an extraordinary appearance and charm that surpassed even the most dashing male celebrities on television. In that moment, a silent consensus formed among them: rumors are but mere fabrications, unworthy of credence. Colleagues began to shower praises upon Jiang Shirshu, offering heartfelt congratulations to him and Chutang. Inside the private room, Chutang spoke to Jiang Shirshu about the affairs of the law firm. Do you know why they were so astonished when they saw you? Chutang remarked that a colleague had spotted her disembarking from your car and spread rumors that she was being supported by a wealthy older man, claiming her benefactor was a greasy, unattractive old man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shirshu cast a cold, penetrating glance, questioning the audacity of such slander. Indeed, Chutang responded nonchalantly. But I have already dealt with it, there is no need for concern. What on earth? How could anyone dare to spread such a rumor about you being supported by an older man? Xin Yan exclaimed, visibly shocked. Sister! Why didn't you inform your brothers about being bullied? Jiang Shirshu shot him a frosty look. Do I need to share this with you? Chen Yuan pinched Xin Yan, reminding him that Tang is Shirshu's fiancée, and they are soon to be engaged. Why are you making such a fuss? Oh dear ancestor, please stop pinching me. Xin Yan chuckled. I simply cannot bear to see Sister Chutang being mistreated. After all, we are all friends within the same circle, aren't we? Jiang Shirshu turned his gaze towards Chutang, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Tang, you were harassed while discussing cases outside. And now rumors are circulating within the firm. I feel I have failed as your fiancé, not providing you with adequate protection. Chutang shook her head, asserting that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Elder brother Shirshu, you cannot possibly accompany me every hour of the day. She added playfully. You are indeed his precious treasure, he cannot bear to see you wronged. Xin Yan interjected once more. You have no idea how he once nearly beat someone to a pulp for your sake. However, before he could finish his thought, Jiang Shirshu abruptly interrupted him. Xin Yan. Noticing the displeasure on his face, Xin Yan paused momentarily before swiftly changing the subject. As long as everything is well, that is all that matters. With an expression reminiscent of one determined to get to the bottom of things, Chutang inquired about who had been beaten to a pulp back in the day. Jiang Shirshu took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly, no one. He is merely spouting nonsense. Ruan Chu's clear and glistening eyes gazed at him as she feigned a fierce demeanor. Brother Shirshu, please refrain from speaking for a moment. I wish to hear what Brother Xin Yan has to say. Jiang Shirshu fell silent. Xin Yan glanced at Ruan Chu and then at Jiang Shirshu, chuckling as he teased, Ah, Shirshu. It seems you are quite the henpecked husband. Zhou Jing'an chimed in with a jest. What do you know? Being henpecked simply means one loves his wife, not fears her. Zhou Xuelua took a gentle sip of her drink, her voice soft and laced with laughter. Indeed, Brother Shirshu is a devoted husband. Xin Yan continued, Sister Ruan Chu. Are you aware that the 2 old scoundrels who troubled you have had their company investigated? It turns out they uncovered some serious issues. Both of those old rogues are now implicated in economic crimes and have been detained. Their company has also been dismantled by Shirshu. How does that feel? Satisfying, isn't it? Chutang turned her head to glance at the man beside her. Jiang Shirshu's face bore little expression, and an air of icy detachment surrounded him. I have stated that they shall pay the price. Chutang impaled a piece of cantaloupe from the fruit platter before her with a bamboo skewer and began to eat. They deserved it, retribution was fitting. Qin Yan interjected, indeed. After finishing a slice of cantaloupe, Chutang suddenly realized she had been led astray by their banter. She then stated with seriousness, Brother Qin Yan, you have yet to tell me about the time Brother Shirshu nearly beat someone to death. Qin Yan glanced at Jiang Shirshu. Noting his silence, before continuing, I believe the name was Liang Yuda. Chutang distinctly remembers this individual, leaving quite an impression. During her first year of high school, she had a deskmate named Heiress, with whom she shared a particularly close bond. However, in the second semester of their first year, Heiress' family encountered some difficulties, prompting her transfer from their prestigious school to an ordinary high school. Chutang felt a profound sense of loss at the departure of her dear friend. Liang Yuda, the notorious bully from Heiress' new school, leveraged his family's wealth to amass a following of younger peers, engaging in mischief rather than academic pursuits, either pursuing romantic entanglements or tormenting classmates. Liang Yuda initially set his sights on Heiress, hoping to entice her into an early relationship. One day, while he was chasing after her, he fortuitously crossed paths with Chutang at the school gate. Heiress, a gentle and timid girl, was understandably frightened and sought refuge behind Chutang. Upon seeing that Ruan Chutang was considerably more attractive than Heiress, Liang Yuda fixated on her, preventing her from leaving and insisting that she add him as a contact to engage in a romantic relationship. He also made a series of crude and inappropriate remarks. At that time, Chutang remembered being utterly terrified, surrounded by a multitude of classmates at the school gate, yet not a single soul came to their aid. She had not yet acquired self-defense skills and dared not confront Liang Yuda. In a moment of desperation, she mustered her courage and boasted to Liang Yuda about having a brother who was involved in the underworld, asserting that if he dared to bully her, her brother would not let him off easily. If her memory served her right, she had indeed called Jiang Shirshu brother. Didn't you say last time that anyone who dared to bully me would have their legs broken? Yes, someone is bothering me, please come quickly. There are many of them. And my classmate and I are just two small girls, no match for them. Where am I? Oh, at the 7th Experimental Middle School in Zhangchang. After hanging up, Chutang worked hard to embellish the prowess of her supposed underworld brother. I tell you, my brother commands over 100 subordinates, each a skilled fighter, far superior to your little lackeys. They have never lost a fight. You, don't come any closer. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, my brother will not spare you. Liang Yuda took a couple of steps forward, approaching Chutang with a nonchalant demeanor. Oh? Is that so? Then why don't you bring your brother here? Let us see if he is a horse or a mule. Chutang, infuriated, puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. You are the mule. At that time, Jiang Shirshu was already in university, and Jiangcheng University was over 20 kilometers away from Heiress' school. Even if he received the call immediately, he would not arrive in time. Chutang had never harbored any hopes of him coming to her rescue. Her phone call was merely an attempt to intimidate Liang Yuda. However, within mere minutes of that call, the vice principal and the head of the teaching department from Heiress' school arrived in a flurry, escorting Liang Yuda and his companions away. Subsequently, Chutang learned from Heiress that she had not seen Liang Yuda at school since that day. It was also from that moment onward that she began to acquire self-defense skills. As she reminisced, Chutang took a sip of fruit wine and turned to Jiang Shirshu, inquiring, Did you summon the vice principal and the head of the teaching department that day? The man's inky eyes revealed no emotion as he simply replied, Chutang inquired again. So you really did strike Liang Yuda? Qin Yan, animated and exuberant, replied, Indeed, indeed. That time, Su was particularly ruthless, you should have seen it. Liang Yuda was nearly left for dead on the spot. However, he had it coming. Who told him to court danger? I was present. And what he said certainly warranted a beating. On that day, when Jiang Shirshu received Chutang's call, he was engaged in a basketball game with Qin Yan. After hanging up, he appeared visibly anxious, and without uttering a word, he abandoned the basketball and departed. Qin Yan, eager to understand the situation, followed him. And together they drove over 20 kilometers to locate Liang Yuda. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shirshu, Liang Yuda was unaware of his background and displayed an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. Even daring to provoke him in front of Jiang, "That girl is truly to my taste, her skin is so supple it could be squeezed for water. That waist is so slender, just one glance tells you she knows how to twist. I'll have her show me in bed tomorrow." In that moment, Jiang Shirshu resembled a furious lion, striking with precision and ferocity at the most vulnerable points. Liang Yuda resisted for a while but ultimately succumbed to a one-sided beating. Time seemed to stretch, and as Liang Yuda's screams gradually faded, he lay motionless on the ground. Recalling this, Qin Yin patted his chest, exclaiming, "That scene truly terrified me. I couldn't even pull him away, and I nearly got caught in the crossfire myself." After the altercation, Asu's fists were bloodied, and his face was smeared with blood. He looked like a specter. Later, Liang Yuda was rushed for medical attention, and I heard he spent several months in the hospital before finally being discharged. Once out, he was compelled to withdraw from school, and his family's company faced repercussions, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy. The entire family left Jiangcheng in disgrace. Ahem, Qin Yin continued. At that time, Asu was even taken in by the authorities. The old man was furious and ordered him to be detained for a few days. However, the matriarch, distressed for him, wept before the old man daily, which vexed him. Eventually, the old man managed to secure Asu's release. The Jiang family even compensated the Liang family handsomely to obtain their forgiveness, and for this matter, Asu received a beating from the old man. Upon concluding his tale, Qin Yin cast a significant glance toward Chutang. "Sister, back then, I was too blind to see that Asu's violent outburst was rooted in his feelings for you. I assumed he was merely avenging the bullying of his sister. Just recently, I discovered that this young man had been harboring intentions toward you for quite some time." Chutang was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Shirshu had risked everything for her, nearly taking a life in the process. A wave of apprehension washed over her. She feared she might become a burden to him. Throughout his life, Jiang Shirshu had been the ideal child in his parents' eyes, a model student to his teachers, and a paragon of excellence among his peers. His future was bright, and if he were to bear the weight of a life taken for her sake, she would never forgive herself. As Chutang blinked her eyes, a pang of sadness tugged at her nose. By the time she returned to Mingjiewen, it was already past midnight. The night breeze was chilly, and the moonlight cast a somber glow. Upon disembarking, Chutang walked ahead in silence, her head bowed. Jiang Shirshu followed closely behind as they entered the community. "Tang Tang, please do not be upset." Chutang remained silent. Upon returning to the apartment, as she attempted to close the door, Jiang Shirshu sidled in forcefully, his expression one of deep hurt. "Tang Tang, are you afraid of me?" he queried, a hint of panic lacing his voice. "Please, do not be frightened, I harbor no violent tendencies, nor would I ever resort to domestic abuse. That day, I merely..." He paused, the words he uttered enraged me. "I cannot bear to hear anyone speak of you in such a manner." Chutang lifted her gaze to him, letting out a helpless sigh. "Shirshu, I am not afraid of you, nor am I fearful of domestic violence, I am merely concerned about you." Jiang Shirshu gently pressed his lips together and, with a tender gesture, pulled her into his embrace. "It is all right now, it has all passed." Chutang leaned against him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a slight quiver. "You mustn't be so impulsive in the future. If you were to truly harm someone, it would ruin your life. There's no need for such extremes on my account." Jiang Shirshu softened his tone, reassuring her, "But I didn't harm anyone, did I?" With a surge of annoyance, Chutang struck him with her fist. "And yet you still dare to speak." Jiang Shirshu, with his warm and gentle palm, softly caressed the back of Chutang, as one would comfort a child. There, I understand now. It won't happen again." Chutang inquired in a muffled tone. "How many days have you been confined?" "Not many," came the reply. Chutang's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her nasal intonation quite pronounced. "Have you been suffering?" "It seems that the daily fare in the detention center consists solely of pickled vegetables, plain porridge, and steamed buns." "How could you possibly acclimate to such sustenance?" Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly, admitting that he was indeed unaccustomed to it, but he considered it a means of losing weight. Upon hearing this, Chutang couldn't help but smile through her tears, playfully striking him once more. You aren't even overweight, why would you need to lose weight? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Alright then, let us speak of something else, shall we? Chutang, with tear-streaked eyes, gazed up at him. Brother Shirshu. Why did you not tell me? I wish to spare you any emotional burden, all of this is my own choice and has nothing to do with you. The initial pang in Chutang's heart was accompanied by the crystalline tears that gathered at her lashes and slowly cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Shirshu cradled her face in his hands, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. Why are you still crying? Please don't cry, when you do. My heart aches as well. After speaking, Jiang Shirshu lowered his head, his warm, soft lips kissing away the girl's shimmering tears. Chapter 49, The First Kiss. Shirshu Gij. Chutang called him softly. Regarding Liang Yuda and the incident with Gu Zechuan a few days ago, she hesitated, biting her lip. If your family were to discover that you lost control for my sake and nearly harmed someone, would our engagement be rendered void? Jiang Shirshu pressed a kiss to Chutang's forehead. I will not allow such a situation to arise, they shall remain unaware. Chutang lowered her eyes. Feeling a deep sense of discomfort within, her voice soft and delicate, there's no need for such sacrifices on my behalf. Tang tang. Jiang Shirshu, with his warm and broad palm, gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. It is necessary, he declared, for I regard you as more precious than my own life. The man's eyes, dark as ink, burned with an intense fervor as he looked at Chutang. Chutang was taken aback, her emotions surging within her, rendering her speechless for quite some time. She had never anticipated that she held such significance in Jiang Shirshu's heart. Chutang's eyelashes fluttered delicately. She was filled with trepidation, fearing that she might become a burden to him. The mere thought that he nearly faced imprisonment because of her made her heart race with anxiety. Tang tang. Did you not promise not to cry? Why then do tears cascade down your cheeks? She pouted, requesting, then please, help me wipe away my tears. Jiang Shirshu, with his somewhat calloused fingertips, gently brushed away the tears from the girl's face. Chutang suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Shirshu's waist, burying her face in his embrace, nuzzling against his chest like a little kitten. Jiang Shirshu's heart melted. Chutang lightly sniffed the scent emanating from his body, contentedly humming, Brother Shirshu, your fragrance is delightful. Jiang Shirshu chuckled, if you like it, feel free to savor it. Chutang nestled playfully in his embrace and said, Brother Shirshu, give me a kiss. Jiang Shirshu thought he must have misheard her. He widened his eyes slightly, gently placing his hands on Chutang's shoulders to create some distance, and gazed into her eyes as he inquired, what did you just say? When Chutang became shy, a blush spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She bit her lip and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, murmured, kiss me. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Jiang Shirshu's kisses descended upon her like a torrential rain. His lips were exquisitely soft. On her first kiss, Chutang stood awkwardly in place, her jaw clenched, unsure of how to respond. Her heart raced, pounding fiercely as if it might leap from her chest. Jiang Shirshu gently caressed her lips with his, and before things spiraled out of control, he willingly withdrew from her embrace. Upon hearing the man's labored breaths, Chutang raised her gaze to behold his flushed face and the tumult of emotions in his eyes. Why did it come to a halt? Chutang felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. Chutang instinctively comprehended the implications of his words. Her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly as if they were bleeding. All right. Please be careful on your way. Jiang Shirshu cast a deep glance at her, managing to utter two words, so sweet. What? Chutang tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Jiang Shirshu raised his hand, gently pressing his index finger against her luscious, crimson lips, his gaze shrouded in inscrutable emotions. Here, so sweet. Chutang felt as though she had been struck by electricity, a tingling sensation coursing through her entire body. She swiftly turned and dashed into her bedroom. Farewell. Jiang Shirshu gazed at her hasty retreating figure, a tender smile gracing his lips. The following day, Chutang attended a banquet at the Zhang family's ancestral residence. The Zhang family's old house is located within the same villa community as the Ruan family's estate. Chutang has come to understand the truth behind Ruan Chutang's remarriage. And considering it was her mother's wish, her demeanor towards him is no longer as frosty as before. She replied nonchalantly, I reside in the apartment my cousin gifted me. Conveniently located near the law firm. Ruan Chutang nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Whenever you have some free time, I shall introduce you to a few uncles to help you expand your network of cases." Chutang was aware that Ruan Chutang intended to offer her resources and connections. She did not decline. "Very well. Let it be next weekend." Chutang gently patted her head. Yang Xuelian stood nearby, smiling as she inquired about Chutang's recent experiences and whether she had adapted well to living outside. Chutang no longer confronted her as she used to. Instead, she gently nodded and said, "I'll go upstairs to fetch something." Ruan Chutang nodded in appreciation, feeling gratified by her maturity, realizing she had grown up and no longer acted childishly. The artwork was a crayon drawing that depicted a harmonious family of four, radiating joy and warmth. Chutang was momentarily taken aback, her heart a tempest of emotions. This was a drawing by her younger sister, Ruan Zhaozhao, depicting their family of four. On either side stood a man and a woman, Ruan Chutang and Yang Xuelian, while the slightly taller girl in the center was herself. And the shorter girl was Ruan Zhaozhao. Chutang's gaze was fixed intently upon the painting, her emotions surging within her as she pondered in silence. After a considerable pause, she carefully rolled up the artwork and placed it into a storage box. After applying her makeup, Chutang descended the stairs to join the Zhang family. Today, she donned a long-sleeved dress in a delicate apricot hue, complemented by white high-heeled leather shoes, presenting an appearance that was both dignified and graceful, surely pleasing to the elders. In contrast, Ruan Zhaozhao wore a charming red dress, her hair styled into two playful buns, adorned with a red strawberry hairpin, exuding an aura of cuteness and festivity. As Chutang and Ruan Zhaozhao walked ahead, Ruan Chutang and Yang Xuelian trailed behind, entering the Zhang family's grand gate. Zhang Shisu personally came out to greet them. Upon entering the villa, the Zhang couple approached with warm smiles, while Su Jingxian, standing beside them, exchanged pleasantries. Chutang's gaze swept over her, her expression impassive. The dinner spread was lavish, evidently a labor of love from the Zhang family, with an entire table filled with dishes that Chutang favored. After the meal, the two families settled onto the sofas in the living room. Before the matriarch of the Zhang family could speak, Zhang Shisu suddenly interjected, "While everyone is present, there is a matter I must address." All eyes turned to him. "Jingxian, come over and apologize to Chutang." Zhang Shisu's voice was cold. Su Jingxian's eyes widened, her lips quivering. The old matriarch of the Zhang family frowned, her tone displeased. "Shisu." Unperturbed, Zhang Shisu's gaze remained fixed on Su Jingxian, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "I asked you to apologize, do you not hear me?" Zhang Furen looked bewildered, questioning the situation. Zhang Shisu's voice carried an icy chill, his eyes sharp as blades. "You may explain to everyone what transpired at the racetrack." Su Jingxian's complexion turned pale, looking at the old matriarch with a pitiful expression. "Grandma." The matriarch, filled with concern, directed a gaze at Zhang Shisu that bore a hint of reproach. "Shisu. Jingxian has already informed me about the incident at the racetrack. It was a misunderstanding, do not make it difficult for her." Upon hearing this, Chutang tugged at the corner of her mouth, remaining silent. Ruan Chutang and Yang Xuelian, utterly bewildered, exchanged glances with one another. Ruan Chutang turned to Chutang and asked softly, "Why does Shisu want Jingxian to apologize to you? What has she done?" Chutang's voice was devoid of emotion. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Shisu exhibited signs of impatience, his features etched with a cold severity. "Su Jingxian, recount the events that transpired at the racetrack that day in their entirety. Should you dare to conceal any details, I shall personally disclose them." Chapter 50, If you feel distressed, then perish. Su Jingxian gazed tearfully at the matriarch of the Zhang family. "Grandmother." The old matriarch glanced between Zhang Shisu and Su Jingxian, letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well, Xian, since the incident that day was merely a misunderstanding, you ought to share it before everyone. I believe Chutang is not unreasonable." With the matriarch's words, no one in attendance felt compelled to defend her any longer. Sniffling, Su Jingxian adopted a look of victimization. "That day at the racetrack, I asked Sister Ruan to teach me how to ride. Initially, I was doing well. But then the horse suddenly went wild, and I fell off and was injured. This was common knowledge, yet Jiang Shirshu's insinuations hinted at deeper implications. Thus, everyone tacitly refrained from interrupting, awaiting her continuation. Su Jingxian stole a glance at Jiang Shirshu. His gaze was too penetrating, stirring a sense of trepidation within her. She stammered. To put it simply, it was a misunderstanding. I believe Sister Ruan disliked me and intentionally provoked the horse to harm me. Later, I learned that the horse had a wound on its neck, likely sustained before it was let out, and my accidental pressure on the injury caused it to act out. She cast a glance at Ruan Chutang, her eyes laden with remorse. I am truly sorry, Sister Ruan, for misunderstanding you. I should not have harbored such malevolent thoughts. Will you ever forgive me? Initial Tang furrowed her brow at her, remaining silent. Mrs. Jiang reproached, Jingxian, how could you think so poorly of Chutang? How could she possibly harm you? Jiang Shirshu's father, Jiang Yi, who was also Su Jingxuan's adoptive father, expressed his displeasure. If you want to learn horseback riding, why not enroll in a riding class? Not only have you failed to master it, but you've also ended up injured and caused such a misunderstanding with your sister-in-law. The mention of sister-in-law ignited a fierce jealousy within Su Jingxian. Suppressing her emotions, she spoke, I know I was wrong, Mom and Dad. Jiang Shirshu's gaze was icy. Did you not say that Chutang kicked the horse, causing it to lose control? Why do you remain silent now? Jiang Yi and Mrs. Lin exchanged glances. Lin Yueying furrowed her brow, inquiring of Su Jingxian, did you truly lie? Tears streamed down Su Jingxuan's face, her sobs reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. I was wrong, Mom. The matriarch of the Jiang family cast a stern look. Xian, you told me it was a misunderstanding. But you never mentioned that you lied. Has your education taught you to deceive and frame others? The Ruan couple understood the gravity of the situation. Ruan Chutang expressed his discontent. Madam, Mr. Jiang, Chutang would never engage in harmful actions. Your child has lied and accused her, an explanation is warranted. Yang Shuelian added, indeed. Chutang is the jewel of our family. While the Ruan family may not possess the power and influence of the Jiang family, our daughter's heart is pure and kind. She would never resort to such despicable acts. Hearing Ruan Chutang and Yang Shuelian's words moved Chutang deeply. Though her relationship with her family had been strained over the years, it did not negate their affection and concern for her. She had observed how Yang Shuelian, her stepmother, treated her over the years. However, Chutang struggled to overcome her inner conflict and accept this new maternal figure. Su Jingxian, sobbing uncontrollably, rose and bowed to Ruan Chutang. I'm sorry, Sister Ruan. I was wrong, I should not have lied and framed you. I'm truly sorry. The matriarch of the Jiang family sighed, Chutang, indeed, this matter was wrong on Xuanxuan's part, but she has apologized to you. Please find it in your heart to forgive her. Chutang furrowed her brow. Why did she perceive a hint of impatience in the tone of old Lady Jiang? From her manner of speaking, it seemed that if she did not offer forgiveness, it would be seen as a sign of ingratitude. As Chutang was about to speak, Jiang Shirshu interjected, Grandmother, what are you saying? The decision of forgiveness rests solely with Chutang, no one should interfere. Jiang old lady's expression turned displeased. Shirshu, are you blaming me? Not at all, Jiang Shirshu replied. His demeanor marked by indifference. I merely wish to request that you refrain from placing any pressure on Chutang. When Chutang encountered Jiang Shirshu, she, in a moment of defiance against Grandma Jiang, did not hesitate any longer and promptly declared, all right, I forgive her. As she spoke, her gaze lightly drifted toward Jiang Shirshu. And she reached out to grasp his hand, gently squeezing it to signal him not to retort to his grandmother. Jiang Shirshu received her cue. And the sharpness in his eyes diminished. Su Jingxian witnessed this scene, her fury mounting to the point where she felt she could crush her molars. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her flesh. Ruan Chutang, one day, I shall make you vanish from this world. In the dead of night, Chutang was roused from her slumber by a ringing phone. She fumbled beneath her pillow for her mobile device, her eyes struggling to open even a fraction. And groggily pressed the answer button. Instantly, a cacophony of noise surged through the receiver. Chutang let out a soft sigh, distancing her phone slightly, her irritation palpable. Who could it be? Disturbed in the dead of night, she felt a surge of anger, her tone laced with impatience. The voice on the other end remained silent. "Are you going to speak?" she prompted, yet still, there was no response, only the cacophony of indistinct background noise. Chutang struggled to open her sleepy eyes and noticed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. "Gu Zechuan?" she spoke with irritation. Finally, there was a response from the other end. At that moment, her anger reached its zenith. She already suffered from poor sleep quality and had difficulty falling asleep. After finally drifting into a peaceful slumber, she had been rudely awakened by Gu Zechuan's incessant call. She had to work the next day. Initially, she contemplated hanging up the phone immediately. However, her agitation compelled her to unleash her frustration. She felt that without scolding him, her irritation would remain unresolved. "Gu Zechuan, are you out of your mind? If you're feeling miserable, then just end it. Don't come here and drive me mad. If you're sick, seek treatment. If it doesn't work, then jump off a building. Just stop repulsing me every single day, get lost." Gu Zechuan, undeterred by the scathing remarks, instead chuckled lightly. "Chutang, it seems my mind truly is unwell, for aside from thoughts of you, I can remember nothing else. I wish I could die too. Your indifference pains me to the core, but if I die, I'll never see you again." "You're insane!" Chutang shouted, abruptly ending the call. She pressed the mute button on her phone and flipped it over, seeking solace in sleep once more. In the bar, Gu Zechuan was inebriated beyond measure. Two alluring women nestled beside him, incessantly flirting. "Brother, you're drunk, let me take you to rest," the woman on the left purred, caressing his chest. "Brother, may I keep you company tonight?" the woman on the right cooed, enticing him with her softness. When Chen Wan arrived, she was confronted with this scene. "Get lost." Chen Wan fumed, "All of you, get away. Don't you dare seduce my man." The two women, fearful of inciting the wrath of the rightful mistress, quickly stood up and hurriedly departed. Chen Wan glanced at the utterly intoxicated Gu Zechuan, took a deep breath, and finally mustered the strength to assist him out of the bar. Chapter 51, Could We Not Get Engaged? Days passed amidst the drizzling autumn rain. On the day of the engagement banquet, the gloomy skies that had lingered for days finally cleared. At the Ruan family villa. Today marked the joyous occasion of Chutang's engagement, prompting the entire Ruan family to rise early. Even Ruan Zhao, who typically cherished her slumber, woke with enthusiasm to don a festive red dress. In Chutang's bedroom, a professional makeup team was diligently applying her makeup. Today, she donned a delicate light pink new-style cheapao. Her hair elegantly styled into an intricate bun, adorned with pearl embellishments. Ruan Zhao leaned over the vanity, tilting her head to observe her sister, exclaiming in a crisp voice, "Sister, you look truly beautiful today." Chutang smiled gently and reached out to pinch her cheek. Chutang was taken aback, not expecting Ruan Zhao to pose such a question. Chutang chuckled, realizing that children are not so easily deceived. Ruan Zhao nodded with a smile, agreeing. Chutang entwined her pinky with Ruan Zhao's, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The engagement ceremony was set to take place at a private estate in the northern outskirts of the Zhang family. Early in the morning, Jiang Shishu personally drove to fetch Ruan Chutang. Ruan Xiaodong and Yang Xuelian had intentionally dressed in formal attire, seated in the living room below, awaiting her arrival. Ruan Xiaodong's face radiated joy as he saw Jiang Shishu rise enthusiastically to greet him. "Shishu, please wait a moment, Chutang will be down shortly." Yang Xuelian stood nearby, her smile gentle and warm. Today, she felt genuinely elated. Although Chutang was not her biological child, she held her in the same regard as her own. In her heart, she silently murmured, "Xingyun, our Chutang has grown up, today, she is to be engaged. You must be watching from above and feeling content. Shishu is an exceptional young man, and I can see how attentive he is towards Chutang. She will be very happy marrying him, you need not worry." The group settled in the living room, engaging in light conversation. After a while, Ruan Zhao dashed down the stairs, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Sister is coming out." Jiang Shishu's eyes sparkled with admiration. His breath momentarily caught in awe. Chutang today was breathtakingly beautiful. The delicate pink new-style cheapao accentuated her graceful curves, her slender waist barely fitting in one's grasp. Her exquisite makeup enhanced her features, making them appear even more radiant, while her elegant hairstyle lent her an air of gentle grace and sophistication. Even though he had seen her face countless times, he could not help but feel his heart flutter for her again and again. Jiang Shirshu smiled, rising to take a few steps forward to grasp Chutang's hand. In the car, Jiang Shirshu and Ruan Chutang sat in the back seat. His expression betrayed his excitement. Finally, the day had arrived for Tang Tang. Chutang's smile bore a hint of shyness, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. I, too, eagerly anticipated this day. I even contemplated bypassing the engagement altogether and proceeding directly to marriage, thus making you instantly my Mrs. Jiang. Chutang smiled softly, pressing her lips together. Eventually, I will be yours, so why the haste? At this point, Jiang Shirshu chuckled. I was initially concerned that you might find a direct marriage too abrupt. So I suggested to your father that we could first become engaged and marry later when our feelings had developed further. However, in retrospect, I realize I was merely digging a pit for myself. Jiang Shirshu gently pinched her cheek. That is a question for you, my feelings have long since matured. With a gentle smile, Chutang lowered her gaze, playfully teasing him. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Shirshu responded with an indulgent smile, seamlessly continuing the banter. May I inquire, Miss Ruan, when you might be inclined to become Mrs. Jiang? We'll see. Chutang mischievously tilted her head, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. It depends on my mood. Throughout the journey, their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon arriving at the manor, Jiang Shirshu opened the car door and extended his hand towards Chutang. Chutang placed her hand upon Jiang Shirshu's as they alighted from the vehicle and strolled together inside. The estate was adorned with balloons and flowers at every turn, with countless fresh pink roses leading a path from the entrance to the front of the main villa. Chutang, adorned in high heels, gracefully stepped onto the path carpeted with petals, making her way into the banquet hall of the main villa. The exquisitely decorated hall exuded an atmosphere of joy, with melodious music flowing gently, its echoes lingering in the air. Guests approached one after another, offering their heartfelt congratulations and well wishes. After Su Tang and Jiang Shirshu greeted the guests, they proceeded to the backstage lounge to confirm the proceedings with the MC of the engagement ceremony. The Jiang family was also present. Elder Madame Jiang stood beside her husband, adorned in a luxurious silk qipao complemented by exquisite jewelry, exuding elegance. Jiang Yi and Lin Yueying were dressed in formal attire, radiating an air of dignified sophistication. Soon after, the Ruan family arrived as well. Ruan Jiaozhou exchanged pleasantries with Yang Xuelian before dashing out to play. The two families gathered together, laughing and chatting, while once again reviewing the engagement process. As the ceremony drew near, Jiang Shirshu received a phone call. The woman on the other end was heartbroken. Su, could you please not get engaged to Ruan Chutang? In an instant, the smile vanished from Jiang Shirshu's face. He stepped out of the lounge to take the call. Who are you? Su, don't you remember me? It's Susu, the woman wept. Why? Why are you getting engaged to Ruan Chutang? I pursued you for 10 years, 10 years. Susu? 10 years? Jiang Shirshu recalled. This woman was his high school classmate, Shen Jingsu, the belle of their class. Jiang Shirshu's expression hardened as he coldly replied, Chen Jingsu, do not call me again. It will never happen between us. He was about to hang up when Chen Jingsu urgently said, Su, if you don't cancel the engagement, I will kill myself. The wind howled through the phone, and Jiang Shirshu frowned in displeasure. Chen Jingsu's voice, intertwined with the gust, reached his ears. I'm standing on the rooftop of the villa where your engagement ceremony is being held. If you don't cancel the engagement, I will jump. This villa was 10 stories high, a fall would be fatal. Chapter 52, New, I give you 5 minutes. Jiang Shirshu snickered coldly. Is that a threat? You think you're worthy of threatening me? Back in high school, Chen Jingsu had confessed her feelings to him, which he had politely declined. However, she clung to him like a persistent shadow, chasing him to the point of notoriety. He grew weary of her attention and used his family's influence to force her to transfer schools. After she left, he finally found peace. However, his tranquility was short-lived, as he encountered her again in college. Somehow, she learned of his enrollment at Jiangcheng University and followed suit. She brought him breakfast every day, attended classes alongside him, and showered him with love letters and gifts. Once again, Chen Jingsu became the center of attention for her relentless pursuit. Chen Jingsu sobbed, "Ah Su. Do you truly not care about my life? Why are you so heartless? Is my life worth less than an engagement ceremony?" Jiang Shirshu remained as calm as a robot devoid of emotion, his voice cold and detached. "Your tactics may work on other men, but they will not affect me." Chen Jingsu attempted to say more, but Jiang Shirshu denied her the opportunity. He decisively ended the call and dispatched someone to locate her while the engagement ceremony proceeded as planned. It was not that he cared for Chen Jingsu. But if she was not found promptly, she would undoubtedly disrupt the ceremony. If she were to take her own life on the day of his engagement to Tang Tang, it would leave a haunting shadow over her and potentially jeopardize their marriage. In a room within the villa, after the call was ruthlessly terminated, Chen Jingsu froze for a few seconds before forcefully hurling her phone against the wall. Then, in a fit of rage, she began throwing objects around the room. Inside, Su Jingxian observed Chen Jingsu's meltdown with a cold gaze. "Miss Chen, why are you so impulsive?" After her outburst, Chen Jingsu slumped to the floor, despondently murmuring to herself, "He truly doesn't care about my life. How can he not care?" Su Jingxian scoffed, a glint of disdain in her eyes as she leisurely lit a cigarette. A series of knocks echoed at the door. The bodyguard behind Su Jingxian approached to open it. "Miss Su, that woman has a bodyguard with her. We couldn't capture her, but we did get a minor." Outside, a tall bodyguard held Ruan Chutang like a small chick. Her hands were bound behind her back, her legs thrashing as she struggled desperately, her mouth taped shut, eyes wide with terror. Su Jingxian took a slow drag from her cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and muttered softly, "Useless." The bodyguard bowed his head in silence. Su Jingxian glanced at her watch, noting the time. "It's almost time, let us go." She stood up, looking down contemptuously at the weeping Chen Jingsu, her eyes narrowing in disdain. Su Jingxian smiled, resembling a devil from hell, her smile chilling to the bone. "Miss Chen, I advise you to get yourself together and follow our plan. If anything goes awry on your end, I will not pay a single cent for your father's medical expenses." After uttering this, Su Jingxian disregarded Chen Jingsu's reaction and turned to leave. Chen Jingsu wiped her tears, rising from the floor, lost and following behind. 20 minutes remained before the engagement banquet commenced. Ruan Chutang was nowhere to be found. Yang Xuelian was distraught to the point of tears. "Just a moment ago, we were in the lounge, and Jiao said she wanted to go play. Now, I can't find her anywhere." Jiang Madame Lin Yueying reassured her, "Do not worry. Today's guests are all attending the engagement ceremony. Jiao is safe. Children are playful, she may have run outside to explore. The estate is vast. It's normal not to find her immediately. We can check the surveillance footage." Chutang said, "My father has gone to check the surveillance footage. Let us search separately and deploy more people to look for her." At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd ahead. The electronic screen, initially designated to display a short film for the engagement ceremony, now showcased a distressing video of Ruan Chutang, bound and in tears. "Daddy, Mommy, Sister, where are you? Whoa, I want to find my mommy, let me go. Mommy, a bad uncle has taken me away, please come save me, whoa." In the footage, Ruan Chutang was tied to a chair, sobbing and wailing. Yang Xuelian felt her legs weaken and darkness encroached upon her vision, nearly causing her to faint. Xu Tong, quick to react, supported her. "Aunt Yang, what should we do about Jiao? Think of something." Yang Xuelian could barely articulate her anguish. Jiao. How could she be kidnapped? Her heart wrenched with despair. "If Jiao dies, I don't want to live either. How could this happen? Aren't all the people here today guests of our families? How could someone kidnap Jiao? Lin Yueying expressed her confusion. Just then, a distorted voice echoed through the hall's intercom, altered by a voice changer. "Ruan Chutang, if you want your sister to live, come to the rooftop." Chutang paused for a moment, then immediately turned and ran towards the elevator. Jiang Shirshu caught up with her, grasping her arm. "Chutang, don't go, it's dangerous." Chutang struggled desperately to break free. "I must go. They are coming for me, and if I don't, Jiao will be in danger. Call the police." Jiang Shirshu remained remarkably composed. You may alert the authorities, but do not hinder me. For every second I delay, Zhao faces increased peril. I cannot gamble with her life. Chutang was on the verge of tears, knowing that Zhao had been kidnapped because of her. She could not bear to watch her friends suffer. Jiang Shirshu raised his voice, tightening his grip. So you would risk your own life? At that moment, a man hurriedly approached. Young master, we have located Miss Zhao. She is on the top floor. Jiang Shirshu replied coldly, call the police. He remained calm, his mind racing. Tang, they have taken Zhao as a hostage to lure you in. You must not fall into their trap. I will immediately mobilize all the bodyguards in the estate to the rooftop. You must stay calm, understand? Chutang trembled in fear. And then suddenly, the hall erupted with a piercing scream. Chutang abruptly raised her head. On the screen, a dagger was poised against Ruan Chutang's neck. A figure clad in a hood threatened, Ruan Chutang, I shall grant you 5 minutes. Should you fail to arrive, your sister shall pay the price with her life. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of those words, Jiang Shirshu felt an emptiness in his grasp. Seizing the fleeting moment of distraction, Ruan Chutang broke free and fled. Chapter 53, The Pursuer of Jiang Shirshu. Jiang Shirshu pursued her, only to be obstructed by a man who appeared from seemingly nowhere. The man collided with Jiang Shirshu, spilling red wine all over him. With little time to spare, Jiang Shirshu, anxious, attempted to continue his chase. The man, however, stood in his path, repeatedly apologizing. I am terribly sorry, Mr. Jiang. It was unintentional. Allow me to take your clothes for dry cleaning? That's quite unnecessary. Jiang Shirshu sidestepped, aiming to bypass the man. Yet, the man mirrored his movement, stepping to the right. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jiang. Please do not hold it against me. Irritation flared within Jiang Shirshu as he barked. Get out of my way. The man, scratching his nose, stepped aside. Reaching the elevator, Jiang Shirshu observed the rapidly changing numbers, his heart plummeting. The elevator had already ascended to the 9th floor. Even if he were to board the adjacent elevator immediately, he would be too late. Suddenly, he turned sharply to glance in the direction from whence he had come. Where had that unfamiliar man vanished? A chill coursed through Jiang Shirshu. The man had acted with intent. At that moment, an inconspicuous black Audi was parked in a corner outside the estate's side entrance, unnoticed by anyone. The man who had collided with Jiang Shirshu slid into the driver's seat, declaring, Miss Su, everything is in order. Su Jingxian reclined in the back seat, eyes closed in repose. Let us depart. The man, driving, glanced at Su Jingxian through the rearview mirror, inquiring, shall we not wait for Miss Chen? Su Jingxian scoffed. If we were to wait for that foolish woman, none of us would escape today. Chutang exited the elevator and made her way directly to the rooftop terrace. Upon opening the iron gate to step outside, she immediately spotted Ruan Zhao. Ruan Zhao was bound to a chair, positioned perilously close to the edge of the terrace railing. Her mouth was silenced with tape, and her hands and feet were restrained with ropes. Beside her, a masked figure held a knife against Ruan Zhao's throat, maintaining a menacing stance. Unable to vocalize her cries due to the tape, Ruan Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed pleadingly at Chutang. Her expression one of profound distress. Upon witnessing her sister in such distress, Chutang was utterly heartbroken. She was merely an innocent child. Just this morning, Zhao had been playfully clinging to her. How could it be that only a few hours later, her life hung by a thread? With a steadying of her spirit, Chutang addressed the figure before her, release my sister, and I shall comply with your every demand. Come here, and we shall exchange for your sister. Without the voice changer, the masked individual spoke in her true voice, revealing herself to be a woman, a stranger nonetheless. Though taken aback, Chutang unhesitatingly acquiesced and stepped towards the woman. Just as she was within a mere 2 meters, a voice echoed from behind her, Chutang. Don't go. Jiang Shirshu rushed to her side, pulling her into his embrace, his voice trembling with fear. Stay back, it's dangerous. Chen Jingsu watched the scene unfold. Tears streaming down her face, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. She smiled a tragic smile, her eyes brimming with sorrow, such a love to be envied, indeed. Ah Xiao, you disregard my life yet care so deeply for her. Chen Jingsu removed her hood, laughter mingling with her tears, teetering on the edge of madness. Why? Why do you deserve his love? A fierce light ignited in Chen Jingsu's eyes as she charged towards Ruan Chutang, a dagger poised to strike. They were but a few steps apart. Chutang, unaware of the impending danger, remained oblivious to Jingsu's movements. The proximity allowed for swift action, yet Jiang Shirshu, caught off guard while cradling Ruan Chutang, realized he must act quickly to protect her. But time was against him. Despite his martial training, he could not push Chutang away and retaliate in such a fleeting moment. As the blade lunged forward, Jiang Shirshu's eyes widened in horror. He could only pivot, shielding Chutang with his own body, and took the blow himself. A muffled groan escaped his lips at the moment of impact. No! Chen Jingsu's anguished scream pierced the air. She staggered back, disbelief etched across her face. Why, Jiang Shirshu? Why do you care for her so? Would you forsake your life for hers? The metallic scent of blood invaded Ruan Chutang's senses, and she finally registered the gravity of the situation. Stepping back from Jiang Shirshu's embrace, her gaze fell upon the dagger embedded in his side. In that instant, she drained of color. Shirshu, she cried out, tears flooding her eyes. Just then, a group of individuals surged through the rooftop entrance, swiftly closing in on them. Trained bodyguards swiftly subdued Chen Jingsu. Chutang clutched Jiang Shirshu, weeping inconsolably. I'm so sorry, brother Shirshu, I'm so sorry. Her sobs came in fits and starts, filled with regret. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to find her on my own. She had initially intended to feign compliance with the masked man's demands, planning to exchange herself for Ruan Jiajiao, and once Jiajiao was safe, she would seize the opportunity to subdue her. She was not acting impulsively, she had her own strategy. However, she never anticipated Jiang Shirshu's swift arrival, nor did she expect him to risk his life to shield her from harm. How could this happen? It was all her fault, she should not have acted so recklessly. Jiang Shirshu had already reassured her that he was mobilizing all the bodyguards at the estate, urging her to trust him and wait for his plan to rescue Jiajiao. She should never have taken it upon herself to ascend to the rooftop. The bodyguard team arrived merely minutes after Jiang Shirshu, yet this resulted in such a dire situation. Chutang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She would have preferred to be the one harmed. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jiang Shirshu was undergoing emergency resuscitation. Outside the resuscitation room, a crowd of anxious individuals stood in the corridor, each consumed by their own urgent concerns. Chutang had wept until her tears ran dry, her eyes now vacant, standing dazed against the wall. Old Madame Jiang and Lin Yueying's eyes were swollen from crying. Given the gravity of the situation, the engagement ceremony was, of course, cancelled. The atmosphere in the corridor was heavy and oppressive. How could this happen? Who was that woman? Why did she kidnap Jiajiao? And why did she force Chutang to switch places with her? Ruan Chutang's expression darkened. Was she an enemy of the Jiang family? Jiang Yi looked bewildered, insisting, No. I do not know her. I know, spoke Zhou Zhengan, a close friend of Jiang Shirshu. She is a suitor of Aksu. Lin Yueying looked over in confusion. A suitor? Chapter 54, Is the victim guilty? Xin Yan exclaimed with indignation, This woman is far too obsessed with Shirshu, she has pursued him for 10 years. And he has spoken to her in no more than 10 sentences. Her mental state is anything but normal. Tang Tang. Her actions may stem from jealousy over you taking Shirshu from her. Lin Yueying was incensed, her chest heaving violently. If anything happens to my son, I will not let her off easily. Old Madame Zhang's displeasure was evident as her gaze turned to Lin Yueying. Yueying, Shirshu is still inside fighting for his life. How can you speak of anything happening? As a mother, how could you utter such words? Are you cursing Shirshu? Lin Yueying's eyes were bloodshot. Mother. That is not what I meant. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face once more. Jiang Yi reproached her, Stop crying. Our son is still in there being rescued. We cannot afford such elopements at this time. Chutang was utterly disinterested in their quarrel. For her, each fleeting moment felt interminable, each second a torment. Guilt, regret, anxiety, and fear enveloped her tightly, leaving her breathless, her heart aching. and making even the act of breathing a struggle. It was akin to the suffocating sensation experienced by a drowning individual on the brink of death. Time passed slowly. Second by agonizing second. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, after an interminable and torturous wait, the door to the emergency room finally swung open. Lin Yu was the first to rush forward, inquiring about the doctor's assessment. "Doctor, how is my son?" The others quickly gathered around, eager for news. Chutang's hands trembled with anxiety, her palms slick with cold sweat, her heart a tumult of anticipation and fear. The doctor removed his mask. Revealing a weary face that broke into a relaxed smile, the patient was no longer in mortal peril. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. After an entire afternoon of tension, Chutang finally felt a slight relaxation. Jiang Shirshu had been transferred from the emergency room to the ICU, and the doctor stated that in order to prevent postoperative infection, he would need to be observed in the ICU for a few more days. With the weight lifted from his heart, Old Master Jiang began to meticulously recount the events of the day. He gazed at Jiang Yi with an authoritative expression, questioning how that woman had managed to infiltrate the estate. The security at the estate was notoriously stringent. Ordinarily, one could not enter without an invitation. Had they uncovered anything? At that moment, Jiang Yi recalled the numerous phone calls he had received earlier that afternoon, but in his anxious state, he had been unable to answer them. "I will inquire about the investigation's progress." After making a phone call, Jiang Yi reported, she entered as Gu Tingchen's companion. "We reviewed the surveillance footage, and at the time, she was wearing a mask, claiming to have a cold. She was brought in personally by the third young master of the Gu family. And the security guard at the entrance was not in a position to demand she remove her mask." "The Gu family?" Old Master Jiang furrowed his brow. His gaze turned icy as he remarked on the seemingly flawless alibi, yet he sensed that this matter was far from simple and insisted on further investigation. "Yes." Ruan Chutang seethed with anger. Just moments ago, Jiang Shirshu had been in critical condition, and he had restrained himself from expressing his fury. Now that the threat to life had passed, he could no longer contain his frustration. After a brief silence, Old Master Jiang turned his sharp gaze towards Ruan Chutang. "Child, what transpired on the rooftop? How did Shirshu sustain his injuries?" Chutang lowered her head, acknowledging her fault. Lin Yueying suddenly turned to her. "Tang Tang. What do you mean by that?" Chutang recounted the events in their entirety. Lady Jiang spoke with a tone of reproach, questioning whether the sequence of events was what shielded you from that blow. Chutang tightly pursed her lips. The old lady expressed her displeasure, saying, "Chutang, you have been rather impulsive. We have already contacted the police, and there are bodyguards at the estate. Couldn't you have waited a little longer? If it weren't for your rash actions, Shirshu wouldn't have been harmed for no reason." "I apologize, old lady, it is all my fault," Chutang replied with difficulty. Her head bowed even lower. The old lady pressed on, "You've caused such a great mess before even entering." Ruan Chutang's expression darkened. "Old Lady Jiang, what do you mean by that? Clearly, it was your family's Shirshu who got entangled in this predicament. My daughter is the victim. Yet you lay the blame at her feet?" Ruan Chutang continued coldly, "It's easy for you to say wait a little longer, that person has kidnapped my youngest daughter. A knife to her throat, threatening that if Chutang does not comply, she will kill Jiaozhou. You speak as if you have no idea of the gravity of the situation." "Bodyguards?" Ruan Chutang scoffed. "Since you mention bodyguards, I must ask, are the Jiang family's bodyguards merely for show? In broad daylight, how could a woman so easily abduct Jiaozhou? Are your guards there to save lives or to collect corpses? Jiaozhou is Chutang's biological sister. In such a dire circumstance, is it wrong for her to act desperately to save her?" Ruan Chutang was truly incensed. The engagement ceremony had already fallen apart. And now his youngest daughter was kidnapped while his eldest nearly met a tragic fate while attempting a rescue. They were clearly the victims. Yet they were being blamed and accused. Such absurdity was unfathomable. Without allowing others to speak, he turned to old Lady Jiang, questioning, "You accused Chutang of being impulsive. If it were your son being kidnapped, with a knife at his throat, would you remain so composed? Don't suggest that Shirshu took a stab for Chutang. Are you implying that the knife should have been aimed at my daughter instead? What a strange notion." The murderer is blatantly present, yet you cast blame on my daughter, who is also a victim. Does the Jiang family subscribe to the victim-blaming theory? Old Master Jiang coughed twice. Cough. Cough. Xiaodong, do not be so agitated, this matter is indeed not Chutang's fault. His gaze turned sharply towards old lady Jiang. What are you saying? How can you be so unreasonable? Old lady Jiang, unable to contain her anger upon hearing this, breathed heavily. All right, so now you're blaming me as well. I shall not argue with you any further. With that, she turned to leave. Xiaodong, do not be too upset, this incident is indeed a result of our oversight. Old Master Jiang maintained a level-headed demeanor. He nodded at Jiang Yi, instructing, i.e., please see Xiaodong out. His words caused the faces of the Jiang family members to change. Old Lady Jiang's earlier remarks had indeed left the Ruan family feeling disheartened, and they found it difficult to respond appropriately. Chutang turned her face to look over. Her expression troubled. Dad. Chapter 55, he held a smile in his eyes, prepared for a kiss. After worrying for the entire afternoon. Now that Jiang Shirshu was out of danger, she wished to see him. After all, he had taken the blow for her. Old Master Jiang felt a sense of relief. He turned to Ruan Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, my wife was overly emotional just now. I apologize, please do not take it to heart. Jiang Yi added, indeed. Shirshu must be eager to open his eyes and see Chutang. Lin Yueying, the mother of the bride, interjected, in-laws, do not be upset. It is a good thing that our children share such a steadfast mutual affection. With someone as influential as old Master Jiang humbling himself to personally apologize. Ruan Xiaodong found it difficult to say more. Although the old Madame Jiang could be quite unreasonable, the other members of the Jiang family were, fortunately, quite sensible. After Ruan Xiaodong departed, Chutang once again apologized for her impulsive behavior. Mrs. Jiang, Lin Yueying, sighed and took her hand, saying, Dear child, do not blame yourself any further. This matter is not your fault. I understand that you would never wish to see Shirshu harmed. Ultimately, this is a misstep on our Jiang family's part. Your father is correct. Tears glistened in Chutang's eyes as she expressed her desire to see Ji Shushu. Lin Yueying gently pulled her, suggesting that they go together. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Shushu's first sight was the concerned face of Ruan Chutang. Upon witnessing his awakening, Chutang felt a surge of emotion. And tears began to flow unbidden. Shirshu brother, you have finally awakened. Jiang Shirshu tugged at the corners of his mouth, his voice gentle, do not cry. I am not in peril. Lin Yueying stood beside them, wiping away her tears, you frightened me to death. It is a relief that you are well. If anything were to happen to you, mother would truly wish to no longer live. Jiang Yi frowned and clicked his tongue, why must you utter such ominous words again? Tears streamed down Chutang's face, and Jiang Shirshu felt a pang of heartache. He reached out, yearning to wipe her tears away, but as he lifted his hand, the pain from the anesthesia wore off, making the movement exceedingly laborious. Chutang hurriedly grasped his hand, Shirshu, please. Tang Tang, do not cry. A faint smile graced Jiang Shirshu's pallid face, his gaze imbued with tenderness laced with sorrow. As long as you are safe, my own well-being matters not. No. That is not true. Chutang wiped away her tears and sniffled, we must all be well. What are you saying, child? Lin Yueying furrowed her brow. Is it not enough that we are all fine? What of Jiao Jiao? Jiang Shirshu inquired once more. Chutang's eyes were tinged with red, but Jiao Jiao was fine. She was quite safe. That's good, Lin Yueying remarked. You, my dear child, almost lost your life and yet you still worry about others. Focus on resting and healing. Leave those matters to us. Mom and Dad, you may step out for a moment, I wish to spend some time alone with Tang Tang. Jiang Shirshu spoke weakly. Lin Yueying and Jiang Yi understood and cooperatively exited the room. Jiang Shirshu turned his gaze toward Chutang, his eyes filled with concern. Tang Tang, they did not trouble you. Did they? Chutang shook her head, her heart heavy with a blend of sorrow and pain. Even in such dire circumstances, Jiang Shirshu still expressed concern for her well-being. She fought to stifle her tears, mustering a smile as she spoke, Brother Shirshu, please recover swiftly, we still have our engagement ceremony to plan. Jiang Shirshu's lips, pale as parchment, curled into a faint smile. Alright, I promise you. Not long after Jiang Yi and Lin Yueying exited the intensive care unit, they received an urgent phone call. The caller's tone was frantic. It's bad, Director Jiang. There's been an incident. Over at the detention center. Chen Jingsu claims she is pregnant and, according to protocol, must be taken to the hospital for examination. On the way there, a vehicle recklessly barreled through, violently halting the car in which Chen Jingsu was seated. Several burly men emerged from the vehicle, each possessing formidable skills, and they abducted Chen Jingsu. The staff responsible for her surveillance sustained severe injuries, and their vehicle was too damaged to pursue immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression turned incredulous. She was abducted? What happened? Who was taken? Lin Yueying inquired. Jiang Yi took several deep breaths, his shoulders slumping in defeat. It was Chen Jingsu. What? Lin Yueying gasped in shock. Wasn't she already in custody? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Father was right, this situation is not as simple as the Gu family suggested. She has someone backing her. We must swiftly uncover the identity of that individual. After spending several days in the ICU, Jiang Shirshu was transferred to a standard ward. It felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream. Upon awakening, he found himself utterly fatigued, even the act of breathing felt laborious. Slowly, he opened his eyes to the pungent scent of disinfectant. Sunlight filtered through the window, gently cascading onto his face. Jiang Shirshu extended his hand to shield himself from the glaring light. A sudden pang of pain shot through his hand, a reminder of the four-puncture site. You're awake. Chutang appeared at the doorway, and upon seeing him alert, she hurried to his bedside, placing a thermos on the nightstand. I just went to prepare you some food, your timing is perfect for a meal. Jiang Shirshu turned to the thermos she had set down, surprise flickering in his eyes. You cooked? Yes, Chutang replied, a shy smile gracing her lips. I made it myself. Would you like to try it? This is my first attempt at cooking. As Jiang Shirshu gradually adjusted to the brilliant sunlight, his face softened under its glow, his features imbued with warmth. A gentle smile played upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with delicate light. All right. Chutang leaned in, her enchanting floral and fruity fragrance enveloping Jiang Shirshu's senses. He anticipated a warm embrace or a tender kiss. And his heart swelled with sweetness, akin to honey. A smile danced in his eyes as he readied himself for the kiss. A blend of eager anticipation and subtle anxiety coursing through him. This was indeed the first time Tang Tang had taken the initiative to approach him so intimately. However, in the next moment, the head of the hospital bed slowly elevated. Let me adjust the bed for you, making it easier for you to eat, Jiang Shirshu heard, feeling a twinge of disappointment mixed with amusement. How had he just behaved like a lovesick youth in the throes of infatuation? Chutang propped a small table on the bedside, delicately laying a paper towel atop it, before placing a thermos container down. She opened the thermos to reveal a layer of stir-fried bok choy and boiled beef. The doctor had advised her to maintain a bland diet during the hospitalization, so she had prepared the bok choy and beef, ensuring a harmonious balance of flavors. Jiang Shirshu's gaze was tender as he quietly observed Chutang's face. Over the past few days, this visage had repeatedly graced his dreams. Now, upon awakening, the first person he beheld was her, and Jiang Shirshu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that seemed almost surreal. Chapter 56, I heard your engagement ceremony has been cancelled? The table was laden with bok choy, beef, fragrant white rice, and a bowl of soup. Why so much? Jiang Shirshu smiled gently, inquiring, what kind of soup is this? It's yam and old hen soup. Chutang lifted the chicken soup, scooping a spoonful with a small spoon, blowing gently on it before offering it to Jiang Shirshu's lips for a taste. Jiang Shirshu smiled and lowered his gaze, but suddenly his smile faltered. What has happened to your hand? On Chutang's right index finger, there exists a blister. Chutang wished to conceal the truth, yet time did not permit her. She could only confess candidly that she had accidentally scalded herself in the kitchen, resulting merely in a blister. Jiang Shirshu's eyes glimmered with concern. Does it hurt? Chutang shook her head, insisting it didn't hurt. Jiang Shirshu sipped the chicken soup and gently grasped Chutang's wrist, leaning down to softly blow on her injured area. After a few gentle breaths, Jiang Shirshu lifted his gaze to meet Chutang's, his long eyes reflecting concern. "You're lying, how could a burn not hurt?" Chutang's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, "Yet it truly did not hurt, in comparison to the injuries you have endured. This is but a trifling matter." Jiang Shirshu extended his hand and gently pinched her cheek, expressing, "If Tang Tang is hurt, it pains me deeply, even the slightest injury is unacceptable." Chutang gently bit her lower lip, her eyelashes fluttering as she unconsciously acted coyly towards him. "Brother Shirshu." Her voice was soft and delicate, leaving Jiang Shirshu utterly defenseless. He pulled her closer, kissing her smooth forehead, her flushed cheeks, and her tender lips. Chutang felt her ears burning. Her heart sweetened as if soaked in honey. After a moment, she pushed against Jiang Shirshu's chest, creating some distance between them. "Brother Shirshu, let us eat first. It will get cold soon." Jiang Shirshu replied with a teasing tone, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. "All right, shall we kiss after the meal?" Chutang let out a soft hum, lowering her gaze and remaining silent, ignoring his frivolous demeanor. Jiang Shirshu took a bite of the stir-fried bok choy. Chutang gazed at him nervously, inquiring, "How is it? Does it taste all right?" Jiang Shirshu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he teased her in a cheerful manner. "Delicious. They say the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. Are you attempting to win me over by first capturing my appetite, Tang Tang?" Chutang puffed her cheeks and feigned a glare at him, asking if one could not capture the heart without first seizing the stomach. Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly and pinched her cheek, responding that it was impossible. All she needed to do was stand there, and without lifting a finger, she would emerge victorious. Chutang let out a soft hum, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Shirshu devoured every morsel of the meal prepared by Chutang, leaving not a single drop of soup behind. After the meal, he leaned back against the headboard to rest. Chutang meticulously arranged the tableware, preparing to take it for cleaning. Jiang Shirshu said, "These tasks can be handled by the caregivers or housekeepers." Chutang shook her head, assuring him that it was no trouble at all. Jiang Shirshu's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of tenderness. "When did you learn to cook?" His precious Tang Tang was a delicate and pampered young lady, accustomed to not lifting a finger in the household. Cooking and washing dishes were tasks far beneath her. Just as Jiang Shirshu was about to inquire further, the hospital room door swung open, and a throng of people entered. Lin Yueying led the way, carrying a food container. "My son, I've brought you some food," she announced. Following her were Qin Yan, Chen Yuan, and a nurse. As her gaze swept over Chutang, Lin Yueying smiled. "Oh, Tang Tang is here too. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us? I've brought plenty of dishes, our housekeeper just prepared them." Chutang smiled and politely declined. "No, Auntie, I've just eaten." Jiang Shirshu's voice promptly followed, "I've just had a meal as well." Lin Yueying paused, noticing the thermal container in Chutang's hand. "Did you prepare food for Shirshu, Tang Tang?" "Yes." Lin Yueying turned to Jiang Shirshu, "Are you full? Would you like to have some more? I brought all your favorites." Jiang Shirshu replied, "No need. The dishes made by Tang Tang are perfectly to my taste, I finished everything." Upon hearing this, Lin Yueying wore a delighted smile. "All right, since you've eaten, then we shall not eat more." Qin Yan wore a mischievous expression. "Oh? Tang Tang cooked for you?" He set down the fruit basket and supplements he was holding, looking at Jiang Shirshu with a teasing grin. "You really are quite fortunate." Qin Yan's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, tomorrow I shall find myself a girlfriend too, and show off my affection right in front of you, to annoy you endlessly." Chen Yuan was taken aback, her eyes wide. "Tang Tang, you can cook?" Chutang smiled faintly, a newly acquired skill. "Ah, how wondrous is love!" Chen Yuan, unable to contain her disbelief, circled around Chutang. "I still recall a time during our university days when I visited your apartment to spend time with you. You prepared a fried egg for me, and as I took a bite, it was delightfully crisp. You remarked that eggshells were rich in calcium. I never imagined that you would eventually master the art of cooking." Chutang awkwardly touched her nose, remarking that eggshells are indeed a source of calcium. Chen Yuan chuckled in amusement, saying, all right. So you plan to serve your best friend eggs with shells, while preparing a grand feast for your fiancé?" Chutang's eyes sparkled with a gentle curve. "Promising to prepare a grand feast for you next time." Chen Yuan grinned widely, then I shall take you at your word. Qin Yin cast a glance her way, remarking, Chutang's culinary endeavors are meant for lovers, what business do you have in this delightful commotion? Chen Yuan, with a touch of pride, raised her chin defiantly. That's none of your concern. The group shared a light-hearted banter, the atmosphere lively and warm. Lin Yueying joined in the laughter for a moment before her gaze fell upon the insulated container that Chutang was holding. Chutang, are you taking that to be cleaned? She inquired. Take it to the caregiver, she added, sending a discreet signal to the caregiver beside her. The caregiver promptly approached to retrieve the container, saying, Miss Ruan. Allow me to handle this. Chutang handed the thermos to the caregiver. Lin Yueying was momentarily taken aback, but after receiving a phone call, she hurriedly departed. In the afternoon, Chutang had some work to attend to, and after spending a brief time with Jiang Shirshu, she took her leave. As she stepped out of the hospital, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid. The home he referred to was none other than the apartment at Mingjiewen. At present, the only address Gu Zechuan was aware of was that one. Chang Chutang regarded him with caution, inquiring, What brings you here? Gu Zechuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Ruan Chutang. I heard that your engagement ceremony has been called off? Chutang replied irritably. What does this have to do with you? Step aside. Gu Zechuan obstructed Chutang's path, asking, Do you believe in fate? The disruption of your engagement ceremony signifies that heaven disapproves of your union. With a cold expression, Chutang retorted, It is already the 21st century. How can such feudal superstitions still persist? Gu Zechuan remained unfazed, for the cancellation of the engagement delighted him more than anyone else. Moreover, Jiang Shirshu had been grievously injured, nearly losing his life. Even heaven seemed to be aiding him. A smile flickered in his eyes as he said, Chutang, you know who the assailant is, don't you? She is a fervent admirer of Jiang Shirshu, having pursued him for a decade. Many people witnessed her at the engagement banquet, and this incident has spread throughout Jiang City. Tell me, how could a woman so passionately devoted to Jiang Shirshu for 10 years possibly go unnoticed by him? The following day, when Chutang visited Jiang Shirshu at the hospital, she bore a countenance heavy with unspoken thoughts. What are you pondering? Jiang Shirshu inquired. With an enigmatic smile, he added. Are you feeling jealous? Chutang endeavored to feign indifference, puffing her cheeks slightly. I did not, she retorted, you never mentioned it before, so I merely inquired. The thought of that woman who had kidnapped Ruan Zhaozhao and intended to harm her only intensified Chutang's jealousy, adding a layer of indignation to her feelings. Where did you attract such troublesome infatuations? Why are they so deranged? Jiang Shirshu beckoned to Chutang, Tang, come here. Chutang obediently approached and seated herself beside his hospital bed. Jiang Shirshu took her hand, his expression earnest. We were high school classmates, she once fervently pursued me, but I distinctly rejected her. Subsequently, we attended the same university, where she continued her pursuit, yet I never offered her any glimmer of hope. Chutang lowered her gaze and pouted, Is that all? Jiang Shirshu gently pinched her cheek, Indeed. We have hardly exchanged words, nor have we even added each other's contact information. Chutang fell silent for a moment before asking, But how could she endure for so long? 10 years, not merely 10 days or 10 months. Jiang Shirshu smiled wryly, How would I know? Those around me are well aware of my indifference towards her. In the span of a decade, we have scarcely exchanged a few words. Chutang leaned closer, letting out a huff. What do you mean by just a few sentences? Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly, perhaps 5, 6, or 7 sentences at most. Why so many words for such trivial matters? Chutang appeared to be acting petulantly. Observing her, Jiang Shirshu found her jealousy utterly endearing, his eyes brimming with an affection that was palpable, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, it's nothing really. During high school, when you confessed to me a few times, I barely uttered a word in return. Do you truly feel nothing at all? Ruan Chutang asked, somewhat skeptical, her beauty undeniable. No, Jiang Shirshu replied, gazing deeply into her eyes, my heart has long been claimed by another, there is simply no room for anyone else. Chutang feigned ignorance, inquiring, Others? Which others? A smile lingered in Jiang Shirshu's eyes as he replied, What do you think? Chutang murmured in a vague tone, How would I know if you don't say? In Jiang Shirshu's eyes, her demeanor was akin to a playful pout, so endearing that it melted his heart. How could Jiang Shirshu possibly resist? His voice, laced with laughter, declared, apart from you, there is no one else. Chutang averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. When she confessed her feelings to you, we were still in high school. How old was I then? Surely, he couldn't have liked her back then, could he? Jiang Shirshu replied, during my high school years, I had no thoughts of romance. At this juncture, Chutang's curiosity was piqued. She locked eyes with Jiang Shirshu, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling as she inquired, by the way, when did you first develop feelings for me? Chutang persistently inquired, is there no approximate time frame? If one were to specify, it would indeed be during your high school years. When Liang Yuda harassed you. It was only after I confronted him that I gradually became aware of the fact that my feelings for you had begun to transform in an unusual manner. Chutang pressed her lips together, concealing her feelings deeply. Jiang Shirshu gently ruffled Chutang's fluffy hair, declaring, I shall wait for you to grow up. At this moment, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he continued, once you graduate from university, I intend to approach your father for a marriage proposal. Yet, you are unwilling and even ran away from home in protest. Chutang averted her gaze, murmuring, I once believed that my father sacrificed me for the sake of the company's interests. How could I have known that you had long plotted this? You never informed me. I feel so wronged. Jiang Shirshu suddenly adopted a pitiful expression, hissing, oh, my wound aches terribly. Chutang, in a state of urgency, hastily bent down to examine the wound on his waist. What happened? Did you accidentally bump into something? Shall I call a nurse to take a look? Jiang Shirshu enveloped her in his embrace, resting his chin atop Chutang's head, his tone low and soothing, a mere embrace will alleviate the pain. Chutang smiled gently, all right. Are you teasing me? I am not, Jiang Shirshu softly caressed her silky hair, it truly hurts. Be good and let me hold you for a moment. And the pain will subside. Chutang nestled her head against Jiang Shirshu's chest, savoring his breath. Gu Zechuan, he turned at the sound. Spotting a young woman whom he did not recognize. Clad in designer attire from head to toe, she inquired, who are you? Confusion filled Gu Zechuan's eyes as he approached and asked, do we know each other? Leaning against the sofa, the woman slightly lifted her gaze, instantly recalling him. Gu Zechuan took a seat on the opposite sofa and pressed, who are you? The woman smiled, I am Su Jingxian, adopted daughter of the Jiang family. The Jiang family? Gu Zechuan furrowed his brows, Jiang Shirshu's family? Indeed, Su Jingxian replied with a smile, would you consider collaborating with me? Gu Zechuan, puzzled, asked, what kind of collaboration? With a playful grin, Su Jingxian stated, to separate Jiang Shirshu from Ruan Chutang. Gu Zechuan regarded her skeptically, why should I trust you? She chuckled lightly. Simply because the one I love is Jiang Shirshu, no one desires to disrupt them more than I do. Su Jingxian handed him a business card. I know you are seeking investors, contact this person, and he will invest in the Gu Group. However, she continued, the condition for obtaining this investment is to work with me to sever the ties between Jiang Shirshu and Ruan Chutang. Gu Zechuan glanced at the card, declaring, even without your investment, I would find a way to break them apart. Chutang is meant to be mine. Su Jingxian smirked, then, Mr. Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful? Very well, she revealed her WeChat QR code, add me for contact anytime. Chapter 58, Obsession. Recently, Gu Zechuan had been tirelessly seeking investments. One evening, while driving to a dinner gathering, he glanced at the traffic light, catching a glimpse of Jiang Yuzhou watching him. Gu Zechuan was engrossed in scrolling through old photos of himself and Ruan Chutang on his phone. Jiang Yuzhou's lips moved as if to speak but hesitated. Before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Zechuan leaned over to show him the screen, his eyes filled with tenderness. Look at how happy we were back then. Jiang Yuzhou's expression was complex. He remembered Gu Zechuan once saying that Ruan Chutang was about to get engaged and that stealing another's fiancée was immoral. Since Ruan Chutang left Haicheng, he had not seen her, nor did he know the identity of her fiancé. At gatherings, Gu Zechuan, who once reveled in the company of friends, now often found solace in solitary drinking, lamenting while calling out Ruan Chutang's name in sorrow. Jiang Yuzhou felt that Gu Zechuan had become obsessed. He longed to ask if Gu Zechuan had given away the ring, yet the words failed to escape his lips. Ultimately, Jiang Yuzhou could only sigh heavily. As the light turned green, the driver resumed their journey. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yuzhou spoke up, "Zechuan, as your brother, I must advise you, your past feelings were genuine, but what is missed is missed. She is engaged now, do not engage in unethical actions." Unethical? Gu Zechuan scoffed. "I've said it before, I care not for morality, I only desire her by my side." Jiang Yuzhou frowned, pressing on, "She is about to marry. You cannot." Gu Zechuan dismissed him, "Josie, there are plenty in our circle who are married yet still play around, is it not common for couples to have their own affairs?" Jiang Yuzhou remained silent for a moment before asserting, "Zechuan, common does not equate to right." Gu Zechuan's face hardened, and he chose not to respond. It seemed that as long as one person lacked morals, morality held no sway over them. Jiang Yuzhou thought Gu Zechuan was foolish, failing to cherish what he had until it was lost. During rush hour, traffic ground to a halt. Gu Zechuan leaned back, staring vacantly out the window, when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure. "Stop the car!" he shouted. "What?" Jiang Yuzhou replied in confusion. Following Gu Zechuan's gaze, he soon understood why his friend had called for a halt. On the sidewalk, Ruan Chutang walked alongside a man. They faced towards the car, close enough for Gu Zechuan to discern their features. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance, clearly not an ordinary individual. They shared laughter and appeared intimate. Gu Zechuan muttered under his breath, "Out of the hospital so soon, she truly is resilient." Jiang Yuzhou speculated that the man must be Ruan Chutang's fiancé. Gu Zechuan flung open the car door and strode towards Ruan Chutang. Jiang Shirshu had been out of the hospital for a week. During this time, Chutang had ensured he consumed light meals daily. Initially tolerable, the unvaried diet soon became tiresome. After much coaxing, Chutang finally agreed to treat him to something better, taking him to a renowned old establishment in Jiangchang, a place they had frequented since childhood. The restaurant was bustling, filled to capacity, with a long queue outside waiting for their turn. Upon arriving at the entrance after having made an advance reservation, Chutang scanned the code, ready to proceed inside with the waiter. Suddenly, she was called out, "Chutang!" It was Jiang Yuzhou. She then noticed Gu Zechuan standing beside him. Chutang furrowed her brow. How is he here? He truly is an unrelenting presence. Gu Zechuan and Jiang Yuzhou approached them. Jiang Yuzhou greeted her, "It's been a while, Chutang. I had no idea you hail from Jiangcheng, why had you never mentioned it before?" A few days prior, Jiang Yuzhou had only heard from Gu Zechuan that Ruan Chutang was from Jiangcheng and was soon to be engaged, with no further details provided. He was unaware that she was the daughter of the Ruan family and that the man beside her was the president of the Jiang group. Chen Wan and Meng Yakan had previously slandered Chutang at the Su family banquet, accusing her of theft, which led to her being expelled by the bodyguards. Such an incident was profoundly embarrassing, and they were too ashamed to speak of it, so their social circle remained oblivious to Ruan Chutang's prestigious background. Jiang Yuzhou was among the few in Gu Zechuan's circle who possessed a proper moral compass and did not look down upon the impoverished Ruan Chutang. At times, he even lent a helping hand to her. Thus, Ruan Chutang had always held a favorable impression of him, and their encounter now was marked by civility and politeness. "And who might this be?" Jiang Yuzhou inquired knowingly. With a smile, Chutang introduced, "This is my fiancé, Jiang Shirshu." Jiang Shirshu! Jiang Yuzhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. You are Jiang Shirshu?" Having never encountered Jiang Shirshu in person and finding no interviews or reports about him online, he was nonetheless familiar with the name, which resonated like thunder. Almost everyone from their circle knew of this name. He was none other than the young master of Jiang City, Jiang Shirshu. Jiang Shirshu maintained a stern demeanor, his chin held high, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, fixated intently on Gu Zechuan, as if he intended to dissect him with his stare. "Do you have business here?" Jiang Yuzhou involuntarily shivered. The aura surrounding Jiang Shirshu was undeniably formidable, truly befitting the heir of the Jiang family. The inherent pressure and charisma of someone born to a position of power were qualities that men like him could never hope to emulate. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiang Yuzhou scratched his head, unsure if he had the privilege of dining with them. At noon, Chutang was exceedingly busy, leaving her no time for a proper meal. She merely consumed a solitary piece of bread. Now, she felt ravenous and longed to hasten inside to place an order. "You can, but he cannot," Chutang remarked, pointing at Gu Zechuan. A complex expression flickered across Gu Zechuan's face. Chapter 59, They were utterly like a young couple deeply in love. As Ruan Chutang settled into her seat at the restaurant, Gu Zechuan approached and took a place at the table beside her. At that table sat a couple who had just arrived and were preparing to order. Gu Zechuan walked over and asked the man, "Would you be willing to relinquish your number to me? I can cover the cost." The couple exchanged glances, and the girl inquired, "How much are you willing to offer?" Gu Zechuan replied, "Is 5,000 sufficient?" The girl widened her eyes slightly. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Gu Zechuan affirmed, pulling out his phone to display his payment code. "I can transfer it right now." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly opened her payment code. Upon seeing the funds arrive, she joyfully took her boyfriend's hand and left. Gu Zechuan smiled at the table where Ruan Chutang sat, pulled out a chair, and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. Jiang Yuzhou, observing the scene, was left astounded. Is this really possible? He glanced at Ruan Chutang, then at Gu Zechuan, before ultimately shifting to sit across from Gu Zechuan at his table. Chutang has a particular fondness for several signature dishes of this establishment. Gu Zechuan deliberately chose to sit beside her, intending to irritate her. In the past, she would have been affected by his presence, making it impossible for her to enjoy her meal. However, times have changed. She no longer harbors any concern for him. She can easily regard Gu Zechuan as mere air. When Chutang ordered a delightful dish, she also requested a glass of chilled beverage. As the drink was served, Gu Zechuan suddenly remarked, "Your menstrual cycle is approaching. It would be wise to avoid icy drinks." Chutang rolled her eyes inwardly, lifted her cup, and took a couple of sips. Her eyes curving into crescents as a contented expression graced her face. She turned to Jiang Shirshu beside her and remarked, "It has been ages since I last had this. It still possesses that familiar flavor. Shirshu, would you care to try?" As the girl gazed at Jiang Shirshu, her eyes sparkled with a myriad of lights, and a sweet smile lingered on her face, rendering even the surrounding air imbued with a sugary essence. Jiang Shirshu accepted the cup and took a sip through the straw previously used by Chutang. Their expressions and movements were utterly natural, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuzhou understood everything instantly. Chutang and Jiang Shirshu typically interacted in this manner, their bond appearing genuine rather than contrived. As for Gu Zechuan, he discreetly cast a glance at the man seated across from him. Gu Zechuan's jaw was clenched, his gaze fixated on Chutang. A mixture of fury and hurt evident in his expression. Yet, Chutang did not spare him even a sidelong glance. Jiang Yuzhou let out a silent sigh. "My friend, what is the purpose of this? Have you ordered?" Jiang Yuzhou attempted to divert Gu Zechuan's attention. With a sense of resignation, he shook his head and took out his phone to scan the code for ordering. The dishes have been served over at Chutang's table. Gu Zechuan gazed at the seafood laid out before him, his brow furrowing in concern. "Aren't you allergic to seafood? Why did you order it?" Ruan Chutang, unfazed, delicately picked up a shrimp, expertly peeled by Jiang Shirshu, and savored it with sauce. Jiang Yuzhou cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke cautiously, "Zechuan, is it possible that Chutang might not actually be allergic to seafood? Perhaps she avoided it before because of your allergy when dining together." Gu Zechuan turned sharply at his words. "What did you say?" Jiang Yuzhou reiterated, "Chutang isn't allergic to seafood. She refrained from ordering it when she was with you solely due to your allergy." "How do you know?" Gu Zechuan inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "I once saw her dining with colleagues, and they ordered an entire table of seafood." Gu Zechuan pressed his lips into a tight line, incredulity flashing in his eyes. "Really?" Jiang Yuzhou shrugged. "Why would I lie to you?" A pang of bitterness welled up within Gu Zechuan. How could he have been so oblivious? He glanced back at Ruan Chutang, who was enjoying a piece of sea cucumber, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I must tell you. I received a favorable verdict yesterday. That case was quite intricate, and I spent over 500 pages just organizing the evidence. Jiang Shirshu listened patiently, assisting her with the shrimp, his expression gentle. What type of case is it? It's a defamation case, and we are the plaintiffs. Ruan Chutang took a sip of her drink. Brother Shirshu, you have no idea how challenging it was to gather the evidence for this case. The client initially provided very incomplete evidence, and it took over a month for me to collect everything. As she spoke, Ruan Chutang beamed and pulled out her phone. Oh! My client even gifted me a banner. Look at this. Chutang eagerly opened her phone's photo album, flipping through the pictures of the banners she had captured, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was the first time she had received a banner from the very individuals involved. Chutang was as elated as a child receiving a small red flower in kindergarten, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for parental praise. Jiang Shirshu's gaze was filled with tender affection, his deep voice wrapped in indulgence, remarking on the prowess of our esteemed lawyer Ruan. He. Chutang playfully blinked, her whimsical demeanor suggesting modesty. Gu Zechuan felt a tightness in his chest, his spine slightly stiffening. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. They resembled nothing less than a pair of love-struck young couples. In the past, while in Haichang, Chutang would occasionally share her work experiences with him. At that time, he found it amusing. He remarked that her hard-earned monthly salary was hardly sufficient for a meal and a drink with friends. Little did he know, she came from a wealthy family and sought employment merely to experience life and realize her own worth. When Chutang spoke of her work to Jiang Shirshu, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, emanating a captivating radiance, akin to a brilliant gem, transforming her entirely. Regrettably, that gem no longer belonged to him. Observing the intimate camaraderie and laughter shared between Chutang and Jiang Shirshu, Gu Zechuan was consumed by jealousy. These moments should have been shared with him. Her joys and sorrows were meant solely for him. He suddenly regretted following them. Initially, he intended to disrupt Jiang Shirshu's mindset and undermine their relationship. Yet, unexpectedly, it was he who found his own emotions in turmoil. He watched helplessly as the woman he adored displayed affection with another, his heart aching with bitterness and pain. The waiter served the dishes. Jiang Yuzhou, poised to eat, was abruptly interrupted as the man across from him stood up suddenly, his chair scraping against the tiled floor, creating a jarring sound that drew the attention of other diners. The anger radiating from him was palpable even from behind. Ultimately, it was Gu Zechuan who could no longer endure the meal. Jiang Yuzhou sighed, picked up his chopsticks, and muttered to himself, "If I don't eat, then who will? I've been hungry all afternoon." As the city lights began to twinkle, casting a mesmerizing glow outside the car window, a haze enveloped the interior. Gu Zechuan found his mind drifting back to the times he shared meals with Chutang, where she always sat across from him. He had never thought much of it before. However, today, seeing her seated beside that man, he felt a sense of discomfort. The table was small, making their proximity feel somewhat cramped. Nevertheless, she chose to sit next to him. He even noticed Chutang's leg resting upon Jiang Shirshu's thigh, a level of intimacy he had never experienced with her. He took out his phone and sent a message, "I agree to collaborate with you." Chapter 60, I heard you have issues in that regard? After finishing a cigarette, Gu Zechuan's agitation only intensified. He opened the door to his hotel room, irritably tugging at his tie and hanging his jacket on the back of the door, when he suddenly froze. In the center of the room, on the large bed, Chen Wan reclined in a seductive black lace slip dress. The sight was undeniably alluring, causing Gu Zechuan's blood to rush as his mind buzzed with confusion. Though he felt a stirring within, he fought to maintain composure, his displeasure evident as he questioned, "What are you doing here?" With a sultry glance, Chen Wan replied, "Waiting for you." "Get out." Gu Zechuan frowned, his tone icy. "Please don't," Chen Wan purred, her voice dripping with seduction. She descended from the bed, swaying her hips as she approached him, playfully grasping his tie, flashing a captivating smile, and leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Zechuan, I will accompany you tonight." Gu Zechuan attempted to push her away, but Chen Wan tugged at his tie, rising on her toes to kiss him. He let out a muffled groan but did not refuse. The temperature in the room steadily climbed. Gu Zechuan shifted from passive to assertive, lifting Chen Wan and brusquely tossing her onto the bed. They surrendered to passion for the night. The following morning, Gu Zechuan awoke naturally, only to be startled by Chen Wan's face mere inches from his. Sitting up abruptly, he angrily demanded, "What are you doing here?" With a flushed face, Chen Wan shyly responded, "Zechuan, we indulged all night, you took me multiple times. Have you forgotten?" Dumbfounded, Gu Zechuan's gaze fell to the floor, where scattered clothing and torn black stockings lay. The wild events of the previous night flooded back to him. Cursing under his breath, he rose to dress. "Where are you going?" Chen Wan quickly reached for him. "Let go." Gu Zechuan forcefully shook off her hand. "I warned you not to tempt me again. My heart belongs only to Chutang now." "Ha," Chen Wan laughed, "your heart belongs to Ruan Chutang? You seemed quite pleased with me last night. Why deny your feelings for me? You still like me, don't you?" Gu Zechuan scoffed, "Do you not know that men can separate sex from love? Besides, when I was with you, I only thought of Chutang. Do you really think I would desire you so many times otherwise?" Chen Wan's face drained of color. "Gu Zechuan. You bastard." Gu Zechuan, pulling a clean shirt from the wardrobe, responded, "Am I a bastard? Haven't you always known that? If I weren't a bastard, would I have been with you before breaking up with Chutang? If I weren't a bastard, would I have lost her?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wan suddenly laughed. "So you are aware, then?" A glimmer of mockery flashed in her eyes, revealing her true nature. In the Jiang Group's presidential office, Jiang Shirshu frowned. "Any updates? Have we identified who took Chen Jingsu that day?" Assistant Lin Sin reported, according to the surveillance. The individuals who abducted Miss Ruan Jiaojiao on the day of the engagement ceremony and those who took Chen Jingsu appear to be from the same group. We've traced Chen Jingsu to having illegally crossed the border, but we have yet to identify the person who took her. Our private investigators and the police have made no progress. Every lead we receive quickly goes cold. Jiang Shirshu pondered. Realizing the influence of the individual behind the scenes could not be underestimated. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the edge of the desk. "Has the Gu family inquired?" Lin Sin replied, "They have, and their response remains unchanged. They claim that young Master Gu was unaware that Chen Jingsu was pursuing you, they simply had a casual relationship." On Friday morning, at the Shenke law firm, litigation department head Chen Lily sent a message in the group chat, "Tonight, the department will have a gathering. Colleagues from the litigation department are welcome to join. I will send the time and location shortly." Not long after, Yu Jiaojiao privately messaged Ruan Chutang, "Lawyer Ruan. Are you going tonight?" Yu Jiaojiao had grown closer to Chutang since the latter saved her from danger, and the young girl admired her immensely, becoming Chutang's little fan. Subsequently, Chen Lily assigned Yu Jiaojiao to assist Ruan Chutang, and they had developed a friendship. Kong Weijia had been formally arrested for suspected criminal activity. Chen Yangyang also faced court for defamation, and after the case was filed, he could no longer bear the shame of remaining at the firm and voluntarily resigned. The colleagues at the firm were all amicable, and Chutang enjoyed their company, so she naturally decided to attend the gathering. Yay! If Lawyer Ruan is going, then I will too. The gathering was set at a modest Western restaurant. After dinner, someone suggested heading to a bar for drinks. Chutang reflected on the myriad events that had transpired recently, feeling as though she were perpetually strung taut like a bowstring, utterly fatigued. It was evident that she required a moment of respite, thus she acquiesced to the invitation of visiting a bar for a drink. They chose a tranquil establishment. Several colleagues engaged in spirited conversation, drinking and boasting, and Chutang, buoyed by the lively atmosphere, partook in a few glasses herself. Her tolerance for alcohol had always been rather poor. After just a few drinks, she began to lose her clarity of thought. "Let me tell you, I am the Monkey King from the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. You all should hurry and pay your respects to me." Chutang, thoroughly intoxicated, had a flushed face and stumbled as she walked. A few colleagues succumbed to their inebriation, collapsing onto the table in deep slumber, while others, with a steadier constitution, laughed and took out their phones to record videos. Among them was Yu Jiaojiao. To be precise, Yu Jiaojiao did not possess a strong constitution for drinking, rather, she had never learned to drink at all. She had come solely to accompany Chutang, apprehensive that her friend might encounter trouble while intoxicated. Little did she know Her presence was indeed fortuitous. Chutang had only consumed a few drinks but was utterly inebriated. Witnessing Chutang's drunken antics, Yu Jiaojiu found it amusing and took out her phone to record a video, cheerfully exclaiming, "Salutations to the Monkey King." Chutang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, my husband is the best husband in the world. He has liked me for a long time, did you know that? He. Yu Jiao smiled as she recorded the video. "Oh, how sweet. I'll let you in on a secret. Don't be deceived by how charming my husband looks, actually. He seems to have a bit of a problem in that regard." At the bar, a strikingly handsome man burst into laughter upon hearing Chutang's remark about her husband. After he finished laughing, he pulled out his phone and sent a message, "I heard you have a problem in that regard?" Chapter 61, You Are My Fated Husband on the Other Side. Zhang Shixu was gathered with a few friends playing cards. Xin Yan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, teased, "Oh, look at that. The sun is rising from the west. Why does Asu have time to join us today? Aren't you supposed to pick up your little Tong after work?" Ever since Chutang began working and moved into her own apartment, Zhang Shixu would visit Ming Jiewen whenever he had the chance. It had been a while since he had gathered with them. Zhang Shixu's demeanor was quite indifferent as he played a card, stating, "She is having dinner with colleagues tonight." "Left behind, huh?" Qin Yan chuckled exaggeratedly, his expression delightfully teasing. "Our esteemed Jiang Shao has been cast aside by a woman? What colleague gathering could possibly be more important than you?" Zhang Shixu shot him a frosty glance, his aura slightly chilling. "Left behind?" The implications of that phrase were sharp and cutting. It was well known that Qin Yan was single. Where would he find a girlfriend? Annoyed, he turned to Zhou Zhengan. "Trying to stir the pot. Look at him. How can you laugh at a brother like that? Zhengan, you're single too, can you tolerate this?" Zhou Zhengan cleared his throat. "Sorry, but I'm also seeing someone." "What?" Qin Yan's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mouth agape, even dropping his cigarette. "What did you say? You're seeing someone?" Zhou Zhengan responded affirmatively. "I haven't heard you mention it. Which family is she from? Zhao S? Li S? Qin Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Zhao family was among the prominent families in Jiangcheng, while the Li family had political ties and was powerful, second only to the Jiang and Zhou families. Zhou Zhengan was a third-generation official, a true child of privilege. Qin Yan instinctively thought he must have chosen someone of equal standing. However, Zhou Zhengan shook his head. "Just an ordinary college girl." "What?" Qin Yan was incredulous, enunciating each word. "An ordinary college girl?" Zhang Shixu's reaction was rather nonchalant. He merely cast a cursory glance at Zhou Zhengan. "Can your family approve of this?" Zhou Zhengan exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone unperturbed, "Just dating for fun. Not getting married. What's there to disapprove of?" Qin Yan clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "How did you end up dating a college girl? Aren't you afraid it might not end well?" Zhou Zhengan laughed dismissively. "What's there to worry about? If it doesn't work out, I'll just buy a couple of bags and give her some money. If I don't want to see her, how could she possibly find me?" Qin Yan stroked his chin, considering, that does make sense. In their social stratum, if one did not wish to engage, ordinary individuals would likely never cross paths with them. Zhang Shixu drew another card, his gaze drifting over to Zhou Zhengan, his tone bland. "You're toying with someone's feelings, aren't you afraid of retribution?" Zhou Zhengan chuckled. "What do you mean by toying? It's just mutual benefit." Zhang Shixu replied, "Just be cautious, don't find yourself ensnared and unable to escape." Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What does she look like? Bring her out tomorrow for us to see." Zhou Zhengan's expression turned slightly cold. "What's there to see? She's not from our circle, it's unnecessary." Qin Yan shrugged. "True enough." Zhang Shixu said nothing further, but while playing cards, he occasionally glanced at his phone, anxious not to miss any messages from Chutang. After several rounds, he hadn't received any news from her. But he did get a message from his friend Chen Min. "I heard you have a problem in that regard?" Zhang Shixu frowned, his lips tightening slightly. Just then, As Qin Yan stood to stretch, he happened to walk by Jiang Shirshu and, with keen eyes, spotted the message on his phone, bursting into a loud, goose-like laugh. Ha ha ha. Is this for real? Ah ha ha ha. You have a problem in that regard? Jiang Shirshu's expression remained stern, his gaze icy as it fell upon Qin Yan. Instantly, Qin Yan stifled his laughter, struggling to maintain his serious expression. What is going on? Jiang Shirshu rose. I'll take my leave. At the bar, Chutang took the cocktail prepared by the bartender and took a couple of sips before swaying slightly and beginning to sing. When Jiang Shirshu arrived, Chutang was passionately immersed in the climax of a song, albeit with a rather noticeable lack of pitch. As Qin Yan stepped into the bar, he instinctively covered his ears, exclaiming, "Who is singing so terribly?" Jiang Shirshu, recognizing the voice as Chutang's, maintained a stoic silence. It was only as they approached that they realized the exuberant performer on the bar's stage was indeed Chutang. Qin Yan nudged Jiang Shirshu with his elbow, urging, "You should go pull your sister down, this is nothing short of pure noise. Others sing for money, but she sings for lives." Jiang Shirshu remained unmoved, thinking that the child should sing as she pleased. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yan lowered his hands from his ears and found a high stool to sit on. Jiang Shirshu joined him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stage, a tender smile gracing his lips. Zhou Zhengan, intrigued, glanced at Chutang and then at Jiang Shirshu, teasingly remarking, "Your Chutang has quite the talent." Qin Yan chuckled, conceding, after listening for a while, it actually becomes somewhat pleasant. Chutang was thoroughly intoxicated. Her mind clouded and muddled, having sung several lines of a song incorrectly and consistently faltering in pitch. Jiang Shirshu endured until she finished before stepping onto the stage. The man grasped her wrist firmly. The warmth radiating from her wrist stirred something within Chutang, prompting her to turn and gaze at him, her eyes hazy. "Brother, you are truly handsome. I can tell by my calculations that you are my destined husband." The utterance of husband caused Jiang Shirshu's heart to momentarily halt. In that instant, he felt his entire being ablaze with fervor. Chutang tilted her face slightly upwards, beaming at him with a cheerful smile, her rosy cheeks adorned with two charming dimples. A sight so sweet that he found it hard to look away. The two maintained this position, gazing into each other's eyes for several seconds. Without any warning, Chutang suddenly leaned forward, nestling her head against Jiang Shirshu's shoulder. Her fluffy head gently rubbed against him, resembling a little kitten as she murmured, "It smells just like my husband." Jiang Shirshu was accustomed to a crisp, woody fragrance, akin to the scent of cedar under the winter sun, which was quite delightful. Chutang could not resist inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "It's truly wonderful, my husband." In chapter 62, just a kiss. The girl spoke softly and sweetly after having a few drinks, her tone rising delicately like a gentle wave, utterly captivating. Jiang Shirshu's body instantly stiffened. A spark ignited within him. Below the stage, Yu Zhaozhou's eyes sparkled as she enthusiastically captured the moment on her phone, excitedly nudging a nearby female colleague. "This is amazing. They're a real couple. We are saved." She was an avid internet surfer, known for her witty remarks. Her colleague nodded vigorously, "What a perfect match. Just kill me so they can revel in their joy." Sitting at the back, Qin Yan slapped his forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, "I'm such a masochist. Here I am, consuming dog food, truly starving for it." Jiang Shirshu was momentarily taken aback by Chutang's two declarations of husband before realizing he needed to escort her off the stage. He lifted her effortlessly into a princess carry and began to descend from the stage. Chutang instinctively reached out to wrap her arms around Jiang Shirshu's neck, leaning against him as she gazed up at his face, captivated. How remarkably handsome he is, as if he has stepped straight out of a comic. Chutang was utterly captivated. Her words spilling forth with reckless abandon, "Stay with me tonight, I am quite affluent. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, he. At that moment, Jiang Shirshu happened to stride past Qin Yan. Unable to contain herself, Qin Yan erupted into a thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, dear sister. Are you implying that you wish to engage in a transaction with him?" Jiang Shirshu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. In response, Qin Yan promptly gestured at her mouth, mimicking a zipper motion, signaling her intention to refrain from further indiscretion. Jiang Shirshu remained silent, yet to utter a word. Chutang gazed intently at him in his embrace, her innocent smile radiating charm as she boldly declared, "Brother, name your price." This unexpected remark even elicited a chuckle from Zhou Zhengan, who was typically stern and reticent. Qin Yan could hardly contain his laughter, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook with mirth. Stealthily, he maneuvered behind Jiang Shirshu, extracting his phone to capture this rare and delightful scene on video. Such a captivating moment deserved to be preserved for future enjoyment during the Spring Festival Gala. Jiang Shirshu, his expression darkening, lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. His voice a strained whisper, "Ruan Chutang, who taught you this?" With her delicate eyelashes fluttering, Chutang seemed to be both startled and slightly aggrieved, pouting as if to say, "Why must you scold me when I simply refuse?" Her body was as soft as if it were devoid of bones, and her voice was sweet and tender. Jiang Shirshu found himself utterly defenseless against her charm, his face, which had darkened for but a fleeting moment, instantly softened. "Brother, I want a kiss," Chutang murmured. Tipsy and affectionate, as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Shirshu's neck, using him for support to elevate herself slightly, leaning in to press her lips against him. Qin Yan, Zhou Zhengan, and Yu Zhaoju widened their eyes in astonishment, fearing they might miss this intriguing spectacle. Such an act of affection in plain view was something Chutang would never dare to attempt while sober. Even Jiang Shirshu was taken aback. The boldness of a tipsy Tang was both moving and unfamiliar to him. "Just a kiss." Chutang's flushed cheeks inched closer to Jiang Shirshu's face, her warm breath igniting a fervor within him, causing his heart to race and his body to tingle with an overwhelming sensation, nearly rendering his legs weak. He bit his lip, striving to maintain his composure, deliberately averting his gaze from her rosy visage, and murmured, Tang, please don't tease." Chutang gently nuzzled her face against his, suddenly bursting into a melodious laughter. The girl, with a crystalline voice, said, "Shirshu Gij, you are Shirshu Gij. Only you can utter my name with such tenderness." Jiang Shirshu's heart softened inexplicably. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse, and yielded to the moment. "Just a kiss. Let it be." In the next instant, a warm and delicate sensation graced Jiang Shirshu's face. The imprint of crimson lipstick adorned the man's fair and handsome visage, adding an enchanting touch of disarray. Jiang Shirshu abruptly halted, his pupils constricting, his heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from his chest. The area kissed by the girl tingled, an electric sensation spreading through his limbs. The proximity enveloped him in the mingled scent of alcohol and her sweet fragrance, invading his senses. Jiang Shirshu found it difficult to breathe. He gasped, emotions swirling in his eyes, his voice hoarse, Tang. Chutang, inebriated to the point of delirium, was blissfully unaware of how utterly enchanting her state was. Jiang Shirshu, a robust and vigorous man, found it nearly impossible to withstand her alluring provocations. In a state of intoxication, Chutang indulged her whims, playfully tormenting him. A mere kiss was insufficient. She grasped Jiang Shirshu's shirt collar and pressed her lips against his chin once more. "Brother Shirshu." Chutang's voice rose with a hint of flirtation. Her kisses fell like a gentle rain, delicate and persistent. Jiang Shirshu held his breath, a sensation akin to ants crawling over his heart, or the soft caress of feathers, causing an unbearable itch. Qin Yan, unable to bear the sight, shielded his eyes, only to part his fingers and steal glances through the gaps. Beside him, Zhou Zhengan cast a sidelong glance, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "If you wish to look, then look openly." This was indeed the first time I had witnessed Shirshu in such a state, truly a rarity. Qin Yan, in disbelief, mused, "Is this really the Shirshu we know?" To be honest, in the past few years, he remained indifferent to the advances of women, leading me to believe he had no interest in them. Yet today, I have witnessed firsthand how Chutang's mere flirtation rendered Shirshu utterly speechless. Jiang Shirshu, dazed by Chutang's kisses, hoarsely murmured, "Be good, Tang, don't make a fuss." Though his words suggested restraint, his feet carried him swiftly away from the bar, his long strides quickening as he departed. The car sped along the road. As Chutang hummed cheerfully along the way, she intermittently called out Jiang Shirshu's name and playfully demanded kisses and hugs, leaving Jiang Shirshu's heart in disarray. His deep, husky voice resonated within the confines of the car, "Darling, please stop calling me, or I might truly lose my mind." The dim light within the vehicle flickered as neon lights rushed past the windows, casting fleeting shadows. Jiang Shirshu was driving, while Chutang nestled in the passenger seat. tilting her head slightly, a few tousled strands of hair falling across her fair, beautiful face, obscuring her hazy, intoxicated gaze. Upon arriving downstairs, Jiang Shirshu parked the car, opened the passenger door, unfastened her seatbelt, and lifted Chutang effortlessly into his arms. Perhaps wearied from her antics, she now rested quietly against him, her breathing rhythmic and elongated, as if in slumber. Jiang Shirshu, tall and lean, nearly reaching 6 feet 3 inches, cradled the delicate figure of Chutang, who seemed small and fragile in his embrace, akin to a bird nestled against its mate. Noticing she had fallen asleep, Jiang Shirshu slowed his pace, walking gingerly, fearful that any sudden movement might rouse her. Upon reaching the apartment door, Jiang Shirshu utilized Chutang's fingerprint to unlock and push the door open, illuminating the living room with a gentle flick of the light switch. The spacious and bright room was immaculate, with clear windows and tidy furnishings. He carried her into the bedroom, laying her down softly on the bed. As chapter 63 unfolded, the girl, previously in slumber, pouted her lips and murmured, clutching Jiang Shirshu's shirt sleeve tightly. "Are you awake?" He leaned in slightly, supporting himself with his hands on either side of her body, gazing down at her. Chutang's eyes remained closed, yet she moved her lips, uttering a single word, "Gu." "Gu?" Jiang Shirshu squinted slightly, his deep, dark eyes glinting ominously. "Gu? Gu Zechuan?" How could she be intoxicated and still call out Gu Zechuan's name? It was one thing to babble drunkenly about his inadequacies, but to utter another man's name? He had forgotten the very reason he had ventured to the bar that night. He had intended to confront her. How could she claim he was lacking when she had never even tried? Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow, a chill settling in his heart. What an ungrateful little creature she was. Standing tall, he looked down at her with an air of authority, silently questioning whether she still held thoughts of him. Though the girl could not hear his inquiries, he posed them nonetheless. The atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable sourness. Who had spilled the vinegar? Ruan Chutang. Jiang Shirshu's voice was low, almost menacing. "Think carefully before you speak." In the next moment, the girl stirred slightly, turning restlessly in bed and burying her face into the pillow, whimsically murmuring, "Tell me a story." "I want to hear a story." Jiang Shirshu paused, a smile breaking through. So it wasn't Gu she was referring to after all. The tension within him dissipated, and he leaned closer, adopting a tender tone, "Tang Tang. Let me carry you to the bath first. After you're clean, I'll tell you a story to help you sleep, alright?" His Tang Tang preferred cleanliness, and he knew that should she awaken the next day still in her clothes from the night before, reeking of alcohol, she would surely be displeased with herself. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of her long, soft breaths. "Let us have a bath, afterward, you can enjoy a refreshing slumber," he decided as he began to gently remove her clothes and place her into the bathtub. Upon sensing a disturbance, Chutang opened her eyes, her gaze hazy. "Shirshu, elder brother." "Tang Tang, be good," Jiang Shirshu spoke gently, his movements tender and cautious. He first dampened Chutang's hair, then dispensed shampoo into his hands, lathering it before massaging it into her locks. Chutang leaned against the bathtub, her mind still clouded, yet the warm water enveloped her, bringing a sense of tranquility. She exhaled softly, relishing the attentive care of Jiang Shirshu. After her bath, Jiang Shirshu gently dried the droplets from her skin, wrapping her in a towel and carrying her into the bedroom, where he proceeded to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, Chutang began to awaken. "Stay with me," she murmured, clutching his collar tightly. Jiang Shirshu lowered his gaze, soothingly responding, "Alright, I shall stay with you." "Tell me a story," Chutang whispered, with a compliant demeanor. Jiang Shirshu nodded, "Of course." He opened his phone, searching for a few bedtime tales, and with a deep, gentle voice, he narrated them to her. Gradually, Chutang ceased her fussing, her grip on his collar loosening. Eventually, Jiang Shirshu successfully lulled Chutang into a peaceful slumber. In the room, there were neither his toiletries nor a change of clothes. Jiang Shirshu made a call, requesting the household staff to bring fresh clothing and personal items, and he used Chutang's bathroom to wash up. The girl on the bed slept soundly. Jiang Shirshu smiled with affectionate indulgence, his gaze lingering softly upon her fair and beautiful face. After a few minutes of quiet contemplation, he approached her, tucking the blanket around her. and leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead, whispering good night. Satisfied that Chutang had drifted into a deep sleep, he quietly made his way to the living room. The apartment comprised 2 bedrooms, yet the other room lacked a bed. Thus, he would have to make do with the sofa in the living room for the night. As darkness enveloped the world outside, he settled in for a restful night. As dawn broke, the first light of day began to emerge. Chutang maintains a disciplined routine of rising early and retiring to bed at a reasonable hour, waking up naturally when the time comes. However, following a night of indulgence, she is plagued by a splitting headache. The only fragments of memory she retains from the previous evening involve a gathering with colleagues, which subsequently led her to a bar where she consumed a few drinks. Her tolerance for alcohol is not particularly robust, and she cannot recall much after having consumed only a modest amount. Chutang vaguely recalled that a man had seemingly appeared behind her, and she had clung to him tightly, babbling a multitude of nonsensical words. Upon this realization, Chutang felt a sudden jolt, awakening to a profound sense of anxiety and alarm enveloping her entire being. Oh no! How could she have engaged in such a tumultuous interaction with a man? How would she explain this to Jiang Shirshu if he found out? Would he feel a pang of jealousy? It was not that she feared his anger, rather, she was concerned about the possibility of misunderstanding, which could lead to his unhappiness. She genuinely cared about Jiang Shirshu's feelings and wished to spare him any distress. Chutang lifted the quilt and rose from the bed, suddenly noticing the garments adorning her body. Sleepwear? When had she changed into this? Chutang pushed open the door to her bedroom, intending to head to the bathroom for her morning routine. As she lifted her gaze, she was suddenly struck by the sight of a man lounging on the sofa. He was draped in a blanket, his feet resting casually on the armrest, eyes closed, and chin slightly raised, revealing a distinctly defined jawline. Jiang Shirshu. What was he doing here? Goodness! Could it be that he witnessed her entangled with that man last night? Chutang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet no tears came forth. She dared not contemplate the extent of what Jiang Shirshu had witnessed the previous night. She felt utterly ashamed to face him. The man on the sofa lay in a dignified slumber, his handsome visage serene. Chutang was captivated. In the tranquil morning, the house was enveloped in silence, allowing her to hear the rhythmic beating of her own heart. Observing the man's tall figure curled up on the sofa, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She approached, standing before Jiang Shirshu, and playfully prodded his face with her index finger. The man remained oblivious, lost in a deep slumber. As he opened his eyes, still heavy with sleep, he gazed at Chutang, murmuring, "Tang Tang, you are awake." Chutang fell silent for a moment, gently biting her lip. "Shirshu, you should go inside and rest." Jiang Shirshu stood up and ruffled his hair, asking, "What time is it?" A clock hung on the wall of the living room. Chutang lifted her gaze, noting the time was 7:30. Jiang Shirshu abruptly pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her while resting his chin on her shoulder. "It's Saturday. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Why are you up so early?" His voice bore a husky tone, still laced with the remnants of sleep, exuding an alluring charm. The warmth of his breath brushed against Chutang's ear, causing her to instinctively shiver, a wave of tingling sensations washing over half of her body. "I can't sleep anymore. I drank too much last night, and my head aches a bit." "If you can't handle your liquor, you ought to refrain from indulging so excessively." Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly. "Do you have any idea how tormenting you were in your drunken revelry last night? You nearly embarrassed him in front of a crowd." As Chutang suddenly recalled the scene of entangling with that man last night, her face flushed with warmth, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. I apologize, Shirshu Gu." Jiang Shirshu's voice possessed an alluring gravelly quality, so melodious it was intoxicating. Is an apology all it takes?" The man smirked. "You haven't even experienced it yet and dare to claim I have issues in that regard? Why not try and see for yourself?" Chapter 64, Were you just being coy? Chutang's face flushed a deep crimson, and she turned away, attempting to feign innocence. "What are you talking about? I would never say such a thing." Jiang Shirshu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Oh really? Then surely, I could never imagine you uttering such words in front of so many people." Chutang's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Damn it! It seemed she was beginning to recall something. Last night, perhaps, most likely. She truly did say those words? I must have been mistaken. The soft morning light filtered through the glass window, illuminating the girl's flushed cheeks. Chutang bit her lip. Her expression one of embarrassment. You know I was drunk and rambling, surely you wouldn't hold that against someone inebriated? Her words lacked conviction, and the girl murmured softly. When intoxicated, I cannot fully control or discern my actions. In legal terms, we refer to this as a person with limited capacity. Zhang Shishu chuckled softly, his shoulders trembling slightly. Oh, are you trying to enlighten me on the law? In truth, individuals under the influence of alcohol are not classified as having limited capacity in legal contexts. Chutang was merely attempting to argue her case. Chutang, aware of her untenable position, let out a huff and began to struggle in Zhang Shishu's embrace, attempting to flee. Yet, Zhang Shishu's hands remained firmly around her waist. Did she think she could escape after the advances made last night? After teasing me, she wishes to run away? A faint scent of her preferred body wash lingered on him. Can I? He inquired softly. The gentle morning light gradually intensified, rendering the air itself sweltering. Chutang was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Trembling with anticipation, she felt a surge of excitement. Her affection for Zhang Shishu was profound, and she yearned for a deeper connection, longing for intimate moments with him. Outside the window, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, rendering everything exquisitely beautiful. It was a romantic morning. As they approached the final moment, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered the tranquility of the space. The sound was jarring in such a serene atmosphere. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Shishu's eyes. He contemplated ignoring the call and proceeding, yet Chutang, startled by the ringing, blushed and broke free from his embrace, retreating a few steps. The girl stammered, your phone is ringing. With a gaze deep and alluring, Zhang Shishu's voice, tinged with desire, emerged in a low, husky tone. Why the rush? I wouldn't harm you. You should answer the call first, she suggested timidly. He picked up the phone, watching as the warmth in his eyes dissipated, replaced by his usual cool detachment. The caller ID revealed Su Jingxian. It was rather bothersome that she chose this early hour to call instead of sleeping in. Zhang Shishu felt a twinge of annoyance creeping in, altering his tone to one of impatience. What is it? Su Jingxian excitedly exclaimed, Brother, the meteorological station predicts a meteor shower tomorrow night. Shall we go watch it together? The best viewing spot is at the summit of Beiyu Mountain. Let us go hiking tomorrow. As he held the phone, his gaze drifted to Chutang, a hint of tenderness surfacing in his expression. A meteor shower? Surely, a girl like Tao Tao would revel in such a spectacle. After a demanding week of work, tomorrow being the weekend would be an opportune time to take her out and lift her spirits. Zhang Shishu replied in a calm voice, All right. The tumultuous beating of Chutang's heart gradually settled, and the flush on her face had faded. She cleared her throat twice, feigning calmness as she said, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we order some breakfast? Zhang Shishu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Didn't you say we should see if there are any issues on my end? Chutang shook her head vigorously, pleading for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong. Brother Shishu, I was merely talking nonsense. You must be perfectly fine. Zhang Shishu's voice was slightly hoarse and alluring. How can you know without giving it a try? The girl bit her lip, lowering her gaze to her toes, displaying a demeanor of humble contrition, resigned to her acknowledgement of fault. Zhang Shishu couldn't help but chuckle. His tang was quite bashful. Perhaps it was best not to tease her any further. He refrained from pressing the young lady and dutifully ordered breakfast. After their meal, Zhang Shishu broached the subject of their trip to Beiyu Mountain to witness the meteor shower the following day. As anticipated, upon hearing about the meteor shower, Chutang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I've never seen a meteor shower. We must go. Of course, I want to invite Yuan and Shuilua too. Zhang Shishu smiled and agreed. Little did he know, his heart longed for a world shared only between the two of them. However, there was no denying that Tang thrived in lively company. And the mere thought of the meteor shower instantly brought to mind her two close friends. Recalling the unpleasant encounter between Su Jingxian and Chutang at the racetrack, Jiang Shirshu deemed it prudent to inform Chutang that Su Jingxian would also be attending this time. After all, Su Jingxian was his sister. Once Chutang became part of their family, she too would be her sister. It was unreasonable to allow a minor discord to sever their ties. Tang Tang. My sister will also be joining us for the hike tomorrow, do you mind? Chutang paused. Is it Su Jingxian? Jiang Shirshu gently nodded, affirming. Recalling the incident that transpired at the racetrack last time, Chutang lowered her gaze, her enthusiasm waning instantly, her voice no longer brimming with excitement as she replied, "Oh. That's fine, I don't mind." Jiang Shirshu affectionately patted Chutang's head, pleased. He knew well that his dear Tang Tang was not the petty type. Throughout the morning, the two remained cozily nestled on the sofa. Chutang was tasked with using her phone to search for strategies online, while Jiang Shirshu took on the role of a mischievous troublemaker. At one moment, he demanded kisses, at another, he requested hugs, and occasionally, he would whisper warm breaths against Chutang's ear, deliberately teasing her. Chutang turned her head, feigning annoyance, and said, Jiang Shirshu, could you please behave yourself? Jiang Shirshu lowered his gaze, his warm, delicate lips lingering upon Chutang's collarbone, savoring the moment. Stop it, Chutang protested, retreating slightly while placing a hand against Jiang Shirshu's chest. I'm looking up strategies. If this delays my viewing of the meteor shower tomorrow, I shall ignore you. Jiang Shirshu's shoulders trembled gently as he let out a soft chuckle. Oh, is it that serious? With great anticipation for the meteor shower, he insisted. I must certainly go to witness it. He removed Chutang's hand from his chest and leaned in to kiss her fair neck, his warm breath cascading upon her skin, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Chutang instinctively flinched, smiling as she raised her hand to gently push against his face. However, her hand was captured by Jiang Shirshu, whose lips pressed tenderly against the palm of her hand. Leave the planning and purchasing to my assistant. It is a rare occasion for you to spend the weekend with me, he said. His tone, typically cool and detached, was now softened, imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. Chutang appeared as if she had discovered a new world, gazing at him in wonder. Were you just being playful? Delicate kisses fell upon Chutang's neck, sending a shiver of delight through her. Chapter 65, Chutang, it's good to see you again. Chutang helplessly ruffled Jiang Shirshu's hair, her tone indulgent as if soothing a child. Alright, whether it's strategizing or shopping, it's far more enjoyable when we do it together. Besides, it's Saturday. Aren't you going to give your assistant a day off? Jiang Shirshu mumbled an indistinct reply, continuing to kiss her. If this goes on, something will go awry. Chutang quickly pushed Jiang Shirshu away, exclaiming, Stop, stop. I've nearly finished the strategy, let us go out and shop. Jiang Shirshu met Chutang's gaze, looking pitifully aggrieved. Chutang was momentarily taken aback. Surely, she couldn't have been imagining things? How could she have perceived a fleeting glimpse of grievance in Jiang Shirshu's eyes? She had merely pushed him away a few times, how could he possibly feel wronged? It must have been a misinterpretation on her part. A person like Jiang Shirshu could never appear so pitiful. In the afternoon, Chutang and Jiang Shirshu visited a store specializing in outdoor equipment to purchase climbing gear, and subsequently proceeded to a supermarket to acquire some fruits and snacks. Upon encountering her favorite fruit snacks, Chutang was filled with enthusiasm and eagerly desired to purchase some. Jiang Shirshu did not deter her, if it meant a slightly heavier backpack tomorrow and a bit more fatigue for himself. It was a small price to pay for Chutang's happiness. Chutang shared a photograph in the small group chat with Gu Zechuan and Chen Wan. Darlings, there will be a meteor shower tomorrow night. Let us go to Bayou Mountain to watch the meteors together. I have already prepared everything, she wrote. Chen Wan exclaimed, Wow! A meteor shower. We must go. Gu Zechuan replied, Sounds great. Chutang, no problem. I am a top-tier photographer. Gu Zechuan, let me ask my brother if he is going. Chutang, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, downstairs at my Mingjiewan apartment. Gu Zechuan, all right. Chen Wan, got it. The following afternoon at 1 o'clock. Jiang Shirshu arrived punctually at Chutang's apartment door. The door opened, revealing a face untouched by makeup yet radiantly pure and beautiful. Chutang smiled with her eyes, Shirshu brother. You're here. Chutang had donned a light blue, lightweight mountaineering outfit, complemented by a matching light blue backpack slung over her shoulders. Jiang Shirshu was clad in a black stand-collared windbreaker today. The dark hue harmonized splendidly with his demeanor, accentuating his air of aloofness and rendering his features even more strikingly chiseled and cold. The man naturally took Chutang's backpack into his possession, saying, "Let us proceed. They are waiting for us downstairs." "Is everyone gathered?" Jiang Shirshu inquired. Zhenyan, Qinyan, Shuiluo, and Yuan have all arrived. Jingxian mentioned she would leave with her friends first and will await us at the camping base. Chutang followed Jiang Shirshu into the elevator, responding with a soft "oh" upon hearing his words. Downstairs, 3 cars were parked. Zhou Shuiluo and Zhou Zhengyan occupied the back seat of a Maybach, where Zhou Shuiluo offered Chutang a sweet smile, calling her Tang Tang. Chen Yuan, from the passenger side of a black Bentley, excitedly raised her fist and exclaimed, "Everyone's here. Let us set off. We're going to watch the meteor shower together." Today, Jiang Shirshu drove the sleek black Cullinan. The vehicle journeyed northward, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the camping base. Nestled on the slopes of Beiyu Mountain, the campsite was situated halfway up the hill. When Chutang and her companions arrived at the base, Su Jingxian and her party had just recently arrived. Jiang Shirshu had reserved the venue in advance, ensuring that they were the only occupants present today. As the vehicle came to a halt, Su Jingxian joyfully approached, attempting to link her arm with Jiang Shirshu's. However, he subtly sidestepped, evading her gesture. Su Jingxian paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance, smiling brightly as she exclaimed, "Brother, you're here." Jiang Shirshu responded with a curt acknowledgement. As Su Jingxian turned to face Ruan Chutang, her smile diminished, and she politely greeted, "Sister Ruan." Behind Su Jingxian stood 2 unfamiliar girls, one on each side, whom she introduced as her friends, Wang Xiao and Yan Man. "Oh. By the way, Man has brought a new friend along, let me introduce you." With that, Su Jingxian called out over her shoulder, "Zechuan, they're all here." "Zechuan?" A chill coursed through Ruan Chutang's heart. Could it be? As the words left her lips, that familiar face, too well known to be mistaken, appeared before everyone. Gu Zechuan, clad in a smoky gray parka and wielding a trekking pole, approached with measured strides. Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing and reproachful glance at Su Jingxian. The man's voice was laced with evident displeasure. "When did you come to know Gu Zechuan?" Su Jingxian blinked her bright, clear eyes, a look of bewilderment flashing across her face, exuding an air of innocent purity. "Zechuan is Maman's friend. Maman asked if she could bring a friend along, and I said yes. I only met him today because Maman brought him along." "Brother, is there a problem?" Ruan Chutang remained silent, pursing her lips as she feigned ignorance of Gu Zechuan. Meanwhile, Gu Zechuan offered an enigmatic smile, initiating a greeting, "Ruan Chutang, how have you been?" Su Jingxian turned to Ruan Chutang in surprise, "Sister Ruan Chutang, you know each other?" Ruan Chutang replied, "I do not know him." Gu Zechuan countered, "We know each other." The two spoke in unison. Su Jingxian exchanged a knowing glance with Yan Maman, who promptly chimed in with a playful tone, "Zechuan, what is your relationship with Miss Ruan Chutang? I've never heard you mention that you know her." Gu Zechuan chuckled, casting an ambiguous glance at Ruan Chutang, and casually uttered 3 words, "ex-girlfriend." "Oh." Su Jingxian gasped in surprise, her eyes wide as she turned to Ruan Chutang. "Sister Ruan Chutang, you are actually Zechuan's ex-girlfriend? I'm so sorry. I had no idea you shared this connection. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed him to come." Chutang's heart was enlightened. Indeed. If the incident at the racetrack was a misunderstanding, then what about this one? Yan Man's displeasure was evident as she pouted and coldly huffed at Gu Zechuan, "Humph. Brother Zechuan, are you perhaps using this mountain climbing trip as a pretext to meet your ex-girlfriend?" The atmosphere suddenly grew delicate. Chen Yuan quietly approached Chutang, gently tugging at the hem of her garment, and whispered, "Is he truly your ex-boyfriend?" Initial Tang responded with a barely audible hum. Chen Yuan crossed her arms and murmured, "TSK, it seems that Su Jingxian is likely doing this on purpose." Ruan Chutang cast a cold glance at the few individuals theatrically performing before her. She found it hard to believe that this was merely a coincidence. The last time her cousin Suyu held a banquet for her at the Su family estate. Gu Zechuan stirred up quite a commotion. Although Su Jingxian did not attend the gathering, as a foster daughter of the Zhang family, she could not possibly be oblivious to the gossip circulating in high society. It was quite probable that Su Jingxian had summoned Gu Zechuan deliberately. What could her intentions be? As she pondered this, someone took her hand. Chapter 66, Brother, you won't hold it against me, will you? Gu Chutang lowered her gaze, her eyes shifting downward. Jiang Shirshu held her hand, their fingers entwined. With a tone laced with sarcasm, the man remarked, a date? Would Ting ever consider someone like him after being with me? The words may have been coarse, yet they held an undeniable truth. With a gentle smile, Ruan Chutang leaned affectionately against Jiang Shirshu, resembling a delicate bird nestled against its mate. Brother Shirshu, you are absolutely right. At this moment, my heart belongs solely to you. How could I possibly recall the trivial affairs of my youth? Gu Zechuan's smile froze, his countenance darkening. Was he truly deemed so insignificant in her eyes? His hands, clenched tightly at his sides, struggled to contain the fury and resentment brewing within him. Meanwhile, an imperceptible flash of jealousy flickered in Su Jingxuan's gaze as she silently cursed Ruan Chutang 1,000 times over. At that moment, Chen Yuan interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm, Miss Yan, it's no wonder your family lacks stature. You are so eager to fawn over a discarded shoe like Gu Zechuan, whom Tang has grown weary of, it's quite embarrassing. Who are you calling a discarded shoe? Gu Zechuan could no longer contain his anger, his voice rising in indignation. Yan Man's face flushed with rage, and just as she was about to retort, she caught sight of Qin Yan standing behind Chen Yuan and restrained herself. She could not afford to provoke the Qin family. Yes, I'm talking about you. Chen Yuan, reveling in the chaos, crossed her arms and cast a cold glance at Gu Zechuan. So, you are Gu Zechuan? Ruan Chutang's past with you is like a stain on her record. Fortunately, she came to her senses and kicked you to the curb, otherwise, I would have had to threaten her to end things with you. Aren't you with your so-called white moonlight now? With such splendid weather today, why not take her out for a stroll? Gu Zechuan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses at Chen Yuan, Su Jingxian quickly intervened, exclaiming, all right, let us not escalate things. This entire matter is merely a misunderstanding, my fault entirely. I had no idea that Gu Zechuan and Sister Ruan's were once an item. Su Jingxian bit her lip gently, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Jiang Shirshu, her expression heart-wrenchingly pitiful. Brother, I truly didn't know Gu Zechuan was Sister Ruan's ex-boyfriend, I thought he was just a friend of Man Se. Jiang Shirshu was about to speak when Ruan Chutang interjected. Adopting a tone reminiscent of Su Jingxian's feigned innocence, Sister merely made an unintentional mistake, how could I hold it against you? Your brother certainly won't blame you either. Jiang Shirshu, unsure of Ruan Chutang's intentions, complied unconditionally, maintaining a stern expression. If Tang doesn't blame you, then I shall not either. Su Jingxian was left speechless, gazing at Ruan Chutang in confusion. Ruan Chutang responded with a sweet smile that sent a chill down Su Jingxuan's spine. What? Indeed, was Ruan Chutang scheming? A cold smile flickered across Chutang's face, as she thought, so they wish to disgust me, do they? Let us see who truly ends up repulsed. At that moment, Zhou Zhengan, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama, suddenly spoke up, let us not linger here idly, instead, let us partake in some refreshments and rest a while. One must nourish oneself to gather strength for the ascent. The onlookers dispersed, and everyone began to unfold their pre-prepared tables and chairs. After arranging them neatly and laying out the tablecloths, they meticulously displayed an array of delicacies, beverages, and fresh ingredients. The barbecue grill, charcoal, portable stoves, pots, and utensils for the picnic were all in place, and the gathering buzzed with activity, with some grilling meat while others prepared dishes. Chutang and Chen Yuan both share a fondness for barbecued meat, and the two of them gathered together to indulge in this culinary delight. Chen Yuan inquired, why do you not ask him to leave? The him she referred to was Gu Zechuan. Chutang leisurely brushed sauce onto the beef skewers, undeterred by previous attempts to shoo away distractions. Each effort met with futility, as there would always be another occasion. Tang, am I not correct? Su Jingxian is no fool. Do you truly believe she is unaware that Gu Zechuan is your ex-boyfriend, or do you think I am Qin Shi Huang? I am convinced she is acting with intent. I suspect Su Jingxian is secretly in cahoots with Gu Zechuan, scheming to drive a wedge between me and Shirshu. Since they are so eager to provoke me, I shall indulge them and see who truly finds themselves repulsed. Chen Yuan gave a thumbs up, affirming the sentiment with precision and clarity. Sister, I support you. Xin Yan leaned in, seeking gossip. Tang, was that foolish individual your ex-boyfriend? Jiang Shirshu's cool voice resonated from behind. It's best to refrain from prying into matters of the world. Xin Yan, with a mournful gaze, retorted, why are you poking me? Ouch, that hurts. I was merely expressing concern for you, Tang. You seem rather idle, Chen Yuan remarked, thrusting a handful of fresh lamb skewers and chicken wings into Xin Yan's hands. Grill these. Xin Yan. Jiang Shirshu wrapped his arms around Chutang from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his hands encircling her waist. His tone sweetly intimate. Tang. Chutang allowed him to embrace her, while grilling meat and saying, these skewers will be ready soon. The man's presence enveloped Chutang closely. Jiang Shirshu occasionally kissed her neck and gently nibbled on her earlobe, his warm breath tickling her, causing her to giggle. When Jiang Shirshu attempted to nibble her ear again, Chutang laughed and dodged, saying, don't be mischievous, everyone is watching. Jiang Shirshu replied in a deep, alluring voice, what is there to fear? Let them see just how sweet we are. Nearby, the single Qin Yan quipped, hey, Yuan, do you smell something? Chen Yuan sniffed the air and asked, what smell? I only detect the aroma of grilled meat. Qin Yan retorted sarcastically, it's the sour scent of love. Jiang Shirshu, holding Chutang, lazily interjected, nonsense. Love is undoubtedly a sweet fragrance. Once the meat was grilled to perfection, everyone gathered around the table, ready to feast. 2 tables were set, with Chutang, Jiang Shirshu, Xin Yan, Zhou Zhengan, Zhou Shuoluo, and Chen Yuan seated together, while Su Jingxian and her 2 friends, along with Gu Zechuan, occupied the other table. As Chutang and Jiang Shirshu had just taken their seats, Su Jingxian approached with a bowl of something in hand. She placed the bowl on the table before Jiang Shirshu, leaning in so closely that she nearly pressed against him. Brother, this is the Odin I just cooked, you must give it a try. Jiang Shirshu subtly shifted his position, leaning towards Chutang to create distance from Su Jingxian. He effortlessly pushed the bowl towards Chutang. Tang, this is your favorite Odin, do have a taste. A smile froze on Su Jingxuan's face. Chutang extracted a pair of disposable chopsticks and picked up a fish ball, taking a bite. After savoring the morsel, she tilted her head, her eyes crinkling with delight as she said to Su Jingxian, it tastes quite delightful. Thank you, dear sister. But the moment was not yet over. Jiang Shirshu took the chopsticks and picked up a slice of beef tripe, offering it to Chutang, do give this a try. The others at the table observed the scene, their admiration for Jiang Shirshu reaching new heights. They thought to themselves, he has truly mastered the art of indirect gifting. Gracefully declining his sister while simultaneously charming his wife, what brilliance! Chen Yuan, relishing the unfolding drama, chimed in, oh my, young couples are simply sweet, flaunting their affection at every opportunity. Jingxian, do look at how affectionate your brother and sister-in-law are. Su Jingxian parted her lips, mustering a forced, stiff smile, which failed to reach her eyes. As long as Sister Ruan is happy, that's what matters. Oh dear, why call her sister? It should be sister-in-law. Chen Yuan said with a beaming smile, urging, you ought to change how you address her. Su Jingxian opened her mouth, her expression taut, struggling to adjust her words. Shirshu. Do try this freshly grilled beef roll I made, Chutang said, lifting a slice of beef roll with her chopsticks to feed Jiang Shirshu. She had not changed the chopsticks, still using the ones she had just utilized. Jiang Shirshu, undeterred by this, obediently opened his mouth and accepted the offering. It's delicious, Jiang Shirshu remarked, his eyes curving with joy, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chutang smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Su Jingxuan's expression, however, was far less pleasing. Her face darkened, and with a cold, somber tone, she said, brother, I shall go ahead to have my meal. Chutang feigned ignorance of her sister's countenance, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, and cheerfully inquired, sister, would you care for some grilled meat? I just finished cooking it. And even your brother said it's quite delicious. No, thank you, Su Jingxian replied icily, turning on her heel to depart. Chutang exchanged a meaningful smile with Chen Yuan, who sat across from her. Zhou Shuelua, suppressing her laughter, gave Chutang a thumbs up. Jiang Shirshu recognized that Chutang had just put on an act for Su Jingxian's benefit, and he had played along splendidly. Now that Su Jingxian had departed, he still yearned for that same sweet intimacy. With a playful glint in his eyes, he said, Tang Tang, I still desire those roasted chicken wings. Will you feed me? Shatanza's laughter resonated as she playfully urged him to serve himself. Come on, brother. Is it really necessary for someone to feed you while dating? Qin Yan teased with a grin, questioning if this was still the Jiang Shirshu he knew. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Shirshu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight as he regarded him. What's the matter? Jealous? You ought to have your girlfriend feed you too, you wouldn't be without one, would you? Qin Yan, who had been chuckling moments before, suddenly fell silent. He clutched his chest dramatically, exclaiming, How could you betray your own brother like this? Refusing to back down, Qin Yan turned to Chen Yuan and implored, Yuan. Feed me something, we must not lose face. In response, Chen Yuan seized a roasted bun with her chopsticks and forcefully stuffed it into Qin Yan's mouth, exclaiming, Eat, eat. May it choke you. Qin Yan struggled to remove the bun, but Chen Yuan's strength held it firmly in place, stifling him. Their antics drew laughter from the others at the table, filling the atmosphere with joviality. Meanwhile, Su Jingxian seethed with envy. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she witnessed Ruan Chutang flaunting her affection so openly. With a snap, she broke her disposable chopsticks, her gaze darkening. Ruan Chutang. Let us see if you can still laugh later. After a brief respite following their meal, the group prepared to embark on their mountain climbing adventure. Qin Yan and Chen Yuan led the way, followed closely by Zhou Zhengan and Zhou Shuelua, with Gu Zechuan and Su Jingxian trailing behind. Chutang and Jiang Shirshu walked at the rear. Jiang Shirshu strolled alongside Chutang, holding her hand gently. Tang Tang. It will take approximately 2 hours to reach the observation deck at the mountain peak from here. Are you up for it? Of course, I adore hiking. It allows me to immerse myself in the beauty of nature, relieving stress without being overly exhausting. Jiang Shirshu was aware of Chutang's fondness for outdoor activities. During their university days, she often ventured out on hikes and rock climbing excursions with her friends from the club. He merely worried that since her graduation, she had engaged in fewer outdoor pursuits and might find it challenging to readjust. Chutang smiled lightly, having scaled even higher and more perilous peaks. She had already traversed the 5 great mountains, rendering the mere Beiyu mountain a trivial pursuit. In Jiang Shirshu's eyes, there was a glimmer of affection and pride as he smiled gently, exclaiming, Our Tang Tang is truly remarkable. Of course. These were sentiments Jiang Shirshu understood. Yet Gu Zechuan remained oblivious. During the time when Chutang and Gu Zechuan were together, she had often suggested outdoor mountain climbing, only to be met with his dismissive replies of being too busy or that climbing was too exhausting. He failed to comprehend Chutang's interests and was unwilling to invest time to accompany her. As Jiang Shirshu and Ruan Chutang approached, Gu Zechuan extended his hand toward Ruan Chutang, asking, Tang Tang, are you tired? The initial smile on Shi Tang's face did not reach her eyes, it was fade. Jiang Shirshu gently shook the hands they held tightly, indicating that there was no need for your concern. Gu Zechuan lowered his gaze, his eyes lingering on the clasped hands of the two. Move aside, you are obstructing the path, Chutang said with a hint of annoyance. Gu Zechuan stood in the middle of the road, showing no intention of yielding. Jiang Shirshu lifted her gaze, a playful smile dancing on her lips. What? Do you wish to observe the affection between Tang Tang and me up close? Very well, we shall proceed ahead while you linger behind and watch. With that, Jiang Shirshu unceremoniously shoved Gu Zechuan aside, her smile tinged with provocation. Do remember to capture plenty of photos for us? Gu Zechuan remained silent. Su Jingxian, not accustomed to physical exertion, began to complain of fatigue after merely half an hour. She removed her not overly heavy backpack and, as Jiang Shirshu approached, she thrust it into her arms. Brother, I'm so tired, I can't carry it any longer. Please help me for a bit. Jiang Shirshu pointed to the straps of her own backpack, her tone indifferent. I can't, I'm already carrying one. Su Jingxian persisted in her plea, brother. I truly am exhausted, you must assist me. Very well. Upon hearing Jiang Shishu's acquiescence, Su Jingxian's eyes brightened, her lips curving into a smile. Yet. The smile froze as her eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, are you going to carry me down the mountain? Without lifting his gaze, Jiang Shishu continued to dial a number. Replying, indeed, weren't you the one who said you were tired? Panic set in for Su Jingxian as she hastily interrupted him, no. I just rested and suddenly don't feel that tired anymore. Then let us continue walking. Jiang Shishu's expression remained impassive as he put away his phone. Beside them, Ruan Chutang's eyes glimmered with mockery. She smiled and affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Shishu's, sweetly saying, Brother Shishu, let us go. Su Jingxian and Gu Zechuan exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Jiang Shishu felt a warm glow within, being called by Chutang made his heart flutter. And he could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. As Jiang Shishu assisted Chutang across the stones to navigate the river, he cautioned, be careful, Tang. The final stone was significantly distanced from the bank, making it challenging for the girls to cross, as the previous ones had all required support to make it safely across. Chutang grasped Jiang Shishu's hand for support and crossed the river, when suddenly, a gasp echoed behind her. Initial Tang turned to look. And Su Jingxian stood on a stone in the middle of the river, her complexion pale. Brother, I can't get across. Could you come and help me? Chapter 68, You stand on the bridge, admiring the scenery, new. Jiang Shishu paused in his steps, furrowing his brows as he glanced at her. Then his gaze fell upon Gu Zechuan, who stood behind Su Jingxian. He spoke languidly, Gu Zechuan, where has your gentlemanly demeanor gone? Su Jingxian froze, gazing at Jiang Shishu in disbelief. Gu Zechuan's expression darkened slightly as he met Ruan Chutang's calm gaze. Perhaps Chutang had never truly forgotten him. Her previous bravado was merely a fade. If he were to assist another girl across the river in her presence, would Chutang feel a pang of jealousy? Gu Zechuan pondered this as he extended his hand to support Su Jingxian, his tone gentle. Do not be afraid, Jingxian, I shall assist you. Su Jingxian lowered her gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper, laced with irritation, what are you doing? I want Shishu to help me. Your assistance is unnecessary. You said it yourself. Suddenly, Gu Zechuan released Su Jingxian's hand. Ah! Su Jingxian exclaimed, nearly losing her balance and teetering towards the river. Instinctively, she grasped Gu Zechuan's hand tightly. Help me across first. Gu Zechuan scoffed quietly, rolling his eyes inwardly. Jiang Shishu, seeing that Su Jingxian was unharmed, resumed his forward journey, disregarding her. The group ambled along, pausing intermittently. Until dusk approached. The sun dipped below the horizon, weary birds returned to their nests, and the sky was adorned with a splendid array of twilight hues, a breathtaking canvas. There was a vantage point with an exceptional view of the sunset and the evening clouds. Chen Wan was the first to halt and capture the scene. Others soon followed suit, stopping to photograph the picturesque moment. Chen Yuan, panting and leaning on her hiking pole, struggled to reach the spot, only to be captured by Chen Yan's lens. With a camera in hand and a mischievous grin, Chen Yan created a 4K image destined to become a meme. Chen Yuan gritted her teeth, Chen Yan, delete that. Not a chance, this delightful moment must be preserved for my enjoyment. Chen Yuan found a large rock to sit upon, gazing upwards, reveling in the breathtaking twilight. As Chutang and Jiang Shishu arrived at this place, the lingering rays of the setting sun gently graced their faces and bodies, enveloping them in a delicate hue of warm orange, softening Jiang Shishu's cold, hard contours. Ah, what a perfect pairing! Chen Yan directed the camera towards this visually captivating couple bathed in the twilight glow and pressed the shutter. In the photograph, Chutang squinted slightly at the sunset, while Jiang Shishu stood beside her, his gaze focused and infatuated. Chen Yan presented the picture to Jiang Shishu, exclaiming, look at that gaze of yours. It makes my heart flutter. How does that poem go? You stand on the bridge admiring the scenery, while the one admiring the scenery looks at you from the building. Zhou Zhengyan chuckled, oh, you can recite poetry too. Chen Yan shot him a glance, of course I can recite such famous lines. Although my brother enjoyed playing around during his studies, don't presume that I haven't read anything. Chen Yuan laughed lightly. Those who lack literary depth love to show off. TSK, Xin Yan retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you spare your brother some face in public? He held up 2 fingers, indicating a number. Chen Yuan looked at him with disdain. Are you really going to sell the photo? Look at that sly merchant's expression, it's quite embarrassing, especially considering you're my brother. You be quiet, little girl, what do you know? Xin Yan snapped back. Jiang Shirshu, however, was not offended, amusement twinkling in his eyes. 200,000? Chutang could not restrain her laughter, exclaiming, Xin Yan, you truly are a cunning merchant. Selling a single photograph for 2 million, who would dare to inflate prices in such a manner? Without hesitation, Jiang Shirshu replied, deal. Send it to my email. WeChat will compress the image quality. Xin Yan's spirit soared as he gave Jiang Shirshu a thumbs up, declaring, splendid. I admire your straightforwardness. Chutang stared in astonishment. Her lips quivering slightly, yet ultimately she refrained from uttering a word. After all, it was not her money being spent, let him do as he pleased. As Chutang gazed at the mesmerizing sunset before her, a sense of tranquility washed over her, as if her very heart had expanded. She squinted against the breeze, joyfully stretching her arms wide and exclaiming. The fatigue that had accumulated over the days dissipated in that singular moment, leaving her with an unprecedented lightness. Su Jingxian, utterly worn out, approached, catching sight of Chutang and Chen Yuan bellowing with delight, her brows knitting in displeasure, her expression one of disdain. Beside her, Yan Man rolled her eyes, remarking, that fool Chen Yuan claims I lack sophistication, yet here she is, shouting and hollering, does that really make her any more refined? Wang Xiao interjected, man, don't stoop to her level. Anyone who can associate with Ruan Chutang can't be of much merit. Her words elicited laughter from Su Jingxian and Yan Man, as they shared a moment of camaraderie. Nearby, Zhou Shuilua proposed, the scenery is so splendid. Let us take a group photo. Absolutely. Chen Yuan replied, rising from her perch on a rock. Xin Yan, you should take our picture. Xin Yan, reluctant, protested. How can a group photo be complete without me? He scanned the group, his eyes landing on Su Jingxian, and handed her his camera. Sister Jingxian, would you mind capturing this moment for us? Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to Su Jingxian's affections for Jiang Shirshu, mistakenly attributing her previous closeness to him as mere sibling affection. The camera still contained previous pictures of Chutang and Jiang Shirshu, and knowing Su Jingxian's penchant for mischief, he feared she might inadvertently ruin or lose the camera, along with their precious photo. Why not? Xin Yan asked, perplexed. Chen Yuan, under her breath, chastised him for his ignorance. Just make sure they don't take the photo. I've brought a selfie stick, let us use our phones instead. Can a phone's pixel quality compare to a DSLR? He queried. It may not match, but it will suffice, Chen Yuan retorted, pulling out the selfie stick and setting up her phone. Shuilua, Chutang, come stand beside me. Zhou Shuilua and Chutang stepped closer, standing on either side of Chen Yuan. Jiang Shirshu positioned himself next to Chutang, while Zhou Zhengan stood beside Zhou Shuilua. Xin Yan shrugged and joined Jiang Shirshu's side. Chen Yuan extended the selfie stick and cheerfully declared, 1, 2, 3, cheese. The 3 young women beamed brightly, striking playful poses, while the 3 men merely smiled faintly, creating a harmonious tableau. After several shots, the girls changed expressions and poses multiple times, while the men maintained their composed demeanor. Su Jingxian watched from the sidelines, her jealousy igniting as she wondered why they hadn't invited her to join. Brother, I want to take a picture too, Su Jingxian called out, suppressing her jealousy as she squeezed herself between Ruan Chutang and Jiang Shirshu. Chen Yuan exclaimed, oh. Xin Yan turned with concern, asking, what's wrong, Yuan? Feigning seriousness, Chen Yuan replied, what a glaring light bulb you are, blinding me. Su Jingxian remained unmoved, stubbornly standing between Ruan Chutang and Jiang Shirshu, her audacity apparent. Noticing Su Jingxian's refusal to budge, Chen Yuan slowly retracted the selfie stick, turning to Su Jingxian with a saccharine smile. Sorry, Miss Su, we're done. If you want a group photo, go take one with your brother Zechuan and your friends. Su Jingxian fought to contain her urge to lash out. forcing a smile as she linked her arm through Jiang Shirshu's. Then I'll take some pictures with my brother. Ruan Chutang lowered her lashes, her gaze falling on Su Jingxian's hand. Jiang Shirshu pulled his arm away, his cold demeanor evident. At your age, you should find a boyfriend, not cling to your brother. Even Su Jingxian's facade began to crack under Jiang Shirshu's words, her smile faltering, revealing a hint of hurt in her eyes. Brother? Why can't I be close to you now that I've grown up? You used to dote on me. Jiang Shirshu remained distant, stating, that was then. This is now. Jingxian, you should understand the need for boundaries. His observations of her recent behavior had made it clear to him that she harbored feelings for Ruan Chutang, who, in turn, did not reciprocate. As Chutang's boyfriend, it was his duty to provide her with reassurance. His words left Su Jingxian momentarily speechless. Brother? Why should we need to avoid any misunderstandings? Chen Yuan chimed in, have you really deluded yourself into thinking you belong to the Zheng family? There is no blood relation between adults, why should we avoid anything? Su Jingxian's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she gazed at Jiang Shirshu with a pitiful expression. Yet, he remained indifferent, asserting, Yuan is right. Although we are siblings, we lack a blood connection. Let us refrain from actions that may lead to misunderstandings. Su Jingxian yearned to argue further, but Jiang Shirshu turned away, taking Ruan Chutang's hand in his. His dark eyes held a profound concern as he said, Chutang, we've finished taking pictures, let us go. Chutang smiled with a hint of triumph in her gaze as she looked at Su Jingxian. Sister, if you wish to take pictures, feel free to do so at your leisure. My brother and I shall take our leave first. With a mocking heart, Chutang thought to herself, what a master of brewing green tea you are, truly deserving of the title of tea art maestro. Alas! Your brother is a connoisseur of tea. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature began to plummet, the mountain stream carrying a refreshing chill. And the humidity in the air noticeably increased, rendering the atmosphere much colder. Jiang Shirshu retrieved a thick coat from his backpack and offered it to Tang, saying, put on an extra layer. Su Jingxian, lacking outdoor experience, was unaware of the significant temperature disparity between day and night in the mountains. At that moment, clad in a thin, lightweight hiking outfit, she was shivering uncontrollably. Witnessing Jiang Shirshu's gesture of providing a coat for Ruan Chutang ignited a flame of jealousy within her. As Chutang had just donned her attire and taken a few steps, she was suddenly startled by a scream from behind. Moments later, Su Jingxuan's friend, Yan, rushed over. Exclaiming in a flurry, Jiang Shao, Jingxian has twisted her ankle. Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow and inquired, is it serious? Yan's anxious demeanor seemed genuine. Indicating a troubling situation, she could hardly walk, urging him to go and assess the matter. The mountain path was treacherous, and one could easily stumble or twist an ankle if not careful. Chutang, without a second thought, felt compelled to investigate. Considering that Su Jingxian was Jiang Shirshu's sister and warranted concern in her injured state. Let us go see what is happening, Chutang suggested to Jiang Shirshu. All right, he replied. Su Jingxian, with tears brimming in her eyes, recounted, I accidentally stepped on a small stone, lost my footing, and fell, it hurt so much. As Chutang cast her gaze downward, she noticed that Su Jingxuan's knees were smeared with dirt, and her ankle was scraped, bleeding profusely. She was indeed injured. Jiang Shirshu inquired, can you still walk? I can no longer walk, she replied, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face like rain on blooming pear blossoms. I'm fine, brother. You needn't worry about me. We are almost at the summit, you should hurry to watch the meteor shower. I don't wish to delay your experience. Chen Yuan glanced at Su Jingxuan's wound, curled her lips, and remarked, well, look at that, even the ploy of self-inflicted suffering has emerged. Indeed, the very next moment. Su Jingxian, looking utterly forlorn, pleaded, brother, could you possibly carry me up the mountain? We are not far from the top, and I assure you, I am not heavy. Chutang and Chen Yuan exchanged a glance, then simultaneously directed their gaze towards Jiang Shirshu. They were merely a couple of 100 meters from the viewing platform atop the mountain, which was indeed quite close. On the surface, Su Jingxuan's request seemed entirely reasonable. However, both Chutang and Chen Yuan understood that it was far from that simple. Su Jingxuan's intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. Jiang Shirshu lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings before lowering his eyes to the ground. Su Jingxian, perplexed by his actions, inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" His tone was subdued as he replied, "If you wish to watch the meteor shower so much, you may sit here and observe it. The view is quite good, albeit not as splendid as from the platform, but it should suffice for watching the meteor shower." Ah. Su Jingxian clearly did not anticipate Jiang Shirshu's response. Biting her lip, her complexion paled further under the lights. "Brother, I don't want to be left here alone. If you all go to the viewing platform, I'll be scared by myself." Chen Yuan exchanged a knowing look with Chutang, her expression seemingly conveying, "Your brother is truly formidable." Su Jingxian found this outcome unacceptable. Tearfully, she implored, "Brother, why don't you want to carry me to the viewing platform? Are you afraid of upsetting Sister Ruan? Is she really that petty? I am your sister, must she even be jealous of me?" Chapter 70, My wish is to be with you, forever. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. Jiang Shirshu's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger manifesting on his handsome face. "Su Jingxian, it is not that I do not wish to carry you, it has nothing to do with Chutang. Should I hear you speak ill of her again? Do not blame me for being unkind." Su Jingxian sobbed, "Brother, I woo-woo." Chen Yuan leaned close to Chutang and whispered, "Do you believe her foot is truly injured?" "What do you mean?" With a mischievous smile, Chen Yuan replied, "Just watch me." "Ah! A snake! There's a snake!" Chen Yuan shrieked, pointing in terror behind Su Jingxian. In an instant, Su Jingxian sprang to her feet and dashed to hide behind Jiang Shirshu, exclaiming, "Ah! There's a snake! Brother, I'm scared!" Silence enveloped the scene, freezing the moment for several seconds as all present stood astonished. A gentle breeze rustled the branches. After a few moments, Chen Yuan was the first to break the stillness with laughter. "Didn't you say your foot was injured and you couldn't walk? Yet here you are, bounding about with vigor. Are you performing a tragic act?" Realizing she had been deceived, Su Jingxian's expression twisted momentarily in anger before reverting to her usual demeanor. With a slightly darkened expression and a tone of disdain, she retorted, "Miss Chen, are you not aware that fear can awaken hidden potential in a person?" Chen Yuan laughed heartily, "Ha ha, Miss Su, do you take us for fools?" Fuming, Su Jingxian raised her voice in protest, "Why did you lie? There was clearly no snake." Chen Yuan grinned, "Oh, there was indeed, it just scampered away. And you? Pretending to be injured to garner your brother's attention?" Caught in her ruse, Su Jingxian momentarily faltered, then tugged gently at Jiang Shirshu's sleeve with a pitiful expression. Softly murmuring, "Brother, I didn't." Upon understanding the situation, Ruan Chutang realized that the foot injury was merely a ruse to capture Jiang Shirshu's attention. It was evident that Su Jingxuan's feelings for Jiang Shirshu had transcended the bounds of sibling affection. She stood by, observing with a cold gaze, awaiting Jiang Shirshu's reaction. Jiang Shirshu's eyes were dark and his tone was frosty. Since the foot was uninjured, she should walk on her own and refrain from such foolish tricks in the future. Su Jingxian cast a resentful glance at Chen Yuan. In response, Chen Yuan mockingly shook her head and made a face before turning to take Ruan Chutang's arm and walking away. Su Jingxuan's gaze followed their departing figures, filled with malice. At that moment, Wang Xiao approached from behind, glancing at the retreating silhouettes of Jiang Shirshu and Ruan Chutang. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, "They haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and she truly considers herself the young mistress of the Jiang family. And her friend? Merely the adopted daughter of the Qin family, what is she worth? Jingxian, do not be angered, I have a way to deal with her." Wang Xiao leaned closer to Su Jingxian, whispering something in her ear. Su Jingxuan's expression gradually hardened. The idea was excellent, and she resolved to act on it. If they dared to bully her, she would ensure they paid the price. As dusk descended, the group arrived at the mountaintop observation deck. Eagerly setting up tents and arranging photography equipment in preparation for capturing the moment. A meteor streaked across the sky, a breathtaking sight to behold. Chutang closed her eyes, making a wish upon the meteor shower, while Jiang Shirshu stood quietly beside her, observing. To Jiang Shirshu, meteor showers held little allure. They were merely celestial bodies from the cosmos entering Earth's atmosphere, colliding at high speeds with atmospheric molecules, generating frictional heat, and consequently igniting to emit a radiant glow. He had initially felt indifferent towards meteor showers. Yet, witnessing how fervently his Chutang cherished the spectacle and made wishes upon the falling stars, he suddenly found the heavenly display of meteors transformed into something dazzling and enchanting. Upon fulfilling her wish, Chutang opened her eyes and lifted her gaze to Jiang Shirshu, her clear and luminous doe-like eyes sparkling with joy. "Brother Shirshu, why haven't you made a wish?" The night air was chilly, causing her nose and earlobes to blush a rosy hue. Jiang Shirshu could not resist the urge to gently pinch Chutang's earlobe, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "My wish has already been granted." His singular desire was simple yet profound, to have her by his side, together for a lifetime. Chutang, bewildered, blinked her lashes and inquired, "What wish do you speak of?" Jiang Shirshu gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "My wish is to be with you." His gaze, deep and intense, held Chutang's as he solemnly added, "Forever." Chutang's heart instantly blossomed with tender affection, as the enchanting words stirred the girl's shyness, making her appear like a delicate flower blooming gracefully in the spring breeze. Chutang shyly lowered her head and murmured softly, "You usually seem quite serious, yet how do you speak such sweet nothing so effortlessly?" "This is not mere flattery," Jiang Shirshu replied, his voice deep and alluring, resonating with sincerity. "These are my heartfelt words." Chutang pursed her lips, her toes rhythmically lifting a small stone before her, her eyelashes casting shadows as she shyly avoided Jiang Shirshu's gaze. "What wish did you make, Tang Tang?" Jiang Shirshu gently pulled her into his embrace. "I can't tell you. It won't come true if I do." That evening, Chutang and Jiang Shirshu shared the same tent. The spacious tent was filled with a sultry atmosphere. Jiang Shirshu pressed his lips to Chutang's neck. Having waited so many years, he finally realized his wish. Soft kisses cascaded upon her smooth skin, interspersed with her delicate, restrained breaths. Tonight, Chutang came with the intention of witnessing the meteor shower. Yet she never anticipated that Jiang Shirshu would insist on engaging in such activities with her in the desolate countryside. Naturally, she had not brought along any protection. The thought of unprotected intimacy raised the unsettling question of potential pregnancy, a prospect she was not prepared to face at this moment. Moreover, considering that their previous engagement ceremony had been annulled, they were merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now. The idea of an unexpected pregnancy was something she found difficult to accept. How could she possibly broach this delicate subject with him? Chutang, untouched by the world, has yet to experience the intimacy of physical love. It is somewhat daunting for her to voice her desires. Just as she was enveloped in nervous anticipation, Jiang Shirshu suddenly halted. The sound of his heavy breathing resonated distinctly in the darkness, his voice husky with passion. "Not here for the first time, let us rest now." Chutang. Well, perhaps she was overthinking it. She had expected Jiang Shirshu to be unable to stop. To her surprise, his self-control was remarkably strong. He could halt just before the final step. Yet she, with the flames of desire ignited within her, found herself unable to drift into slumber. Jiang Shirshu held her close and gently placed a kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Good night, Tang Tang." Chutang nestled against Jiang Shirshu, akin to an affectionate kitten. "Good night, Jiang Shirshu." Chapter 71, Provocation. New, Grandma, it seems that Sister Ruan harbors a strong dislike for me, and I cannot fathom why. The incident at the horse ranch was an unfortunate misunderstanding on my part, yet I have already apologized, yet she still appears to hold a grudge against me. On the sofa in the living room, Su Jingxian sat beside the elderly matriarch, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice tinged with sorrow. She seems to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards me. I am perplexed by her relentless targeting. Upon witnessing her granddaughter's tear-stained visage, the old lady's heart ached. She took Su Jingxuan's hand gently. "My dear child, do share with me how that girl from the Ruan family has wronged you." Su Jingxian sniffled, her voice quivering. "Perhaps she believes I have usurped my brother's affections, which is why she continually ostracizes me. While we were resting at the base, I prepared Odin for my brother. But Sister Ruan forbade him from eating what I had made. She snatched the bowl away and consumed it herself, even claiming my cooking was repugnant." The old lady furrowed her brow. "Is she truly so brazen?" Indeed, Su Jingxian replied, her voice laced with grievance. I grew weary and wished for my brother to carry my backpack, yet she objected, asserting that she was his girlfriend and that he could only bear her burdens. Oh. Grandma, please adjudicate. I have grown up alongside my brother, I am his sister. Is it too much to ask for him to assist me with my pack? The old lady's brow knitted tightly, her expression darkening. That girl from the Ruan family is utterly outrageous. She has not even entered our family yet she dares to assert such authority over you. Exactly. I felt utterly wronged. Not only that, but when crossing the river, she refused to let my brother support me, nearly causing me to fall in. The matriarch gasped, tightening her grip on Su Jingxuan's hand. That Ruan Chutang is insufferable. My dear, are you injured? Su Jingxian, with a quivering voice, responded, Yes, I am hurt. She lifted her skirt to reveal a wound on her ankle. Though last night it had merely been a minor scrape, after a night's rest the wound had begun to heal, yet to elicit sympathy from the old lady. She had endured the pain and intentionally created a new abrasion by rubbing it against the floor. At that moment, the injury on her ankle was exposed. The skin torn away, and in her quest for sympathy, Su Jingxian had neither cleaned nor bandaged the wound, deliberately displaying the bleeding injury to the old lady. This tactic proved effective. The old lady's heart ached for her granddaughter, and she promptly summoned a servant to tend to Su Jingxian's injury. Last night, I hurt my foot and could not walk, so I asked my brother to carry me to the observation deck to watch the meteor shower. But Sister Ruan would not allow it. She even said. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Jingxian burst into tears. The old lady's eyes glinted with barely contained anger, her tone turning grave. What else did she say? She claimed that I am now an adult and should maintain distance from my brother to avoid misunderstandings. She boasted to her friends about her imminent marriage into the Jiang family, asserting that she would soon be the mistress of the Jiang household. Declaring that she is my brother's wife and he can only carry her. Su Jingxian sobbed, Oh, Grandma, must I truly keep my distance from my brother? Is it so wrong to ask him for assistance when I am injured? Such nonsense. The old lady was incensed. How dare she flaunt her authority before even entering our home? Please, Grandma, you must stand up for me. Rest assured, my dear, I shall certainly advocate for you. At the next family banquet, I will ensure to confront that girl from the Ruan family. Soon, the day of the Jiang family banquet arrived. Upon entering, the matriarch sought an excuse to discreetly remove Jiang Shishu from the room. Chutang sat on the sofa in the parlor alongside old lady Jiang and Madame Jiang, Lin Yueying. Su Jingxian was seated beside the matriarch, having meticulously prepared for the occasion. She wore a delicate makeup and a moonlight silk qipao, exuding an air of grace and dignity, which was the attire most favored by old lady Jiang. Today, Chutang donned a sumptuous cream-colored Chanel ensemble. Her long hair elegantly fashioned into a bun at the nape of her neck, complemented by delicate pearl earrings. She exuded an air of grace and poise, her every gesture revealing the charm of a wealthy heiress. However, old Madame Jiang remained unsatisfied. She scrutinized Chutang from head to toe, her brows slightly furrowed, remarking that these foreign luxury brands simply do not suit our Eastern women. In my opinion, Eastern women truly shine in kipeos. Just look at how stunning Jingxian appears in hers. Chutang lowered her brows and replied softly, Grandmother, you speak the truth. Old Madame Jiang raised an eyebrow and said, You have yet to enter the household, so there is no need to change your address. You may still address me as Old Madam, just as an outsider would. Beside her, Lin Yueying was taken aback upon hearing this. What did this imply? The old madam's attitude towards Chutang seemed rather unusual. Isn't the marriage between Chutang and Shishu a foregone conclusion? Addressing her as grandmother is entirely reasonable. Why does she insist that Chutang refer to her as Old Madam like a stranger? Lin Yueying felt a twinge of displeasure in her heart. After all, Chutang is her future daughter-in-law, how could she be treated like an outsider? Chutang was taken aback as well. It seemed that the old lady harbored some discontent towards her. A furtive glance at the smugly smiling Su Jingxian beside the old lady revealed everything to Chutang. It was likely that Su Jingxian had spoken ill of her in front of the old matriarch. Chutang maintained her composure, responding with a gentle nod, As you wish. Esteemed matriarch. Lin Yueying, unable to bear the tension, interjected with a smile, "Mother, Chutang is Shirshu's fiancée, your granddaughter-in-law. Addressing her as grandmother is entirely appropriate. But calling her esteemed matriarch is rather distant." Lady Jiang, holding a delicate blue-on-white porcelain teacup, sipped her tea leisurely before casting a cool glance at Lin Yueying. Her tone imbued with an unmistakable firmness. "The engagement ceremony has been annulled. She and Shirshu are merely companions at this juncture. It is premature to call her grandmother." Lin Yueying furrowed her brow, perplexed by the old lady's intentions. After her statement, Lady Jiang took Su Jingxuan's hand, chattering away, completely disregarding Ruan Chutang as if she were invisible. Upon noticing the deliberate difficulties imposed by the venerable Lady Jiang, Chutang remained unperturbed. It was only natural that Lady Jiang favored Su Jingxian, who, in turn, held no affection for Chutang. Thus, Lady Jiang's disfavor towards her was entirely expected. Chutang held a carefree attitude. After all, she was marrying Jiang Shirshu, not the elderly matriarch of the Jiang family. The old lady's opinion of her was of little consequence. Moreover, her future mother-in-law, Lin Yueying, took a genuine liking to her. While the old lady ignored her, Lin Yueying engaged her in cheerful conversation, her demeanor warm and affectionate. Observing the camaraderie between Lin Yueying and Ruan Chutang, the old matriarch's expression darkened. Casting a glance at the wall clock, she spoke with an air of indifference. "It is nearly mealtime, Chutang, please go and arrange the dishes for everyone." Chutang furrowed her brow slightly, yet before she could utter a word, Lin Yu intervened to alleviate the situation. "Mother, setting the table is a task for the servants. Tang Tang is a guest. How can she be expected to partake in such duties? It is simply improper." The gaze of the old lady Jiang sharpened abruptly. Her tone laced with indignation as she retorted, "Did you not claim she is my granddaughter-in-law? As an elder, what is inappropriate about asking her to assist in setting the table?" Initial Tang, how intriguing. Just moments ago, she remarked that it was too early for her to address her as grandmother and insisted that she should refer to her as madam like an outsider. Yet now, she commands her to work as if she were her granddaughter-in-law? And she carries herself with the airs of a senior. What an imposing display of authority! It was evident that during their last encounter, although the old lady Jiang did not exhibit familial warmth, her demeanor was relatively courteous. Why, then, does she now harbor such animosity towards her? One cannot help but wonder what embellishments Su Jingxian might have shared in front of the old lady. As Chutang was about to speak, a piercing voice emanated from the elevator exit. "Grandmother, my Tang Tang is delicate and precious, she cannot undertake the duties of a servant." Chapter 72, A Husband's Protection, New. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Laofuren's relentless demand for Chutang to arrange the dishes echoed through the air. The man approached with a languid stride, his tone nonchalant. "Grandmother, do we lack the means to pay our servants? Since when do we require guests to set the table?" Upon seeing Jiang Shirshu descend the stairs, Jiang Laofuren refrained from further pressing Ruan Chutang, placing her teacup down with a smile that was perfectly measured. "Grandmother merely wishes to see if this girl, Chutang, is obedient." Jiang Shirshu, however, was unimpressed, his voice gravely serious. "My Tang Tang need not be obedient. She simply deserves to be happy." Jiang Laofuren's expression soured. "Shirshu, are you blaming your grandmother?" It appeared that Xuanchuan's words held merit. This Ruan Chutang had indeed ensnared Shirshu's heart, compelling him to confront his grandmother. Jiang Shirshu's lips pressed into a thin line. His handsome features cloaked in an air of chill, as if the surrounding atmosphere were laden with frost. "How could I dare?" he replied coldly. "Grandmother, Tang Tang is someone I have cherished for many years, please do not act to thwart our union. If Tang Tang were to become unhappy and refuse to marry me, I would retreat to a monastery in prayer." Upon hearing these words, Chutang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Shirshu would defend her so fervently in front of the Jiang family, openly revealing that he had waited for many years for her, thus placing himself in a position of humility. As Chutang's heart quivered, the grievances born from the old lady's harshness dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sweetness, akin to being immersed in a honeypot. This remark greatly vexed the elderly matriarch. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" In her agitation, she succumbed to her old ailment, her heart becoming uneasy. Su Jingxian supported the old lady, flustered as she tried to soothe her. "Grandmother, please do not be angry." She lowered her eyelashes, concealing the jealousy gleaming in her eyes. Jiang Shirshu's gaze was dark and profound as he cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Jingxian. Did you speak ill of Tang Tang in front of grandmother? Su Jingxuan's spine stiffened, swallowing hard as a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. I did not. Jiang Shirshu narrowed his eyes, studying her as if the chill of late March had settled upon them. Enunciating each word with icy precision, you had better not have. Su Jingxian was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. All right, it's time to eat. Lin Yueying interjected with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. The first floor boasted a dining area of over 100 square meters. Adorned in a style that was both antiquated and elegant, replete with a dining table and chairs crafted from golden silk nanmu. The decorative potted plants included crystal orchids valued at over 10 million and renowned peonies worth millions. Initially, the matriarch had intended for Ruan Chutang to serve the dishes, instructing the servants in advance not to set the table. However, with Jiang Shirshu's unexpected intervention, her plans were abruptly thwarted, forcing her to direct the servants to prepare the meal. Jiang Shirshu and Xu Tang sat together, while Su Jingxian took her place opposite them. Once the servants had arranged the dishes, each person was served a bowl of soup, except for Xu Tang, who was left without. A sense of displeasure arose within Xu Tang. She could not believe that the servants of the Jiang family would commit such a rudimentary error. This could only imply that the servant had acted under the express direction of the old matriarch, deliberately aiming to provoke and test her. Despite her deep respect for her elders, even Xu Tang's patience was wearing thin under the repeated provocations of the old lady. Just as she was about to confront the matriarch directly, the man beside her spoke first. Grandmother, when did our family fall into such dire straits that we can no longer afford even a bowl of soup? The old lady's expression stiffened as she cast a fleeting glance at Ruan Chutang, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes, and replied. Perhaps the servant was preoccupied and simply forgot. It can be remedied. Nearby, a servant remained silent. Suddenly, Jiang Shirshu let out a laugh. Tang Tang. It seems we are not welcomed here, let us depart. With that, Jiang Shirshu abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. In a moment of astonishment, Xu Tang felt Jiang Shirshu take her hand, gently saying, I will take you out to dine. Xu Tang was profoundly moved. Jiang Shirshu had confronted the matriarch of the Jiang family on her behalf. On one hand, she felt incredibly touched, on the other, a sense of worry began to creep in. She did not wish for Jiang Shirshu to fall out with his family because of her. As Jiang Shirshu prepared to leave, the old matriarch called out sharply, Shirshu. Grandmother, please enjoy your meal, we shall not partake in this dinner, Jiang Shirshu replied, taking Chutong's hand. I refuse to let my Tang Tang endure any grievances. Shirshu. Chutong's expression wavered. How can you speak to grandmother in such a manner? Jiang Yi said in a low voice. Jiang Shirshu's demeanor grew serious as he declared, Today, I shall make myself clear, Tang Tang is a precious treasure I hold dear. I will not allow her to suffer even the slightest indignity. If this meal brings no joy, then we shall not eat. If there is anyone in this family who cannot accept her. In the car. Xu Tang sat in the passenger seat, her expression laden with anxiety. Shirshu. You quarreled with your family for my sake, and I fear. Do not be afraid, Tang Tang, Jiang Shirshu reassured, gently squeezing her palm. Will this make your grandmother despise me even more? She is intentionally testing you. I must assert my stance, otherwise, she will only become more unyielding in the future. Xu Tang lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling slightly. It seems your family does not like me. Not at all, Jiang Shirshu reassured her. Do not let your thoughts wander. My parents hold you in high regard, and so does my grandfather. As for my grandmother, she harbors some misunderstandings about you, but I shall clarify everything with her. Xu Tong, lost in thought, responded with a vague Jiang Shirshu gently pinched her cheek and asked, What would you like to eat? I will take you to enjoy something delicious. After the earlier commotion, Xu Tong's mood had soured, and her appetite had waned. Anything will do, she replied. Jiang Shirshu drove her to an exclusive high-end Chinese restaurant, ordering a sumptuous array of her favorite dishes. Meanwhile, after Jiang Shirshu's departure, the atmosphere in the Jiang family restaurant grew tense. Jiang Yi sighed and rubbed his temples, exclaiming, Mother, why do you have to make things difficult for a young girl like Chutong? What has she done to upset you? Lin Yueying remained silent, her lips pursed. When she first married into the Zhang family, she too had faced similar scrutiny from the matriarch. Why could they not maintain harmony? She could not comprehend why the young lady from the Ruan family, with an impeccable lineage and an admirable demeanor, was still not to the old lady's liking. Even having her attire critiqued. With a cold laugh, the old matriarch remarked, "Did you see how Shirshu just spoke to me? After all these years, when has he ever defied me? Today, he dares to oppose me for a woman. It must be that Ruan Chutang's instigation." Lin Yueying scoffed inwardly, recognizing that it was the matriarch who was stirring up trouble, while her son valiantly defended his wife. Jiang Yi pleaded, "Mother, please do not harbor prejudice against the girl from the Ruan family. She is not like that. She is quite a decent person. I hope you will no longer make things difficult for her." Make things difficult for her? You are unaware of what she did to Xianxian a few days ago. Chapter 73, Su Jingxian takes advantage of the situation. The old matriarch had called him several times. Initially, he answered, inquiring why she was targeting Ruan Chutang. She recounted her grievances, claiming that Ruan Chutang had wronged her beloved granddaughter, Su Jingxian. Zhang Shirshu explained that the situation was not as Su Jingxian depicted. But the matriarch refused to listen, firmly believing that her dear granddaughter would not lie. After their conversation yielded no resolution, Zhang Shirshu hung up, subsequently ignoring all of the old lady's calls. During this time, Lin Yueying also reached out, attempting to mediate, and upon discovering that her adopted daughter was instigating discord, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards her. Su Jingxian continued to fan the flames in the old lady's ear, attributing various grievances to Ruan Chutang, including the alleged stirring of discord between Zhang Shirshu and the matriarch, thus disturbing the peace of the Zhang household. Initially, the old lady had only harbored slight discontent towards Ruan Chutang, but after Su Jingxuan's provocations, her feelings had escalated to outright aversion. On Monday morning, Chutang was roused from her slumber by the incessant beeping of her alarm. Struggling to open her eyes, she prepared to rise for work, but was beset by chills, a throbbing headache, and a relentless cough. To her dismay, her temperature soared to an alarming 39 degrees. Chutang took sick leave and honestly admitted herself to the hospital for treatment. Upon completing her hospitalization procedures, Chutang contemplated informing Zhang Shirshu of her situation. However, considering his recent involvement in a challenging project that demanded his late-night dedication, she quickly dismissed the idea. She wished to spare Zhang Shirshu any unnecessary concern. As a responsible adult capable of self-care, she deemed her mild influenza an inconsequential matter that did not warrant disturbing him. Initial Tang hired a caregiver and a cooking aunt for herself. She had lost her voice due to the flu, but fortunately, after receiving 2 intravenous treatments and taking medication, her voice returned to normal, allowing her to maintain her FAAD when Zhang Shirshu called. Was Ruan Chutang truly ill and hospitalized? Su Jingxian received a call from her friend Wang Xiao, whose tone was unmistakably jubilant. Wang Xiao stated emphatically that it was indeed true. She had coincidentally encountered Chutang while visiting a friend in the hospital and saw her completing her admission paperwork. Su Jingxian inquired if she was alone and if Shirshu was not there. Xiao confirmed that Chutang was alone and mentioned that she had checked with a friend working at the hospital, discovering that a caregiver had been attending to her, indicating that Zhang Shirshu was unaware of her illness. Upon turning on the light, a figure suddenly darted out, and Zhang Shirshu instinctively restrained the person. "Ouch, that hurts." "It's me!" Su Jingxian exclaimed, her face contorted in pain. Zhang Shirshu furrowed his brow and released her, asking how she had entered. Su Jingxian rubbed her arm and explained that she had asked the caregiver to let her in. After soothing her arm, she pointed towards the dining area, saying, "Brother, you haven't tea eaten yet, have you? I made dinner for you." Having grown up as the daughter of a nanny and later becoming a foster daughter of the Zhang family, she often cooked to please the elderly matriarch. As Zhang Shirshu approached the dining table, he found 2 plates of steak, 2 glasses of red wine, and decorative candles and roses, a romantic candlelit dinner that revealed Su Jingxian's intentions. Displeased, Zhang Shirshu frowned and questioned her unexpected arrival, reminding her that a cook was already present and that he had dined earlier. He further warned her not to harbor inappropriate feelings for him. Su Jingxuan's face paled at his words, her lips quivering as she held back tears, apologizing for her thoughtlessness and expressing her desire to surprise him. She bit her lip, feeling aggrieved, and offered to clean up since he had already eaten. Determined to act while Ruan Chutang was ill, Su Jingxian's gaze fell upon the red wine. Jiang Shirshu had retreated to the living room, leaving her alone in the dining area. She discreetly retrieved the medication she had prepared and mixed it into the wine. In the living room, Jiang Shirshu casually draped his coat over the sofa, leaning back with fatigue as he rubbed his temples and texted Chutang, feeling a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Su Jingxian approached gracefully with a glass of red wine. "Brother, would you like some wine?" Jiang Shirshu, a connoisseur of fine wines with an extensive collection in his villa, had a habit of indulging in a drink to unwind when weary. A fact Su Jingxian was well aware of. She seated herself beside him, leaning in closer. "What troubles you, brother? Have I done something to upset you?" "Do not come here again," he replied coldly, urging her to conceal her feelings. "I know you've been busy and exhausted lately. I just wanted to show you I care. Must you truly be so heartless? I have a girlfriend and do not require your concern," he stated firmly as Su Jingxian offered him the wine glass, which he accepted. Her eyes displayed a hint of anxiety as she watched him, hoping he would drink. Just as he lifted the glass to his lips, his phone lit up, prompting him to set the wine down and check the message. A smile blossomed across his face upon reading, "I just fell asleep but woke up now. I'll drink some warm water and go back to sleep." Jiang Shirshu's icy demeanor melted away, and his expression softened like the gentle warmth of an April sun. "All right, drink your water and rest well. I'll come visit you tomorrow." "Let us make it the day after," she replied. Chutang sighed, her influenza striking with great ferocity. She wondered if she would recover by the day after tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Chutang sent a message. Sitting beside her, Su Jingxian observed the man focus on his phone, her expression softening, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It was evident that he was messaging Chutang. Jealousy consumed Su Jingxian, and in a fit of rage, she smashed her wine glass onto the floor, scattering shards of glass everywhere. Jiang Shirshu glanced up, meeting Su Jingxuan's eyes, his gaze icy. Chapter 74, Are You Jealous? "Brother, I didn't pay attention and accidentally knocked over the glass. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." Su Jingxian crouched down to gather the broken pieces. Her low-cut dress exposed her cleavage to Jiang Shirshu's gaze. As she reached for the glass, she suddenly cried out, a shard had cut her finger, blood dripping down in crimson drops. Weakly, she stood, biting her lip. "Brother, I'd been hurt by the glass, could you take me to the hospital?" Jiang Shirshu's eyes drifted down to her injury. "There are band-aids and antiseptic at home. You can take care of it yourself. Can't you take me to the hospital? It really hurts." Jiang Shirshu smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "By the time we reach the hospital, the wound will have healed." The following morning, unable to reach Jiang Shirshu, the elderly matriarch called his assistant, Lin Sr. "Is Shirshu busy?" Lin Sin replied respectfully, "Madam, the president just finished a meeting. Would you like him to take the call?" Jiang Shirshu shot a sideways glance at him. "Grandma?" Lin Sin nodded, handing over the phone. The matriarch's tone was relatively gentle. "Shirshu, your sister is ill, quite seriously, she is currently hospitalized. I'll send you the address and room number. Please find time to visit her." "Grandma," Jiang Shirshu replied coldly, "if she is sick, find a doctor. Why look for me? I can't treat her." The elderly lady steadied her emotions, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. "Just this once, after all, she is your sister. Visiting her at the hospital isn't too much to ask, is it? Shirshu, I apologize for the last family gathering. It was my fault. Yesterday, Chen Wan was very ill. When I visited her, she looked utterly frail, and it truly pained my heart. Chen Wan wants to see you. Please visit her for my sake." With that, even the typically formidable matriarch lowered her pride to apologize. After all, she was his beloved grandmother. Jiang Shirshu relented, promising to find time to visit. At the hospital, Jiang Shirshu arrived with the nourishing soup sent by the matriarch. Inside the ward, Su Jingxian lay on the bed receiving an IV drip, her complexion pale, clearly unwell. Upon seeing Jiang Shirshu enter, her eyes lit up with surprise. "Brother, you're here." Jiang Shirshu placed the thermos on the table. "What's the matter? Is it serious?" "It's the flu, quite serious. I had no appetite today, I barely ate and ended up vomiting. This is the nourishing soup Grandma had made." Jiang Shirshu gestured to the thermos. Su Jingxian glanced at the thermos and then back to Jiang Shirshu. "Brother, my left hand is receiving in 4. And my right hand was cut by glass last night, so I can't manage. Could you feed me the soup?" Jiang Shirshu's expression was frosty. "Where's the nurse?" She stepped out for a moment. Su Jingxian had deliberately sent the nurse away, knowing Jiang Shirshu would come. Jiang Shirshu nodded. "I'll get you another nurse." Fearing to irritate him, Su Jingxian refrained from insisting he feed her. "Wait," she hurriedly spoke, "brother. I'd like to go outside for some sunlight. Could you take me?" This request was not unreasonable. Jiang Shirshu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Let us go." As the ward door opened, Su Jingxian walked ahead. "Brother, I knew you still care about me. You're so busy with work yet still found time to visit and bring me soup. I'm really happy." Jiang Shirshu followed her, pondering her strange words. He had explicitly stated that the soup was made by their grandmother. Why did she claim it was from him? Just as he stepped out of the ward, he caught a glimpse of someone standing at the door of the adjacent room. Jiang Shirshu abruptly halted, his pupils dilating in shock. "Tang Tang?" His voice trembled. Upon hearing the sound, Chutang turned her head and met his gaze. Noticing Su Jingxian clad in a hospital gown beside Jiang Shirshu, Chutang's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Shirshu strode over hastily, his tone urgent. "Tang Tang, what are you doing here?" The girl, adorned in a hospital gown, appeared pallid. "Are you unwell?" Jiang Shirshu grasped Chutang's hand firmly. "Why didn't you inform me of your illness?" Chutang lowered her eyelashes, her voice barely above a whisper. "You have been quite busy lately. And I do not wish to burden you." A flicker of pain crossed Jiang Shirshu's eyes. "How could it be a burden? Your matters are of utmost importance." She was referring to Su Jingxuan's situation. Chutang was aware of Su Jingxuan's clandestine affections for Jiang Shirshu, and the animosity Su bore towards her was palpably evident. It was inconceivable that Jiang Shirshu remained oblivious to this. Chutang repeatedly reassured herself that no matter how much Su Jingxian might say, she was still Jiang Shirshu's sister. It was entirely reasonable for her brother to visit his ailing sister in the hospital. She must not be petty or allow jealousy to cloud her heart. Yet, a pang of bitterness lingered within her. The thought of Jiang Shirshu, amidst his busy schedule, taking the time to visit Su Jingxian in the hospital and personally preparing soup for her stirred an uncontrollable twinge of envy. Jiang Shirshu placed his hands gently on Chutang's shoulders and said, "Tang Tang, you are unwell. I will not leave your side, I will stay here with you." Without regard for Su Jingxuan's expression, he took Chutang's hand and led her into the ward. Once the door closed behind them, they were left alone. "Tang Tang, when did you fall ill?" he inquired. "Just these past few days," she replied. "It's merely a mild flu, there's nothing serious." Jiang Shirshu, still holding Chutang's hand, sat down on the edge of the bed. "From now on, you must tell me immediately whenever something like this happens, all right?" Chutang lowered her gaze and pursed her lips, expressing her reluctance to hinder his work. Jiang Shirshu always exhibited boundless patience when it came to Chutang. "I assure you, I won't be an obstacle. You will always hold the foremost position in my life." After a brief pause, mirth sparkled in the man's eyes as he continued, "After all, my relentless efforts to earn money are solely for my wife's enjoyment. If I cannot even keep my wife, what is the purpose of my toil?" Chutang puffed out her cheeks in playful discontent. "We aren't even married yet, so why refer to me as your wife?" Jiang Shirshu's voice brimmed with delight. "In my eyes, you are the only one destined to be my wife. You will inevitably marry me. What harm is there in addressing you as such in advance?" Reflecting on Su Jingxuan's earlier comments, Chutang felt a twinge of discomfort. "Is that so? Then why haven't you made soup for your wife?" Jiang Shirshu quickly realized and patiently clarified, "She is speaking nonsense. My grandmother called me today specifically to visit Su Jingxian at the hospital. I initially had no intention of coming, but my grandmother, humbled, apologized for her missteps during the family gathering and asked me to pay her a visit out of respect. The soup was prepared by someone my grandmother hired and delivered to me at the hospital entrance. I did not personally make it. Chutang remained silent. Is she feeling jealous? The man's tone resonated with delight, realizing that Tang Tang was envious for me. Chapter 75, Reward. New. That afternoon, Linson transported the president's laptop along with contracts, reports, and various project proposals that would be needed in the coming days to Chutang's hospital room, also arranging for a desk and chair to be placed inside. Although Chutang had hired a caregiver, Jiang Shirshu devotedly tended to her needs in the hospital. In truth, there was little for Jiang Shirshu to do. The nurses handled injections and infusions, the auntie prepared meals, and the caregiver managed cleaning and serving tea. Yet, despite his overwhelming busyness, Jiang Shirshu's eyes were always filled with tasks. When the auntie delivered the meals, he would personally open the containers on the small table and feed Chutang mouthful by mouthful. Chutang smiled with a hint of helplessness, asserting that she was no longer a child and could manage her own meals. No, he replied. It is inconvenient for you to eat with that needle in your hand. After their meal, Chutang needed to take her medication. And Jiang Shirshu poured her a glass of water, diligently supervising her as she took her pills. Even when Chutang desired a piece of fruit, Jiang Shirshu would personally peel or slice it for her. Chutang couldn't help but chuckle as she glanced at the stack of documents on his desk. Aren't you quite busy? No matter how occupied you are, you shouldn't neglect your wife. The nurse beside her wore a motherly smile and remarked, Miss Ruan, your husband truly cherishes you. Chutang's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her ears turned crimson, as she refrained from denying the caregiver's words. After the caregiver departed, Jiang Shirshu, seated behind the desk, lifted his gaze to her, a playful smile glimmering in his eyes, affirming, Have I now become your husband? Chutang winked at him, teasingly saying, Didn't you claim she would eventually be your wife? With no intention of fleeing and no means to escape, he resigned himself to the situation. A smile played at the corners of the man's lips, acknowledging the playful banter. Under Jiang Shirshu's meticulous care, Chutang soon recovered and was discharged from the hospital. After consulting Chutang, who had a few cases recently concluding with verdicts and others awaiting court hearings, and finding she had 3 or 4 days of free time, she agreed to accompany him on a trip. Given Chutang's limited availability, they opted not to travel abroad. Instead, their destination was a well-known scenic spot within the country, a quaint little town nestled at the foot of snow-capped mountains in the northwest region. The location was chosen by Chutang, who had long desired to visit it but had been hindered by various obligations over the past couple of years. When Gu Zechuan received a call from his brother Lin Chainan, he had just concluded a meeting. What's up, Chainan? Gu Zechuan inquired as he walked toward his office. Lin Chainan replied, Brother, guess who I just saw? Who? Gu Zechuan was slightly impatient. Come on, take a guess. Lin Chainan's tone was animated. I don't want to guess, I'm quite busy. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up, Gu Zechuan retorted. In the past, Gu Zechuan and Lin Chainan had shared a similar lifestyle, indulging in merriment and idleness, carelessly squandering their family wealth. However, after the Gu group fell into crisis, Gu Zechuan had significantly changed, focusing more on the affairs of the company and seeking investments. Upon discovering that Ruan Chutang was the daughter of a prominent family, he regretted his previous carefree attitude even more. He had since adopted the demeanor of a business manager, distancing himself from his former frivolous lifestyle and reducing his contact with Lin Chainan. Lin Chainan chuckled, You won't believe it, I just saw your ex-girlfriend Ruan Chutang. Gu Zechuan halted in his tracks. He had reached the office door but paused, showing no intent to open it. Lin Chainan continued, and her boyfriend, the young master from the Jiang family. They seemed quite affectionate, holding hands as they walked. Gu Zechuan fell silent, his breathing quickening, his voice strained and hoarse. Where are they? In Ansheng, at Linyuan ancient town, at the foot of the CS Snow Mountain. The accommodations for this trip were arranged by Chutang. The ancient town had yet to be fully developed. It was small, with no star-rated hotels, only cozy guesthouses. Chutang's homestay boasts a splendid location, with the majestic snow-capped mountains visible at the mere opening of a window. Currently, it is the peak tourist season in Linyuan ancient town, bustling with visitors and vibrant activity. On their first day, after a long and tiring journey, Chutang and Jiang Shirshu chose to remain indoors, indulging in films rather than venturing out. Chutang turned on the television and selected a classic romantic film, Atonement, starring James McAvoy and Keira Knightley. The room was warm, the lighting dim and soft, creating an intimate atmosphere. Chutang leaned against Jiang Shirshu's shoulder, engrossed in the film. Even though she was aware it was a tragedy, she could not help but shed tears upon witnessing the conclusion. The girl's eyes glistened with emotion, her voice choked with sorrow. How regrettable it is that Cecilia and Ravi, so deeply in love, were thwarted for years by a single lie from Bryony, ultimately never having the chance to reunite. Chutang sighed, expressing her indignation. Oh, redemption! What can Anna possibly use to atone for her sins? Her transgressions can never be absolved, the protagonists have lost their lives, and they shall never meet again. Jiang Shirshu gently patted Chutang's back in comfort, saying, they have encountered each other in another world. Outside the window, snow began to fall heavily. Located further north, Lingyuan ancient town lies at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, entering winter earlier than Jiangchang. Flakes of snow danced gracefully in the air. Jiang Shirshu kissed Chutang's forehead, whispering, Tang Tang, it is snowing. Chutang was still immersed in the film, feeling rather despondent. Jiang Shirshu embraced Chutang, their faces drawing closer until their noses nearly touched. The man, with an affection so profound it seemed almost tangible, spoke softly, Tang Tang, do not weep any longer. If you continue to cry, your eyes will be swollen by morning. And how will we capture beautiful photographs then? Chutang sniffed lightly and cast him a rather amused glance. How peculiar to comfort someone in such a manner. Nevertheless, his words held a certain truth, girls do enjoy capturing beautiful photographs. It is indeed unfortunate to have red and swollen eyes, as it detracts from the appeal of the pictures. Chutang absorbed the words, gradually calming her emotions and drying her tears. Jiang Shirshu gently wiped away the tears from Chutang's face, remarking that obedient children are rewarded. As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing the candy nestled in his palm. Chutang's nasal tone was somewhat pronounced, resembling the gentle coaxing one would use with a child. Jiang Shirshu wore a tender smile, filled with affection, as if to say, indeed. This is my little one. Chutang picked up the piece of candy from his palm, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. It was her favorite peach flavor. With Jiang Shirshu's coaxing, after finishing the candy, Chutang's mood improved significantly. Feeling better? The man asked, his voice slightly husky. Chutang made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Jiang Shirshu leaned in closer, whispering in Chutang's ear, now that I've coaxed you into a good mood, shouldn't you grant me a little reward? Chapter 76, Tang Tang, may I? The proximity was too intimate, the man's warm breath brushed against her neck, while the refreshing and fragrant scent of woodsy perfume permeated her senses. Chutang's nerves suddenly tensed, her breath quickening. After Jiang Shirshu spoke, he lowered his gaze, fixating on Chutang's lips, which were mere inches away. He leaned in, and the gentle, warm touch graced Chutang's lips, so soft and delicate, akin to a feather brushing lightly against her. How sweet it was! The heart of Chutang raced uncontrollably, her breath instinctively becoming shallower as she lay motionless on the bed, consumed by anxiety. Was the reward that Jiang Shirshu spoke of meant to be? She had never encountered such experiences before, and her nervousness intensified, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Sensing the girl's tension, Jiang Shirshu withdrew from her lips, chuckling softly. Relax, Tang Tang, I won't devour you. With that, he kissed her again, initially tender and fleeting, teasingly superficial. Chutang was taken aback, pondering whether she had overthought the situation. However, this notion swiftly dissipated. As Jiang Shirshu deepened the kiss, the sweet scent of peaches lingered between their lips, causing Chutang to feel a sense of breathlessness. With their fingers intertwined, her entire being was set ablaze, her body radiating warmth. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace. Just before the final moment, Jiang Shirshu paused to inquire, Tang Tang, is it all right? Chutang blushed and nodded shyly. The box on the bedside table contained condoms. After ensuring safety measures were in place, Jiang Shirshu finally delved into the main topic. This was a completely new experience for Chutang. Before arriving, she had anticipated that this would be their first intimate encounter. Considering the time, she and Jiang Shirshu had been together for several months, which was not too hasty. Initially, Jiang Shirshu's movements were gentle, cautious not to cause her any discomfort, but gradually he increased his intensity. Chutang, ensnared in the throes of desire, utterly lost her way, drifting along with Jiang Shirshu in a tumultuous ebb and flow. It was not until the latter half of the night that Jiang Shirshu finally came to a halt. Chutang fell into a deep slumber, remaining in this state until the following afternoon. Chutang drowsily opened her eyes, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon. The space beside her was empty. Jiang Shirshu had already risen. Snow had fallen throughout the night, and outside the window lay a vast expanse of white, dressed in a silvery shroud, resembling a dreamlike fairyland. Tourists outside were engaged in building snowmen and having snowball fights, their laughter and cheer creating a lively atmosphere. The bed was situated by the window, and as Chutang gazed through the glass for a moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to join the joyous scene and build a snowman. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" came Jiang Shirshu's voice from behind her. Upon turning her head, Chutang beheld him holding a tray, upon which rested a bowl of congee and an assortment of pastries. Jiang Shirshu placed the tray upon the small round table and remarked, "I just descended to procure your favorite preserved egg and lean meat congee, along with the local delicacies from Linyuan ancient town. Would you care to indulge?" Chutang nodded. "Very well, I shall freshen up first." Upon donning her pajamas and stepping off the bed, Chutang nearly lost her balance the moment her feet touched the ground. Quick as a flash, Jiang Shirshu reached out to steady her, drawing her into his embrace, his tone laced with a hint of meaning. "Have your legs turned to jelly?" Chutang's cheeks flushed with warmth. She hadn't felt it as intensely while reclining on the bed, but upon standing, the weakness and soreness enveloped her. It seemed he had been rather vigorous the previous night. Noticing Chutang's rosy countenance and her silence, Jiang Shirshu spoke in a low voice tinged with amusement. "I apologize, my dear. I may have been a bit too forceful last night. Allow me to carry you to the bathroom for your morning routine." Chutang puffed her cheeks, expressing her desire to continue playing in the snow, pondering how she might venture outside. Jiang Shirshu chuckled softly, assuring her it was merely a transient discomfort. A little time spent walking around the room would soon alleviate it. He gently carried her to the bathroom and set her down before the wash basin. Chutang still felt somewhat unsteady, the sensation of tearing at the top of her thighs particularly pronounced, and her calves were slightly sore. Jiang Shirshu stood closely behind her, his arms encircling her waist. "Tang Tang, I am here to support you." Chutang. It is also her first time washing up, and she requires assistance. Chutang retrieved her cup and filled it with water, then took out her toothpaste and squeezed it out. When traveling, she typically brings her own toiletries and disposable bed linens. As Chutang brushed her teeth, Jiang Shirshu stood behind her, embracing her, their bodies reflected in the mirror in a harmonious alignment. Chutang gazed at Jiang Shirshu in the mirror. Upon his neck lay 2 dark red love bites, remnants of the passionate night that had unfolded. The memory of the intoxicating and thrilling scenes from last night caused a rosy hue to bloom upon Chutang's cheeks. This subtle change did not escape Jiang Shirshu's keen eyes. Observing Chutang's reflection, he curved his lips into a smile and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing at all," Chutang replied, her gaze evasive and tinged with guilt. A few minutes later, after she had finished her morning routine, Jiang Shirshu turned her to face him and leaned down to gently inhale her scent. "You smell absolutely delightful, my dear." A flush of embarrassment rose to Chutang's face, her expression shifting with each passing moment, as if she were toying with various titles. Jiang Shirshu curved his lips into a subtle smile, his voice deep and alluring. "Do you not like it?" Initial Tang's face flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes cast down in silence. Jiang Shirshu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze deep and enigmatic. With a slightly husky and alluring tone, he remarked, "The way your face turns red is simply adorable. I am tempted to kiss you." He gently tapped his own delicate lips with his index finger. "Come, bestow a kiss upon me." Chutang obediently leaned in and lightly bestowed a kiss upon his lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "Such a good baby," Jiang Shirshu thought, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Having indulged himself the previous night, he resolved to grant her a reprieve today. A single kiss sufficed. Last night, he had only sought her twice, each encounter lingering a tad longer, and today she appeared somewhat unaccustomed. It was prudent not to be overly intense at the outset, lest he frighten her. After all, there would be many days ahead. Jiang Shirshu guided Chutang toward the bathroom, allowing her to acclimate gradually, with plans to build a snowman shortly thereafter. The girl, her cheeks flushed, offered a barely audible hum of agreement. Although they had shared an intimate moment the night before, the mere thought of discussing it in the light of day rendered her shy, particularly when confronted with Jiang Shirshu's suggestive expression, which inevitably conjured vivid memories of the previous night's escapades in her mind. Waves of warmth surged between them, their breaths intertwined, each tide threatening to engulf her. The local delicacies of Linyuan ancient town were sweet yet not cloying, with a delightful softness that paired exquisitely with the savory congee of preserved egg and lean pork. After breakfast, Chutang expressed her desire to venture outdoors to play in the snow and capture photographs. She spent over an hour meticulously applying a full face of makeup, her softly curled long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and donned a thick, creamy white down jacket. Jiang Shirshu wrapped a burgundy scarf around her neck, reminding her of the chill outside. Beneath their lodging, a courtyard flourished, fragrant with the scent of wintersweet, where red plums stood proudly against the snow, each blossom vying for attention. Nearby, a young couple engaged in the delightful task of building a snowman, while a row of petite, whimsically shaped snowmen adorned the low courtyard wall. Upon approaching, Chutang marveled, "Wow, these little snowmen are absolutely adorable. May I take photographs with them?" The young girl replied with a smile, "Of course you may." Chutang smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you," she said, beckoning to Jiang Shirshu, "Brother Shirshu. Would you assist me in taking some photographs? Please include these little snowmen as well." Jiang Shirshu, equipped with a professional DSLR camera, adjusted the settings and aimed the lens at Chutang. The snow had just cleared, and the gentle sunlight radiated warmth. In the frame, the girl beamed with a brightness akin to spring, while a row of charming snowmen stood behind her, resembling delightful little sprites. After capturing the moment, Jiang Shirshu and Chutang busied themselves in the yard, creating their own snowmen. Chutang crafted an enchanting snowman, standing at half her height. She adorned the snowman with a crimson scarf and a petite red hat, even applying a delicate blush of peach oolong tea-colored lipstick to its cheeks. Jiang Shirshu teased her, remarking, "That rosy little face is truly delightful, just like yours." Chutang smiled and said, "Of course, this is my beloved daughter." After finishing the snowman, Chutang brushed the snowflakes off her gloves and gazed at the snowman, suggesting, "Let us give it a name." "That sounds delightful," Jiang Shirshu replied, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Let us name it Tangbao, with Tang meaning candy, which phonetically resembles Tangbao, closely aligning with your name, Tang Tang." Upon hearing the name, Chutang's eyes sparkled with delight. It was perfect, she decided to name it Tangbao. "Let's take a family portrait," she suggested. Jiang Shirshu wore a gentle smile upon his lips. "Sounds wonderful," he replied. She took the DSLR camera, and I went off in search of someone to assist us in capturing the moment. Chutang approached the young couple who had just built a snowman and said to the girl, "Hello, may I kindly ask you to take a picture for us?" "Of course." The girl replied, taking the camera, "But I am not very proficient with this." Chutang leaned closer to instruct her, saying, "I have already adjusted the parameters. Just press this spot later." "Oh, great. Thank you so much. It's no trouble at all." The girl whispered to Chutang, "Sister, you and your boyfriend are both so attractive. You make a perfect match. Are you internet celebrity couple bloggers?" Chutang shook her head gently, her eyes curving in a delightful manner. "Not at all. Thank you. You are quite lovely as well." After the photographs were taken, Chutang and Jiang Shirshu ventured to a nearby renowned scenic spot, a quaint and charming inn. From the intricately carved wooden windows on the third floor, one could gaze upon the distant snow-capped mountains, reminiscent of Du Fu's verse about the window framing the eternal snow of the western peaks. Most tourists visiting the ancient town flock here to capture the moment. It must be said that Gu Zechuan has never failed to dampen the mood in this regard. Is it merely standing by the window to admire the snow-capped mountains? What is there to capture? Just wait until I take you to Switzerland, the mountains there are far more magnificent. The initial enthusiasm of Chutang was extinguished, her eagerness to visit the ancient town doused by cold water. As work consumed her time, she gradually forgot about it. Now, over 2 years later, she finds herself here once again, but this time accompanied by Jiang Shirshu. A gust of chilly wind swept through, prompting Chutang to suddenly sneeze. Is it cold? Jiang Shirshu lifted the hood of Chutang's down jacket and placed it over her head, securing it to shield her from the wind. I still need to take pictures later. Wearing the hood won't look good in photos. We'll take it off for the pictures, but for now, the wind is strong. So just listen to me. All right. Chutang looked at Jiang Shirshu, asking, "Are you cold?" Jiang Shirshu smiled and said a kiss would warm him up. Then it must be warm. Even if it's warm, a kiss is still necessary. Chutang finds herself at a loss with him. This man typically presents a frigid demeanor. Yet when he is with her, he perpetually engages in a subtle form of coquettishness. For instance, at this moment, it seems he will not depart unless she expresses affection. With a resigned smile, Chutang rose onto her toes to plant a kiss on him. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Jiang Shirshu towered over her, making it impossible for her to reach him even on her tiptoes. "Lower your head," the girl pouted, "I can't reach." Obediently, Jiang Shirshu bent down, aligning his lips with hers, offering himself for her kiss. The usually imperious prince had never bowed his head before anyone else. But only for Ruan Chutang would he willingly submit. Chutang entwined her arms around Jiang Shirshu's neck and pressed her lips against his. Amidst the bustling crowd, she felt a twinge of shyness that prevented her from deepening the kiss, merely allowing her lips to brush against his before preparing to pull away. Suddenly, Jiang Shirshu grasped the nape of her neck, intensifying the kiss. Realizing the moment, Chutang struggled to break free from his hold, her cheeks flushing crimson in response. Chutang cleared her throat twice tactfully to mask her embarrassment. Ahem. Jiang Shirshu was in high spirits, his brows and eyes soft, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. How delightful. Ruan Chu turned her head, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, her expression froze, the smile at the corners of her lips evaporating in an instant. A sharp, biting wind swept through, and snow began to drift from the sky once more. Gu Zechuan stood at the entrance of the inn, gazing at her from a distance through the swirling snowflakes. Jiang Shirshu also caught sight of Gu Zechuan. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a profound chill. Jiang Shirshu took Ruan Chu's hand and walked toward Gu Zechuan. He remained motionless at the inn's threshold, observing the couple approaching him hand in hand. Snowflakes fell gently from the heavens, landing on his khaki coat, only to melt away and disappear. The scene seemed to freeze. Time itself suspended. Everything was crystallized in that winter afternoon. A memory began to crystallize in his mind. The girl had smiled sweetly, linking her arm with his, playfully coaxing him to take her to the ancient town, where she longed to see the snow-capped mountains and the quaint inn. What had he said back then? He couldn't recall. All he remembered was that he had concocted an excuse to refuse, the smile on her face fading, her disappointment palpable. He was well aware of his own feelings, yet he did not wish to placate her, nor did he want a compromise, he deemed it unnecessary. Merely indulging in a fleeting amusement, convinced there was no future for them. Now he had arrived, yet she was no longer by his side. Gu Zechuan's lips pressed tightly together, his heart aching with each pulse, a heaviness in his chest that nearly suffocated him. The couple halted before him. Jiang Shirshu's lips curled into a mocking smile, a coincidence indeed, one that seemed to follow him everywhere. Gu Zechuan's lips remained rigid, his jaw clenched, ignoring Jiang Shirshu entirely. Lost in a trance as he gazed at Ruan Chu, his eyes shimmering with a desperate plead, "Tang Tang, I have come to keep my promise." Chutang's expression was frosty. "What appointment do you speak of? We had no agreement." A flicker of pain crossed Gu Zechuan's eyes. 2 years ago, you expressed a desire to come here. At that time, I was unavailable, and now I have come. The belated affection is less valuable than weeds. Chutang spoke with a calm demeanor, her expression unremarkable. While she appeared courteous, her words were far from polite. Those who feign deep feelings are the most contemptible. Tang Tang. Gu Zechuan's eyes were a tumult of regret and anguish. Could you grant me another chance? I can make amends. Ha, Jiang Shirshu laughed, her eyes brimming with scorn. Do you believe you are worthy? Chutang furrowed her brows and said, Gu Zechuan, your incessant pursuit will only serve to increase my annoyance towards you. Chutang gazed at him, enunciating each word with precision. It is utterly impossible. Chapter 78, The Desire to Conceal and Possess You Privately. The inn employs a dedicated photographer for guests, charging a fee of 100 yuan per photograph. Chutang sought the assistance of a photographer, saying, "Master, let us use our camera." The elder brother took the camera that Chutang handed over and examined it, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh, you are professionals. This camera is quite expensive. I once considered purchasing it but deemed it too costly to indulge." Chutang smiled playfully, indulging in her hobby. Her elder brother chuckled heartily and remarked, "This is truly my dream come true. I must take several more photos of you all shortly." Chutang offered a polite smile, expressing her gratitude. "Please, stand in this position. This angle is optimal for capturing the snow-capped mountains behind." The elder brother directed their placements and enthusiastically instructed them on their poses. "Handsome. Could you shift slightly to the left? Yes, just there. Beautiful, raise your chin a tad, perfect, just like that. Now, let us change poses and take a few more shots." The photographer, lifting his gaze from the camera, smiled at Zhang Shirshu and, with an air of familiarity, remarked, "Young man, you and your girlfriend are strikingly good-looking, akin to stars. I believe any shot I take could grace a magazine cover." Today, Zhang Shirshu felt particularly cheerful and, for the first time, engaged with a stranger, replying with a simple thank you. His eyes drifted to Gu Zechuan, who stood behind the photographer. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot, eliciting a victorious smile from Zhang Shirshu, who tightened his hold on Chutang's hand, feeling even more elated. Gu Zechuan, watching the affectionate couple, felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Not wishing to endure further self-torment, he turned and descended the stairs. Zhang Shirshu smirked, and the photographer, enamored with the enchanting scene before him, took an abundance of photos. Half an hour later, the photographer reluctantly returned the camera to Zhang Shirshu. "Young man, I'll only charge you for 2 photos today, the rest are a complimentary experience with my camera." Zhang Shirshu opened the camera to review the numerous photos taken. Let me see. Chutang leaned in to join him, exclaiming, "The photographer's skills are truly impressive, look at how beautiful these photos are." The photographer felt a sense of embarrassment from her praise. Photos at this scenic spot cost 100 yuan each, and it was rare to find unsuspecting patrons. Not only had he not used his own equipment, but he had also provided a superior camera. Initially, the couple had requested 10 shots. Yet he had taken 40 to 50, which, if priced at 100 each, would amount to 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Such a charge would be outrageous. He couldn't exploit their generosity simply because they appeared affluent. With a flicker of conscience, the photographer quickly waved his hand. No. I've taken far more than what we agreed upon. If we calculated at 100 per shot, that would be excessive. Let us stick to the original agreement. You can pay for 10 photos, 1,000 yuan. He presented his payment code. Zhang Shirshu scanned it, confirming the amount. He intended to calmly put away his phone, adhering to his principle of never taking advantage of others. The photographer, both astonished and delighted, realized that this young man indeed possessed considerable wealth. What a fortunate day it was for him to encounter such a benefactor. With a beaming smile, Chutang said, "Thank you, master, for your hard work. I will save money to buy you a camera. It is I who should express my gratitude to you, you are truly a living bodhisattva." Thank you. The elder brother bowed repeatedly, offering his thanks, wishing you eternal happiness. Thank you. In the deep of night, snow fell in a flurry, enveloping the world in serene silence. Before the window, Zhang Shirshu's fervent kisses descended like a gentle rain, delicate and abundant. Chutang was left dizzy from the kiss. The warmth of the room caused a veil of mist to form on the glass floor-to-ceiling windows. With her hands pressed against the glass, she left behind 2 distinct handprints. After the event, Chutang felt utterly exhausted, her body weak and weary. "Thank you, brother Shirshu," she said. Zhang Shirshu effortlessly lifted Chutang in his arms and carried her towards the bathroom. "What are you thanking me for?" he inquired. Chutang gently bit her lip, expressing her gratitude for your unwavering presence by her side, bestowing upon her an unparalleled affection, allowing her to experience such a beautiful love. In the face of Su Jingxian and old Madame Jiang, he consistently chose her without hesitation, standing resolutely by her side. Chu Tian unveiled her heartfelt emotions, exuding a touch of sentimentality. Brother Shirshu, are you aware? You are quite unlike Gu Zechuan. Jiang Shirshu, unfazed by her mention of Gu Zechuan, merely inquired softly. In what way am I different? As he spoke, he gently lifted Chu Tian and carried her into the bathroom. The warmth of the heated air enveloped the space, ensuring that the ceramic bathtub remained inviting even in the depths of winter. With tender care, Jiang Shirshu placed her into the tub, filling it with warm water. Chutang languidly leaned against the edge of the bathtub. To be precise, in my heart, you are distinctly different from Gu Zechuan. Although I had previously been in a relationship with him, I felt no possessiveness towards him, nor did I enjoy any intimate contact. However, you are different, brother Shirshu. I harbor a profound sense of possessiveness towards you. I yearn to conceal you away for my own private claim. Jiang Shirshu prepared the warm water and stepped into the bathtub as well. He picked up a towel, dampened it, and gently wiped Chutang's smooth skin. Hearing Chutang's words, Jiang Shirshu felt a sense of gratification, a smile played on his lips, and a light sparkled in his long eyes. Just how intense could such a profound possessiveness be? In the initial murmurs of the novel, it was declared that the intention was to conceal you and claim you as my own. The man, with his gaze cast downward, revealed nothing of his emotions, yet the subtle curve of his lips betrayed him. Tang Tang, Jiang Shirshu called softly. What is it? Do you harbor feelings for me? Jiang Shirshu inquired again, to what extent do you truly cherish me? Chutang tilted her head in contemplation. After a moment, she raised her gaze to meet Jiang Shirshu's eyes and earnestly declared, I adore you more than anyone else. There is no one who can replace your place in my heart. In Jiang Shirshu's profound eyes, ripples of emotion began to surface. The man, stirred by passion, lowered his head and pressed his lips against Chutang's, igniting an uncontrollable fervor. Chutang bit her lip, closing her eyes to relish the moment. The water rippled in endless circles, refusing to settle. After quite some time of frolicking in the bathroom, the two finally emerged. Chutang bore several dark red marks on her skin, which, despite her wearing a bathrobe, remained partially visible. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance and playfully scolded, How could you leave hickeys everywhere? How am I to face anyone tomorrow? Jiang Shirshu chuckled, assuring her that in winter, high-neck sweaters and scarves would provide ample cover, alleviating any worries. As he carried her out of the bathroom, the doorbell rang insistently, indicating the urgency of the visitor. Who could it be at this hour? Chutang pondered. Chapter 79, What right do you have to question me? Jiang Shirshu gently placed Chutang on the bed. You must be tired, rest for now while I check who it is. Upon opening the door, his brow furrowed at the sight of Gu Zechuan, who he had almost forgotten was in the ancient town. It was certainly intriguing. Having just emerged from the shower, clad only in a towel, the kiss marks on his collarbone were starkly apparent. The moment Gu Zechuan laid eyes on this scene, veins bulged on his forehead. His breath hitched, and his complexion turned ashen, stormy fury brewing in his gaze. What have you done to Tang Tang? He demanded, fists clenched, the veins on his hands protruding ominously. Jiang Shirshu laughed lightly. We are in a romantic relationship, what else could we possibly do? This statement fell like a guillotine, severing Gu Zechuan's composure. He felt as though his blood had frozen, a piercing headache overwhelming him. He had tortured himself with the thought that Chutang and Jiang Shirshu might have already crossed the threshold. Yet, that was merely speculation. Now, witnessing the ambiguous marks on Jiang Shirshu's body, darkness enveloped his vision for a brief moment. A sharp ringing in his ears accompanied the agony constricting his heart, making him feel as if he were about to topple. The next instant, Gu Zechuan resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes ablaze with rage as he charged forward. Jiang Shirshu stepped back, sidestepping, only to retaliate with a powerful punch to Gu Zechuan's face, followed by a swift kick. Gu Zechuan staggered back, pain radiating through his face and a ringing in his ears, colliding violently with the wall of the corridor. Ha, Jiang Shirshu remarked, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Gu Zechuan, I offered you a chance. 3 years ago, when Tang Tang chose you, I convinced myself that as long as she was happy, I would accept it. But what about you? How have you treated her? Gu Zechuan's heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible hand, repeatedly tormented, leaving him gasping for breath. Jiang Shirshu pressed on relentlessly, "What right do you have to question me?" This question struck like a fatal blow. Gu Zechuan experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. Indeed. What right did he possess now? He had been the architect of his own ruin, driving Chutang into another's arms. Jiang Shirshu's disdainful gaze towards Gu Zechuan resembled that of a man observing a stray dog. He held contempt for men who fail to cherish what they have until it is lost, feigning deep affection when it is far too late. After a brief silence, Gu Zechuan's bewilderment dissipated, replaced by a newfound justification. He forced a smile, blood staining his lips, rendering him both deranged and obsessive. "I certainly have the right. For I love her. No one could love her more than I do." Jiang Shirshu laughed in disbelief, arching an eyebrow in amusement. "Love her? Ha! Even your dog would shake its head at that." Gu Zechuan yearned to retort, but the voice of Chutang, filled with astonishment and fury, reverberated from behind Jiang Shirshu. "Gu Zechuan, what are you doing here?" She glared fiercely at Gu Zechuan, her gaze akin to that of one confronting a mortal enemy. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Zechuan lifted his eyes. The first thing that struck him was the unusual flush on Chutang's face, coupled with the lingering emotion in her eyes. Further down, his gaze was drawn to the glaring love bite marring her snow-white neck. In that moment, Gu Zechuan finally comprehended the meaning of heart-wrenching agony. If, moments ago, while listening to Jiang Shirshu's account, he had harbored a flicker of hope, deceiving himself into believing it was merely a fabricated lie intended to provoke him, now, witnessing the marks on Chutang's body and the allure in her gaze, he felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. He faintly sensed a lingering, sordid atmosphere permeating the air. They had indeed crossed a line. This realization pushed Gu Zechuan to the edge of despair. As though a piece of his heart had been ruthlessly excised, leaving him bleeding and gasping for breath. "Chutang." Gu Zechuan's voice emerged hoarse, laced with evident sorrow. "I beg you, please do not be so cruel to me. How could you make love to another man?" These words were excruciatingly tormenting for him, merely thinking of them caused his heart to ache unbearably, rendering him speechless. In this moment, Gu Zechuan finally acknowledged the profound obsession he harbored for Chutang, along with a fierce sense of possession. In the 20-plus years preceding this moment, he had never felt such utter despair and collapse. A single tear slipped from his eye as he felt himself shattering with sorrow. The winter wind howled through the corridor, biting and frigid. Gu Zechuan stood amidst the chill, his eyes filled with anguish as he gazed at Chutang, as if he might be swept away by the wind at any moment. Chutang's jaw was taut, her countenance cold, and the flames of fury were clearly visible in her eyes. "Gu Zechuan, we have parted ways amicably, and I have afforded you the dignity you deserve. Should you continue to harass me persistently, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Tears shimmered in Gu Zechuan's eyes, and the bruise from Jiang Shirshu's earlier blow marred his skin, reddening it significantly. The man had sunk to the depths of humility. He no longer cared for his pride. And in this moment, he implored Chutang in a subdued tone, weeping like a child. Upon witnessing his state, Chutang let out a weary sigh. She rubbed her temples and, with fatigue evident in her voice, remarked, "Gu Zechuan, what is the purpose of this? I am truly exhausted, please release me." With reddened eyes and a choked voice, Gu Zechuan replied, "I am sorry, Chutang, but I cannot do that." Chutang furrowed her brow slightly, choosing silence as she cast him a cold glance, preparing to close the door. Gu Zechuan, in a moment of panic, abruptly reached out to obstruct her, his hand becoming wedged in the door's crevice. When Chutang was taken by surprise and closed the door with a bit of force, Gu Zechuan's hand got caught in the door, causing him to gasp in pain. A flicker of surprise flashed across Chutang's eyes, only to be replaced by an indifferent demeanor. "Gu Zechuan, you may leave," she declared, and with that, she attempted to close the door once more. Jiang Shirshu extended his hand to push Gu Zechuan away, preventing him from wedging his hand in the door. The door shut. Silence enveloped the corridor once again. Outside, Gu Zechuan painfully closed his eyes, tears slipping silently down his cheeks. This night had become a dreadful nightmare for him. Henceforth, this night would transform into a haunting specter that would forever disturb his peace. Gu Zechuan stood alone in the same spot for what felt like an eternity, long enough for the lights inside the house to extinguish. Long enough for the once bustling night to fall into silence. Dragging his numbed body forward, he moved like a soulless entity towards the elevator, pressing the button to descend. It was a frigid night, with wind and snow raging outside. Inside, the warmth of the heating allowed Gu Zechuan to wear only a thin shirt. He wandered through the swirling snow like a lost spirit, head down, silent, without direction or purpose. It felt as though a gaping hole had opened in his heart, allowing the icy wind to rush in. The biting chill outside paled in comparison to the profound cold that enveloped his soul. Gu Zechuan sensed that, on this night, all the snow in the world had descended upon his heart. Chapter 80, Gu Zechuan, you are truly pitiful. The next morning, Chutang was roused from her slumber by a phone call. Groggily, she answered, her voice thick with sleep. Hello? Who is it? Ruan Chutang. You must come to the hospital to see Zechuan, came Lin Chen's urgent and worried voice from the other end. Do you know? He nearly died. Upon hearing the name Gu Zechuan, Chutang felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. She had already been exhausted from the previous night's turmoil. And just as she was beginning to find rest, she was abruptly awakened, only to discover that it was merely Gu Zechuan. Chutang, feeling quite irritable, snapped. If he is dead, you can handle his remains. Just inform me when the funeral is taking place, out of respect for our past relationship. I can offer his mother a generous gesture. With that, she disregarded Lin Chen's reaction and decisively hung up the phone, silencing it. Jiang Shirshu, disturbed by the commotion, awoke from his slumber. In the warmth of the blankets, the man tightened his embrace around Chutang, his voice deep and magnetic, urging her, stay with me a little longer. As Chutang nestled against Jiang Shirshu, she resembled a clingy kitten. The two shared the warmth of the same bed, enveloped in each other's embrace as they drifted off to sleep. It felt as though the world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Regardless of the blustery wind and snow outside, it was of no concern to them. When Lin Chen made the call, Gu Zechuan was already awake. This was a call Lin Chen had intended to make, fully aware of Gu Zechuan's unspoken thoughts. Gu Zechuan harbored a flicker of unrealistic hope. He yearned to know if Chutang would worry for him upon discovering he had nearly perished. Would she come to see him? Thus, he awaited this call with anticipation, allowing Lin Chen to set the phone to speaker mode. However, upon hearing that he had nearly died, Chutang offered no words of concern, instead uttering callous remarks. Gu Zechuan clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands protruding, his complexion pale as death, his lips devoid of color. Lin Chen silenced his phone, swallowing hard, fearing that Gu Zechuan might explode with anger. Yet, Gu Zechuan did not react as he usually would. After a moment of silence, he merely said, "You may go now, I need some time alone." As Lin Chen exited the hospital room, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Wan, who was visibly worried. "How is Zechuan?" she asked. Concern etched on her face. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. "He is not well," Lin Chen explained, "last night, in the biting cold and falling snow. He wandered alone in a thin shirt, eventually collapsing in the snow. A passerby brought him to the hospital." Chen Wan frowned, questioning why he would act so recklessly. Lin Chen hesitated, aware that though Gu Zechuan said nothing, it was likely due to Ruan Chutang. The place where he collapsed was Lingyuan ancient town, where Ruan Chutang and her boyfriend were also present. How could he articulate that? It was a headache. Gu Zechuan had spent his days with Chen Wan, disregarding Chutang's feelings. And now it seemed the tables had turned, and he was receiving his just desserts. It is said that men are natural actors. And Lin Chen found this sentiment quite apartment. As for Chen Wan, Lin Chen held her in low regard. Initially, when Chen Wan learned that Gu Zechuan was with Ruan Chutang, she shamelessly pursued him, proving herself to be of questionable character. Contemplating this, Lin Chen felt that perhaps expressing himself was not as daunting as he had thought. In a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he remarked, "It is likely due to Ruan Chutang. You know she now has a fiancé, and they appear quite affectionate." Last night, Zechuan saw Ruan Chutang with her boyfriend in the ancient town, which triggered his breakdown. He wandered outside alone for a long time before collapsing. Lin Chen sighed heavily, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. You have no idea, he nearly lost his life. If not for the timely intervention of a passerby, we might never see him again. He then discreetly observed Chen Wan's expression. Her face turned pale. For Ruan Chutang? She murmured. Lin Chen sighed again. Indeed, is he not foolish? Only after losing something does one learn to cherish it. Chen Wan trembled with anger, her voice rising. Are you saying he would forsake his life for Ruan Chutang? A passing nurse, perturbed, interjected, Excuse me, miss, this is a hospital, please refrain from raising your voice. Chen Wan's face shifted from white to red, filled with indignation. She forcefully pushed open the ward door. Gu Zechuan. What do you mean by this? Lin Chen smirked, casting a mischievous glance into the room. The door slammed shut. Moments later, the sounds of a heated argument erupted from within. Are you still thinking of Ruan Chutang? Gu Zechuan, do you think this is fair to me? Gu Zechuan scoffed coldly, Do I owe you any fairness? Chen Wan demanded, What do you mean by that? I used to wrong Ruan Chutang with my actions towards you, but I have come to my senses. I cannot continue this way, Chen Wan. Do not seek me out again, I fear it may upset Chutang. Ha ha ha. Gu Zechuan, are you still living in a fantasy? You worry about Ruan Chutang's feelings? Does she even care for you? You risked your life for her, yet has she ever shown you concern? Has she visited you even once? Her words struck Gu Zechuan like a dagger, piercing his heart. Get out! Leave me be! He bellowed in a fit of rage. The room echoed with the sounds of objects crashing. Chen Wan observed Gu Zechuan's frenzy, her eyes reddened as she mocked, Gu Zechuan, you are truly pitiable. With that, she turned and stormed out. As Chen Wan opened the door, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Lin Chen, who had not yet left. She ignored him, hastily lowering her head and departing. The door to the ward remained ajar, and Lin Chen glanced inside. The scene was chaotic, evidence of Gu Zechuan's fury. On the third day of their trip to the ancient town, Jiang Shirshu received a call from his subordinate, Lu Zhe, informing him that Chen Jingsu had been located. Chen Jingsu had feigned pregnancy and was abducted by individuals sent by Su Jingxian after her release from detention, ultimately smuggled into Country C. The arrangements Su Jingxian had promised her, including housing and employment abroad, had not materialized. Instead, she was sold by Su Jingxuan's associates into a telecommunications fraud operation in Country C, where she endured torment and lived a life worse than that of a beast. Jiang Shirshu's men located her, and the leader of the operation, also a Chinese national, knowing the power and influence of the Jiang family, had no choice but to hand her over. In a dimly lit basement, Chen Jingsu was bound to a wooden chair. Her hair was disheveled, her body bruised, and she appeared utterly disheveled. These injuries were not inflicted by the Jiang family but rather by the overseers in the fraud operation. Jiang Shirshu entered the basement. Clad in black, his demeanor cold and his handsome features shadowed by darkness. He sat on a sofa several meters away from Chen Jingsu, his gaze fierce. Speak. Who sent you? Upon seeing Jiang Shirshu, Chen Jingsu broke down. Ah Su, please, don't look at me. Her voice was hoarse, despair flashing in her eyes. I look terrible right now. Jiang Shirshu frowned in displeasure. To him, Chen Jingsu was merely an unforgivable criminal, and he cared not for her appearance. Growing impatient after hearing nothing of value, he snapped, Do you not understand? Chen Jingsu shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I cannot tell you. I was coerced. Considering I have liked you for so many years, could you let me go? Jiang Shirshu's gaze remained icy, devoid of warmth. You speak of letting you go? Chen Jingsu desperately pleaded, I beg you, Su, I truly cannot say. Please, spare me. I never intended to ruin your engagement. At this point, her tone shifted, her face filled with concern. Is your injury healed? I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you. She had never intended to harm Ruan Chutang. All of this was forced upon her by Su Jingxian. Yet, she could not reveal this, her father was still in Su Jingxuan's hands. She had been abandoned in the compound and tormented for over a month. Her hatred for Su Jingxian surpassed that of anyone else, and she longed for her demise more than anyone else. Yet, she could not act upon it. Her father was her only remaining kin in this world. Witnessing the man exhibit not a shred of compassion, Chen Jingsu felt her heart turn to ash. Su. Just kill me, I cannot divulge anything to you. Why would I kill you? Jiang Shirshu's expression remained icy. Miss Chen, since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for being impolite. He rose coldly from his seat. Su, what do you intend to do to me? Chen Jingsu's pale face bore the remnants of tears, her gaze desolate. Jiang Shirshu's eyes were frigid, his entire demeanor resembling a figure encased in ice. Su, do not leave. Chen Jingsu cried out in despair. Could you not stay with me for a while longer? Her voice was a haunting lament, filled with a humble plea. Over the past month in the compound, she had endured inhuman torment. I. Chen Jingsu sobbed, I was defiled by those brutes. They are no better than beasts. Each day, I faced brutal beatings, the steamed buns were rotten, and the congee was nothing but water, with hardly any grains of rice to be found. The food was worse than swill. Su, I nearly could not survive. Do you understand? Throughout this ordeal, you were my sole hope for survival. Just the thought of you gave me the courage to continue. Jiang Shirshu stood with his back to her, his posture tall and his features sharp and unyielding. He listened to Chen Jingsu recount her harrowing experience, his expression betraying not the slightest hint of emotion. The woman continued to weep. Every day, I reminded myself that I must endure, that I had to escape, for only by living could I see you again. If I were to die, I would never see you again. Su, I beg you, please stay with me. I am on the brink of madness. Every time I close my eyes, I am haunted by the images of those beasts violating me. The anguish in my heart is 1,000 times more intense than any physical pain. Chen Jingsu's sobs were intermittent. Can you stay and speak with me? Even if you scold me, I would welcome it. Please do not leave, do not abandon me. I truly wish to see you. You are the only light in my life. To aspire to be a beacon of hope, to embody the singular light in another's existence, would stir the heart of any man? Yet, Jiang Shirshu remained unmoved. He lingered for not a moment longer before turning to depart. As Chen Jingsu beheld Jiang Shirshu's indifferent and resolute silhouette, the last glimmer of hope in her eyes extinguished. Upon exiting the basement, Jiang Shirshu turned to his bodyguard, instructing, find a way to extract useful information from her. Understood. Sympathy? Compassion? He might possess it, but he would never bestow it upon a sinner who sought to harm Tang Tang. After all, a month prior, Chen Jingsu had nearly taken his Tangtang's life. Those who harmed Tang Tang would pay dearly. Leaving the base, Jiang Shirshu glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. His Tang Tang must be awake and hungry. Last night, Chutang was exhausted from the tumultuous events with Jiang Shirshu, and she slept soundly, awakening to find it already noon. The curtains were partially drawn, and sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a delicate golden glow upon the light blue quilt at the foot of her bed. Dust danced gently in the air, tracing the beams of light with its subtle presence. As Chutang opened her eyes, regaining her senses, she was immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma of delectable dishes. Clad in her adorable bare pajamas, her hair disheveled, she slipped out of bed and, with her eyes half closed, followed the tantalizing scent outside. In the dining room, 3 plates of food and 2 bowls of rice were already artfully arranged on the table, while the sound of the kitchen's range hood hummed in the background. Chutang gazed into the kitchen with a hint of confusion. Jiang Shirshu emerged, clad in an apron and carrying a bowl of soup. Awake? He inquired, placing the bowl on the dining table. It was the winter melon and pork rib soup that Chutang adored. Are you hungry? Go wash your hands and join me for dinner. Jiang Shirshu, still donned in his apron, presented the image of a devoted and nurturing partner. Chutang, still in a state of drowsiness, gazed at him with half-closed eyes and murmured, why haven't you left yet? And you've prepared such a lavish meal. Jiang Shirshu untied his apron, contemplating that you would be hungry upon waking, so he had procured ingredients to prepare a feast for you. Chutang rubbed her eyes. Her voice soft and melodious upon awakening, captivating the heart with its charm. Such grace is reserved solely for you. In Jiang Shirshu's eyes, a profound tenderness lingered. Chapter 82, How was the first experience? He gently urged Chutang towards the bathroom, saying, "My dear, let's freshen up first." After Chutang finished her morning routine, she took a seat at the dining table. Jiang Shirshu had prepared 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, pepper salt spare ribs, spicy shrimp, and winter melon rib soup, all of which were Chutang's favorite home-cooked dishes. Chutang had not eaten breakfast, and her stomach was now growling with hunger. After washing her face, she felt more awake. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Jiang Shirshu sat across from her, his eyes slightly raised, filled with a playful light, watching her with a tender expression as she enjoyed her meal. "Is it delicious?" he asked softly. Chutang nodded. "Brother Shirshu's cooking truly suits my palate." "Brother Shirshu, you should eat too," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Don't starve yourself." "Tang tang." Jiang Shirshu replied with a smile in his voice. What is it?" The girl looked up at him. Jiang Shirshu chuckled, his beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with affection. "Last night, you filled me up, so now it's my turn to fill you." Cough cough cough. Chutang choked on her soup, coughing. "You." Her face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Why would you say that?" Jiang Shirshu smiled gently. "All right, I won't say it anymore. Just enjoy your meal." In Su Jingxuan's private villa, a man dressed in a black security uniform bowed respectfully and said, "Miss Chen Jingsu has been taken away by the young master's men. How could that group of fools not have killed her?" Su Jingxuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she gritted her teeth. "A bunch of idiots." Suddenly, she turned to glare at the bodyguard. "You are useless too. Fool." "Understood. Su Jingxian, get lost." She casually grabbed a teacup nearby and threw it at the man. "Yes," the bodyguard replied. After he left, Su Jingxian coldly stared at the shards of the teacup on the floor, taking out her phone to send a message. "Chen Jingsu has been found by Jiang Shirshu. What should we do next?" "What do you need me to do?" "Do nothing, don't worry, it won't come back to you." After the meal, Chutang blushed as she tried to usher him away. The man looked at her with a forlorn expression, standing still. "Are you tired of me so soon?" Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he was immovable, and Chutang found herself unable to push him away. The girl pouted, instinctively adopting a cute demeanor. "Oh, it's not that. How could I ever be tired of being with Brother Shirshu? I made plans with the girls yesterday. It wouldn't be appropriate for a big man like you to tag along, would it?" Jiang Shirshu raised an eyebrow slightly. "What's inappropriate about it? I could carry your bags. You girls must buy a lot while shopping, right? How much can your petite frame carry?" Chutang stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Oh. Just go if I ask you to. I still need to do my makeup shortly and have no time to linger with you." Jiang Shirshu's long eyes sparkled with amusement. "Allow me to assist you with your makeup." Chutang smiled with a hint of irritation. "You could easily scare someone." All right, I will come to find you tonight." "Is that acceptable?" Chutang coaxed gently, as one would soothe a child. "Really?" Chutang nodded. "Genuinely, why would I deceive you?" Jiang Shirshu relented. "Very well, after your shopping. Give me a call, and I shall come to fetch you." "All right." Within the private villa of Zhou Shuolua, laughter echoed in waves. Half an hour prior, the 3 sisters had engaged in lively conversation, which unexpectedly veered towards the night Chutang had become inebriated and acted rather recklessly, spiraling out of control. Tang Tang. There's no need to feel shy, we are all friends here. Do share with us, is it true that Brother Shirshu has issues in that regard?" She brought up a video, presenting it to Zhou Shuolua, revealing the previous night when Brother Shirshu had come to the bar to retrieve Tang Tang, who clung to him without letting go, even publicly requesting a kiss. Chen Yuan wore a mischievous grin, her eyes gleaming with playful mockery. "Who would have guessed, Tang Tang, that you could be so uninhibited when under the influence? After knowing you for so many years, I never imagined you possessed such a side." In the video, she appeared tipsy, wrapping herself around Jiang Shirshu, her tone so coy it sent shivers down her spine. "Brother, a kiss, just one kiss." At that moment, Chutang felt utterly mortified, her embarrassment overwhelming. "Aha!" Her face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. She screamed in despair. "How utterly shameful! A dark history indeed. Quick, delete the video. She reached out to snatch the phone. Chen Yuan, quick-witted, evaded her grasp, chuckling, no way. Delete it? Why would you? It's so sweet, isn't it, Shuelua? Zhou Shuelua, seated on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied softly, indeed, Tang Tang. I don't consider this a dark history, I find it quite endearing. It's the first time I've seen you act so adorably. You are all insufferable. Chutang was mortified, stamping her foot in frustration, please delete it. Chen Yuan, clutching the phone, danced away from Chutang's attempts to retrieve it, her expression one of playful discovery. TSK, look at Brother Shirshu, he has clearly smitten, the desire in his eyes is unmistakable. Who would have thought that a man who usually carries himself like an iceberg could be so easily moved by your words? Tang Tang, you truly possess some charm. Chen Yuan grinned widely, but tell me, does Brother Shirshu really have issues in that regard? Chutang's face flushed deeply, reaching her ears, as she instinctively denied, nonsense. Absolutely not. Oh, Chen Yuan elongated her tone, gazing at Chutang with a smile, so, he is quite capable? Tang Tang, do confess, have you too? Zhou Shuelua exclaimed in astonishment, Tang Tang, you and he. Chutang's face turned even redder. Ah, Yuan. You are so annoying, why do you keep asking this? Chen Yuan grinned mischievously and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Shuelua. They shared a silent, conspiratorial smile. Chen Yuan set her phone aside and leaned closer to Chutang. Tilting her head as she inquired, have you truly taken that step? Do share your experience with me, what was it like for the first time? Zhou Shuelua remained silent. Yet her eager gaze revealed her anticipation as well. Chutang, on the verge of tears, found little solace in the situation. Is there really anything to discuss? She lamented. Are you admitting it? Chen Yuan exclaimed, dramatically slapping her thigh, her expression exaggerated, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. The progress was astonishingly swift. Before Chutang could utter a word, Chen Yuan swiftly inquired, was it that night of drunken indiscretion? After speaking, she suddenly slapped herself across the face, exclaiming, what am I saying? It cannot merely be termed drunken debauchery, it should be described as liquid courage. It is the revelation of true feelings under the influence of alcohol. With a flushed face, Chutang spoke softly, no. It was just a couple of days ago when I was traveling in Linyuan ancient town. Wow! Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So that was done while you were fully conscious? The term done felt a tad too blunt. Chutang stammered slightly, nodding awkwardly. Sure. My sister. Chen Yuan chuckled mischievously, do share, what was it like? Chutang hesitated and stammered. At that moment, her phone rang. The initial joy was akin to being granted a reprieve. She exhaled in relief and took out her phone, saying, let me first take this call. Chapter 83, we shall be neighbors from this point on. Chutang cast her gaze down at the incoming call display. It was Yu Jiao. She pressed the answer button. Lawyer Ruan, would you be able to come over for a moment? I have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. Chutang adjusted her emotions. What happened? Yu Jiao succinctly summarized the situation. Chutao furrowed her brow, a look of concern on her face. Wait for me, I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Chutao grabbed her bag, preparing to leave. I have some matters to attend to, let us gather again another time. Chen Yuan pouted. Is that so? Surely you are not fleeing from our inquiries by merely setting an alarm and rushing off? Chutang, with a sigh of resignation, pressed her forehead and presented the call log to Chen Yuan, asserting, I am not deceiving you, there is indeed an issue. Chen Yuan crossed her arms and replied. Very well, then. Next time, I shall resort to severe interrogation, you must confess the truth. Agreed. Chutang hurriedly left after dropping such a word. Chen Yuan shifted her body closer to Zhou Shuelua and asked, Shuelua, what does it feel like? Zhou Shuelua's face flushed crimson as she stammered, How would I know? I've never been in a relationship. Ah, indeed, Chen Yuan replied, gently patting Zhou Shuelua's shoulder with a serious demeanor. You are such a good girl, you mustn't date. Those boys are unworthy of you. Chen Yuan had experienced love once, during her freshman year. Her partner was a senior. Quite handsome and pursued by many. Beautiful and affluent, Chen Yuan had her fair share of admirers, yet she chose that senior. He was the one who took the initiative to court her. In the early days of their relationship, they were inseparable, constantly flaunting their affection to Zhou Shuelua and Chutang. Their essay saying that those who show off their love meet a swift end, and it proved to be quite true in her case. Barely 2 months into their romance, Chen Yuan discovered she had unwittingly become the other woman when the senior's long-distance girlfriend confronted her. United with that girl, they exposed the scoundrel, making his infidelity a widely known scandal, resulting in his disgrace and turning him into a pariah at Jian University. Qin Yan even stormed the campus to give the cat a sound thrashing. Ultimately, with the influence of her family, Qin Yan forced the scoundrel to withdraw from school. Since then, Chen Yuan has harbored shadows of doubt regarding love and has not pursued any relationships in the years that followed. The most intimate moment she shared with the scoundrel was merely a kiss. The thought of going further never crossed her mind. Sighing, Chen Yuan lamented. It feels like I shall never have the chance to experience it in this lifetime. As Chu Tang hastened over, Yu Zhao was comforting a young girl who was weeping inconsolably. Lawyer Ruan, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Chu Tang, Yu Zhao's eyes brightened instantly. Please help Xiaoyu, she is truly in a pitiable state. Initial Tang, Zhao, could you please elaborate on what transpired? It is as follows, this young girl named Lu Yu is my neighbor. Yu Zhao sighed heavily, her eyes filled with compassion. Lu Yu is an orphan, relying solely on her elder brother. In order to support her education, her brother, Lu Ming, has been working tirelessly from a young age. However, Yu Zhao's expression softened, her eyes brimming with tears. Recently, Lu Yu was diagnosed with leukemia, forcing her to drop out of school and seek treatment in the hospital. Lu Ming, in a desperate bid to cover Lu Yu's medical expenses, has been toiling away in the factory, often exceeding 10 hours a day. At this point, Lu Yu, who had just been comforted by Yu Zhao, began to weep uncontrollably once more. My brother is overworked. He is in such poor condition at work that he accidentally got his hand caught in a machine, and he has now lost his entire right hand. Lu Yu was so distraught that she could barely continue. Yu Zhao gently patted Lu Yu's back to soothe her, Lawyer Ruan. Lu Ming is currently hospitalized for treatment. This is clearly a work-related injury, yet the factory has failed to provide any compensation. The owner merely paid him 2 months' salary and dismissed him. Now, Lu Ming has been terminated, and the factory has not compensated him for the one-time disability allowance. One-time medical assistance for work injuries, or one-time employment assistance for disabilities. Lu Yu cried heart-wrenchingly, I know my days are numbered. But my brother still has a long way to go. All the money he earned previously has gone towards my treatment, and now the factory refuses to pay. He can hardly afford my hospital bills. Lawyer Ruan, I implore you to help us. Chutang's heart felt heavy with unease, her expression softened as she consoled. I have a general understanding of the situation. Please refrain from crying for now. Would it be possible for you to take me to the hospital to see your brother? Lu Zhuai nodded eagerly, I'll take you there. Meanwhile, at Mingjiewen, the real estate agent, clad in a black suit, inquired with a smile, Mr. Gu. What do you think of this property? He had just shown Gu Zechuan several units within the building. From Mr. Gu's demeanor, it was evident that this particular one pleased him the most. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Gu Zechuan surveyed the room, nodding slightly, this one is quite good. I'll take it. The agent felt a surge of joy and promptly produced the sales contract. Shall we finalize the contract now? Yes. Excellent. The agent beamed as he handed the contract to Gu Zechuan. Sitting down on the sofa, Gu Zechuan casually flipped through the document before signing it with a flourish. Money was no longer a concern for him. In order to frequently see Ruan Chutang, he had decided to purchase a residence in her neighborhood. The property he acquired was a second-hand apartment, yet the previous owner had seldom occupied it, leaving little trace of habitation and making it scarcely distinguishable from a new unit. After signing the contract, Gu Zechuan promptly settled the full payment. Once the agent departed, he meticulously examined his new abode. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with a spacious balcony. Although the decor was not to his personal taste, he opted not to renovate further in order to move in quickly. With a sense of contentment, Gu Zechuan reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. In the future, we shall be neighbors, Chutang. Lu Yue settled into Chutang's Bentley, her demeanor awkward, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. The young girl gently tugged at Yu Jiaojiao's sleeve. Sister Jiaojiao. May I ask something? What is it? Yu Jiaojiao leaned closer, her ear attuned to the girl's whisper. Isn't Lawyer Ruan's car quite expensive? Liu Yue's gaze fell to her shoelaces, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The rain had left the roads muddy and filthy, and her once white canvas shoes, now tinged with yellow, bore the marks of the grime, the tips darkened. Following her line of sight, Yu Jiaojiao observed how the girl's left foot lightly brushed against her right. A gesture that revealed her unease. Chapter 84, Why is Heaven So Cruel? Yu Jiaojiao felt a pang of sorrow. It's all right, little Yu. Lawyer Ruan is a kind person. She won't mind these things. Just relax a bit. She reached out, intending to pat the girl's head. Due to chemotherapy, the young girl had lost all her hair and wore a fluffy pink hat whenever she ventured out. Yu Jiaojiao knew that this cherished hat had been a gift from Lu Ming, and the girl treasured it dearly. A wave of complex emotions washed over Yu Jiaojiao. Her eyes misty. Her hand hovered in the air for a moment before it slowly descended, gently brushing the soft fabric of the girl's hat. Rest assured, little Yu. Lawyer Ruan will surely assist with your brother's case. The tension on the girl's face melted away, replaced by a bright smile as she cheerfully replied, Thank you, Sister Jiaojiao, and thank you to Lawyer Ruan. As Chutang listened to the conversation in the back seat, she let out a deep sigh within her heart. What a wretched soul indeed. Why is it that misfortune tends to strike the most unfortunate, like a hemp rope that chooses to fray at its thinnest point? Chutang possesses a profound sense of empathy and sensitivity. Upon encountering such circumstances, her heart is greatly troubled, and her eyes brim with unshed tears. After regaining her composure and adjusting her emotions, she turned to the individual seated in the back and said, Jiao Jiao, could you assist Yu in fastening her seatbelt? Very well. Lu Ming and Lu Yu are both hospitalized in the same facility, a modest public hospital where 4 beds are cramped into a small ward. As early winter descends, the cold winds howl outside, and the temperatures plummet, necessitating the closure of the ward's windows. As Chutang entered, she was immediately struck by the pungent odor emanating from the man lying on the bed near the door, a scent that suggested he had not bathed in several days. She nearly succumbed to the urge to gag but managed to suppress her discomfort as she followed Lu Yu further inside. Lu Ming was situated in the innermost bed, propped against the pillow, gazing vacantly out the window at the falling dry leaves. Brother, Lu Yu called out brightly. Lu Ming turned his head at once. Xiaoye. You're here. Have you eaten? She told a fib. Earlier that morning, she had stealthily slipped out of the hospital to seek help from Yu Jiaojiao. And she hadn't had the chance to eat yet. To spare her brother any worry, she felt compelled to lie. Jiaojiao, you're here too. Lu Ming greeted Yu Jiaojiao with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Chutang's face, hesitatingly inquiring, and who might this be? Yu Jiaojiao responded. This is our firm's lawyer, you may call her Lawyer Ruan. Ruan Chutang nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, I have already heard about your situation from Jiaojiao. May we discuss it further? I can assist you in seeking compensation from your former employer. Lu Ming's expression turned complex as he stammered, I am sorry. Lawyer Ruan, but I do not have the funds to pay for legal fees. He chuckled awkwardly. As you can see, given my current circumstances, I can scarcely afford medical expenses, let alone hire a lawyer. I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. Chutang stated with a serious demeanor, It's perfectly fine, Mr. Lu. You may wait until you receive the compensation from the other party before settling the attorney's fees. I shall sign a full risk agency agreement for you. Lu Ming, with a puzzled expression, inquired, What is a full risk agency? Chutang elucidated, Essentially, if we lose the case, you shall not be required to pay a single penny. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression shifted. Could it truly be so? Absolutely, Chutang replied with earnestness. Lu Ming hesitated. Well, very well then. Chutang nodded. Now, I need to inquire about some specific details regarding the case. After Chutang grasped the situation, Lu Ming took out his phone. Lawyer Ruan. This is essentially the information at hand. If you have any further inquiries, please feel free to ask. Perhaps we could exchange WeChat for more convenient communication? All right. Chutang replied, retrieving her phone to open WeChat. Allow me to scan your QR code. It is quite customary for lawyers to add their clients on WeChat. After exchanging contact information, Lu Ming opened a certain delivery app marked by a yellow icon. His entire right hand was missing, the wrist wrapped in white gauze. With great difficulty, Lu Ming swiped the screen with his left hand, selecting items for delivery. Chutang cast a glance and said, "Let me assist you." Lu Ming smiled shyly. "I appreciate your help, Lawyer Ruan." Chutang picked up Lu Ming's phone and glanced at the screen, suddenly becoming dazed. On the display, there was a uniform array of takeout options, all priced below 10 yuan. Chutang glanced at the interface, piecing together her meal. She had never realized that such inexpensive dishes existed. Chutang's brows furrowed slightly, such inexpensive fare hardly seemed sufficient to cover its costs. One could easily infer the quality of the ingredients employed in such dishes. Noticing Chutang's prolonged silence and furrowed brow, Lu Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. "What troubles you, Lawyer Ruan? Please feel free to select any dish under 10 yuan. Oh? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Chutang shook her head and said, "It's no trouble at all, it's just downstairs. Please wait a moment." Upon her release from the hospital, Chutang entered a quaint roadside restaurant. She retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat message to Yu Jiao Jiao. "Has Xiaoyu not yet had lunch?" "She probably hasn't. She came to find me just after 9 this morning, and we haven't had the chance to eat yet." "All right." She ordered 3 servings of delicately prepared meals, suitable for a convalescent. Suddenly recalling something, she made a call to request the assistance of 2 caregivers, 1 male and 1 female. Chutang delivered a meal to the man, informing him that it was intended for the patient in room 4 of bed 503 on the 5th floor of the inpatient department, a gentleman named Lu Ming, who was also under your care. The male nurse accepted the meal with a nod, acknowledging, understood. Chutang handed over 2 additional meals to the female nurse, designated for the patient in bed number 3 of room 602 on the 6th floor. After completing this task, Chutang proceeded to the hospital's payment window to assist the Lu siblings, Lu Ming and Lu Yu, in settling their hospitalization and treatment fees. Upon exiting the hospital, Chutang received a WeChat transfer from Lu Ming. "Lawyer Ruan, you are a kind-hearted person. Thank you for your willingness to assist my brother and me. Just now, a nurse informed me that someone has covered the expenses my sister and I owe. It must be you, right? I truly appreciate it. Once I receive the compensation from the factory, I will repay you." She did not accept the transfer. The biting cold wind swept through Chutang's hair as she stood by the flowerbed at the hospital entrance, her emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Yu Jiaojiao stood behind her, wiping her tears, her voice choked with sorrow. "Lawyer Ruan, the hospital just issued a critical condition notice for Xiaoye again. The attending physician said they have yet to find a compatible bone marrow. If they fail to locate one soon, Xiaoye, she may not have much time left. Why must her life be so tragic? She is such a kind and lovely girl, only 11 years old. Why is fate so cruel?" Yu Jiaojiao's tears flowed uncontrollably, her grief overwhelming. In Chutang's eyes glistened warm tears. She stood in the biting wind, her nose reddened by the chill, while her heart ached with a profound heaviness. Lu Wei, nearly 11 years old, had little time left to live. Lu Ming had dropped out of school at an early age to work tirelessly for his sister, and now, having been left crippled, he too had lost his ability to labor, despite being just 19. An oppressive silence lingered. Chutang took out her phone and made a call. "Please assist me in contacting a specialist for leukemia treatment. Additionally, I need to handle the transfer procedures for a pair of siblings at Dongcheng Hospital on Minghua Road." Chapter 85. He is currently with Chen Jingsu. As soon as Chutang emerged from the hospital, she promptly headed to the law firm to diligently organize the materials for Lu Ming's case, intending to accompany him to the Social Security Bureau on Monday for the assessment of his work-related injury. After an afternoon filled with labor, she completely forgot that she had promised Jiang Shishu to meet him in the evening. When Jiang Shirshu's call came through, Chutang was still engrossed in the case files. Chutang. Where are you? I'm coming to pick you up. Ha? Chutang replied, awakening from her reverie. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm at the law firm working late. Working late? Jiang Shirshu inquired, puzzled. Didn't you go shopping with Zhou Xuelua and the others? Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'll come to take you out for dinner. We can deal with work matters tomorrow, it's already quite late. Chutang glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of her computer. All right, I am at the law firm, you may come directly, she instructed. Jiang Shirshu replied. Okay, wait for me, it will take about 20 minutes. After ending the call, Chutang leaned back in her office chair, staring blankly at the case materials on her screen. The case concerning Lu Ming was not particularly complex, and the likelihood of a favorable outcome was substantial. However, given the nature of his workplace, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to disburse any compensation. This case was a labor dispute, and the initial step required proceeding to labor arbitration. Should his former employer remain unsatisfied with the arbitration outcome, they could escalate the matter to litigation. The legal process was intricate and protracted. Although the final verdict would likely be in their favor, Lu Ming could not afford to wait. He urgently needed the funds for medical treatment. And Lu Yu also required financial assistance. Today, she had covered the medical expenses, but it was still far from sufficient. Considering the current circumstances of the Lu siblings, their basic necessities were at stake. She rubbed her temples and made a call to the head of a charitable foundation. She had donated 10 million to the foundation specifically to assist the Lu siblings. Subsequently, she transferred a sum of money to Yu Jiaojiao, instructing her to hire a cook to prepare meals for the Lu siblings. 200,000. That is 200,000. Lawyer Ruan. It is neither 2,000 nor 20,000, but 200,000. Yu Jiaojiao exclaimed excitedly. Why would hiring a cook require such a substantial amount? Chutang's tone was calm and unperturbed. The daily meals for the siblings and the wages for the cook were all covered by this sum of money. And I have also taken care of the medical expenses. The remaining funds can be used to purchase clothing, shoes, and daily necessities for the siblings. In short, I appreciate your assistance. Yu Jiaojiao was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. Lawyer Ruan, you are truly kind-hearted. I thank you on their behalf. Honestly, you must be a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Chutang felt a pang of bitterness in her heart as she sighed. This is all I can do. Yu Jiaojiao quickly interjected. That's enough, Lawyer Ruan. You have already done so much. She hoped it would be of assistance to them. Meanwhile, on Jiang Shirshu's end, he had barely arrived at the law firm for 5 minutes when he received a call from the person in charge at the base. Young master. Something terrible has happened. Chen Jingsu is in trouble. After organizing the case materials and shutting down her computer, Chutang descended the stairs, only to find that it was already 8:30 in the evening. She waited for a moment at the bottom of the stairs when a call from Jiang Shirshu came in. Chutang answered the phone. Where are you? Chutang inquired. What's the matter? It was difficult to articulate in a brief moment. I shall explain in person when I have resolved the matter and come to find you. All right then. After ending the call, Chutang made her way to the underground parking lot to drive. At this hour, she had yet to dine, and her stomach ached with hunger. Upon parking her car, Chutang pressed the elevator button. As she arrived at the door and was about to unlock it with her fingerprint, she heard someone calling her name from behind. It was Gu Zechuan. Clad in a deep gray overcoat, he stood under the light, his handsome face adorned with a subtle smile, presenting an image of elegance. Surprised by Gu Zechuan's sudden appearance, Ruan Chutang furrowed her brows and asked, Gu Zechuan, what brings you here? Chutang furrowed her brow. What concern is it of yours? Gu Zechuan shrugged, just showing a bit of care. Unnecessary, she replied. Chutang wished to utter not a single word more to him. She pushed the door open and entered the room. Chutang, do you know where Jiang Shirshu is headed tonight? Chutang paused, her footsteps halting. Gu Zechuan's voice continued to resonate from behind her. He is currently with Chen Jingsu. Noticing Chutang's sudden stillness, A glimmer of triumph flickered in Gu Zechuan's eyes as he slowly remarked, "Did he not mention it to you? It is only natural. How could he possibly inform you while he is with Chen Jingsu?" As Chutang turned, her gaze met his. "Gu Zechuan, did you come to see me today merely to utter these trivialities and sow discord? Do you think I would believe you?" Gu Zechuan smiled faintly, appearing quite cheerful. "Asu, I was on the brink of despair, do you understand? Over the past month, you have been my sole beacon of hope. The mere thought of you has bestowed upon me the courage to carry on. Each day, I resolve to endure, yearning to escape that place. For only by surviving could I see you again. If I were to perish, I would never lay eyes upon you again. Asu, I implore you. I beg you to stay with me. I am on the verge of madness, when I close my eyes. I am haunted by the horrific images of those beasts violating me. The anguish within my heart is 1,000-fold more intense than any physical torment. Could you spare a moment to converse with me? Even if you scold me, I would welcome it. Please, do not leave, do not abandon me, I truly long to see you. You are the sole light in my life." It was the voice of Chen Jingsu. As Chutang listened, her heart tightened. Gu Zechuan leaned in closer, slightly bending down to meet her gaze. "Jiang Shirshu did not inform you that Chen Jingsu was abducted over a month ago, did he? Do you still believe that she is confined in a detention center, awaiting trial? What did you say?" Chutang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, her tone rising several octaves. Gu Zechuan was quite pleased with her reaction, as it confirmed his suspicion. The Jiang family had indeed suppressed the news. Chutang was unaware of Chen Jingsu's abduction. Gu Zechuan felt a sense of delight. Standing tall at over 6 feet, his imposing figure loomed before Chutang. A hint of mockery surfaced in his eyes as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that the woman pursued Jiang Shirshu for 10 years without evoking any feelings in him? Ha, Chutang, you remain so naive. You possess no understanding of men at all." With her gaze cast downward, Chutang remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Gu Zechuan continued, "On the day of your engagement ceremony, Chen Jingsu was indeed taken away by the police. However, she later claimed she was pregnant, and en route to the hospital for examination, she was abducted. Reflect on this, in Jiangchang, who possesses such immense power to snatch someone from the hands of the police in broad daylight? The answer is evident. In Jiangchang, the most influential family is the Jiang family. Chapter 86, whose child is Chen Jingsu carrying? Chutang dared not contemplate such a possibility. Her heart raced to her throat, and her fingers trembled slightly. It cannot be. Jiang Shirshu would not behave in this manner. He had professed that she was the sole occupant of his heart and mind. Chutang's heart was in turmoil. Gu Zechuan remained silent for a moment, allowing Chutang ample time to indulge in her chaotic thoughts. After a while, he continued. Chen Jingsu kidnapped your sister and attempted to take your life. Jiang Shirshu took a knife for you, she nearly lost her life in the process. Logically speaking, given Chen Jingsu's actions, the Jiang family would never let her go unpunished. Yet, consider this, Chen Jingsu was already in police custody, and the moment she mentioned her pregnancy, she was swiftly taken away. Why is that? Chutang furrowed her brow, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. One might venture to ponder. Whose child could possibly reside within Chen Jingsu's womb? This query struck like a thunderclap on a clear day. Chutang was overwhelmed with emotion, her body trembling uncontrollably. Silence! She exclaimed, her eyes fiercely fixed on Gu Zechuan as she admonished him, do not spread baseless rumors here. Jiang Shirshu is not that kind of person. He is unlike you. Do not project your own corruption onto others. A flicker of hurt passed through Gu Zechuan's deep black eyes, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. Was Jiang Shirshu truly so admirable in her eyes? Was he so utterly vile? He chuckled softly to himself, suppressing the pain in his heart. Composing himself with an air of nonchalance, a smile lingering in his gaze. I speak only the truth, Chutang. You place too much faith in Jiang Shirshu. If he harbors no secrets, why would he conceal anything from you? Leave! Chutang retorted furiously. Gu Zechuan shrugged, a light laugh escaping him. Jiang Shirshu is currently with Chen Jingsu, why not give him a call to confirm? Stop trying to sow discord. Chutang exclaimed. forcefully pushing Gu Zechuan away as she turned to enter the house. Gu Zechuan seized her wrist, pulling her back with a sudden motion, causing her to stumble unsteadily. Chutang's knee collided forcefully with Gu Zechuan's abdomen. Gu Zechuan let out a cry of anguish and released Chutang. Chutang unceremoniously delivered a resounding slap across Gu Zechuan's face, the sound echoing sharply in the air. In Chutang's eyes, a flicker of anger ignited like a small flame as she admonished sharply, "Gu Zechuan, keep your distance. You are unworthy." Gu Zechuan, momentarily taken aback by the slap, tilted his head. He then raised his gaze to meet Chutang's, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, the imprint of a hand clearly visible on his cheek. "Chutang, why must you be so cruel to me?" His voice was soft, tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. With a cold laugh, Chutang's eyes brimmed with scorn. After uttering her words, she did not grant Gu Zechuan another opportunity to speak, turning abruptly to slam the door shut with a resounding thud. Gu Zechuan stood outside, gazing at the firmly closed door, his deep, dark eyes brimming with anguish. "Because you are tainted." Each of her words pierced through him like sharp needles, inflicting deep wounds upon his heart, leaving it riddled and bleeding. In the adjacent room, he turned on the shower, repeatedly scrubbing his body. "Chutang, Chutang." Gu Zechuan vigorously rubbed his skin, turning it a fiery red. He called out her name, tears mingling with the cascading water. "I am not dirty. If I clean myself, I will be pure again. Please don't disdain me." Had she truly been taken right under the watchful eyes of the police? Why had Jiang Shirshu not informed her? What was the urgent matter he spoke of tonight? Could it possibly be related to Chen Jingsu? Chutang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. After much contemplation, she ultimately could not resist dialing Jiang Shirshu's number. The call connected and rang for what felt like an eternity, yet no one answered. It continued until the call was automatically terminated. This was the first time Jiang Shirshu had not answered her call. The turmoil within Chutang's heart deepened. She lay upon her bed, witnessing Chen Jingsu's gaze towards Jiang Shirshu, filled with an ardent and obsessive fervor. Upon seeing them entwined in an embrace, Chen Jingsu charged forth with a knife, intent on inflicting mortal harm upon her. How could a woman be driven to such madness in the name of love? Even after a decade of unrequited affection, would one truly resort to the extreme of contemplating murder? Could there be some hidden truth lurking beneath the surface? Following Jiang Shirshu's injury, Chen Jingsu's emotional state unraveled. She oscillated between laughter and tears, appearing utterly deranged, a visage that radiated genuine regret and fear, rather than mere pretense. She was profoundly frightened at the prospect of something befalling Jiang Shirshu. The memories of the moments following Jiang Shirshu's injury haunted her thoughts. Chutang vividly recalls the moment when Jiang Shirshu was gravely injured, yet despite his perilous state, he tenderly wiped her tears and whispered gentle reassurances, urging her not to cry. Even on the brink of death, his eyes reflected only relief that she was not the one harmed. How could Shirshu, who loved her so deeply, ever betray her? Gu Zechuan must be sowing discord. Shirshu would lay down his life for her without a moment's hesitation. His feelings for her could not be feigned. Even if the recording were genuine, its incomplete nature failed to elucidate anything significant. The recording contained only Chen Jingsu's voice, devoid of Shirshu's presence. Gu Zechuan's intention in playing the recording was to instill doubt in her mind regarding Jiang Shirshu, and she must not fall into his trap. Shirshu had promised to speak with her face-to-face after resolving urgent matters, so all she needed to do was wait. She must not be swayed by Gu Zechuan's insinuations. He claimed Chen Jingsu was pregnant, yet, whether this was true or not was irrelevant. Even if it were true, how could he prove that the child belonged to Jiang Shirshu? Gu Zechuan sought to provoke her imagination, leading her to believe that the child in Chen Jingsu's womb was Shirshu's. She could not allow him to succeed. With these thoughts, Chutang gradually regained her composure. Her chaotic emotions settling, she opened her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Shirshu. Chapter 87, Do Not Leave Future Troubles. Meanwhile, at Jiang Shirshu's location, Chen Jingsu was brutally slain by the guard assigned to oversee her, his throat slashed, dying instantly. The murderer was swiftly subdued by other personnel at the base. Before Jiang Shirshu could arrive, the killer had succumbed to his injuries. When he reached the basement of the base, Chen Jingsu was already covered with a white cloth, lying in a pool of blood. The man who had bled to death was Ah Gang, a subordinate working for Jiang Shirshu. The base's leader, Lu Ze, stood beside Jiang Shirshu, trembling as he spoke. Young master, tonight it was Ah Gang and Ah Chang on duty. Ah Gang, for reasons unknown, suddenly attacked Shen Jingsu. He was swift and lethal, striking the vital points, and Ah Chang was unable to intervene in time. Jiang Shirshu's brows furrowed as he gazed at the horrifying sight of the blood-soaked floor, his voice devoid of emotion, recognizing this as a calculated murder to eliminate witnesses. Lu Ze wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly kneeling. Young master, please punish me. Jiang Shirshu replied coolly, given the circumstances, we must alert the authorities. Lu Ze looked up, hesitating, but if we call the police, we would be implicated in illegal detention. Jiang Shirshu's indifferent gaze fell upon him. And before he could speak, Lu Ze hastily added, the illegal detention was my doing, I will turn myself in. Jiang Shirshu pressed his lips together tightly, lost in thought as he considered the implications of Ah Gang's family. What relatives does Ah Gang have? Where is his mother now? Lu Ze was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the suddenness of the situation, young master, it was my oversight. Jiang Shirshu's expression darkened, he was certain that Ah Gang had been coerced. And his mother was likely in the hands of the instigator, in grave danger. Lu Ze, you have greatly disappointed me. Lu Ze bowed his head, young master. I am willing to accept any punishment. A glacial look filled Jiang Shirshu's eyes as he understood the situation regarding Ah Gang's family. Realizing that his mother was being used as leverage against him, it seemed the mastermind behind this plot was. Lu Ze's face reflected disbelief. Young master. Are you saying? Jiang Shirshu's eyes flashed with cold light, there is a mole within our ranks. Let others handle the matter of surrendering. Focus on uncovering the truth behind this incident. Lu Ze nodded solemnly, understood. At a private villa, a bodyguard in black reported with his head down, Chang Yi. The matter has been resolved. Excellent work, the man replied. Now take care of Chen Jingsu's father and Ah Gang's mother as well, we cannot leave any loose ends. Yes. After the bodyguard departed, the man retrieved his phone and made an overseas call. Zhou Gu, everything has been taken care of. Upon leaving the base, Jiang Shirshu opened his phone to find a missed call from Chutang. Tang Tang, are you asleep? Chutang's voice was drowsy, betraying her fatigue. She could barely keep her eyes open. Jiang Shirshu got into the car and settled into the back seat, his tone gentle as he inquired. Why aren't you sleeping if you're so tired? The voice of Chutang was laced with a palpable weariness, sounding soft and tender, waiting for your call. Jiang Shirshu's once unyielding heart softened at the thought. I have just concluded matters on my end, should I come over to keep you company? Chutang glanced at the time and murmured, tomorrow then, I shall retire for the night. Very well, Jiang Shirshu replied softly, it is chilly tonight. Do cover yourself with the quilt. I am aware, she retorted, do you still consider me a mere 3-year-old who cannot manage a blanket? Chutang's voice, wrapped in drowsiness, grew softer with each passing word until it eventually faded into silence, leaving only the rhythmic sound of her breaths on the other end of the line. Jiang Shirshu maintained his position, holding the phone aloft, quietly listening to Chutang's breathing, his hand growing weary yet reluctant to disconnect. Just as he stepped out of the vehicle, the driver respectfully informed him, young master, Lu Ze just called, stating he urgently needs to reach you but was unable to get through. Jiang Shirshu concealed the tenderness in his gaze and ended the call with Chutang. No sooner had he hung up than Lu Ze's call came through immediately. Jiang Shirshu answered in a cold tone, what is it? Lu Ze's voice trembled with tension, it's not good, young master. Our informant just reported that Chen Jingsu's father has committed suicide by jumping from the hospital. I suspect this is no mere coincidence. Additionally, the team sent to locate Ah Gang's mother has reported that. Jiang Shirshu narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with frost, what did they say? They said Ah Gang's mother succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning while using charcoal for warmth at home. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Shirshu's eyes. Is there any chance of saving her? Lu Ze replied, trembling, by the time our people found her, she was already without breath. Jiang Shirshu's eyes sparkled with a chilling light, his voice as frigid as ice, Lu Ze, if you do not ascertain the details of this matter within 5 days, you are well aware of the consequences. The following morning, Chutang was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Initially, the persistent thuds echoed in her dreams, lingering for quite some time. As Chutang gradually became aware, she awakened from her slumber, the sound of knocking growing increasingly distinct. It turned out that someone in the real world was at the door. Who could it be so early in the morning? Last night, Chutang was troubled by thoughts, resulting in a late slumber. Early in the morning, she was abruptly awakened from her dreams, and despite her usual tranquility upon waking, she found herself irritable from the disturbance. Rising from her bed, she hastily slipped on her plush slippers and exited her room to answer the door. As she opened the door, she stifled a yawn and lazily inquired, "Who is it?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she was met with the vexatious visage of Gu Zechuan, holding a bag in his hand. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Chutang, I've brought you breakfast. Remember to eat, as your blood sugar is low." "Are you out of your mind?" Chutang retorted, her sleepiness dissipating in an instant, as she scolded him without restraint. Gu Zechuan remained unfazed, raising the bag to reveal her favorite soup dumplings and osmanthus cake. Chutang forcefully shut the door, effectively shutting out that detestable face. Gu Zechuan was momentarily taken aback, the smile on his lips faltering. He pounded on the door from the outside, shouting, "Chutang, please open the door. You may be angry with me and find me unlikable, but do not deprive yourself of sustenance. Please, take the breakfast inside, be good." Chutang was on the verge of exasperation. How could this person be so relentlessly persistent? She shouted at the door, "Gu Zechuan, get lost. If you harass me again, I will call the police." The noise outside ceased momentarily. After a brief pause, Gu Zechuan replied, "I've left breakfast at your doorstep, make sure to eat it later." With a mind burdened by various concerns, falling back asleep proved to be a challenge. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, Chutang sighed in frustration, tousled her hair irritably, and got up to freshen herself in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Shirshu's black Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of Mingjiewen. Following the events of the previous night, and with the current circumstances being delicate, Jiang Shirshu preferred to remain low-key and had opted for a more understated vehicle. Exiting the car, he was accompanied by a bodyguard clad in a black suit. Upon reaching the building where Chutang resided, Jiang Shirshu calmly instructed, "Wait for me here." The bodyguard nodded, responding with utmost respect, "Yes." Jiang Shirshu approached Chutang's door and knocked gently. There was no reply. Exercising patience, he knocked a few more times. "Gu Zechuan, are you done yet? I truly will call the police." Chutang flung the door open, her voice rising in irritation. Jiang Shirshu was momentarily taken aback. Their gazes met. A flicker of confusion surfaced in the depths of his profound eyes. "Gu Zechuan?" Chapter 88, Who could be so deranged? Chutang was momentarily taken aback, swiftly concealing her irritation and replacing it with a smile. Her expression transformed in an instant. "Brother Shirshu, you're here." Jiang Shirshu's brows furrowed slightly. "Did you just mention Gu Zechuan?" Chutang did not conceal anything and candidly replied, "Gu Zechuan just knocked on the door." It was then that Jiang Shirshu noticed the breakfast bag by the wall. With his eyes lowered, his voice betraying no hint of emotion, he inquired, "Did he come to deliver breakfast?" "Indeed, I have no idea what possessed him to be so restless early in the morning. I was enjoying a peaceful slumber until he rudely awakened me." When Chutang spoke these words, the disdain and irritation in her eyes were unmistakable. Jiang Shirshu inquired, "How did he know your specific floor and room number?" This question left Chutang momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had never disclosed her floor and room number to Gu Zechuan. How could he possibly know? Chutang stood in a daze, responding, "I do not know either." Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow and reassured, "Do not worry, Tang Tang. I shall uncover the truth of this matter. For now, please allow me to enter." Chutang stepped aside to grant Jiang Shirshu entry. Upon entering, Jiang Shirshu removed her grey pure cashmere coat and casually hung it on the hook affixed to the wall. Chutang bent down to retrieve a pair of men's slippers, placing them beside Jiang Shirshu's feet. As Jiang Shirshu took a moment to change his shoes, Chutang endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, casually inquiring, "By the way, Shirshu, you mentioned last night that you had urgent matters to attend to. What was the matter? Have you resolved it?" Jiang Shirshu paused briefly, his tone unwavering as he replied, "It pertains to Chen Jingsu." Witnessing his candidness, Chutang felt the tension in her heart finally ease. She let out a nearly imperceptible sigh, her previously taut body relaxing. Fortunately, he had no intention of concealing the truth. She was certain her judgment was not amiss, sure she was indeed different from Gu Zechuan. Chen Jingsu? Chutang continued. Isn't she confined in a detention center? This was consistent with what Gu Zechuan had mentioned the previous night. The only distinction lay in Jiang Shirshu's use of the term abduction. Abduction? Chutang mused, so, she is not pregnant at all? Jiang Shirshu nodded, affirming, yes, after her abduction, we have been searching for her. And ultimately located her in a telecom fraud zone near the border of Country C, where she explicitly stated that she has never been pregnant. Chutang followed Jiang Shirshu into the living room, pondering who had abducted her and for what motives. This was precisely why I wished to spare you from worry. Jiang Shirshu turned to her, his expression grave. The forces behind her abduction were formidable and, at a preliminary assessment, it seemed they were targeting me. Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow, fell into silence, and his demeanor grew stern. Last night, I received a call on my way to pick you up, informing me that Chen Jingsu had been harmed. Chutang's eyes widened in shock, her expression filled with terror. When our people located her, we intended to inquire about the mastermind behind her actions. However, before we could extract any information, she was silenced. Initial shock coursed through Chutang's heart. Chen Jingsu was indeed guilty, and her contempt for Chen Jingsu ran deep. Yet, she held steadfast in her belief that the law would ultimately deliver justice. Kidnapping and attempted murder were grave offenses, and while she recognized that, according to current legal standards, the death penalty might not be immediately applicable, she still felt that it was the law's prerogative to punish her. The notion of someone being murdered as a form of retribution was far too brutal. In truth, the more harrowing revelations from Jiang Shirshu remained unspoken. Chen Jingsu had met a horrific end, her throat slit, and her demise was gruesome beyond imagination. Even her ailing father, who had long suffered, had fallen victim to the orchestrators behind this tragedy, alongside the murderer, a gang, and his elderly mother. Jiang Shirshu, having witnessed the depths of darkness from his position, had become somewhat desensitized to such horrors. However, Chutang was different. Her inherent kindness and profound empathy meant that the mere thought of these events would leave her so distressed that she might lose her appetite altogether. After all, both Chen Jingsu's father and the gang's mother were blameless. Jiang Shirshu drew Chutang into his embrace, resting his chin upon her neck. He inhaled deeply, allowing himself to unwind. Tang Tang, he murmured, so much has transpired recently, I feel as though I must remain perpetually on edge. Only in your presence can I truly relax. As he held her close and closed his eyes, he continued, please, be cautious. I fear those individuals may turn their attention toward you. I will assign 2 additional bodyguards for your protection. Remember to take them with you whenever you venture outside. Chutang buried her head in Jiang Shirshu's embrace, letting out a muffled sound of contemplation. An unsettling feeling arose within her. Brother Shirshu, do you have any leads? Who could be so deranged? Jiang Shirshu pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. At this moment, I too find myself without any clues, but I believe answers will soon surface. Certain actions inevitably leave traces. I have already alerted the authorities last night, and they are currently conducting an investigation. Chutang lowered her gaze, burdened with unspoken thoughts. After a moment, the girl spoke in a somber tone. Gu Zechuan came to see me last night. Jiang Shirshu tightened his grip on her arm, inquiring, what was his purpose? Chutang's delicate lips parted slightly, her voice a mere whisper. He came to find me and said that you were with Chen Jingsu last night. He even mentioned that you sent someone to snatch Chen Jingsu from the police. He intentionally misled me, attempting to sow seeds of doubt about Chen Jingsu bearing your child. Jiang Shirshu gently inquired, what are your thoughts on this? Chutang stated, to be honest, there was a moment when I felt undeniably anxious. My hands trembling with fear that you might have truly committed an act of betrayal against me. However, I soon realized that it must have been a deliberate attempt to sow discord. I have faith that you would never betray me. At this juncture, Chutang's voice carried a hint of sorrow as she softly added, I never anticipated that Chen Jingsu would meet such a tragic fate last night. Jiang Shirshu gently patted Chutang's back, reassuring her, it's all right, Tang Tang. Even if you harbor doubts, it matters not. I will personally come to you to clarify everything and provide you with the explanations you seek. Of course, I am truly grateful for your unwavering trust in me. As for Chen Jingsu, I too was taken aback by the turn of events. Chutang inquired gloomily, is Chen Jingsu being coerced? She recalled when she kidnapped Jiao Jiao. Her hand gripping the dagger trembled, and her expression was one of anxiety and fear. She did not appear to be inherently malevolent. Jiang Shirshu acknowledged with a hum. Indeed. She was under duress. Chutang tightly embraced Jiang Shirshu, exclaiming, Brother Shirshu, the mastermind behind this is a cold-blooded lunatic, you must be extremely cautious. The man's gaze was sharp. His jawline taut. Do not worry about me, I shall exercise prudence. As he exited the apartment, Jiang Shirshu discarded the bag of breakfast into the trash bin below and turned to command those around him to investigate Gu Zechuan. The inquiry was swiftly concluded. It was revealed that Gu Zechuan had paid a handsome sum to the property management company for Ruan Chutang's detail address. Jiang Shirshu immediately initiated legal action against the property management while summoning its director. The director, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was blissfully unaware of the calamity approaching him, presuming that the president of Jiang Corporation sought to collaborate. Such a minor figure was not worthy of Jiang Shirshu's direct attention. His assistant, Lin Sen, received him instead. The man bowed and smiled obsequiously, inquiring, Assistant Lin, has President Jiang summoned me with intentions of partnership? Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. How could our Jiang Corporation possibly collaborate with a company that casually peddles owner information? The man's expression shifted to one of tumultuous shock, his face paling as he stammered. What? Selling owner information? Lin tossed a stack of documents onto the table before him. Director Zhang, take a good look, these are the evidences of your company's illicit dealings. President Jiang wishes for you to comprehend your impending fate. The man trembled as he leafed through the documents, his complexion growing increasingly pale, cold sweat beading upon his forehead. There must be some misunderstanding. I will immediately verify the situation. Lin chuckled lightly. No need for that, Director Zhang. Our investigation has revealed that you are the mastermind behind the sale of owner information. The funds Gu Zechuan paid have nearly all lined your pockets. We are currently preparing to file a lawsuit. This meeting is merely to inform you that starting today, you will encounter a series of formidable challenges. You may very well face financial ruin, all of which is of your own making. The man's face drained of color, his legs weakened as he pleaded. I beg President Jiang for a chance, I will reform. I am willing to offer half of my assets as compensation. Lin scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe President Jiang would be interested? Let me be frank with you, the owner information Gu Zechuan acquired pertains to our president's wife. Do you understand now? In an instant, the man's face turned ashen, despair consuming his eyes. In the past few days, Chutang had been exceedingly busy, attending court daily while also ensuring that Lu Ming received work-related injury recognition and labor capability assessment. The weather forecast predicted an impending cold wave, with temperatures expected to plummet to around -4 degrees Celsius. Lu Ming and Lu Yu had already been arranged to stay in a single room at a top-tier hospital. Chutang enlisted Yu Jiao Jiao to procure down jackets, thick blankets, and electric heating pads for the siblings. The young girl sniffled, her voice quivering with emotion. Lawyer Wan, I have gathered all the provisions. Chutang sat before her computer, diligently composing materials, when she heard Yu Jiao's voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing. She looked up, momentarily taken aback by the sight of her friend on the verge of tears. Yu Jiao pressed her lips together, her eyes shimmering with a veil of moisture. Recently, Xiaoya's condition had deteriorated significantly. The doctor had warned that if a compatible bone marrow donor could not be found, she might not survive through this winter. Chutang's fingers paused above the keyboard, her eyelashes momentarily glistening with moisture. Just a little longer, I've already sent someone to find compatible bone marrow. Surely it will be found. Her voice quivered slightly. Yu Jiao could not help but weep, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Chutang. Lawyer Ruan, if Xiaoya truly... Before she could finish her thought, Chutang swiftly interrupted, it won't happen. Xiaoya will be fine. Throughout the afternoon, Chutang appeared somewhat distracted. She took a moment to make a phone call. Still no suitable bone marrow had been located? That evening, Jiang Shirshu came to pick Chutang up from work. And together they ventured out for dinner. In the upscale restaurant, the gentle strains of a piano filled the air. The red wine and steak were of the finest quality, complemented by roses and candlelight that created a romantic atmosphere. Chutang, however, was lost in thought, her untouched steak growing cold before her. Jiang Shirshu's gaze was filled with concern. "Tang Tang, is there something troubling you?" She sighed, her eyes reflecting sorrow. In order to support his sister's education, he had dropped out of school early to work. Yet, fate had played a cruel joke on him. His sister had been diagnosed with leukemia, and at merely 11 years of age. The doctors warned that without finding a compatible bone marrow donor soon, she might not survive the winter. Jiang Shirshu inquired, "Is there a high-priced reward for a donor?" In such circumstances, a generous offer could swiftly yield a match. Chutang tightened her grip on the edge of the table, shaking her head with a furrowed brow. "I have considered it before, but I fear it may have the opposite effect. If we set a high price, it might incite nefarious intentions in certain unscrupulous individuals. You know how those in the black market will resort to anything for money." Jiang Shirshu gently took her hand, soothingly assuring her, "Leave this matter to me. I promise to find a suitable bone marrow donor without causing harm to the contributor." In Chutang's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flickered. "Really?" she inquired softly. "Yes." Jiang Shirshu gently caressed Chutang's hand, reassuring her with his warmth. "Trust me, Tang Tang, please eat well, all right?" His touch instilled a comforting sense of security within her. "All right," she replied, tucking away her worries and offering a knowing smile. Jiang Shirshu indeed had the means to assist her. While she was not lacking in wealth. Not every problem could be solved with money, sometimes, power was equally essential. "Young master, we have a lead. I'm outside now, may I come in to report?" "Come in." Lu Zhe entered, exuding an air of chill. Jiang Shirshu poured himself a cup of warm water, settled onto the sofa, and with a slightly frosty gaze, commanded, "Speak." Lu Zhe lowered his head, cautiously meeting Jiang Shirshu's eyes. "The person who abducted Chen Jingsu is related to Fu Yuanzhou." Upon hearing that name, Jiang Shirshu's eyes narrowed sharply. "Fu Yuanzhou?" Lu Zhe nodded, trembling slightly. Chapter 90, Is she next in line? Revised, Fu Yuanzhou, the illegitimate son of Jiang Yi. Jiang Shirshu's eyes darkened like ink. Knowing the man was in a country with far-reaching influence, Lu Zhe stood uneasily, hardly daring to breathe. Jiang Shirshu's voice turned cold. "Since he has begun to make his move, I see no reason to extend him any courtesy. I've heard he recently acquired a significant project in a country?" A smirk curled on Jiang Shirshu's lips. "Let's send him a welcoming gift. That project cannot proceed under his control." "Understood," Lu Zhe replied swiftly. Jiang Shirshu then inquired, "Was it also Fu Yuanzhou's men who murdered Chen Jingsu?" "Yes," Lu Zhe affirmed, his expression grave. "It seems Chen Jingsu was deemed no longer of value." Leading to her silencing. Jiang Shirshu's eyes narrowed further, an icy chill cascading from him, aligning perfectly with Fu Yuanzhou's typical modus operandi. He displayed a disregard for law and humanity, treating life with utter contempt. Jiang Shirshu's demeanor hardened. "If he is so idle, let us assign him some tasks. Contact Shenyan in a country and have him assist in dealing with Fu Yuanzhou. We must secure that project, ensuring Fu Yuanzhou cannot proceed." "Yes." In a country, at Fu Yuanzhou's private villa, the phone on the bedside table rang incessantly. After an automatic disconnection, it resumed its relentless ringing, resembling a death knell. "Jogu, your phone has been ringing for quite some time. Aren't you going to answer?" a woman asked breathlessly. Fu Yuanzhou remained silent. A playful smile lingering in his enchanting peach blossom eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His inherent allure was heightened by his current state, steeped in desire. The woman, captivated, found herself lost in his gaze, surrendering completely. Su Jingxian had dialed multiple times with no response, her heart growing colder with each passing moment. As time slipped away, her anxiety intensified. "Miss, has young Master Fu still not answered?" her bodyguard inquired. Su Jingxuan's face paled, her voice trembling. "He might be giving up on me. I feel like a discarded pawn." 2 days before the engagement ceremony, Sun Liqing, Fu Yuanzhou's subordinate in Huagua, had approached her, requesting her assistance in creating a scene at the engagement ceremony. She had initially intended to use Chen Jingsu to eliminate Ruan Chutang. But an unforeseen turn of events led to Jiang Shirshu being harmed instead. Thankfully, Fu Yuanzhou's power was formidable, and Sun Liqing was astute. The Jiang family had not traced the incident back to them. She had hoped that the matter would simply pass, but to her shock, the Jiang family had located Chen Jingsu. It was clear that Chen Jingsu's demise was orchestrated by Fu Yuanzhou. Was she next in line? Would she be silenced by Fu Yuanzhou first, or would the Jiang family uncover her involvement? In a country, after releasing his pent-up frustration, Fu Yuanzhou reclined against the headboard, savoring a post-coital cigarette. The woman beside him, bare and delicate, traced her fingers across his sun-kissed chest. Bolstered by her recent indulgence of Fu Yuanzhou, she brazenly began to pout and express jealousy. Fu Yuanzhou inhaled deeply, expelling smoke rings, the ethereal mist cloaking his features. A grin played on his lips as he lifted the woman's chin, his gaze penetrating hers with an alluring charm. What lover could serve you as well as she does? Just a mere pawn, she retains some value for now. Once that is lost, she will be worth less than your pet. The woman's name was Jiang Xingya, one of Fu Yuanzhou's lovers. Bibi was her cherished samoyed. Jiang Xingya, enchanted by Fu Yuanzhou's words, felt a rush of sweetness flood her heart, akin to being steeped in honey. Pago, how can you say such things about girls? She pouted playfully, exuding irresistible charm. Fu Yuanzhou chuckled, lifting Jiang Xingya's chin and leaning down to kiss her. His desire surged anew, the earlier release merely a prelude to their fervent entanglement, filling the room with an intoxicating atmosphere. After concluding her call with Fu Yuanzhou, Su Jingxian finally felt a weight lift from her heart. It appeared she still held some value to him, since Fu Yuanzhou had explicitly assured her that Chen Jingsu's fate would not affect her. He must have been confident that the Jiang family would not trace the incident back to her. At last, she could anticipate a peaceful night's rest. In the Jiang family study, Jiang Shirshu meticulously reported Fu Yuanzhou's actions to the elder Jiang and his father, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression was somber. A laptop sat on the desk, displaying the elder Jiang's furious visage. The elder Jiang, communicating via video call, spoke with authority. "A.E. I warned you that the illegitimate child could not be spared. Our family only needs Shirshu as the heir." Jiang Yi, filled with regret and shame, bore a troubled countenance. "Father, I was wrong, I should not have shown mercy. I was merely considering the blood that flows through him." The elder Jiang's face flushed with anger. "Your moment of pity has led to a calamity. Look at the atrocities he has committed, 3 lives extinguished." Jiang Shirshu stood silently, his demeanor composed. Jiang Yi lowered his head, absorbing his father's reprimands, not daring to retort. "You speak wisely," he murmured, bowing his head in submission. After a lengthy scolding, the elder Jiang finally regained his composure. "Have Shirshu come to the phone?" "Yes." Jiang Yi turned the computer towards Jiang Shirshu, who stood attentively nearby. "Grandfather," Jiang Shirshu addressed respectfully. The elder Jiang regarded him with a stern gaze. "What do you plan to do next?" Jiang Shirshu responded thoughtfully. "I will ensure he learns that our Jiang family is not a place for lawlessness." However, the elder's expression was solemn as he spoke with earnest gravity. Judging by his manner, he was undoubtedly a man of madness. "Once you have chosen to engage him, you must be thoroughly prepared." Jiang Shirshu lowered his gaze, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. "I understood that his earlier lack of vigilance had allowed him to succeed." The elder nodded slightly, stating, "You have always made my life easier, far more so than your father." He cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yi, who stood silently with his head bowed, not daring to retort. After a brief pause, the elder addressed Jiang Shirshu, saying, "Shirshu, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to take charge of the Jiang family. I am aware that your authority has been limited, making it difficult for you to investigate many matters. Given the current situation, entrusting the family's power and business to you will also aid you in dealing with Fu Yuanzhou. I have heard he has been thriving abroad in recent years, and his influence should not be underestimated. Do not take this lightly." The elder nodded, adding, "I have always trusted your judgment, except for that last impulsive act to shield Tang from harm. Jiang Shirshu's lips were pressed tightly together, his eyes cast downward, revealing no discernible emotion. He remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, the elder spoke again, his tone earnest. Shirshu, remember, such incidents must never occur again. You are the sole heir of the Jiang lineage, do not let a woman lead to your downfall. Do you understand? Jiang Shirshu tightened his hands at his sides, his expression inscrutable, and replied in a low voice, I understand. The elder then turned to Jiang Yi, stating, from now on, as long as Shirshu's actions do not violate our family's principles or cross legal boundaries, you must not interfere. Jiang Yi felt a surge of resentment. His father, still robust, had directly transferred the family's power and legacy from the elder to his son, Jiang Shirshu. Though he felt angered, he dared not voice any objections in the elder's presence. Moreover, the root of the trouble lay with his illegitimate son. Had he not succumbed to temptation years ago? Such turmoil would not have arisen. He had no right to contest anything, no matter how vexed or dissatisfied he felt, he could only acquiesce. Jiang Yi reassured himself that the true power lay with his son, not some outsider. He responded, I understand. As the cold wave descended, temperatures plummeted below freezing, and Jiang City welcomed its first snowfall of the winter. The winter days grew dark early, and as Chutang emerged from the law firm, the night had already enveloped the surroundings. Flurries of snowflakes drifted gently down, illuminated by the glow of neon lights, creating a scene of enchanting romance. Chutang stood by the street, extending her hand to catch a few snowflakes. The north wind blew fiercely, piercing to the bone, prompting Chutang to adjust her scarf as her breath transformed into a misty vapor in the frigid air. The Maybach of Jiang Shirshu came to a halt at the roadside. Chutang lifted her foot and began to walk in that direction. Jiang Shirshu had already disembarked and was swiftly approaching her. Chutang had made arrangements with him to visit Xiaoye at the hospital today. As the car door closed, the howling cold wind was kept at bay. Jiang Shirshu held Chutang closely in the back seat, gently cradling her hands in his, warming them with his own. Her hands were icy to the touch. With his gaze lowered, Jiang Shirshu expressed his concern, why aren't you wearing gloves? They turned so red from the cold. Chutang sniffled. For it was merely a few steps. Yet, that would not suffice. Jiang Shirshu gently massaged her hand, reminding her to wear it next time. Chutang responded with a soft murmur within the confines of the hospital ward. As Chutang entered the room, Xiaoye was leaning against the hospital bed, lost in thought as she gazed out at the heavy snowfall. The young girl seemed to be in a trance, oblivious to Chutang and Jiang Shirshu's arrival. Xiaoye, I've come to see you, Chutang said, placing the items she carried onto the small table and greeting Xiaoye. Chutang smiled as she introduced, Xiaoye, this is my sister's boyfriend, brother Jiang Shirshu. Xiaoye's eyes lit up with realization, and she cheerfully greeted, hello, brother Shirshu. Jiang Shirshu recalled Chutang's repeated admonitions to greet the young girl with a smile, lest his demeanor frighten her. He softened his tone, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips as he replied, hello. The young girl shyly bit her lip and averted her gaze. Chutang entered and sat down beside Xiaoye's bed. The young girl appeared increasingly pale and haggard, her eye sockets deeply sunken, and she had become alarmingly emaciated. Chutang's heart ached with a profound heaviness. She fought to suppress her sorrow and retrieved a fluffy, milky white hat from the gift bag, her eyes sparkling with joy as she smiled. Xiaoye, this is a gift from your sister. Do you like it? The little girl's eyes gleamed with delight as she beamed, I love it. Thank you, Sister Ruan. Over the past few days, the two had grown to be friends. Xiaoye no longer referred to Chutang as Lawyer Ruan with polite formality, instead, she affectionately called her sister Ruan. Upon receiving the hat, Xiaoye eagerly replaced her own with the new one and, filled with anticipation, asked Chutang, do I look good, Sister Ruan? Chutang gently reached out to stroke the little girl's head, whispering, you are truly adorable. Chutang was engaged in conversation with Xiaoye when Jiang Shirshu's phone rang. He lifted his phone and waved it towards Chutang, indicating that he needed to step outside to take a call. Chutang nodded. After Jiang Shirshu left, only Chutang and Xiaoye remained in the ward. The young girl hesitated several times, as if there were words she longed to share with Chutang. Chutang discerned her subtle expressions and inquired, is there something you wish to convey to your sister, Xiaoye? The young girl hesitated and stammered, "Sister, could you assist me with my makeup?" Chutang was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoye continued, "My condition has been deteriorating lately, and you must have noticed. My complexion worsens with each passing day, and every time my brother visits, his eyes are red with concern. I understand he is troubled. And I do not wish to burden him with my worries." A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over Chutang, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Of course, Xiaoye. You are so adorable. With makeup, you would undoubtedly look stunning." Xiaoye smiled, her pale face revealing two charming dimples. "Really?" "Indeed." Chutang nodded. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. "I shall bring some cosmetics when I come to see you tomorrow and help you create a beautiful look." "That sounds wonderful," Xiaoye replied, her smile illuminating her eyes. In the corridor, Jiang Shirshu was on the phone with Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe informed him, "Young master, we have received word from Country A that they have met with General Shun. In the coming days, they will discuss and formulate a concrete plan to secure the project from Fuyuanzhou." "Understood." Chutang and Xiaoye were engaged in a conversation, their faces adorned with smiles, exuding an air of sheer joy. Upon hearing this, Chutang's smile deepened. Jiang Shirshu cast a curious glance at them, wondering what they could be discussing that brought them such joy. Chutang spoke mysteriously, "It's a secret." Just as Jiang Shirshu was about to respond, the phone rang again. This time, he chose not to step out to answer it. Once the call connected, the voice on the other end said, "Mr. Jiang, we have found the compatible bone marrow as per your request." Jiang Shirshu instinctively glanced in Chutang's direction and was informed that the individual would be brought in for examination tomorrow. "Understood." After hanging up, Jiang Shirshu approached Chutang and gently said, "Tang Tang, we have located the compatible bone marrow." Chutang seemed momentarily taken aback, her expression vacant as she inquired, "What did you say?" Jiang Shirshu's demeanor was gentle as he replied, "I said that we have found a suitable bone marrow match, Xiaoye's illness can be cured." Initial Tang's expression shifted, tears streaming down her face in a cascade of overwhelming joy. She wiped her tears and, with fervent excitement, grasped Xiaoyu's hand, laughing and weeping simultaneously, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, did you hear? We have found a compatible bone marrow. Your illness can be cured." Xiaoyu stood in stunned silence, her eyes glistening with red, pondering if there truly was hope for her recovery. Chutang's tearful eyes glistened as she choked out, "There is hope. I told you not to give up. Your illness will surely be cured. How wonderful, how wonderful." Xiaoye's eyes sparkled with tears as she murmured, "From now on, my brother will no longer have to worry about me. This is truly an immense joy." The melancholy that had enveloped Chutang for several days was suddenly dispelled. Jiang Shirshu observed as her furrowed brow, which had been tightly knit for days, finally relaxed, and his own spirits lifted in tandem. The two nestled on the sofa of their apartment, and the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of undeniable intimacy. Jiang Shirshu tightened his embrace around Chutang's hand, the desire in his gaze becoming increasingly palpable. Chapter 92, How could he bear to leave first? Revised, when Chutang awoke once more, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The other side of the bed lay empty, Jiang Shirshu had risen. Chutang tousled her hair and lifted the blanket, preparing to rise and attend to her morning ablutions. Chutang stepped out of the bedroom to find Jiang Shirshu seated on the living room sofa, casually resting his leg over the other, a laptop perched upon his knee. When the man immerses himself in his work, he exudes an irresistible charm. The snowfall had ceased, and the gentle warmth of the winter sun streamed through the glass window, casting a soft, golden glow upon Jiang Shirshu, subtly softening the starkness of his deep, chiseled features. The room was heated, and he wore only a black shirt, with the collar buttons fastened tightly. His gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, his expression inscrutable, while his long, elegant fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, presenting a visage of austere restraint. Only she comprehended the wildness concealed beneath Jiang Shirshu's cultured and ascetic facade. It was her first time witnessing his intense focus on work, a stark contrast to the events of the previous night. At that moment, Chutang found herself somewhat entranced. Jiang Shirshu noticed her gaze, looked up, and his cold brows softened instantly. A gentle smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Tang Tang, are you awake? Chutang uttered a soft acknowledgement and approached, settling beside Jiang Shirshu. She tucked her legs beneath her on the sofa and tilted her head to glance at his computer screen. Jiang Shirshu spoke gently. Grandfather has entrusted me with the official management of the company, so I have been rather occupied lately. Chutang found it somewhat perplexing. Logically, the current leader of the Jiang group should be Uncle Jiang, should it not? However, as this matter pertained to the internal affairs of the Jiang family, she deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. To her surprise, Jiang Shirshu voluntarily broached the subject. Previously, the incident involving Qin Jingsu was related to my father's illegitimate son. Jiang Shirshu maintained a steady gaze on the computer screen, his expression unperturbed as he spoke of the matter, as if discussing the most mundane topic imaginable. Chutang widened her eyes in astonishment. What illegitimate child? Jiang Shirshu's tone wavered, his fingers paused mid-typing. And there seemed to be a flicker of reluctance and sorrow in his gaze. It was the first time Chutang had witnessed such emotions in his eyes. Initially, my grandparents pressured my father to terminate that pregnancy, but he was genuinely serious about that woman at the time, which made him reluctant to abandon their child. He outwardly agreed to the termination, but in truth, he secretly sent that woman abroad, concealing this from my grandparents. Chutao was rendered speechless, astonished to learn of such a scandal involving the Jiang family, which she had never heard of before. Clearly, they had kept it under wraps quite effectively. Jiang Shirshu continued. To be honest, my father's true affection lies with the woman outside. Unfortunately, they could never come to fruition, as my grandmother detests women devoid of moral integrity who disrupt other families. My grandfather, a man of unwavering virtue, also resolutely forbade such women from entering our household, fearing they would tarnish our family's reputation. Initially, our family was deceived by my father, believing he had indeed terminated the pregnancy and severed ties with that woman. When I was around 5 or 6, my mother uncovered the truth and confronted him fiercely. Their quarrel escalated to the point where both families were involved. For their marriage was not merely a union of two individuals but a matter of significant interest for both the Lin and Jiang clans. Naturally, they did not divorce, as familial pressures prevented my father from continuing contact with that woman. However, my mother harbored resentment over the matter, leading to frequent disputes between them regarding that woman and her child during my childhood. After listening, Chutang was rendered speechless with shock. She could hardly believe that Uncle Jiang, who appeared to be cultured, easygoing, and courteous, was in fact such an irresponsible man, indulging in extramarital affairs and displaying a blatant disregard for family. Upon reflecting on the gentle Aunt Lin's near-suicidal leap, Chutang could not help but feel a mixture of sympathy and trepidation. Had she truly taken that tragic step, Shirshu would have been left a motherless child, and if that woman were to bring her illegitimate offspring into their lives, Shirshu's existence would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Fortunately, such a calamity was averted. Noticing Chutang's silence, Jiang Shirshu diverted his gaze from the computer screen, turning to Chutang, his deep, dark eyes harboring an almost imperceptible plea. Tang Tang, do you think my home is chaotic? Rest assured, I am not like my father. From a young age, I secretly vowed to love only one person for a lifetime, to remain utterly loyal and wholly devoted. In this moment, he appeared somewhat vulnerable, as if fearing that Chutang might misconstrue the disarray of his home as a reflection of his character, leading her to distance herself from him. In her heart, Chutang was overwhelmed by a medley of emotions, both sour and sweet, as her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. The sorrow stemmed from her compassion for his childhood tribulations, the pain of witnessing his humility before her, and the fear that he might dread her rejection. The sweetness, however, arose from the profound care he harbored for her. Chutang inhaled softly, opening her arms to embrace Jiang Shirshu, bestowing upon him a warm and heartfelt hug. The girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her voice slightly choked as she uttered, "Brother Shirshu, I understand, I truly do." He was aware that he was not the kind of person she feared. Ever since they had been together, she had never doubted his sincerity. Chutang's voice, soft and gentle, soothed the restlessness within Jiang Shirshu's heart. As long as you don't leave first, I will never abandon you. Upon hearing these words, a string in his heart was delicately plucked, bringing him to the brink of tears. How could he bear to leave his beloved Tang Tang? Chapter 93, My Princess, new, 10 days later. Ruan Chutang hosted a grand banquet for Chutang. The event took place at his newly acquired European-style manor, set for 7 o'clock in the evening. Chutang had risen early at 8 to prepare her appearance. During the last family gathering at the Jiang residence, the matriarch had suggested that young ladies of the East should don kipayos. Initially, Chutang intended to commission a qipao from the most upscale boutique in Jiang City. However, considering the banquet hall's Rococo style reminiscent of medieval Europe, she abandoned that thought. The gown for the evening was a pale blue, off-the-shoulder creation inspired by the blue Rococo dress worn by Queen Mary in the 1956 film The Last Empress. The dress featured an abundance of petticoats and crinolines, resulting in an opulent, voluminous silhouette. The bodice required a structured corset, cinching the waist and accentuating her curves, while the gown was crafted from luxurious silk, adorned with intricate lace and pearls, exuding grandeur and elegance. To complement the gown, the stylist adorned Chutang with a platinum-colored wig, styled in an elegant European updo. The upper section of the wig was swept back, while the lower half cascaded in soft, European curls on either side. She also wore hair accessories that harmonized with the color palette of her dress. As for her makeup, the stylist enhanced her look with light blue contact lenses, transforming her into a vision of golden hair and azure eyes, perfectly suited to the Rococo-themed gown. Chutang, with her fair complexion, requires no heavy makeup. A mere touch of foundation and a hint of light-colored lipstick render her as beautiful as an angel descended from the heavens. The estate lies in the western suburbs, approximately an hour's drive from Chutang's current apartment. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Shirshu arrived at the stylist's shop to escort Chutang, utterly mesmerized and momentarily frozen in place by her stunning appearance. Chutang turned her head and smiled at him. "You are here." Jiang Shirshu was also dressed in an elegant European-style suit today, his hair slightly curled and fashioned in a refined European hairstyle, which accentuated his aristocratic demeanor. Chutang sat before the vanity mirror, and as Jiang Shirshu approached, he bent low in a courteous bow and extended his hand towards her, addressing her as little princess. Chutang gently placed her hand upon his. Jiang Shirshu reverently pressed a kiss upon the back of her hand and, in fluent English, declared, "My princess, allow me to take you away." An hour later, the Cullinan finally arrived at the western suburban estate. The vehicle traversed the expansive asphalt road, flanked by towering sycamore trees, their winter-bare branches casting a mottled shadow upon the overcast sky. From a distance, a grand and magnificent castle could be seen, the main edifice of the estate. This estate, designed in European style, surpassed even the Su families in size, sprawling over more than 200 acres. The main building was a resplendent castle, complemented by several charming European villas scattered throughout the grounds. The landscaping featured evergreens that flourished even in winter, maintaining a lush vibrancy, while the expansive gardens were adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants. The estate boasted a helipad, an artificial lake, a swimming pool, a cinema, tennis courts, a gymnasium, and a horse-riding arena, showcasing impeccable infrastructure. Ruan Chutang spoke with a refined London accent, his demeanor exuding the elegance of British nobility in every gesture. He favored the architectural style of Western medieval Europe, and this estate was recently acquired as a dowry for Ruan Chutang, having just completed the formalities. Today marked the inaugural banquet to welcome guests. An array of luxury vehicles continuously arrived at the estate, where uniformed guards stood at the entrance, inspecting invitations and verifying identities. As the Cullinan approached the gates, the guards acknowledged it without hesitation. They had already memorized the license plates of several frequently used vehicles belonging to the Jiang and Ruan families, including Jiang Shirshu's Cullinan. The car moved smoothly into the estate, ultimately halting before the castle. While other guests' vehicles were directed to the underground parking, only those belonging to the Ruan, Jiang, and Su families were permitted to park in the open space before the castle. The driver came to a stop, and as Jiang Shirshu opened the door, the estate's butler, having anticipated their arrival, stood respectfully to one side. Jiang Shirshu extended his hand to Chutang, who took it as she alighted from the vehicle. The castle's grand doors swung open, revealing a red carpet that stretched endlessly inward. Flanking either side of the carpet were dozens of servants, neatly arranged in 2 rows, all dressed in uniforms, bowing in unison as they greeted, "Good evening, miss." "Good evening, young Master Jiang." Chutang gracefully entwined her arm around Jiang Shirshu's, as they leisurely stepped onto the crimson carpet, entering the grand castle. The banquet hall on the first floor was designed in the style of the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna, resplendent and opulent, adorned with exquisite decorations. Towering crystal chandeliers hung from above, while the ceiling was embellished with murals from the European Renaissance, creating an ambience reminiscent of a medieval European palace. This banquet hall was comparably spacious to the Schönbrunn Palace. The melodies of the orchestra flowed gently through the air, as guests engaged in lively conversation, their glasses clinking in a harmonious symphony. Upon their entrance, Chutang and Jiang Shirshu immediately captivated the attention of the crowd. The assembly instinctively parted, allowing them to gracefully traverse the hall, hand in hand, embodying the elegance and regality of a royal prince and princess. In an effort to please the venerable matriarch of the Jiang family, Su Jingxian donned a qipao today, which, unfortunately, clashed with the ambience of the banquet. However, no one had stipulated that evening gowns must align with the event's theme, and she had previously harbored no objections. Yet, upon witnessing the princely allure of Chutang and Jiang Shirshu, Su Jingxian felt a surge of jealousy, her teeth clenched in resentment. Their mere presence rendered all other meticulously adorned guests, herself included, mere shadows in comparison. Su Jingxian, entwined with the elderly matriarch, observed Chutang and Jiang Shirshu engaging in conversation with others, and remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Grandmother, do you see how Chutang is dressed? You mentioned before that her attire was inappropriate and that she ought to wear a qipao, yet today she has chosen something even more extravagant, even dyeing her hair platinum. Isn't she just a pretentious foreigner? Is she deliberately trying to provoke you?" The Jiang matriarch, steeped in conservative values and traditional beliefs, harbored a deep-seated disdain for anything she associated with foreign influences, remnants of a bygone era when imperialism loomed large over the populace. Although the world had evolved, and cultural exchanges had become increasingly common, her entrenched biases against foreign customs remained. Su Jingxuan's words ignited a spark of indignation within the elder. Her gaze, filled with disdain, fixated on the distant figure of Chutang, who was laughing and conversing with others. "She knows I disapprove yet flaunts herself before me, leading Shirshu astray. Her appearance is utterly ghastly. To consider such a woman as my granddaughter-in-law would be a disgrace to the Jiang family." "Indeed, grandmother. My brother has never donned such attire before. It must be Chutang's influence," Su Jingxian added with a somber tone. The matriarch's expression darkened. She recalled having apologized to Shirshu previously, claiming her behavior at the family banquet was misguided, but such a woman did not deserve indulgence. "I should have been more resolute during that gathering." "Indeed," Su Jingxian chimed, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "She didn't even bother to greet you upon her arrival, instead choosing to socialize with others. It seems she holds you in no regard." The elder's temper flared. "This Chutang is utterly disrespectful and devoid of any decorum. And yet your mother insists she is well educated." Su Jingxian wore a triumphant smile, her tone sweet and understanding. "Grandmother, don't let her upset you, your health is paramount." The matriarch gently patted Su Jingxuan's hand, appreciating her granddaughter's concern. "Ah, my dear Chen Wan, you are the most dutiful and caring of my kin," she mused, her heart swelling with affection. Su Jingxuan's smile deepened. "Grandmother, would it not be splendid if I could accompany you for all eternity?" The elder chuckled, "Silly child. You must marry one day, how could you remain by my side forever? It is my wish for you to find a partner. Yet I would love for you to remain with me." Su Jingxian refrained from voicing her true desire, silently thinking that marrying her brother would allow her to stay close to the matriarch indefinitely. Instead, she sweetly proclaimed, "For you, grandmother, I could remain single my whole life." This sentiment brought immense joy to the elder, her laughter echoing with delight. Just as they shared this moment, Jiang Shirshu and Chutang caught sight of the matriarch and, after exchanging a few words with their companions, approached their direction. Su Jingxian announced, "Grandmother, they are coming." The matriarch huffed in annoyance, only now do they choose to arrive. Chutang, with an elegant grace, walked up to Lady Jiang, standing before her and politely addressing her, "Lady Jiang." She recalled that the last time, the elder had requested her not to call her grandmother. However, Lady Jiang's expression was one of discontent, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Was she still harboring resentment over the previous family banquet? "I had already apologized to Shirshu, why does she still hold a grudge?" Jiang Shirshu furrowed his brow and interjected. "Grandmother, did you not instruct Tang Tang not to address you as grandmother?" Tang Tang is merely adhering to your wishes, why must you be so unreasonable? Chutang could not help but smirk inwardly, as she sensed yet another attempt to stir trouble. Upon hearing her grandson's remark about her being unreasonable, the old lady erupted with indignation. How dare you accuse me of being unreasonable? I am your grandmother. Jiang Shirshu, influenced by this woman, had lost his way. Just look at his current state and the attire he donned. Furthermore, his demeanor toward me is hardly befitting of a junior's respect for their elder. Jiang Shirshu's expression remained icy. Grandmother, why do you insist on nitpicking? You used to be so understanding. The old matriarch huffed in response. That also depends on the person in question. Chutang smirked silently in derision. At that moment, a little girl rushed over and clutched Chutang's skirt, exclaiming, "Wow, princess! Are you a Disney princess?" Upon being amused by the little girl, Chutang bent down to pinch her cheek playfully, exclaiming, "No, not at all." The little girl looked up at Chutang with her sparkling, wide eyes filled with wonder, and with a melodious voice she declared, "You are a princess. You are even more beautiful than the princesses I have seen on television." The vexation that had just arisen in Chutang due to old Madame Jian was swiftly dispelled by the innocent words of the little girl. "Princess elder sister. May I play with you?" the girl asked with hopeful anticipation. "Of course," Chutang replied, her voice soft and gentle. "What manners are these?" Old Madame Jiang suddenly barked, her tone sharp and commanding. Guests nearby turned to observe the commotion. The old lady continued in an irate voice, "I am still conversing with you. How can you engage with others? Do you not regard me, your elder, at all?" Chutang lowered her head, inhaled deeply, and then raised her gaze, speaking earnestly, "Madame Jiang. I am uncertain how I have offended you, that you would target me in such a manner. If my presence is indeed a burden to you, then my departure would surely align with your wishes." Without waiting for Madame Jiang's response, Chutang took the little girl's hand and turned to leave. Jiang Shirshu cast a meaningful glance at Su Jingxian, his expression chilling. "If it turns out that you have been sowing discord before my grandmother, I will not spare you." Su Jingxian appeared aggrieved. "Brother, I haven't done anything." Madame Jian glared at Jiang Shirshu. "This has nothing to do with Xian. Just look at the attitude that Ruan Chutang has shown towards me. Do you still expect me to be pleased with her?" Jiang Shirshu scoffed dismissively. "If you are displeased, then so be it. After all, I am not marrying you." At this moment, Madame Jiang was utterly unreasonable, and Jiang Shirshu understood that reasoning with her was futile. So he ceased to argue further. The old lady was infuriated. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am your grandmother." Jiang Shirshu feigned indifference and turned to leave. The elderly woman was so enraged that she was gasping for breath. "Grandmother, please calm down," Su Jingxian said, attempting to soothe her. "Do not quarrel with brother, it is all Ruan Chutang's fault. Brother has merely been bewitched by her, such a woman is utterly unworthy of you." The old lady made an effort to compose herself. After a moment, she spoke gravely, "You are right, such a woman is indeed unworthy of Shirshu." A fleeting, mischievous smile danced upon Su Jingxuan's lips. After playing with the little girl for a while, Miss Chutang was approached by the child's mother. "Miss Ruan, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by my child. She is quite naive," the woman said, her face filled with remorse, and her demeanor exceedingly gentle and courteous. Ruan Chutang smiled gently, assuring, "It's nothing, the little girl is very well behaved and adorable." The young girl gazed at the woman and sweetly said, "Mommy, the princess sister is so beautiful. I want to take a picture with her, please help us." The woman appeared hesitant, looking towards Ruan Chutang. "Is that all right?" Chutang readily agreed. "Of course." After the photographs were taken, the little girl waved goodbye to Chutang. Jiang Shirshu approached, saying, "Tang Tang, my apologies." Chutang remained indifferent, remarking that it was not your fault and there was no need for an apology. She pondered why her grandmother had become so unreasonable, as she had not been this way in the past. Jiang Shirshu held Chutang's hand, suggesting that if the discord could not be reconciled, they should minimize their encounters with her in the future, as there was no need to endure her temper. Chutang lifted her gaze to meet his. "What if your grandmother opposes our marriage?" Jiang Shirshu replied, "I am the master of my own affairs, her objections hold no significance." Chutang nodded, "For your words alone sufficed." Upon catching a glimpse of a familiar figure amidst the crowd, Chutang spoke, "I will go keep Shuelua and Yuan company, you stay here for a while." Inwardly, Jiang Shirshu felt abandoned. The man harbored feelings of grievance, yet he remained silent. With an expression that betrayed no emotion and a voice that held a calm indifference, Jiang Shirshu replied, "Very well, go ahead." Chutang proceeded towards the direction of Zhou Shuelua. Suddenly, Su Jingxian appeared out of nowhere and collided with Chutang, causing the wine glass in her hand to fall and the red wine to spill all over Chutang's skirt. Su Jingxian delicately covered her mouth. Her expression exaggerated as she gasped, "Oh dear, Sister Ruan, how could you walk without paying attention?" Chapter 95, Marrying her has been my long-standing desire. The surrounding guests turned their heads, whispering among themselves. Chutang took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, a chilling gaze pierced through. Su Jingxian, was this intentional? Su Jingxian excelled at playing the role of a pure-hearted damsel, her lips pouted in a pitiful manner. "Sister Ruan, it was you who collided with me while distracted. How can you accuse me of doing it on purpose? This is your Ruan family's territory. How could I dare to intentionally bump into you?" At this moment, Zhou Shuelua and Chen Yuan also spotted Ruan Chutang and approached her. "Su Jingxian, cease your pretense." Chen Yuan pushed Su Jingxian without hesitation. "Who doesn't know that you envy Tang Tang? This glass of red wine was deliberately spilled by you, aiming to embarrass her in public." Su Jingxuan's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. "On what grounds do you say that?" Chen Yuan retorted indignantly. "The incidents at the racetrack and on Beiyu Mountain have already proven this point. Do you truly believe everyone is blind?" Su Jingxian looked as if she was about to cry, "What have I done?" Chen Yuan shot her a cold glare, in front of so many people. "Do you want me to lay it all bare? What is wrong, Shaxian?" The old lady Jiang approached upon hearing the commotion. Su Jingxian rushed to her, grasping the old lady's arm with a face full of grievance, stammering, "Grandma, they are ganging up on me." With a cold sneer, Ruan Chutang could no longer contain herself. In the presence of the matriarch of the Jiang family, she boldly retaliated, for with the old lady's protection, who could dare to bully her? "Grandmother, look at her." Su Jingxian choked back her tears, tugging at the old lady's sleeve. The matriarch of the Jiang family retorted angrily, "Ruan Chutang, do not go too far." "Go too far? Is this how you discipline your granddaughter, Madame Jiang? You accuse me of lacking manners and upbringing. Perhaps you should take a closer look at the actions of the granddaughter you have raised." After Chutang finished speaking, she calmly instructed the attendant beside her, "Please check the surveillance footage." Su Jingxuan's face instantly turned pale. She had just clearly observed that there were no surveillance cameras in this location. Chutang cast a piercing glance in her direction, as if discerning her innermost thoughts. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, "Do you truly believe there are no surveillance cameras here? Ha, in such a grand banquet hall, filled with a multitude of guests, surely even with your limited intellect, you must realize that it is